Chapter 1. This is a Shangzhou ring. In the late afternoon of June, the sun poured over the land of Blue Star, baking the streets to a feverish heat. The baking air was filled with the unique smell of summer, and pedestrians walked hurriedly by, beads of sweat intertwined on their foreheads. In this hot season, the commercial street was bustling with young people weaving in and out of shopping centers and cafes, the sounds of shopping and laughter rising and falling. However, a teenager was detached from the crowd as he walked along the antique street, his eyes focused on the ancient stores along the roadside. Ji Yun-ha, an ordinary high school student in Blue Star City, with a clean-cut appearance and a touch of perseverance in his youthful face. Unlike the laughter of the young people around him, he walked through the crowd with a hurried gait, his destination being an antique store far from the bustle. Inside the antique street, a simple and honest owner sat in front of the store holding a fan. His gaze was unblinking as he stared at the approaching Ji Yun-ha. Yun-ha, here to shop for antiques again? The owner, Uncle Lee, greeted him with a smile. The teenager who was walking along the street suddenly heard someone call his name and turned his head to see that it was a boss he knew well in the antique street. Yes, Uncle Lee, come to try my luck. Ji Yun has scratched his head and laughed. Think of some godly and weird things as much as you can. It just so happens that it's summer vacation now. Do you want to take advantage of the vacation to come to Uncle Lee to do some casual work? Don't worry, the money won't be less for you. Boss Lee sat on a small rattan chair fanning himself, but his eyes were filled with concern. Thank you, Uncle Lee, I've already found a part-time job, so I won't bother you. Ji Yun-ha shook her head and refused. I still have some things to do, so I won't bother you with your business for now. That's good. If you don't want to work over there anymore, you're always welcome here at Uncle Lee's place. That boss had no choice but to give up when he didn't agree. Looking at Ji Yun-ha's figure as he quickly walked away, the boss surnamed Lee couldn't help but let out a sigh. What a good child. It's a pity that fate is not fair. The tall young man walking quickly within the antique street at the moment was called Ji Yun-ha, an ordinary high school student on this planet called Blue Star. A small snake with a snow-white body was coiled around the youth's arm. The golden-colored pupils of the snake were staring at the youth's eyes, seemingly asking him what he was looking for. Appearing to be full of spirituality, the youth stopped and gently stroked up the head of the little white snake. I'm sorry, little white, the weather is a bit hot today. I'll find a cooler place. Hold your horses. The youngster stood on the street like this and conversed with the little snake, but the pedestrians passing by didn't show any surprise, simply because this was a world infested with ferocious beasts. 100 years ago, when the aura was revived, all kinds of plants and animals mutated and became what people called ferocious beasts. A person who wanted to survive in this dangerous world had to become a beast master, and Ji Yun-ha happened to be one of the lucky ones who had awakened the talent of the imperial beast. But unfortunately, he only awakened the D-grade talent, bloodline strengthening, and was regarded as a waste who had awakened the talent of the imperial beast. With nothing to do, he was actually enamored with antiques. Waving goodbye to Uncle Lee, Ji Yun-ha continued into the depths of the antique street. He had always had a distinctive interest in collecting all kinds of antiques, which made him appear somewhat different among his peers. After wandering around the antique street for a long time, Ji Yun-ha had yet to find anything he wanted to buy. He touched the little white snake's head inside. It seems like today's luck wasn't very good either. I didn't find any good treasures. Just as he was about to leave the antique street, he saw a small store with a hidden portal. Ji Yun-ha's heart fluttered as if something was calling out to him. He immediately walked into the antique store. The store was empty. The only thing there were a few mahogany shelves and an old counter. It looked like an old store of some age. The shelves in the store were filled with all kinds of antiques, dirt-stained bronzes, Tang San Kai with cracks all over it, and a broken sword without a hilt. Ji Yun-ha felt a bit strange. Where would a normal store put out such rags? I'm afraid I can't even pit the wrong person, right? But in a corner of the antique store, his eyes were drawn to an item. It was a gray-black ring that looked ancient and exuded a mysterious aura. An antique-looking gray and black ring. One could only see that the ring as a whole was ink-colored and seemed to be made of an unknown material, and the surface of the ring seemed to be engraved with strange patterns that could not be seen at all without a closer look. Little brother, good eye, this is a real treasure. A small old man with white hair and beard stuck out a head from under the counter, staring Ji Yun-ha, a man and a snake. This is something that the old man I brought back from the ancient battlefield after a lot of hard work. It's worth a lot of money. I think, little brother, you are also a person of destiny. In that case, the old man, I simply bear the pain and sell it to you for $100,000. The old man with a treacherous face said to Ji Yun-ha. Do you take me for a fool? Still an ancient battlefield? I think it's some unknown square, right? $10. I'll just buy it back as a decoration. Ji Yun-ha pressed the price. Little brother, you're too ruthless. This is a Shangzhou ring. One bite price, 8,000. That boss gritted his teeth and said fiercely. Still Shangzhou, I think it's last week's. Just 100. Can't go any higher. although Ji Yunha was excited in his heart. On the surface, he continued to press the price in a calm manner. Little brother, raise it a bit more. So low, the old man my coffin capital is going to be hitching a ride. That boss scrunched up his face and pleaded. After some haggling, both sides finally completed the deal for $200. Ji Yunha immediately flew back to his home after getting the item, completely not noticing the little old man behind him stroking a handful of white whiskers with a thoughtful look on his face. Ji Yunha's home was in a dilapidated residential area not far from Antique Street. He was abandoned under a residential building in the slum area of Anyang province when he was small, and was found and adopted by a young couple here. According to Ji Yunha's adoptive parents, a jade talisman was found in his swaddling clothes with the word Ji engraved on it, so his adoptive parents gave him this surname. However, accidents always come first. In the summer when Ji Yunha just got into high school, the family had a car accident while traveling. Only he survived. After leaving him a house worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, his parents both died. Ji Yunha had been living alone ever since. Back home, Ji Yunha placed the black ring he had found on the desk, pushing away the books and knickknacks he had collected before to make room for this new treasure. Strangely enough, since he returned home, the intimate connection between his heart and the ring had disappeared. In addition to being made of an unusual material, the ring was so delicate that it was a bit out of his expectation. More importantly, there were no traces of machines on it, nor did it look like it had been carved by hand. It seemed more like naturally formed. Ji Yunha carefully scrutinized it, just as he tried to test the ring by burning it with fire and smashing it with a hammer. A sudden dazzling light erupted from the ring, instantly filling the entire room. This unexpected change startled Ji Yunha, who quickly stepped back to avoid the intense glow. The light gradually diminished and eventually disappeared, and the ring returned to its original state. Ji Yunha looked at the ring dumbfounded, his heart filled with shock and curiosity. He reached out and gently touched the ring, but the vision did not appear again. After thinking about it, he decided to hang the ring on the jade pendant around his neck, and after hanging it, he suddenly felt a subtle connection, as if there was a mysterious resonance between the ring and the jade pendant. Perhaps there is some sort of connection between the two, Ji Yunha whispered softly to himself. Shortly afterward, night fell and moonlight spilled outside the house. Ji Yunha sat cross-legged in the room as he closed his eyes and tried to create a psychic connection with the ring. Under his efforts, the ring gradually gave off a faint glow, and it seemed to have some sort of strange resonance with his mind. What's going on here? Ji Yunha's heart was filled with astonishment. He gradually felt that a special connection seemed to have been established between the ring and him, as if the ring contained some unknown power. However, just as he attempted to explore deeper, a faint tremor came from the ring, and then the light emanating from the ring quickly dimmed and eventually disappeared. Ji Yunha opened his eyes, his heart filled with confusion. He touched the ring hanging around his neck, only to find that the special connection seemed to have disappeared. Chapter 2. Prepare to join the glorious evolution. Suddenly, a neutral, cool voice rang in Ji Yunha's ears. Ding! Genetic sequence match accurate. God-making ring ban lifted. Is opening system, please wait patiently. Holy, where did that voice come from? Does this system thing really exist? Ding! The system is ready. The host has been detected to possess an SSS grade talent, genetic control, and has been bound to the God Creator ring. What? SSS grade talent? Wasn't the one I awakened a D rank talent? Isn't the strongest talent S rank? And what is SSS rank? Could it be that my talent is too strong, so it wasn't detected at first? While Ji Yunha was thinking wildly, the system's voice once again sounded in his mind. Little friend, do you have a lot of question marks? Instantly, a coolness came from the ring on his chest, and Ji Yunha only felt a large amount of information pouring into his mind like a tidal wave. His brain was instantly flooded by this large amount of information. Ji Yunha felt a splitting headache, and his entire body curled up on the ground, as if this was the only way to alleviate the pain in his head. At this time, the little white snake had also never seen its master in this state. It spat out its snake letters at the side, very anxious. After a while, the flow of information was finally inputted, and that pain slowly lessened. At the same time, Ji Yunha finally understood everything. The so-called gene mastery was the ability to extract gene sequences from the flesh cells of various ferocious beasts and then fuse them into the genes of his own ferocious beasts. In this way, his imperial beasts would be able to obtain this powerful strength. As for the so-called God Creator ring, it seemed that he hadn't been told about it so far. Ji Yunha looked down at the little white snake that was rubbing its little head against his arm. An idea flashed through his mind about a creature. Dragon. That was a mysterious creature recorded in ancient texts. It was said that a dragon's head resembled a camel, horns resembled a deer, eyes resembled a rabbit, ears resembled an ox, collar resembled a snake, belly resembled a mirage, scales resembled a carp, claws resembled an eagle, and palms resembled a tiger, which was strange and weird. All of a sudden, a bold idea surfaced in his mind. snake transforms into python, python transforms into boa, boa transforms into jiao, and jiao transforms into dragon. In a flash, he had seen the path to godhood. The moment he thought of this, Ji Yunha became a little excited. He picked up the little white snake beside him and kissed it vigorously. Little white, we're really going to transform from a bug into a dragon. Ji Yunha slowly stood up from the ground. At the moment his mind was still groggy. Suddenly, Ji Yunha snapped his head up and looked at the time. Damn, I'm going to be late. Only to see him hurriedly putting on his clothes and picking up a worn-out canvas bag from the side of his desk to walk out the door. Sister Chower, this month's cultivation resources are all here. Ji Yunha handed the worn-out canvas bag in his hand to the girl in front of him. He was slightly out of breath and his face was slightly tired. Jin Shower looked down at the cloth bag Ji Yunha handed over. It seemed to have been used for a long time, and there were clearly some black stains on it. A complex look flashed across the girl's black and white eyes, hesitantly reaching out to take the worn-out cloth bag in the boy's hand. Seemingly seeing the dissatisfaction in Jin Shower's eyes, Ji Yunha scratched his head in embarrassment. Sister Shower, there's no other bag inside the house. I'll buy a new one next time. Jin Xiaoer suddenly interrupted Ji Yunha's explanation. The two of them weren't the first day they knew each other. This kind of explanation wasn't necessary or meaningful at all. Ji Yunha, your imperial beast still hasn't improved a bit? Are you really not considering changing your imperial beast? Hearing Jin Xiaoer's inquiry, Ji Yunha froze for a moment. Since he had been in high school, this was the first time Jin Xiaoer had cared about the progress of his imperial beasts, and he was a little unsure of how to answer for a moment. However, Ji Yunha did not intend to hide it from Jin Xiaoer either. Sister Xiaoer, you don't know what my situation is. It's just like that. Speaking of his studies, although Ji Yunha looked very open on the surface, he was actually extremely unwilling inwardly. Ever since he awakened his beast talent in high school, he had been doing his best to cultivate Little White. In addition to going to school and working part-time every day, almost all of his time has been devoted to cultivation. But even with all the time and effort he put in, he was still at the bottom of the class. It wasn't even comparable to his classmates who only cultivated for 2 hours a day, let alone compared to those geniuses in the key classes. There was no other reason. Because of poverty, the resources it takes to cultivate a royal beast are simply unaffordable for ordinary people. Not to mention that Ji Yunha is still just a high school student with no income. On the other hand, also as a child from a poor family, Jin Shower had awakened an astonishing grade A imperial beast talent before entering high school. After that, she even entered the school's key class under professional guidance, becoming what people called a genius. Hearing Ji Yunha's reply, Jin Shower frowned slightly, a hint of contempt showing in her eyes. She rarely paid attention to Ji Yunha's cultivation progress, but she didn't expect him to be so unmotivated, and she was suddenly furious. Don't be so playful here. It's not like you don't know that in order to take the Imperial Beast examination, the most basic requirement is that the Ferocious Beast grade reaches the bronze level. With your current grade, you are almost destined to have no chance with the university. Do you know that? Ji Yunhan naturally knew that with his current grades it was almost impossible to gain entry into the Imperial Beast University to further his studies, and if he hadn't been unable to see a bit of progress from his daily hard work, he wouldn't have been running over to the antique street side 2 or 3 days in a row. Seeing Ji Yunha's silence, Jin Shower thought that it was her words that had hurt Ji Yunha's pride. She eased her expression and let out a light sigh. These cultivation resources, take them back to your own ferocious beasts. There's no need to send these things over to me in the future either. Ji Yunha snapped her head up and looked at Jin Shower in surprise. No, you're going to be sprinting to the top 5 colleges. You need these cultivation resources even more than I do. The top 5 colleges, as the name implied, were the top 5 Imperial Beast universities in the whole of China, and those who were able to enter them were without exception the best from all over the country. Although Jin Shower's grades were already very good, it was still not secure enough to enter the top 5 colleges. Facing Ji Yunha's insistence, Jin Shower waved her hand. You don't have to be like this. I've already been specially recruited to enter the Imperial Beast Technology University and don't need to take the college entrance exams anymore. So it's better for you to take care of yourself first. Jin Shower hesitated for a moment before adding, moreover, I already have a boyfriend. I don't want him to misunderstand. After hearing this sentence, Ji Yunha was a bit stunned, or he still did not understand Jin Shower's meaning. It is just a bladder on the thigh. Want to clear the relationship with himself. But he never thought that Jin Shower thought that he was doing so much for her because he liked her. Thinking of this, Ji Yunha was relieved and explained with a smile, Sister Shower, it's not what you think. Seeing Ji Yunha still arguing, Jin Shower's face instantly darkened, her almond eyes slightly glaring as she coldly said, Enough, Ji Yunha, don't you understand? I've already bailed out of the Imperial Beast Science University, while you can't even go to college. We're already on 2 paths. Please stop pestering me. Looking at the determined look on Jin Shower's face, Ji Yunha couldn't help but smile. He knew that he couldn't explain anything he said now. Moreover, from the moment Qin Xiaoer uttered those words, there was no need to explain. Well, I know. Ji Yunha nodded with a smile before picking up his worn-out canvas bag and leaving without looking back. Looking at Ji Yunha's fading figure, Qin Xiaoer didn't feel the relief she expected, but instead vaguely felt uneasy, or even regretful. Sitting on the levitation train back home, looking out the window at the bustling downtown area that flashed by quickly, Ji Yunha's eyes showed a touch of confusion. Ha, does the sky reward you? He picked up the canvas bag in his hand and smiled. Little White will be blessed with a mouthful of food this time. And these past 2 years have been really hard on it. Qin Xiaoer's parents had taken care of him over the years as friends of his adoptive parents, and Ji Yunha was very grateful for that. That's why, after learning that Qin Xiaoer had amazing cultivation talent, he secretly hid it from Qin Xiaoer's parents, and used all the money he earned from his hard work to buy cultivation resources and secretly transferred them to Qin Xiaoer. Returning home, Ji Yunha casually threw the canvas bag away and was about to lie down on the bed to rest for a while when he suddenly felt as if something was pressed underneath him. Is it that ring? Yeah, I've got the system, so I'm still afraid of a hairy college entrance exam? White, wash up and get ready to join the glorious evolution. Chapter 3 White, hold on. If ferocious beasts wanted to evolve, they had to eat some necessary heavenly materials or the flesh and blood of certain ferocious beasts. Just like cats need to eat fish, monkeys need to eat peaches, dogs need to. In the cultivation materials that Ji Yunha had prepared for Qin Xiaoer, there happened to be some processed ferocious beast materials. These ferocious beast materials could just be used as materials for gene extraction. System, show me Little White's information. As soon as Ji Yunha spoke, a glowing blue information panel appeared in front of him. Name, white-scaled snake. Rank, level 3, black iron. Potential, bronze level. Attribute, grass. Skills, venomous fangs. Entanglement, evolutionary route, 1. Little White was the initial ferocious beast assigned by the school when he first awakened. The quality of free things was often not too good. Although Ji Yunha had already prepared himself mentally, he didn't expect the school to be so stingy. It's actually not even silver level? Is it because I'm just a waste of D-rank talent? Ji Yunha was quite emotional about the fact that Xiaobai only had bronze level potential. One must know that a bronze level potential meant that no matter how much Little White cultivated, he would only end up evolving to the bronze level only. The strength grades of ferocious beasts could all be categorized into black iron, bronze, silver, gold, amethyst, diamond, grandmaster, sovereign, heavenly king, demigod grade, and the legendary mythic grade. Each rank was determined by the current level of the beast. For example, level 110 was the black iron rank, level 1120 was the silver rank, and so on. Whenever a beast reaches a level 10, 20, or 30 node, it needs to evolve to continue to raise its level. Therefore, these nodes were also called evolution nodes. The grade of a beastmaster was also the same as that of a fierce beast. Moreover, the strength of the beastmaster is closely related to the strength of the contracted beast, so it can be said to be a matter of both honor and dishonor. Moreover, due to the limitation of spiritual power, a beastmaster can only contract a new beast every time he raises one rank. Therefore, every beastmaster would be careful when selecting their beasts to avoid wasting any of the beast's positions. Ji Yunha smiled bitterly and stroked the little white snake's head. It's fine, Little White, now that I'm no longer a waste. As my imperial beast, you won't be a waste either. 30 years east of the river. 30 years. No, it doesn't need to be 30 years. Just give me a month's time. Let's have a bend in the road this summer vacation. Poor Little White stared with a pair of big innocent eyes. Didn't understand what Ji Yunha, who had a mouth full of cherry blossom flavor, was saying. Ji Yunha also thought that Little White Snake was recognizing himself. For a moment, he was confident. Well then, there's no time to lose. Let's start trying to fuse the genes now. It just so happens that I saved a batch of cultivation supplies today. It's really cheap for you, kid. Ji Yunha laughed and cursed as he took out an iron box from the canvas bag. Upon opening it, a dried-out flaming eagle eyeball was placed inside. Ji Yunha picked up the eyeball with some apprehension, and a prompt immediately came from the system. Flaming eagle eye gene detected. Do you choose to extract it? Yes. And the eyeball that was already dried out shrunk a few more times. And in the end, it even directly turned into a pile of gray carbon matter. At the same time, Ji Yunha herself felt a warm current flowing through her palm. Flaming eagle eye gene extraction degree, 10%. Flaming eagle eye gene extraction degree, 20%. Flaming eagle eye gene extraction degree, 100%. Ding. Obtained the flaming eagle eye gene *1, ding. Ji Yunha casually raised the ash in his hand and turned his gaze towards Little White. The word Empower appeared on Little White Snake's data panel. Little White, ready. Ji Yunha placed her hand on it without hesitation. Empower. In the next instant, the little white snake that was originally coiled on the floor suddenly curled up into a ball, seemingly enduring great pain. This situation lasted for several minutes before it came to an end. When the little white snake opened its eyes again, its scales seemed to shine a little brighter. That pair of snake pupils also underwent a great change, from becoming both hawk-like and snake-like eyes, emitting a sharp and pointed gaze. As the gene fusion ended, the data panel of the little white snake also underwent some changes. Name, white-scaled snake. Rank, level 4, black iron. Potential, bronze level. Attribute, grass. Skills, venomous fangs. Entanglement, eagle eyes. Passive. Evolutionary route, 1. Ji Yun-ha. As Xiaobai's Imperial Beastmaster also received feedback from the white-scaled snake, he could clearly feel that his eyesight was much more powerful than before he fused his genes. I didn't realize that fusing genes could also raise the level. This effect is really obvious. I feel like my presbyopia that's been myopic for 18 years has been cured. Ji Yunha was very satisfied with this attempt. It was important to realize that this flaming eagle's eyeball only cost him 500 federal coins, but it gave Xiaobai an additional skill. It even leveled up. Although the increase was not much, only 1 level, but for the lowest level, bronze level potential beasts like the white-scaled snake, this 1 level was already very valuable. Knowing what is good for you is always good. It's better than nothing. However, Little White's potential and evolutionary path still hasn't changed. Perhaps it still needs to fuse more compatible genes to unlock a new evolutionary route. Ji Yunha pondered slightly. He still had a small amount of savings in his hand, so he might as well take advantage of the situation and see if he could raise the white-scaled snake's level and potential. Thinking of this, Ji Yunha couldn't sit still any longer and immediately placed an order for a ferocious beast corpse. Nowadays, the courier industry on the Blue Planet was also quite technologized. As long as the order was successfully placed in less than half an hour, there would be a specialized logistics robot that would deliver the material to your doorstep. As long as there was money, nothing else was a problem. Half an hour later, a package that was 2.5 meters long, 1 meter wide and 1 meter high was delivered to Ji Yunha's doorstep. Ji Yunha carried that parcel into the house and heavily placed it on the floor, stretching out his hand to wipe the sweat. Tay Nai Nai drop. Worthy of being a ferocious beast, it's so heavy. He couldn't wait to unwrap the package, revealing the corpse of a giant python that was 5 meters long. The python was covered in turquoise scales and looked creepy. The 2 poisonous fangs in that mouth glowed eerily under the light, sending shivers down one's spine. This was the first complete ferocious beast material Ji Yunha had prepared for Little White. A complete bronze-grade forest poison python corpse material. It cost Ji Yunha a whole 10,000 federal coins. And this was the first step in transforming Little White from a snake into a dragon, transforming a python. As for why it's bronze grade, don't ask. To ask is to have no money. Just as Ji Yunha was unpacking the bag, the little white snake on the side seemed to sense some kind of threat and immediately bowed its body as if it was ready to launch an attack at any time. Seeing this, Ji Yunha quickly reached out to pacify it. Don't worry, Little White, it's just a corpse. Speaking of which, you have to thank people. You'll still have to use their high-quality genes in a while. This one bronze-level ferocious beast costs 10,000. It's not cheap. Ji Yunha half squatted down with a heartbroken face and placed her hand on it. After saying that, Ji Yunha also stopped talking nonsense and simply put his hands on that python's corpse. Wow, the feel of the hand is not bad. It's a bit more slippery and plump than Xiaobai. Nope, what am I thinking about? Business is important. When Xiaobai grows up in the future, the hand feel shouldn't be any worse. There's no rush in this moment. Forest poison python complete gene detected. Do you choose to extract it? Nonsense. Why else would I put my hand up? For fun? Of course, extract it. As Ji Yunha's words fell, the scale skin of the forest poison python under his hand gradually dried up and fell off. Extraction begins. Degree of extraction of the complete gene of the forest poison python, 10%. Forest poison python complete gene extraction degree, 20%. As the genes continued to be extracted, the forest python gradually turned into a white bone. Forest poison python complete gene extraction, 100%. Ding! Obtained the complete gene of the forest python *1. Since the complete gene of a ferocious beast was extracted this time, it took a bit longer than the previous extraction of the flaming eagle's eye gene, but overall it took less than 2 minutes. A prompt sounded in Ji Yunha's mind. Congratulations to the host for extracting the complete genes of an organism for the first time. Acquired skills, aqua scale, tear bite, sharp teeth. After the successful extraction, Ji Yunha once again turned his gaze to the innocent little white snake on the side. A new round of gene fusion was about to begin again. Little White, bear with me, the amount this time might be a bit large. Chapter 4, is this a bronze? This second gene fusion lasted for a full half hour, which was obviously much longer than the first. However, the changes brought about were also tremendous. The original milky white scales had also turned into much stronger scale armor that glowed a light greenish color under the light. Its body size had also changed slightly with the fusion of the forest python's genes. The thickness that used to be encircled by 2 fingers now required an entire hand to hold it. Ji Yunha also felt a change in his body. This was the benefit of contracting a royal beast. As a royal beast master, there were 2 main aspects to the feedback of a contracted royal beast. One was the strengthening of the imperial beast master's body, and this strengthening made the imperial beast master's survivability stronger. It was rumored that a demigod-level imperial beast master could even move mountains and reclaim the sea with the strength of his physical body alone. More importantly, based on the feedback from the goblins, the lifespan of the goblins would also increase. This was one of the biggest reasons why people wanted to become a beastmaster. The second was that when the imperial beast reached the amethyst level, the imperial beast master could even use some of the skills of the imperial beast. Only, there was a limit to this effect, and the imperial beast master could only choose the abilities of one of the imperial beasts to fight each time. At this moment, Ji Yun had deeply felt the benefits of being a royal beast master. He felt at this moment that he could crush asteroids with one hand. Of course, this was only Ji Yunha's own feeling. When he opened Little White's information panel, he found that it had heatedly changed dramatically. Name, Jasper Scale Snake. Level, 11, Bronze. Potential, Silver. Attribute, Grass. Talent, Jungle Lurker. Ability to lurk within the jungle greatly increased. Kills, Bite. Fangs, Entangle. Eagle Eyes, Passive. Lurk, Passive. Evolutionary Route, 1. Jade Scale Snake Jade Spiritfish Complete Gene *1. Silver Grade Snake Gene *1. 2. Jade Scale Python Jade Spiritfish Complete Gene *1. Silver Grade Snake Gene *1. Silver Grade Python Gene *1. Good lord, this one Forest Python Complete Gene actually allowed Xiaobai to directly evolve from Black Iron rank to Bronze rank? Does this mean that I don't have to prepare evolutionary materials according to those evolutionary programs on the market in the future? Yes, evolution comes down to its origin, which is that genes change. Fierce beasts generate genetic changes on their own and directly fuse their genes, both of which can break through the genetic ceiling and achieve evolution. Ji Yunha nodded thoughtfully and raised another question. System, I remember that forest python itself doesn't have a talent. How is it that Little White has an additional talent attribute after fusion instead? This is because the genes of the 2 ferocious beasts are more closely matched, resulting in a genetic mutation. In order to facilitate the host's cultivation of the beasts, this system has calculated the best evolutionary path for the host. The host can prepare the corresponding genes for their beasts according to the evolutionary path. Of course, the host can also DIY the genes according to their own wishes, but this system is not responsible for any consequences that may occur. Ji Yunha couldn't help but roll her eyes. Who would leave a ready-made routing used? Looking at the crystal-clear little snake in front of her, Ji Yunha was liking it more and more the more she looked at it. What a surprise! 1 night's time has allowed you to raise 8 levels. This saves a lot of money. One must know that if it was any other ferocious beast, not to mention breaking through the grade to reach the silver level, even if it was to raise 8 levels alone, it would take at least 2 months. In the meantime, one would also need to continuously feed on various cultivation materials before there was even the slightest possibility of breaking through to the silver grade in 2 months' time for one's ferocious beast. And the expenses for this process wouldn't simply be a simple 10,000 at all. But right now, Ji Yunha had merely purchased a bronze-level ferocious beast corpse for gene extraction. Subsequently, by fusing its genes into the body of his own imperial beast, he had easily broken through Xiao Bai's rank to silver grade. The improvement in strength was naturally something to be happy about. But at the same time, Ji Yunha also began to agonize. There was no other reason than the fact that cultivating ferocious beasts was just too expensive. In the past, when he hadn't awakened the talent of the imperial beasts, Ji Yunha was just a proper otaku, and didn't have any big expenses at all. But now that he was going to start cultivating imperial beasts, his expenses immediately started to grow. Not to mention that having awakened the system as a great treasure, there was no way it would go to waste, which meant that he would have more beasts to cultivate in the future. So Ji Yunha realized that he had to start thinking of ways to make money before he could do so. In fact, Ji Yunha had already thought of 2 ways to make money. One of them was to extract genes while hunting ferocious beasts in the wilderness. Not only can you exercise your own imperial beasts, but you can also collect all kinds of ferocious beast materials to sell for money, taking a wild path that feeds on war. Although this method is fast money, but after all, it is to go to the wilderness. There will still be a small risk. If one was accidentally targeted by a powerful beast, it would easily threaten one's life. The other way was to rely on the system and one's genetic extraction talent to become a royal beast master appraiser, specializing in helping imperial beast masters complete the evolution of their imperial beasts. They could also provide the appropriate customization services. If others asked, One could also say that they happened to research a new evolutionary route. One should know that a new evolutionary route was worth a lot of money. After all, in this world, there were too many strange beasts, and the types of beasts currently recognized by humans were less than 1%, and the various evolutionary routes were even more unlikely to be fully developed. Humans have spent decades, but only found about 200,000 kinds of evolutionary routes, which can be said to be successive generations of imperial beasts research scholars' efforts. But even though thousands of evolutionary routes were experimented with every year, researching the evolution of the imperial beasts was still a long and difficult road, because once a beast reaches its evolutionary node, if it doesn't have a suitable evolutionary formula, it probably won't be able to continue to increase its strength. But even so, very few people would use evolutionary materials for their imperial beasts indiscriminately, because if they failed, the failure of the imperial beast's evolution was nothing, but if it was serious, it could directly lead to serious injuries or even death of the imperial beast. The examples of those who could happen to successfully evolve were 1 in a million. Those who succeeded were either truly desperate, or they didn't care about the life and death of their beasts at all. However, no normal person would use such a near-gambling method to let their imperial beasts try to evolve. As a result, the imperial beast researchers and scholars discovered the business opportunity of selling imperial beast evolution routes, and gradually developed it into a perfect industry chain. For Ji Yunha, who possessed a system, this was simply a whore, right? With my SSS grade talent in hand, evolution and whatnot is just a piece of cake. As long as you want it, I can build it for you. Ji Yunha had even thought of opening her own company in the future, which could be called Dream Making Company. However, after thinking about it, Ji Yunha still didn't intend to expose her beast talent too early. Doesn't it smell good to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger? Just when Ji Yunha was still thinking about the future, an untimely voice rang out. Chapter 5, Chicken for Dinner. Taking energy? Goo. Ji Yunha's stomach suddenly let out a loud growl. Immediately afterward, an intense hunger attacked him, and he felt as if his stomach was burning, and his body, which had always been full of strength, suddenly became weak and powerless. It turned out to be that he hadn't eaten for the entire day, and now his stomach had finally started to protest. Ji Yunha scratched his head awkwardly. Well, I was so involved that I actually forgot to eat. He whispered to himself and touched his stomach. Little White, you're hungry too, right? Evolution requires a lot of energy. The little white snake seemed to have sensed its master's call as well, and cheerfully climbed from one side to Ji Yunha's shoulder as if in celebration. However, when Ji Yunha opened the refrigerator, both he and Little White were dumbfounded. There were only a few pieces of bread and some instant food left in the originally small refrigerator. Not even a piece of meat was left. Ji Yunha was in a state of confusion and embarrassment. This stuff isn't even enough to replenish the energy Little White needs. Just then, Little White Snake gently rubbed his head against Ji Yunha's face before pointing his tail in the direction of the living room. As if remembering something, Ji Yunha went straight to the living room and took out a bottle of light green energy liquid from a worn-out canvas bag. How resourceful, Little White. Ji Yunha said with a smile. Yeah, you're just a foodie, but that's precisely why you're able to become my imperial beast. He unscrewed the cap of the bottle of energy liquid and carefully poured the liquid into a small bowl. As the bottle of energy liquid entered the small bowl, a stream of pure energy immediately surged into Little White's body. The hungry cells in Little White's body were like hungry ghosts, greedily absorbing the energy brought by the energy liquid. A moment later, the little white snake comfortably curled up on the ground, letting out a satisfying burp, and the entire snake's body seemed to be refreshed. At the same time, Ji Yunha also sat down and ate a few pieces of bread, finally eliminating the hunger in his body. However, his thoughts also began to turn to another question. Every gene fusion requires the consumption of a large amount of energy. How is this problem going to be solved? He was secretly torn in his mind. It's not like we can keep buying energy liquid, right? He began to think about a way to solve this problem. On the one hand, Little White was getting stronger and stronger, and the amount of energy he needed would also increase. On the other hand, Ji Yunha couldn't afford the expense of purchasing large amounts of energy liquid with his current income. Just as he was caught up in his thoughts, a prompt from the system suddenly appeared in his mind. The host can also extract the energy within the organism while extracting the genes and can store it in the God creation ring. Ji Yunha's eyes lit up. This reminder is really timely. He was filled with joy inside. It's worthy of my super talent. It's really strong. That's half of it solved. However, he also thought of a problem. Where within the town was there a ferocious beast that could be used for him to draw energy from? On the blue planet, the original plants and animals had undergone mutations, and their biological structures had changed drastically, with many parts of the mutants having a high value. Certain parts could be used for potion making, certain could be used for industrial synthesis, and some could be sold as decorations after processing. In addition, The anatomical output of ferocious beast corpses was also a very precious resource. As long as the meat from these corpses was not poisonous, it was a valuable resource that was in short supply in the market. Especially those with slightly better family conditions were more inclined to purchase these energy-containing ferocious beast meat, which was not only nutritious, but also had a delicious flavor that was far superior to ordinary food on the market. At the same time, the meat of ferocious beasts also became the catalyst for the rapid development of human science and technology, as the energy content of ferocious beasts' meat was of great benefit to the cultivation of imperial beast masters. Against this backdrop, imperial beast researchers began to vigorously cultivate ferocious beasts that were suitable for farming. These farmed beasts were often genetically modified from plants and animals, and thus many people called them exotic beasts. Farmed beasts were different from wild beasts in that they were usually bred to be a stable species, and their genetic limit determined that their strength would not break through to a certain level, which also ensured that they would not mutate too much during the breeding process. Ji Yunha's town also had a chicken farm, specializing in breeding a ferocious beast called the iron-feathered chicken. The feathers of this chicken were exceptionally tough, hence the name. Ji Yunha wasn't looking to buy chicken at the moment, but to find a source of energy. He came up with a bold idea. In order to absorb energy, it didn't necessarily have to be wild beasts. The farmed beasts in towns were also a good choice. Little GZ, here to buy chickens again? A middle-aged uncle at the gatekeeper greeted Ji Yunha. Ji Yunha nodded slightly in response. Ever since the mutation of plants and animals, the animal husbandry industry had been greatly affected. Due to the rich energy contained in the meat of wild ferocious beasts, it became a high-quality ingredient for the cultivation of imperial beast masters. Imperial beast masters had fed their imperial beasts to help them grow. In order to fulfill this demand, farmed beasts gradually emerged. These farmed ferocious beasts were based on poultry and livestock, and after genetic modification, they were bred to create a stable breed that would not mutate too much, and were used to provide energy resources. Ji Yunha entered this town's chicken farm at this moment, which specialized in breeding iron-feathered chickens, a type of farmed ferocious beast derived from chickens, capable of providing the energy required by the imperial beast masters. Uncle Zhou, are you still recruiting workers to kill chickens here? Ji Yunha stopped in front of the window of the gatekeeper's office and asked. Recruiting? You also know that we are always short of workers here. You want to come and work part-time? The man called Uncle Zhou replied, reaching out and pointing in a direction. You follow this door in and walk to the third factory. There's a sign on it. It's easy to find. Ji Yunha expressed his gratitude before walking straight in the direction that Uncle Zhou pointed. He arrived inside the chicken farm and found the person in charge of the part-time arrangement, starting his part-time career with a paycheck of 50 alliance coins per hour. After changing into a pair of work clothes, Ji Yunha went to his post and waited for the assembly line to send the chickens over. This farm raised a ferocious beast called the iron-feathered chicken, named for its tough feathers. The work of killing chickens wasn't difficult, as long as one waited at the workstation for the people in the previous section to deliver the live chickens, grabbing the necks of the chickens and opening them up, and leaving the subsequent work to the people in the back to complete. Even if he hadn't worked part-time here, Ji Yunha lived alone for years and would come by some cheap chickens from time to deal with them himself, so killing chickens wasn't a difficult task for him. A worker soon brought in a cage of live chickens. Ji Yunha picked a large, live rooster and directly pinched its neck, quietly running the gene extraction in the palm of his hand, and a system beep rang out. Iron feather chicken gene detected. Is it absorbed? Yes. Iron feather chicken gene extraction 1%. As the gene extraction began, a pure energy was quickly absorbed by the absorbing God-creating ring on Ji Yunha's hand. However, due to the fact that complete gene extraction would drain the ferocious beast, in order not to expose himself, Ji Yunha couldn't directly extract the iron-feathered chicken's genes completely clean, so he stopped when the gene extraction reached 5%. The iron-feathered chicken in his hand, due to the energy in its body being partially devoured, immediately seemed as if its body had been emptied out, and stopped struggling, and Ji Yunha also raised his hand and resolved its life in a clean manner. An iron-feathered chicken can get the energy and gene although less. The average 20 chickens to get a complete iron-feathered chicken gene, but cannot help the number of behind there is a steady stream of energy waiting for him to absorb. Completely do not have to worry about it, okay? Ji Yunha couldn't help but sigh. This kind of work that can get energy and make money at the same time, where to find He felt himself full of energy at once. Turning his head, he shouted at the worker who was ready to leave after delivering the live chickens. Uncle, can you send me more? I kill them faster. The man looked back with some doubt, thinking, this is not a fool. This work is not to kill them or take them more. Others are lazy paddling. How this stupid child instead rushed to do more work, but he didn't say anything, just nodded and left. Ji Yunha naturally did not know that he had become a fool in the eyes of others. His eyes were only that cage of iron-feathered chickens. That is walking energy liquid. Thinking of the rare opportunity, Ji-yoon had directly rolled up his sleeves and grabbed a live iron-feathered chicken once again, running the heaven-swallowing skill. I suck, I kill, I suck, I kill. For a full 2 hours, Ji-yoon had already forgotten how many chickens he had killed. All he could feel was one energy after another being continuously absorbed into his body, and the beeps in his ears rang out again and again. He killed as many as others sent him, until later, the workers around him were looking at him with eyes like a fool. This kid can't really be a fool, right? Where did Ji-yoon know the thoughts of others? He was like a machine, repeating the actions in his hands. Soon 4 hours passed like this, and the factory was about to close. Young man, stop first, we're getting off work. A man with a foreman badge came over and patted Ji-yoon's shoulder, handing him $200 bills as he spoke. Look at you, you're very skillful. Do you want to consider working for us as an official laborer? Ji-yoon has stopped the work in his hands and reached out to wipe the sweat from his head. Uncle, I'm just here for the summer vacation to earn some tuition fees. I still have to focus on my studies. Ji-yoon had put down the knife in his hand while taking out one of the 2 large bills and wanted to hand it to the other party, but the man waved his hand. No need. You work so hard today. I have seen it in my eyes. This is what you deserve, but it is not in the eyes. Ji-yoon, this efficiency can be a top 2. That foreman also think is their own earned. Unbeknownst to Ji-yoon also think they are really earned, and can absorb the energy, but also can earn money, is simply a 2-for-1 good deal. A large and a small 2 foxes coincidentally laughed. So this is the so-called win-win situation. When Ji-yoon walked out from the farm, the sun had almost set, and the streetlights on both sides of the road were already lit up. During the process of extracting energy, his body was also flushed with energy over and over again. So even though he had been working continuously for several hours at high intensity, his body and mind didn't feel the slightest bit of fatigue, but instead was filled with excitement. He took a deep breath and felt the surging sense of power coming from his body and couldn't help but run. Little white, tender father is back. Nearly 10 kilometers away from home, it only took him 20 minutes to arrive. In just one day, he had easily gained a large amount of energy, and Little White's dinner was ready. Was this the joy of having a golden finger? And from this moment on, he clearly realized, perhaps the wilderness was the place that was truly suitable for his cultivation. Ji-yoon looked down at his palm and clenched his fist. It seems like we still need to raise our strength as soon as possible. Xiao Bai, hurry up and come out for a dry meal. Chapter 6, Above the Clouds. Some say cities are steel forests growing on the earth. Some say the city looks like a real river of stars at night. Some say the huge holographic projections in the sky are mesmerizing. Anyang Mansion, Commercial District. Above the clouds, in the rotating restaurant on the top floor of the Tinglong Mansion, there was a melodious cello sound slowly flowing, as if it was a fairyland. What was puzzling was that no one was actually seated in the large restaurant. Only the crystal table in the center of the room was occupied by an old man leisurely cutting a steak and a middle-aged man with a solemn expression. The two seemed to be waiting for something. Suddenly, amidst the distant view, there was a light railroad threading through the sky right between the cities, with white light coming through the windows like a white train. What's even more amazing is that it is passing through the dense buildings, not through the gaps between the buildings, but a hole has been hollowed out in the body of a tall building, and the light rail is just like shuttling between tunnels. The platforms were set up in the middle of those buildings. Not long after, a bell rang at the end of the restaurant, signaling the arrival of the elevator. The old man stopped the knife and fork in his hand, picked up the napkin in his hand, and gently wiped the corners of his mouth. Looks like the guests have arrived. Come on, let's go greet our old friend. After the elevator opened, what came was not a person at all, but a white-furred fox with 7 tails, its hair crystal like snow. Step by step, behind the 7 long tail with the pace of swing, as if with the spirit rhyme, followed by 2 men in suits. It looks like that 7-tailed fox bodyguards, but in fact, with the strength of the 7-tailed fox, in the small Anyang province where the need to protect, since the recovery of aura, the development of mankind is rapidly changing. Just a few decades, the quality of human life and the level of science and technology have been qualitatively improved. Just when people were sighing that the heyday was coming, the organisms on the earth suddenly underwent a mutation. All kinds of plants and animals evolved violently. Their size and intelligence grew rapidly, and some powerful creatures even exceeded the level of human cognition. At first, humans living in the suburbs were attacked by wild beasts, and as the number of mutated creatures increased dramatically, the beasts gathered and formed a wave of beasts, which began to attack human cities, and humans realized the seriousness of the matter. Due to the warming of the climate, the sea level was rising and the land area was getting smaller and smaller, while the mutant creatures could only approach inland in order to survive, constantly oppressing the human territories. It was proposed that all those beasts be wiped out, which would solve the dilemma that humanity was facing today. Unfortunately, There was no way for mankind to be able to exterminate such a huge number of beasts except by using nuclear bomb strikes up to now. And once the nuclear bomb is used rashly, the beasts are eliminated. But the human race will also fall into a long nuclear winter. As the number of ferocious beasts continued to increase, the role of thermal weapons became smaller and smaller, and the government could only gather the people together, spending huge resources to create a centralized city guarded by sturdy steel to resist the mutated creatures. After various road attempts, the experts came to a conclusion that the only way out for humanity was the imperial beasts. The beast masters and their beasts were the true backbone of human resistance against the ferocious beasts. Once a beast master could cultivate to diamond level or above, he could be called a strong man, and there was only one in a million beast masters who could cultivate to heavenly king. The strongest of the human race were honored as demigods. The legendary god realm has never been touched. However, the beast also exists in the top of the strong, can easily move mountains to the sea. To that level of the beast emperor, even nuclear bombs are difficult to kill. Only the same level of beast masters can fight against it. The order of the former civilization had long since fallen apart in the decades-long wars against the ferocious beasts. Fortunately, it seemed that in every era where humanity was in crisis, there would always be a savior who came out of nowhere. During the darkest moment of humanity's experience, dozens of demigod-level powerhouses appeared around the world, and they were able to save the heavens in the fight against the beasts. After both sides lost half of their powerhouses, both sides finally signed a truce, and the beasts finally agreed not to attack the humans. But the humans could only cower in less than 1/10 of their original territory. After that period of darkness ceased, the only remaining strongmen on the human side created the Alliance Council, and the people of the world were led by the council, separated from the beasts, to aid each other and build up their reserves. During the past 10 years, the old order was buried under the ashes, and a new order was born from the ruins. However, in the age of the end, where personal force was infinitely amplified, even though the state still held a relatively dominant position, various great powers were born. Many families or forces from the old era stacked their resources on the most gifted members of the family, hoping to continue the family's splendor. This Anyang mansion is naturally no exception. The Yang family, Wu family, Chu family, Lin family, Su family, 5 big families in the city occupies the absolute right to speak. The old man who appeared in the Tinglong mansion at this moment was Yang Wenshan, the diamond-level powerhouse responsible for guarding Anyang mansion, and the one secretly visiting the humans was the seven-tailed fox, one of the strongest of the ferocious beasts. In a balanced and stable world, the beasts and the human race have always maintained peace, but such peace often needs to be based on mutual checks and balances and exchange of benefits. The purpose of the seven-tailed fox's trip is to make a deal with humans. In the transaction between the two sides, the seven-tailed fox opened the conditions to provide a large number of precious beast materials. These materials can be used for human scientific research and technological development, but also many high-level evolutionary potions and equipment raw materials. Although there had always been cooperation and exchanges between humans and ferocious beasts, there also existed a group of people who opposed cooperation with ferocious beasts, such as Fong Mingho, the head of Anyang Mansion, who always believed that human scientific and technological civilization could not be obtained by ferocious beasts, and that it was only appropriate to leave it to human beings to use on their own. When the seven-tailed fox first proposed exchanging human advanced technology with beast materials, Fong Mingho originally disagreed, believing that once the beasts were allowed to obtain these technologies, they would inevitably have an unstable or even fatal impact on the entire world. However, Yang Wenshan, who was bloated, did not think so. Fong, don't keep a straight face. We can just take out a little bit of ordinary technology and it will be enough for them to research for a few decades. Fong Mingho still didn't give a good face. We are indeed just some outdated and useless scientific research technology. But didn't the ferocious beast side take out some materials they don't need? Yang Wenshan put an arm on this city lord's shoulder. Ha ha, that being said, both of us are also taking what we need. Fong Mingho's concern was not without reason. He was considering the reality of today's world and the various possible risks. As an emissary from the fierce beast side, the seven-tailed fox naturally wished to learn more human techniques and knowledge and apply them to its own colony. Even if the intelligence of the ferocious beasts could not be compared to humans, once the ferocious beast side drilled 1% of human technology, it would always bring a certain amount of risk and uncertainty, and might even cause incalculable impacts and harms to the human society and the entire world. However, in recent years, the ferocious beast group's attack has become more and more fierce, and the high-end combat power of human beings has shown signs of disconnection, so there is no way for human beings not to be anxious. Under such pressure, when facing some mutated creatures with higher intelligence and strange abilities, humans also began to look a bit overwhelmed. Under such circumstances, humans had to take effective measures to change the situation. Forced by the situation, Fang Mingho could only come under the instructions of his superiors to conduct this transaction with the seven-tailed fox. Yang Wenshan wanted to say more, but at this time, the seven-tailed fox had already approached, and from its mouth it actually spat out human words. Long time no see. City Lord Feng. Chapter 7 Silver Level. System. How many genes were acquired today? Ji Yunha, who had worked all day, took off his dirty clothes and collapsed on the sofa. Today you have cumulatively acquired iron feathered chicken genes *30. Do you choose to fuse all of them? Can you fuse so many genes? I thought I could only fuse each gene once. Fusing the same gene has a small probability of genetic mutation, but due to the small probability, the host was not prompted earlier. Ji Yunha stroked his chin and spoke. In that case, don't waste so many genes. Xiao Bai, swallow them all for me. Ji Yunha grabbed the little white snake that was secretly observing from the corner and directly started today's portion of gene fusion. Due to the fact that the iron-feathered chicken's strength was really too weak, and Little White had already evolved into a bronze-level ferocious beast, so even if 30 copies of genes were fused together, Little White Snake could barely hold up. This also saved Ji Yunha a lot of time. Along with the genes that were transported into Little White's body was a stream of pure energy. Such a huge amount of energy flowed through Little White Snake's body, forming a hot stream that made Little White's originally cold body become fiery. The Little White Snake also couldn't help but let out a comfortable oing. Boing. However, the changes that occurred on Little White's body were also extremely obvious. The scales on its body became even more angular after fusing with the genes of the iron-feathered chicken, and vaguely mapped out a metal-like sharp light, making it look a lot tougher than before. However, due to the fact that it was part of the genes of a black iron-ranked ferocious beast that had been absorbed, Xiao Bai's data panel didn't change very much. Name, Jasper Scale Snake. Level 12, Bronze. Potential, Silver. Attribute, Grass. Talent, Jungle Lurker. Ability to lurk within the jungle is greatly increased. Kills, Bite, Fangs, Entangle, Eagle Eyes, Passive. Lurk, Passive. Evolutionary Route, 1. Jade Scale Snake Jade Spiritfish Complete Gene *1. Silver Grade Snake Gene *1. 2. Jade Scaled Python Complete Gene of Jade Spiritfish *1. Silver Level Snake Gene *1. Silver Level Python Gene *1. Ji Yunha grinned. How come it only grew by 1 level? Haven't learned any new skills yet? It's a bit of a shame. Ji Yunha's words were purely standing and talking. Whose good guy's Imperial Beast could grow by 1 level a day? Besides, if the ferocious beasts could learn skills so easily, what was the point of training hard? In fact, Ji Yunha himself also knew this, mainly because the previous 2 gene fusion boosts were too big, giving him a little bit of a sense of discrepancy. But soon enough Ji Yunha perked up. That's not right. If we can raise 1 level in 1 day, then wouldn't we have to skyrocket to the gold level in a month? Thinking of this he couldn't help but pick up the little white snake and give it a kiss. Little White, you'll just wash up and wait for me at home from now on. I'll raise you. After that, during the 1-month vacation, Ji Yunha also quit his 2 part-time jobs and devoted himself to his chicken-killing business. Ji Yunha seems to be a tireless machine, killing chickens and stealing genes during the day, and then returning home at night to raise his snake son, repeatedly doing the same thing every day. He didn't feel boring, because after upgrading Little White, his physical quality could also get a corresponding improvement. This timely positive feedback was simply fascinating. Just as the summer vacation was about to end, Ji Yunha also stopped his chicken-killing spree, preparing to digest the gains of this period of time. For ordinary people, the past month was just an ordinary vacation, but for Ji Yunha, this past month had not only reversed his fate, which was almost destined to be ordinary, and found a way to become stronger. Along with that, his state of mind was no longer as depressingly negative as usual, exuding a confidence from within from him. Little White Snake had already risen from the black iron level to the peak of the bronze level. It was only waiting to fuse the genes needed for evolution to complete it. And today was the day that Ji Yunha was preparing for it to break through to the silver level. In order to allow the little white snake to maximize its strength, Ji Yunha had also made a bloody effort. Now laid out in front of him were the corpses of 3 ferocious beasts, a 30-catty jade spirit fish, covered in silver scales that shone immensely in the light, a luscious golden silk silver ring snake, looking small and lovely, in fact, with severe poison. As for the last beast body, more heavyweight, it was a huge python that was more than 10 meters long, and it circled around Ji Yunha's modest house 3 times. This was an emerald python with peak silver level strength. It cost Ji Yunha a full 50,000 federal coins. Thinking about it, Ji Yunha was again in pain, but there was no way around it. Shedding the child to catch the wolf. System, can these 3 ferocious beast corpses be used? Jade Spirit Fish Complete Gene *1. Silver Grade Snake Gene *1. Silver Grade Python Gene *1 detected. Meets the evolutionary requirements of your Imperial Beast Jasper Scale Snake. Ji Yunha nodded. In that case, let's start the extraction. As he mobilized his gene mastery talent, the three fierce beasts in front of him were all reduced to a field of skeletons in a matter of seconds. Subsequently, the bones left behind by the ferocious beast corpses also disappeared, not even leaving behind any ash. Seeing this scene, Ji Yunha couldn't help but sigh again. This maneuver, if it was taken to commit a crime, I'm afraid that it wouldn't even leave behind any evidence. Fortunately, I am a 5-star good citizen who knows the law and abides by it, and I can't do this harmful thing. Little White, come here. Ji Yunha raised her hand and called Little White to her body. Hiss hiss hiss. For this scene, the little white snake had also long since seen it, and in the face of the upcoming evolution, it also appeared to be very excited. Who wouldn't be happy if they were able to become stronger? Inject a portion of your genes first. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it if it's too much. Hiss. Little White clearly understood his master's meaning. The process of gene fusion was indeed painful in the beginning, but now that his own strength had been boosted, it wasn't that hard to endure. As Ji Yunha stretched out her hand, a mass of crimson-red liquid appeared in midair, and then it fell straight into the mouth of the little white snake. In the next instant, the little white violently curled up on the ground, looking very agonized. At the same time, the cells of its entire body seemed to be greatly stimulated, and were operating at a rapid pace. But before long, little white snake's trembling body stabilized, and its breathing began to become steady. And at the same time as little white evolved, Ji Yunha also clearly felt a surge of power gushing out from within her body. His originally tall figure once again rose a few centimeters taller, and his muscles also became more proportional. The teenager stood there as if he were an athletic cheetah, and every muscle under his clothes seemed to contain a terrifying explosive power. A pair of starry eyes were even brighter to steal people's hearts, and his eyes, which were still somewhat introverted, had become a few points sharper. A person and a snake are in this quiet night. Quietly metamorphosis. Chapter 8. The Hunt for the Hour begins. Early in the morning, the sunlight poured into the room, rippling with golden-colored waves. The young man slowly opened his eyes, a pair of black eyes dazzling incomparably. The depths of his eyes also emanated a light, if any. Beside him was a body as thick as a bowl, up to 5 meters long jade-colored python. Its scales were like a piece of jade, glittering in the morning light. Looking at the already greatly changed little white, Ji Yunha couldn't help but smile as she stroked it with her hand. This is Silver Level. Name, Jade Scale Python. Level, 21, Silver. Potential, Gold. Attribute, Grass. Talent, Jungle Hunter. Ability to lurk within the jungle is greatly improved. Confidence is increased against opponents below one's level, and the effectiveness of attacks is increased by 10%. Skills, Poisonous Bite, Toxic Fawn's Eclipse, Jade's Tail, Giant Wrap, Eagle Eyes, Passive. Jade Spirit Lurking, Passive. Evolutionary Route, 3. This young man not only had his skills upgraded by a round, his potential had also been raised to gold, and even his talent had been raised by a level. Even Ji Yunha himself was a bit in disbelief. It's only been less than a month, and he's reached the silver level from the black iron level? With Ji Yunha's current strength, going up to an ordinary Imperial Beasts undergraduate course was already no problem at all. However, there was still a full year left. How could Ji Yunha be willing to just enter an ordinary undergraduate program? If we are going to study, we will study the best. However, at present, little white snake's strength had already reached the silver level, and the iron-feathered chicken's genes were no longer very useful to it. If he continued to absorb it, the effect would be minimal. Ji Yunha looked at little white, who had grown several times larger in size, and began to ponder. Looks like we have to change the path. Generally speaking, there were only 2 methods for Imperial Beast Masters to get their Imperial Beasts to increase their strength. One of them was kryptonite. Simply put, it was to smash money into one's royal beast. On the blue planet, the Imperial Beast industry had appeared for many years, and now on the market, a lot of Imperial Beast potions and equipment suitable for Imperial Beasts had long been developed, and various kinds of heavenly materials and treasures were not rare. As long as there is money, the level, potential, and skills of the Imperial Beasts are no big deal. The other method was simpler and more direct. That was fighting. Through constant battles, the Imperial Beasts could not only accumulate combat experience and enhance their combat abilities, but also improve their proficiency in their own skills. For Ji Yunha at the moment, the best method was to be improved through battle. Moreover, practicing in the wilderness also made it easier to obtain high-level ferocious beast genes. It was simply a 1-2 punch. As long as the genes were in place, whatever potential, what talent limit, I can also create a holy beast for you. Ji Yunha hugged over little white's triangular head, looked deeply into those ping-pong ball-sized snake eyes, and explained in a serious tone. Little white, fighting might be more suitable for you at this stage. It just so happens that I'm also a silver-ranked Imperial Beastmaster now. so I can also go to the wilderness to practice. You've gained so many abilities in this period of time. You really need to practice more as well. It's definitely not because I'm broke that I can't afford practice supplies. You have to believe me. After having breakfast, one person and one snake immediately set off for the wilderness. Since Ji Yunha didn't have a license yet, he couldn't drive even if he had a car at home, so he had to go out on his own electric bike. After spending nearly an hour, he finally arrived at the exit of a remote retaining wall in Xingyang City. Ji Yunha, who was leaving the city for the first time, was also a bit wary. After all, the ferocious beasts outside the wilderness were not the gentle house pets that people usually saw, that would attack humans. So in order to protect the people in the city from being attacked, and in order to prevent people from going out privately, every city would build a towering moat wall at the border. The role of this kind of moat wall in the Blue Planet is equivalent to the Great Wall in the old times, which is both a tool for human beings to defend themselves against foreign enemies, and also a history book that has witnessed the dark history of human beings. But even so, every year, there were still many people who ran away to the wilderness privately, and ended up with a tragic death. Of course, it was only ordinary people who weren't allowed to leave the parapet wall privately. Imperial Beastmasters were still free to enter and exit. However, due to the fact that royal beastmasters below the silver rank had little ability to defend themselves, that was why the Federation had stipulated that royal beastmasters below the silver rank were not allowed to go to the wilderness. A patrolling soldier in charge of patrolling the moat wall saw Ji Yunha coming on a small electric donkey and hurriedly hid the comic book in his hand before assuming a dignified stance. "Hey, Junior, no passing ahead." Although he saw the white python in the backseat of Ji Yunha's car, and the soldier guessed that the visitor should be an imperial beastmaster, he still continued to stop Ji Yunha, because every year, there are always some newbie beastmasters who are not afraid of tigers, like to go to the wilderness alone to exercise their own beasts. If only in the periphery is still relatively safe. Once deep into the forest, then it is easy to be surrounded by fierce beasts. That's why many newbie beastmasters go to the wilderness in groups to practice. The risk factor is too high for one person to go in. "Hey, Junior, stop here. This place is your end." Ji Yunha finally heard the man's words as he approached, but inexplicably heard a mouthful of cherry blossom flavor from those words, and for a moment his face was a bit complicated. However, he still explained his intentions and took out the silver-level Imperial Beastmaster certificate that he had handled beforehand. That middle-aged man frowned at the certificate Ji Yunha handed over and asked suspiciously, "You kid is still a high school student, right? Really a silver-level Imperial Beastmaster? Big brother, how dare I fake it? Don't believe me. This ferocious beast of mine is a genuine silver-level. Don't worry, I'll just take a look at the periphery. I won't go deeper." Since Ji Yunha's strength was completely in line with the rules, the man had no reason not to let it go. He glanced at the paper certificate and then at Ji Yunha, and no longer continued to block the way, very simply letting go. However, just as the two brushed shoulders, the man came back with a very middle-of-the-road remark. "Junior, if you encounter danger, remember to call out my name and I will keep you safe." "Okay, thanks." Ji Yunha nodded breathlessly, then walked towards the gate. Ji Yunha had never been outside the parapet wall in the past 18 years and had never seen the scenery in the wilderness. The picture that appeared in his eyes right now shocked him. Looking out from inside the city, it was a serene dense forest with countless possibilities hidden beneath its calm exterior, a feeling like a delicate woman in a thin veil, longing for its beauty and sinking into its unknown true colors. But even though he was very eager for this mysterious land, Ji Yunha didn't intend to run into the depths of the wilderness as soon as he felt like it. He only intended to find some low-level beasts around the moat wall to practice. Generally, the level of the beasts around the moat wall would not be too high, usually below level 10. Although his own little white wasn't considered very strong, it was after all a silver-level imperial beast, so it was still more than enough to deal with these low-level beasts. As soon as Ji Yunha stepped out of the gate of the moat wall, he was surrounded by a dense forest, and he was standing on a forest path, and all he could see were towering trees, with their trunks densely covered with moss lichen, and the air was filled with a primitive atmosphere. Since his birth, Ji Yunha had never stepped out of Xingyang City where he had seen this scenery, and as soon as he walked into the forest, he began to look around, for the jade-scaled python beside him. This was also the first time it had come to the wilderness, and its pair of soulful eyes were filled with curiosity. "So those heavenly treasures grow in places like this? Little White, will you feel close to this place when you see it? Oh, you mean, or are you used to sleeping in an air-conditioned room? You're really a modern snake." Before he could take a few steps out of the road, Ji Yunha spotted the ferocious beasts hiding in the trees. Because of the ability given by the system to detect nearby genetic information, Ji Yunha easily saw the information panels of various ferocious beasts, and those ferocious beasts' self-professed perfect means of concealment were nothing in front of Ji Yunha. Ji Yunha looked towards the front, and he quickly locked onto his target, a black iron-grade green-furred monkey. The green-haired monkey was seen to be about half a meter tall, with a curly hair on its green head, as if it was snapping question marks at all times. Ji Yunha was also satisfied with this first opponent. This green monkey doesn't look too smart. It should be easy to bully as well. A set of data appeared directly in front of Ji Yunha's eyes. Name, green monkey. Talent, none. Potential, black iron. Level, level 6, black iron. Attribute, beast system. Kills bite, claw strike. After all, the green-haired monkey still belonged to the monkey category, with a very sensitive sense of hearing, and often fed on other small animals in the wild. And when Ji Yunha discovered it, it likewise discovered Ji Yunha. The attack power of a ferocious beast like the green-haired monkey wasn't strong, but its speed was very fast, and a black iron-grade green-haired monkey could almost be compared to some bronze-grade ferocious beasts. The green-haired monkey scratched its head, carefully sizing up Ji Yunha, looking a few points more naive. One person and one monkey stared at each other in this weird atmosphere for dozens of seconds, and finally, the green-haired monkey couldn't help it. If he scratched his head any longer, it would be bald, only to see that green-haired monkey directly running towards Ji Yunha's direction. In the blink of an eye, it had already rushed from 100 meters away to 30 meters away from Ji Yunha, and in its hand, it was preparing to release a claw strike. Little white, bite it for me. Xiao Bai had also long been impatient to try out his newly mastered ability, only to see that after curling up slightly, it popped out like a white lightning bolt and quickly attacked the green-haired monkey. The green-furred monkey that was running towards Ji Yunha had already stopped when it saw that white figure so quickly, because it sensed a fatal crisis. Its hair all over its body exploded in fear, and subconsciously had to turn around and escape. But it was already close enough. How could it escape the faster Xiao Bai? Before it could turn around, it was entangled by Xiao Bai, unable to move. Before Ji Yunha had time to order Xiao Bai to launch a new round of skills, he realized that the monkey had long since fallen to the ground dead because all of its bones had been crushed. Wah! This was rolled to death? What a poor ability to resist pressure. Ji Yunha couldn't help but sigh, completely forgetting that his imperial beast was a silver level bullying a black iron level. As for the green-furred monkey that died tragically, Ji Yunha was also completely oblivious to it. After all, this kind of low-grade beast itself had little value. Other low-grade imperial beast masters might treat it as a treasure, but for Ji Yunha, it had almost no value. Its genes were also not at all suitable for Xiao Bai to use, and could only be used as Xiao Bai's rations. Alas, there is no way. Who let himself this raise beasts like doing tasks? As long as you find the right genes, will be able to rise a little bit of experience. Experience enough to upgrade. This way of cultivating imperial beasts was simply too good to be true. Other people see the blood bar and start hunting gods, but they see the experience bar and start exploding the liver of a god-level imperial beast? Moreover, Ji Yunha didn't intend to fuse too many messy genes into Xiao Bai. Don't let it be bad if the dragon isn't built by then and a Godzilla is made out of it. I didn't expect that. While others are still studying how to imperialize beasts, I'm here studying how to create sacred beasts. Little White, why do you think the gap between people is so big? After Ji Yunha let Little White devour the green-haired monkey's corpse, he also stopped paying attention to it and turned his head to start looking for his next victim. The moment of the hunt had begun. Chapter 9 being an old 6. Although the first ferocious beast killed was only of the black iron grade, this was a good start for Ji Yunha. After all, this at least proved that he was fully capable of defending himself in this wilderness and had the opportunity to harvest more. As Ji Yunha continued to command Little White to kill various low-level ferocious beasts, a burst of system sounds soon rang out. Ding, the complete gene of the vine man rabbit has appeared near you. Is it to be absorbed? Ding, the complete gene of the iron-faced spider has appeared near you. Is it to be absorbed? Ding, a green hairy monkey complete gene has appeared near you. Is it to be absorbed? Xiao Bai's information panel also changed dramatically. Name, Jade Scale Python. Level, 24, Silver. Potential, Gold. Attribute, Grass. Talent, Jungle Hunter. Ability to lurk within the jungle is greatly increased. Confidence is increased against opponents below his level, and the effectiveness of his attacks is increased by 10%. Skills, Poisonous Bite, Toxic Fawn's Eclipse, Jade's Tail, Toxic Web Entanglement, Eagle Eyes, Passive, Jade Spirit Lurking, Passive, Evolutionary Route, 3. In just half a day, Xiao Bai's level was like a rocket, directly rising from level 21 to level 24, with an upgrade speed equivalent to more than tens of times that of other imperial beasts of the same level. If this was placed a month ago, Ji Yunha wouldn't even dare to think about it. Perhaps Xiao Bai had already reached the silver level, and the effect of the black iron level genes on its enhancement could be said to be minimal. Even bronze level genes were extremely difficult for Little White to improve. This also led to the fact that most of the genes didn't allow the Jade Scale Python's existing skills to be upgraded or gain new skills. Only genes similar to the iron-faced spider type that had a commonality could make Xiao Bai's skills change. Ji Yunha looked at the jade scale python that was devouring the corpses of ferocious beasts and cursed with a smile. Eat, 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 just know how to eat. Is there any other use for eating so much besides growing meat? The highest level of the ferocious beasts near the protective wall is only bronze level. Going on like this won't improve the practical combat ability at all. After thinking for a moment, Ji Yunha decided to head deeper into the dense forest to see if he could encounter some higher level ferocious beasts. However, this time, he wasn't as casual as when he was at the outskirts of the forest, but instead, he went against the norm and carefully hid in the grass as he moved forward, and was always observing the movements around him. On the side, Little White rolled his eyes fiercely. How could I have such a disgraceful master? This is not looking down on me. White Snake. Just as Ji Yunha was about to continue hunting the ferocious beasts, a beast roar came from the distance. Ji Yunha instantly fixed himself in place, not daring to move, and perked up his ears to listen carefully. Almost at the same moment, another roar of another ferocious beast rang out. This time, Ji Yunha was able to tell, probably a few kilometers away from his direction. There were two beasts fighting over something, even so far apart. That beastly roar still seemed so majestic and tyrannical. His gaze landed on a direction, and a cold aura instantly rose from his body. This is a gold-level ferocious beast. If this was placed in the past, Ji Yunha would probably be so scared that he would turn his head and run. But Ji Yunha wasn't the scrapper he once was, and there was still Xiao Bai, a silver-level imperial beast by his side to give him the backbone. Ji Yunha decided to take a risk for once. He would observe nearby and never venture close. There shouldn't be any danger, right? Even if we can't beat it, as long as it's not two gold-level chasing after us together to beat us up. Self-preservation is always no problem, right? Ji Yunha looked at Xiao Bai, who was burping at the side, and was somewhat skeptical. Whatever, riches are dangerous. Ji Yunha, who made up his mind, began to quickly run to the direction where the beast roar came from. When the beast roar became louder and louder, the sound of various fights also gradually became clearer and clearer. The distance should be about right. It's better to be careful. Ji Yunha then crept once again. Before he got close, Ji Yunha had already seen two huge figures. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a black giant bear and a white spotted tiger that were fighting. The white tiger waist has a bone-deep scratches, is bleeding out, and the other side of the black bear is also a dense wound. There are a few places on the body is missing a large area of hair, as if it was scorched. The surroundings were filled with the wreckage of some trees and various traces left by the fight, so it could be seen how intense the battle between the two sides was. I wonder if I can call up the information panel from this distance. Ji Yunha tried calling out the system, and soon the detailed information of the two ferocious beasts appeared in front of him. Name, Thundercloud Tiger. Talent, 1. Thunder Body, Thunder Skill Damage Enhancement, which reduces the amount of thunder damage one receives. Potential, Gold. Evil, Level 36, Gold. Tribute Beast System, Thunder System. Skill, Thunder Claw. Thunder Raid. Thunder Tail Whip. Running Attack. Tear Bite. Ji Yunha couldn't help but marvel at its power, and then turned his head to take another look at another ferocious beast. Good guy. This one is even more heavyweight. Name, Iron Armor Bear. Talent, 1. Iron Armor, attached to a hard iron armor, can reduce the physical damage received. 2. Brute Force, their own strength has been greatly increased. Potential, Gold. Evil 37 levels, Gold. Attributes, Beast System, Gold System. Skill, Steel Body. Vajra Palm. Tier, Flesh Bomb Blast. Oh, that's pretty powerful. Wait. System, explain to me, what the hell is this Flesh Bomb Impact? This is a term that was generated based on the host's memory in order to facilitate the host's comprehension. Ji Yunha spat while observing the situation. Don't look at that iron-armored bear with more wounds on its body. But in reality, its skin was thick and fleshy, so it could only be counted as a traumatic injury at most. On the contrary, on the other side, due to that huge wound, the Thundercloud Tiger's movement had been severely affected, making it difficult to utilize its speed advantage at all. From the current situation, that iron-armored bear clearly had the upper hand, but at the same time he also felt puzzled. With the speed of the Thundercloud Tiger, it could at least run if it couldn't beat it. There was absolutely no need to split life and death with that blind bear until Ji Yunha slowly twisted and crawled to less than 100 meters away from the Thundercloud Tiger. He realized that the Thundercloud Tiger was a tigress, and that the Thundercloud Tiger behind clearly there is a small furry head out, so there's a little cub. Seeing this scene, Ji Yunha instantly understood. No wonder this female Thundercloud Tiger refused to flee. It turned out to be for the protection of her child. It was true that female tigers were weak, but a mother was strong. Seeing this Thundercloud Tiger protecting her child, Ji Yunha decided to give it a hand. Then she turned her gaze to Little White on the side and righteously said, Xiao Bai, I've decided. Let's be an old 6 today. Chapter 10. Why don't I help you heal your wounds first? Ji Yunha leaned down and whispered a few words with the jade-scaled snake. First you do this and this, then that and that. How about it? This plan of mine is simply perfect. Little White's coin-sized eyes widened as he listened, and if it wasn't for the fact that it couldn't speak, then he would have definitely said, I may not be human, but you're a real dog. Ji Yunha also realized that Little White Snake's eyes were not right and rewarded Little White with a slap on the head. Watch and learn well. Learn how people fight. Ji Yunha hadn't even finished speaking when he was coldly wrapped around Little White's neck, and for a while his words were not clear. Young man, you engage in sneak attack. You can't afford to play. At this moment, Ji Yunha looked as if he had a scarf hanging around his neck. One person and one snake kept this marvelous posture, creeping in the grass. The scene looked very weird. Another dozens of breaths later, the wounds on the two beasts added a lot more. Lei Yunhu's stamina obviously couldn't keep up, but the bear-blind man relied on a piece of iron armor, and didn't see any decline at all. Ji Yunha patted the white scarf hanging around his neck. Stop fooling around. It's time to act. It was only then that Little White slowly and leisurely climbed down from Ji Yunha's neck and unleashed the skill he had acquired when he evolved to the silver level, Jade Spirit Lurking. Flicking his tail a few times, he disappeared from Ji Yunha's line of sight in the blink of an eye. Ji Yunha also couldn't help but sigh to the fact that this skill was really magical. Didn't it say that Imperial Beast Masters can also use some of the abilities of Imperial Beasts? I also don't know how I can use the skills of the Imperial Beasts. If I also have this ability, wouldn't that be possible? As soon as he thought of this, Ji Yunha immediately reached out and slapped his face, cursing himself in his heart. What a time to be thinking about these colorful things. Ugh, how shameless. And his attention was quickly drawn back to the battlefield not far away. He saw that the iron-armored bear had caught one of Thundercloud Tiger's cracks, and was about to execute the skill Flesh Bomb Impact, when all of a sudden, the iron-armored bear seemed to have been electrocuted, and jerked violently. Afterwards, the original movement was not fast enough to become even slower, and the opposite side of the Thundercloud Tiger also grasped this time, and violently pounced on the iron-armored bear, and fiercely bit down on the neck of the iron-armored bear, hiding in the bushes. Ji Yunha snickered. It seems that Xiaobai had gotten his hands on it, and it looks like it worked pretty well. It turned out that after using the skill Jade Spirit Lurking to get close, Xiaobai seized the gap in time when that iron-armored bear launched its skill and quietly used another skill, Poisonous Tearing Bite. Under the effect of the poison skill of the silver-level snake class, that iron-armored bear had inexplicably convulsed, and now it seemed that the toxicity had already kicked in. Although with Little White Snake's current silver rank strength, it wasn't enough to make that iron-armored bear drink the Northwest on this yet, but it was still possible to barely make its actions become a bit slower. As a matter of fact, the fact that Little White Snake's poisonous bite was able to break through the hard layer of the iron-armored bear's fur was what surprised Ji Yunha the most. Looks like I still underestimated Little White too much. Ji Yunha stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seems that after fusing with all types of genes, although Xiaobai's skills haven't been improved, all aspects of his physical qualities have still been enhanced in unseen ways. Ji Yunha was considering how to utilize the different genes to enhance the Jade Scale Python's physical quality in the future when the battlefield changed once again. Originally, upon seeing the appearance of the Jade-Scaled Python, the Thundercloud Tiger was taken aback, thinking that it was a helper invited by that blind bear, and almost launched an indiscriminate attack. But when it saw the Jade-Scaled Python give the iron-armored bear's ass a bite, it froze hard in place for a second. It was also at this time that this Thundercloud Tiger immediately realized that this white snake that had suddenly appeared was at least not hostile towards itself, which was why it didn't launch an attack on Little White. However, even with the help of the Jade-Scaled Python, the Thundercloud Tiger was not a power player after all. Coupled with the fact that the iron-armored bear was already one level higher than the Thundercloud Tiger, wanting to suppress the iron-armored bear was still a very difficult thing to do. Don't underestimate the difference between this one level. Not everyone can upgrade as fast as Ji Yunha's Imperial Beast. This one level of gold level might be the result of nearly a year of cultivation for this iron-armored bear. Just as the battle was raging, the iron-armored bear violently broke free from the Thundercloud Tiger's restraints, and it finally sensed that continuing to stay here any longer could be fatal. Ji Yunha then saw that the iron-armored bear actually puckered its butt and fled towards the depths of the dense forest without looking back. Holy, this bear is quite sensible. Does it have a nickname called Junjie? But just as the iron-armored bear scattered its legs and ran wildly, a turquoise spider web appeared in front of it. It turned out that the Jade-Scaled Python had used the spider web binding that it had just learned from the iron-masked spider, and now that it had learned it, it came in handy. Don't ask why snakes can spit out spider webs. Ask is the great world of no wonder. Taking advantage of the iron-armored bear's unsteady position, the Thundercloud Tiger also seized the opportunity to directly launch the skill Thunderbolt running attack. Almost instantaneously came to the side of the iron-armored bear. Subsequently, it was a thunderclaw that went straight to the face of the iron-armored bear. This big mouth directly to the blind bear fainted. Taking advantage of his unconsciousness from the electricity, the thundercloud tiger used its tiger teeth to bite the neck of the iron-armored bear through the neck. Being affected by the dual negative effects of the poison system and the lightning system, the iron-armored bear was unable to put up any resistance at all, and could only watch the Lei Yunhu tear itself apart a little bit. A tiger and a bear kept this marvelous posture. Stalemate for a few minutes. The iron-armored bears only slowly stopped resisting, lying in place stiffly lying corpse, until the iron-armored bear's vitality completely dissipated. The thundercloud tiger that felt its chi exhausted was also finally unable to support its body and collapsed. Even looking at such a weak Lei Yunhu in front of him, Ji Yunha didn't intend to take advantage of people's danger to enter the field to harvest people's heads. Not to mention that he and Xiaobai currently did not have the strength to deal with a gold-level thundercloud tiger. Even if they had enough strength, Ji Yunha was not willing to harm such a great mother in order to profit from being a fisherman. Ji Yunha was still hesitant to take advantage of the present to sneak away. Who knows that the thundercloud tiger actually turned that huge head towards the grass where Ji Yunha was. A pair of copper bell-sized azure blue tiger eyes seemed to be signaling for Ji Yunha to come out honestly. Finished. Ji Yunha this time but wanna slip cannot slip away. Had to show up form, and raised his hands, said he has no malice. We originally just want to be a good deed without leaving a name of the enthusiastic citizens. How was caught right in the middle of it. In fact, as a feline thundercloud tiger, its sense of smell is naturally quite sharp. From the time Ji Yunha just arrived, it had already detected Ji Yunha's scent, probably because it thought that Ji Yunha's strength was too weak to pose a threat to itself at all, which is why it paid no attention to it. At this time, the thundercloud tiger cub that had been hiding behind its mother had also long since peeked its head out, and was carefully licking its wounds for its mother. When it discovered Ji Yunha coming out from the grass, it was instantly on guard, like a little cat that had exploded its fur, bending down to put on an appearance of being ready to fight. That small thundercloud tiger cub looks but just full month's appearance. Fangs have not yet grown complete to learn from their own mother showing teeth. Look very cute, especially a pair of dynamic light blue eyes with a shiny white fur. Looks exquisite extraordinary. Ji Yunha also noticed Lei Yunhu's mother and son's defenses. He had to first stand still and raise his hands to show that he had no malicious intent. Immediately after that, he was silently calling out in his heart, making Xiaobai lift his optical invisibility, and then raised Xiaobai in his hand, desperately trying to hint to the opposite side of the thundercloud tiger mother and son. Just now it was us who helped you but now seeing that Ji Yunha was not alone, that thundercloud tiger was once again on guard, shaking its body, trying to stand up to protect its child, but due to its injuries, it was unable to stand up after all. Originally the female thundercloud tiger still had a murderous intent, but seeing the white snake wrapped around Ji Yunha's hand, and remembering the bizarre reaction of the iron-armored bear, it seemed to suddenly understand something. The hostility in her eyes dispersed a few points, but she was still very wary of staring at the not too far away Ji Yunha. One person and one tiger just like this stared at each other. The scene was once very awkward. Suddenly, Ji Yunha ghostly opened his mouth. I see that you're quite seriously injured. Why don't I help you heal your wounds first? Chapter 11. This is gone? That thundercloud tiger suddenly moved after confronting Ji Yunha for more than 10 seconds. Don't come over healing or whatever, I'm just joking. Don't take it seriously. Ji Yunha instantly shuddered violently, and the little white snake by his feet was also immediately in a fighting stance, ready to meet the attack. But that thundercloud tiger only looked deeply at Ji Yunha and turned away with his cubs, leaving Ji Yunha and little white staring wide-eyed at the spot. That's gone? This iron-armored bear's corpse is also not wanted? Only then did Ji Yunha realize afterward that he had really succeeded in picking up the pieces. This is really rich. This is a complete gold-level ferocious beast corpse. Putting it on the market would immediately attract a rush, and it could be sold for hundreds of thousands of dollars casually. Although he didn't know what made Lei Yunhu voluntarily give up this iron-armored bear's corpse, but since it was delivered to his eyes, there was no reason not to accept it. Then how is it better to deal with such a large iron-armored bear? Should we directly extract the genes for Little White to absorb or sell it for money? This iron-armored bear looks like a meat shield, and it feels like the genes aren't so suitable for the assassin route that Xiaobai is going to take. After thinking about it, Ji Yun has still decided to sell the corpse of this iron-armored bear. For one thing, Little White had just advanced to silver and still needed to digest his own abilities, and it would be difficult to absorb the complete genes of an entire iron-armored bear. Secondly, the genes of this iron-armored bear weren't that suitable for Xiaobai. A mammal and a reptile didn't seem to go well together. Furthermore, with Little White advancing to the silver rank, Ji Yunha also advanced to become a bronze-ranked Imperial Beast Master, which meant that he could once again contract an Imperial Beast. Do you think Ji Yunha wasn't in a hurry? No, he was in a hurry, but his empty pockets made him hold his horses for a while, and right now this iron-armored bear just solved his urgent need. I'm sorry Little White, when I save up some money later, I'll find you a suitable ferocious beast to absorb. Little White also nodded with a very understanding blink. In that case, how do we move this fat bear away? Ji Yunha agonized again, and Little White Snake turned his head to the side, expressing his love. Do you have a solution? System? As soon as the words fell, a spatial crack appeared in the air, swallowing that iron-armored bear's huge body. Ding, iron-armored bear's body *1 has been placed into the system space. Space? Why didn't you take out such a convenient thing earlier? The system was silent on this. Half an hour later, Ji Yunha arrived at the 9th City's Imperial Beast Trading Center. In front of them was a glorious building that looked like a jewelry box glittering in the sunlight, precious and alluring, appearing out of place with the other stores around them, and the plaque outside the door featured 3 large words, Jumbo Jade. As one of the largest material merchant houses in the entire 9th City, Zhenbao Zhai had an excellent reputation within the 9th City. Moreover, this merchant house was not only opened in the 9th City, but also had branches in other cities. It was known for its fair prices and superior quality, and the customers who came to it were all praising it. The evolutionary materials Ji Yunha purchased last time were also all ordered from Jumbo Jade's online platform. Ji Yunha had just walked through the door of the Jumbo Jade, and was soon greeted by a Cheongsam-clad receptionist who quickly stepped forward to ask, "Hello, may I ask if you are selling materials?" "Yes, I have a whole ferocious beast corpse for sale." Seeing Ji Yunha's empty hands, the receptionist knew that he should have a special spatial ring for storing items, and his tone became more respectful. It should be known that a spatial ring needs to be handmade by an amethyst-grade Imperial Beast Master who possesses a spatial attribute Imperial Beast, and its price starts at a minimum of $200,000, and it's still priced at a price that can't be found on the market. Therefore, most of the people who could own a spatial ring were either rich or noble. Then please take it out of the spatial ring first, and I'll help you appraise the value of the material. Ji Yunha looked around and frowned. I'm selling a gold-level ferocious beast corpse, so I'll appraise it directly inside the hall? Upon hearing this, that receptionist further determined that Ji Yunha's identity was extraordinary and hurriedly invited Ji Yunha into a very luxurious reception room. Please wait, I don't have the authority to appraise this grade of ferocious beast material. I'll go and ask a higher-level appraiser for you. The efficiency of the Jumbo Jade was very fast. Ji Yunha had only just sat down when the appraiser that the receptionist had mentioned had already walked through the door. The person who came was a woman wearing a long purple dress, with a delicate figure, a pair of long and well-proportioned legs exposed outside the dress. Very beautiful. The woman also wore a thin lavender veil on her face. Although the veil was thin, it seemed to be a very special piece of equipment. No matter how Ji Yunha looked, she was unable to see the other party's true face through the veil. Hello, I'm Zhao Shuhan, the senior appraiser of the Jumbo store. I wonder what your name is. Ji Yunha immediately stood up from the chair and said in a serious manner, Hello sister, my name is Ji Yunha, 18 years old this year, male, unmarried. The little white snake on the side couldn't stand to watch. Stepping forward was a divine dragon swinging its tail to whip on Ji Yunha's butt. Ah, what are you doing, little white? This scene was all seen by the woman, who secretly marveled at how intelligent this youngster's imperial beast was. Sir, you said you wanted to sell a gold-grade ferocious beast material. Is it convenient to take it out for me to appraise? Oh, okay, I almost forgot about the main event. Ji Yunha coughed softly, removing his attention from Zhao Shuhan's veil, then flipped open his spatial ring and took out the corpse of the iron-armored bear. Boom! With a muffled and heavy sound, the corpse of a ferocious beast like a small hill appeared in front of the two. The corpse was placed on the ground, its enormous size taking up a considerable amount of space within the hospitality room. Zhao Shuhan's eyes instantly revealed a look of surprise and muttered in a low voice, It's still really a gold-level ferocious beast? She couldn't help but turn her head to look at Ji Yunha's young face again, the amazement in her heart growing stronger. Ji Yunha was instead a little embarrassed by the look. Oh, what are you doing? I'm not that handsome. Why is this sister staring at me all the time? But of course he didn't know Zhao Shuhan's inner shock. Just now the receptionist told her that there is a young man to sell gold-level beasts. She is still very skeptical. Look at the whole of the 9th city, so many mercenary corps. Every day to go out to hunt cannot see to kill a gold-level beasts. You tell me a small high school students to sell gold-level beasts corpse? I'm not going to believe that. But if this gold-level corpse really came from a high school student's hand, it would make her shocked. Zhao Shuhan hadn't thought that she had only come to the 9th city to inspect the branch for half a year, but she had actually met such a genius beast master. This kind of genius was stunning enough to be placed in the entire federation. Thinking of this, Zhao Shuhan looked at Ji Yunha with a smile and asked, Mr. Ji, it's really an eye-opener for me. The corpse of this gold-level ferocious beast is indeed rare, and our Jumbo Jade is happy to appraise and value it for you. Zhao Shuhan's gaze was also locked onto the corpse. Her profession allowed her to have a keen judgment on the value of ferocious beasts' materials. After observing carefully for a while, Zhao Shuhan reached out her hand and gently stroked the surface of the corpse, closing her eyes as if she was feeling something. Ji Yunha and Little White Snake, on the other hand, waited quietly. After all, they didn't know much about the process and could only be judged by someone more specialized. After a while, Zhao Shuhan opened his eyes and said to Ji Yunha with a smile, "This Mr. Ji, you are really lucky. This is a very good quality gold level ferocious beast corpse. Not only is it intact, but the magic core inside is also well preserved. According to our appraisal, the value of this corpse is quite considerable." "Oh, may I ask what the exact valuation is?" Ji Yunha couldn't help but feel foolish when she heard this. Zhao Shuhan smiled and said, "With the quality of this ferocious beast's corpse, it is predicted that it will be able to sell for at least $1.5 million federal dollars or more if it is auctioned within the Federation. Of course, the actual price will also depend on the market demand and the bidders." Ji Yunha's heart shook as he listened. This price exceeded his expectations. 1.5 million federal coins. This was already a considerable amount of wealth. He couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement rise within him. Seeing Ji Yunha's expression, Zhao Shuhan knew that he should be satisfied with this price. So he continued, "However, if you are willing to entrust our Jumbo Jade to conduct the auction, we can help you with all the formalities, as well as displaying this ferocious beast carcass in the major cities within the Federation in order to obtain a better auction price." Ji Yunha pondered for a moment and nodded. "In that case, I'll entrust Zhenbazai to conduct the auction. However, I have one more request. I hope to keep the information about my identity confidential." Zhao Shuhan smiled and nodded. "This is no problem. We at Jumbo Jade have always strictly adhered to our clients' privacy requirements. You can rest assured that your identity information will not be leaked." Ji Yunha let out a sigh of relief. He knew that even though he had sold this gold-ranked ferocious beast corpse, he could still obtain a higher value through the auction. Next, Zhao Shuhan began to handle the relevant formalities for Ji Yunha and described the auction process and timetable in detail. Ji Yunha, on the other hand, listened attentively, full of curiosity and anticipation for this brand new field. After completing all the formalities at the Jumbo store, Ji Yunha left the Imperial Beast Trading Center in a very happy mood. Chapter 12, Shin Qingyun. As Su walked home, the setting sun cast a warm afterglow, the trees cast dappled shadows, and the entire street was filled with a tranquil atmosphere. However, the wind that blew slowly was accompanied by the faint smell of smoke and blood, making one's heart tighten. As he approached a corner of the street, there was a sudden roar and the ground shook slightly. He looked up, only to see an armored car and tank returning from outside the city, laden with tired-looking army casualties and imperial beasts covered in wounds. Ji Yunha's brows furrowed as an unspeakable sadness welled up in his heart. Obviously, this conquest had not resulted in a victory, and the ferocious beast clans outside the city were still exceptionally powerful, and the threat they faced was far more serious than they had imagined. Sighing, Ji Yunha walked forward and approached an armored vehicle that had stopped. Through the window of the vehicle, he was able to see that the military wounded were stony-faced, some with a forlorn expression, while others had a resolute gaze. As for the imperial beasts on the armored car, some were already unconscious, some were breathing heavily. The battle for a while had caused them considerable damage. A military doctor hurriedly came forward, and they began to busily carry out the treatment of the injured and the imperial beasts. Ji Yunha couldn't help but frown. He could feel the perseverance and efforts of these people, but at the same time, he could also feel this atmosphere of despair. Things don't seem to be going too well this time, he muttered to himself, a longing rising in his heart to become stronger as soon as possible, to make a contribution to this city, to this land. I will become stronger, to protect you all, to protect this land, he whispered, as if making a vow. At this time, the street lamps on the street had already lit up dimly. Riding on the small electric donkey, Ji Yunha frowned slightly. Obviously everything went well, but for some reason, he always had an ominous premonition. Ji Yunha returned home and prepared to start enjoying his dinner. At the same time, the doorbell of Ji Yunha's house rang, and Ji Yunha, who was interrupted, felt a little irritated. Who is it, knocking on the door in the middle of the night? As soon as the door opened, she saw a woman with long hair hanging over her shoulders. Her fair skin looked glistening and translucent under the moonlight. Wearing a long aquamarine dress, she was standing there with her hands wrapped around her chest, and beside her floated a small bird clad in colorful wings. Sister Qingyun, what brings you here? Ji Yunha complained. Shin Qingyun instantly raised her willow eyebrows. Brat, owes a beating, right? Ji Yunha perfunctorily said a few words to Shin Qingyun, then smiled and greeted the little bird beside Shin Qingyun. Long time no see, little Chang. Little Chang also flew to Ji Yunha's shoulder and affectionately rubbed his furry little head against him. Shin Qingyun reached out to set aside Ji Yunha, then walked into the house, and with a sharp eye, she saw Little White, who was playing after eating his fill at once. Little this is it? Shin Qingyun's gaze stopped on Xiao Bai with some surprise. Ji Yunha hurriedly introduced. This is Little White. It's my contracted imperial beast. It just evolved and became a bit different. I wasn't thinking of going out to find a foreign beast to practice with, but it turned out that Little White accidentally evolved. Shen Maiyao originally thought that this was a seamless explanation, but he didn't expect that Shen Xingyun still grabbed his ears. What? A dense forest? I think you have itchy skin again, don't you? Now. He finally knew where this ominous premonition came from. You don't go to the martial arts center, but you want to run to the dense forest. Do you know how dangerous it is? Ji Yunha covered his ears and begged for mercy. Sister, you have no idea. I know it's wrong. I won't dare next time. When Shen Xingyun heard this, he let go of his hand and walked over to the sofa and sat down. Speaking in a serious tone, Shen Xingyun sighed and said with a serious expression, Yesterday, I saw you traveling outside the city alone. Don't you know how dangerous the situation outside the city is? Ji Yun has scratched his head awkwardly. Sister Qingyun, I just wanted to exercise myself. I didn't expect you to be so worried. Shen Xingyun's tone was a bit angry. Exercise? Do you also know how powerful the ferocious beast clans we have here are? The dangers outside the city are far beyond your imagination. Ji Yun has smiled awkwardly. Sister Qingyun, I'll be careful and won't take any chances. Shen Xingyun obviously hadn't gotten over it. Little White has just evolved. Its power and ability became stronger, but it also became harder to control. Have you considered this? Ji Yunha hesitated a little. I will try to control it. Shen Xingyun sighed. Wah, you're always so impulsive, and this kind of behavior could have serious consequences. You have to know that a royal beast master's responsibility is not only to protect yourself, but also to protect your royal beast. You're not alone anymore. Ji Yunha silently lowered his head, sensing the concern and worry behind Shen Xingyun's words. Shen Xingyun looked at him and eased his tone a bit. Wah, I know that you're an impulsive young man, but please think more about yourself as well and don't take risks so easily. Ji Yunha nodded. He understood that Shen Xingyun's words were for his benefit. After all, he was still just a student who needed to learn and grow, and although he possessed the power of the imperial beast, he also needed to know how to utilize and control it. Sister Qingyun, thank you for your concern. I will pay attention, he said solemnly. Shen Xingyun smiled faintly, seemingly satisfied with his answer. Good, since you understand, I'm relieved. However, you have to promise me this time that you won't go outside the city alone again. Ji Yunha nodded his head in agreement. He also understood that there were some things that really needed to be reminded by someone, otherwise it would be easy to fall into blind impulsiveness. Shen Xingyun looked at him with a hint of warmth in his eyes. Alright, I've finished what I was going to say. You should also reflect on it. Also, if you have any difficulties or problems in the future, whether it's about imperial beasts or anything else, you can come to me. Ji Yunha nodded and looked at Shen Xingyun gratefully. Thank you, Sister Qingyun. Shen Xingyun gently patted his shoulder. You're welcome, we are neighbors and friends after all. The conversation between the two of them was gradually easing the atmosphere. Ji Yunha felt a warm emotion welling up in his heart, and also understood more about his position and responsibility in this world. Just then, Little White suddenly let out a cheerful chirp from the side, catching their attention. Shen Xingyun approached Little White and carefully observed it, his expression becoming grave. An evolved imperial beast will indeed have a great increase in power, but it will also become more difficult to control. You have to be careful. Don't lose control because of your power. Ji Yunha nodded his head in understanding. He understood that Shen Xingyun's words were words of experience and a reminder and warning to him. Shen Xingyun looked at the night sky and said softly, the imperial beast is our partner and our responsibility. I hope you can protect it well and let it become your strength, not your burden. However, Shen Xingyun's gaze once again locked onto the plate in Ji Yunha's hand, and remembered something important. What did you just give your family's Little White to eat? Ji Yunha gave her sister a puzzled look, but still answered honestly. Just those tiejiao beef in the refrigerator. Sis, you're not unaware that our family has never bought synthetic meat either. Shen Xingyun was speechless for a moment, and could only touch his forehead and fall into silence. But then he considered Ji Yunha's limited understanding of imperial beast masters, so he patiently began to explain. Little Wa, there is actually a specialized kind of imperial beast food. They contain all kinds of nutrients required by imperial beasts and are suitable for different categories of imperial beasts. These imperial beast foods have high and low prices depending on the raw materials used to make them, with expensive imperial beast foods being more nutritious. Powerful imperial beasts require more energy to maintain their strength, so eating high-quality imperial beast food is vital. However, home-raised imperial beasts that don't participate in imperial beast duels and competitions will suffice to eat some ordinary fey beast meat. Ji Yunha listened with rapt attention, and at the same time began to understand the importance of imperial beast food. Just then, Shen Xingyun took out a small bag of something, from which he took out a square-shaped object, somewhat similar to beef jerky. and handed it to Ji Yunha. This is a kind of imperial beast food, specially developed. Different imperial beasts have different needs, and this grain can fulfill their nutritional needs. The price is divided into high and low, but it's not considered expensive for us. I can get some discounts at the Federation University, and I will bring you some when I return. Looking at the sister who was so caring, Ji Yunha felt a lot of emotions in his heart. Although he knew that the imperial beast food was indeed not cheap, he himself could supplement Xiaobai by absorbing the energy of other ferocious beasts. It seemed like there was no need for such a thing at all. However, it would not do to keep letting Little White absorb energy. Right now it was only because he was poor. When he had a broader hand, there was no reason to continue to let Little White follow him and suffer. So in the future, Ji Yunha would still have to use this kind of imperial beast food. Thinking of this, Ji Yunha simply accepted the few imperial beast food given by Shin Qingyun and proceeded to chat with Shin Qingyun. As the conversation deepened, Ji Yunha gradually understood the value and role of the imperial beast food, and also recognized her sister's dedication even more. After chatting for a while, Shin Qingyun also went back to his home to rest. Early the next morning, the morning light gradually illuminated the sky in front of the window. Suddenly, a knock on the door cut through the tranquility. Knock knock. Shin Qingyun knocked on Ji Yunha's room door once again. Chapter 13, Beastmaster Examination. Little Wa, why haven't you gotten up yet? Didn't you say yesterday that you were going to conduct the Imperial Beastmaster Examination? Look at what time it is now. There was no way Ji Yunha could not wake up in this situation. If he didn't wake up again, he was afraid that he would have to change the door of his room. Coming. I woke up a long time ago. When Ji Yunha finished washing up and walked downstairs, the table was already prepared with soy milk, donuts and other breakfast. In addition to these, there were also 3 plates prepared for the imperial beasts, which contained a few squares of imperial beast food. The two hurriedly finished their breakfast and prepared to go out. Shin Qingyun reminded, I've already contacted the Imperial Beast Master Center. You just need to follow me. He wiped the soup stains from the corners of his mouth and looked at Ji Yunha, his words revealing his expectations for his brother. After they went out, they didn't choose to call a car because Shin Qingyun had one. This car was not luxurious, but it was the result of Shin Qingyun's hard work, a part of their life that carried a strong sense of warmth and memories. Shin Qingyun drove the car. The scenery outside the car window was picturesque. Ji Yunha sat on the passenger seat and felt the coolness of the morning breeze brushing her face. The buildings and green trees on both sides of the street presented a tranquil and beautiful scene under the sunlight. The city's roads were swarming with traffic, and even on weekends, people's lives were still busy. After about half an hour, the car finally drove into the destination. We've arrived. Shin Qingyun parked the car in the parking lot. They didn't go through the main entrance, but walked straight towards the side entrance. A staff member greeted them, wearing black and white overalls and looking very professional. Miss Ji, hello. Is this the person who is going to participate in the Imperial Beast Master Examination? The female staff member smiled and inquired, her voice gentle and kind, making people feel at home. Yes, he is my brother. You can bring him to the examination room. We will try to streamline the process in the future. Shin Qingyun's voice revealed confidence and calmness, and his smile seemed like a ray of warm sunshine, making people feel warm and at ease. Ji Yunha felt a sense of warmth well up in his heart as he felt his sister's aura. That staff member led him and together they headed to the examination room. Alright, the examination room is ready. Please follow me. Ji Yunha's heart was filled with anticipation and nervousness. What was the Imperial Beast Master Examination like? Would it be difficult? He prayed silently in his heart, hoping that he would pass with flying colors. Walking into the Imperial Beast Master Center, Ji Yunha couldn't help but look at Shin Qingyun and silently sigh. So it turned out that his own sister had such a brand name outside. That said, how come this being a royal beast master still requires an examination? What is the content of the test? Is there another talent test? Then in case I don't pass the test, do I have to shout don't deceive the young and poor? Don't be nervous, the test is actually very simple. Since you're able to go outside the city alone to practice, the test shouldn't be a problem. Shin Qingyun sensed his brother's nervousness and patiently comforted him. Shin Qingyun's voice was like a light breeze that brushed over the ripples within Ji Yunha's heart, bringing an inexplicable sense of comfort and firmness. Ji Yunha nodded, feeling his sister's care, his heart filled with gratitude. Perhaps it was because today's matter was special. He sensed that Shin Qingyun's words contained more. That anticipation and encouragement seemed to inspire his courage. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and a determined light shone in his eyes as he decided that he would face the upcoming examination in the best possible condition. Ji Yunha deeply felt his sister's care and a warm current surged in his heart. Sister was always that considerate of him, both in life and in moments like this. He smiled and nodded, following the staff towards the examination room. At this moment, Ji Yunha's mood was both filled with anticipation and mixed with a hint of nervousness. The Imperial Beast Master examination was a brand new challenge, and he didn't know what he would encounter and whether he would be able to handle it. His heart was like a pool of gurgling spring, surging at times and calming at others, as he silently prayed in his heart that he would be able to show his best self in the examination. Finally, they arrived at the door of the examination room. Ji Yunha took a deep breath, pushed open the door, and stepped into the examination room. The atmosphere in the room appeared solemn and challenging, and an excitement surged through him as his gaze was firm. In this room full of unknowns, what awaited him was a series of tests and challenges, and he was about to show his ability and potential with a view to passing this important hurdle. Upon entering, there was already a man waiting inside the room. Before Ji Yunha could even open his mouth, the man had already begun his self-introduction. My name is Han Fong, a gold-level Imperial Beast Master, and I'm your assessor for this examination. All you need to do is have your Imperial Beast use its ability against the instrument in front of you, and I'll decide your Imperial Beast Master level based on the strength of the ability, plus the quality of the Imperial Beast. Han Fong added, if your Imperial Beast has talent, let your Imperial Beast demonstrate its talent first. Actually, he didn't think that a newcomer like Ji Yunha's Imperial Beast would have a talent, as most silver and black iron ranked Imperial Beasts didn't have a talent. He also just followed the process and asked, not holding much hope at all. Ji Yunha nodded and let the white-scaled snake get off of him. Senior, my Imperial Beasts have two talents, one of which is an active talent and the other is a passive talent. Han Fong casually answered. Oh, so, wait, what? Two talents? Soon he came back to his senses and violently stood up from his chair. Ji Yunha was so frightened by it that he took 2 steps back, fearing that his chrysanthemums would not be protected. There's another active talent? Ji Yunha hesitated for a moment, but still answered truthfully. Yes. The passive talent is 100 poisons, which reduces one's poisoning damage. The active talent is called optical stealth, which seems to achieve a stealthy effect by changing the refraction of the surrounding light. Seeing Han Fong's silence, Ji Yunha thought that it was because his talent for Imperial Beasts was too poor, and touched his nose in some embarrassment. Senior, is it because my talent for Imperial Beasts is too weak? Han Fong shifted his shocked gaze from the white-scaled snake to Ji Yunha. Where is your brat stranded here in Versailles? None of my gold-level Imperial Beasts have active talents yet. However, Han Fong gritted his teeth and still calmed down. Speaking coldly, both of your Imperial Beasts' talents are not bad. Cultivate them well. Next you'll release your skills on this instrument. The white-scaled snake only had a total of 3 skills. Lurking, Entanglement and Poison Bite, all of which were relatively ordinary. Looking at the dummy-shaped testing instrument in front of him, Ji Yunha ordered the little white snake to use Latent first, which caused Han Fong to fall silent for a while longer. This skill paired with the talent Optical Stealth. It was simply a godly skill for old 6 to engage in sneak attacks. I didn't realize that your kid looks harmless, but behind his back he's actually an old 6? Seeing that Ji Yunha's white-scaled snake was already close to the testing instrument, Ji Yunha immediately ordered, Little White, use Entangle. The other 2 skills of the white-scaled snake, Entanglement and Poison Bite, belonged to the skills of close combat. There was nothing to explain about Entangle, it was to bind the enemy. However, the strength that the little white snake was exerting at this moment was not like entanglement at all. It was more like a binding from a giant python, directly strangling the silicone on the exterior of the testing instrument to the bottom, and one could even see the alloy skeleton underneath the silicone exterior. It was hard to imagine that its such a delicate appearance hid such a great strength. Little White, Poisonous Bite. Seeing that it was almost time, Ji Yunha ordered Little White to perform another attack skill. Poison Bite, on the other hand, bites the enemy and releases venom, adding the white-scaled snake's compact body's flexibility and versatility to the mix. The effect was quite alright. The silicone outer edge of the testing apparatus was instantly bitten through, and the blue-black venom quickly soaked a large area around it. The 2 abilities were used. The next step was to test the growth potential of the white-scaled snake. Han Fong was so angry and amused. Let's see what other surprises your kid can bring me. When the final results came out, the platinum level potential shown on the test results made him petrified in place once again. After a long time, Han Fong mumbled as he took out a certificate and a silver white bracelet and handed it to Ji Yunha. Take this. This is your Imperial Beast Master Certificate and Imperial Beast Ring. Your Imperial Beasts can normally be stored inside the Imperial Beast Ring, which was developed for you newbie Imperial Beast Masters who have yet to open up their Imperial Beast space. Ji Yunha carefully and curiously examined the Imperial Beast Ring in his hand and found that the space inside was only 5 cubic meters in size. It was not at all comparable to the nearly endless space of his own God Creator Ring, probably considering that newcomers were generally unable to contract any large Imperial Beasts. This Imperial Beast ring was also designed with limited space, and could only store some small and medium-sized Imperial Beasts. However, this did give Ji Yunha a bold idea, so this could only be used as an excuse for Ji Yunha to cover up his own system. Thank you, senior. I'll leave first if there's nothing else. Han Fong waved his hand. Seeing Ji Yunha leave, he also began to sit paralyzed and started thinking about life. Sister, I passed the examination. Ji Yunha caught a glimpse of Shin Qingyun, who was waiting for him in the hall with a cup of coffee. Seeing Ji Yunha come, Shin Qingyun also put down the coffee cup in her hand. Then you go home first. I still have some things to take care of. I'll send the Imperial Beast food to your home later. Ji Yunha also knew that this sister of his was a busy person, and as he hurried home last night presumably also had something important to do. He had the sense to take a taxi home himself, but after Ji Yunha got into the cab, Ji Yunha suddenly remembered something. Say, Little White has evolved to the silver level. Does that mean I can contract a new ferocious beast to come? Chapter 14, Gambling on Eggs? Soon, Ji Yunha arrived at the Imperial Beast Trading Market. The entire interior of the market was in the style of a pedestrian street, except that here, the stores on the streets were filled with a wide array of Imperial Beast merchandise, and there were also some vendors who had set up stalls and were yelling loudly. Ji Yunha didn't have a precise goal for this trip. He just intended to investigate the market first, comparing the price of Imperial Beast food on the market, so that he could plan for cultivating his own Imperial Beasts. Just as he was looking at the various kinds of Imperial Beast eggs with interest, a group of very flamboyant young people appeared in front of him. The one at the head was even more arrogant and domineering, wearing a black bodysuit on the upper body, but the lower body was covered with a pair of black leggings. Beside a few people are also dressed in the same way. Almost didn't put the word delinquent teenager written on the face. Ji Yunha at first glance thought it was a spirit boy. This person he recognized, and it seems to have some grudges with the predecessor. Yo, isn't this the unawakened waste of the Ji family? This isn't the place for a waste like you to come. This person's name was Zhou Yang, the only son of the chairman of the Zhou clan within this 9th city. And this Zhou clan is the largest financial family in the 9th city. This Zhou Yang was also looking at Ji Yunha very unfavorably. After all, Ji Yunha was also a mature-minded veteran, and did not intend to cause trouble, ready to turn around and leave. Continue to pick the stall of the ferocious beast eggs. Imperial beast eggs without identification before, cannot know inside the Imperial beast species, and because the identification of these Imperial beast eggs need to consume manpower and material resources, so there are many vendors in order to save costs simply do not identify. Anyway, the hands of the probability of some black iron, bronze level potential of the Imperial beast eggs. There is no need to spend that effort to identify the, speaking of a quantity does not go quality. As a result, the egg betting industry also came into being. This kind of betting on eggs and gambling on jade, buy to leave. No matter what the quality of the open out of the Imperial beasts are not refundable, even if there is no accurate standard, generally have a unified market price, and after people have experienced countless practice, has been able to distinguish the royal beast eggs through the size, shape, pattern of the royal beast egg species, so can still distinguish the royal beast eggs in the end as a bird or a king of 8. But want to pick to the talent potential of the royal beast will have to look at the eyesight and luck. Currently on the market the cheapest Imperial beast eggs are 80,000 to start. After all, risk and benefit is a pair of twins. The greater the benefit, the higher the risk is naturally. This kind of gambling about life, excitement and luck coexist, like the lowest price of 80,000 Imperial beast eggs can open a silver level Imperial beast eggs can return to the capital. If you can open a gold level potential Imperial beast is to make hundreds of thousands of dollars in blood, but this is not a rare thing. What's more, since you can open a platinum level Imperial beast worth millions or even tens of millions of dollars, that's a real overnight fortune. These instances of instant profits made egg betting even more popular. People would always be misled by this survivor bias, always thinking that they could also be such a lucky one. So they would go ahead and invest their savings into the pit of egg betting, and ultimately lose all their money. Just as Ji Yunha was mulling over the matter of egg betting in his mind, Zhou Yang over there had already pulled a few companions over and stared at him with mocking eyes. Waste Ji, you still dare to hang around here? Not afraid of embarrassing yourself? Zhou Yang scoffed. Ji Yunha smiled bashfully and didn't bother with him. He didn't want to tangle with this kind of person, but this Zhou Yang didn't seem to want to stop. He suddenly pointed at the small stall next to Ji Yunha and said, Yo, Waste Ji, look at this. This guy is trying to buy a ferocious beast egg. It's ridiculous. Ji Yunha turned his head to look, only to see a middle-aged man shopping for fierce beast eggs in front of the small stall. He was an ordinary-looking man, and didn't look anything special. So stupid? Buying fierce beast eggs to hatch. There's no telling how long we'll have to wait before we know the result. So we might as well just buy the Imperial beasts that have already hatched. One of Zhou Yang's companions teased. Yeah. This guy really has his head caught in a door. Ji Yunha smiled faintly. He was confident in his plan and was ready to hatch a powerful imperial beast to become his companion. Unexpectedly, that Zhou Yang once again caught up with him and stopped Ji Yunha. Zhou Yang had a villainous look on his face, looking even more like a spirit boy. Don't be in a hurry to leave. Come all the way here. Why don't you come and bet on eggs with little master me? Ji Yunha smiled, really dozing off. Someone came to send pillows. He was worried about not having money to buy evolutionary materials. This Zhou Yang's family is such a big group. He should be quite rich, right? In fact, for Ji Yunha, whether it was betting on potential or talent attributes, these were not problems. Anyway, he was able to understand the information of the ferocious beasts and the ferocious beasts' eggs through the God Creator ring, so wouldn't it be a casual matter if he wanted to open any imperial beasts' eggs? Since that's the case, I, Ji, have no choice but to respectfully comply. Ji Yunha suddenly opened his mouth and said to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang was stunned. He did not expect Ji Yunha to agree so easily. However, he was confident that his eye for choosing fierce beast eggs would never lose to Ji Yunha. Fine. Then let's have a competition to see who chooses the stronger fierce beast. Zhou Yang scoffed. Wait. Ji Yunha suddenly reached out to stop him. Since it's a bet, we'll have to raise some chips to make it work. Zhou Yang frowned slightly. He did not believe that Ji Yunha would come up with anything good. What do you want? He smiled coldly. Let's put it this way. We'll see who offers a higher quality ferocious beast, and the winner will receive the ferocious beast offered by the other party, or convert it to the corresponding market price. No problem. Let's compare it as you say. Anyway, little master doesn't like 2 ferocious beasts rations at home. Since that's the case, how about the bet is established? Each of us picks a ferocious beast egg, and then we judge the winner and loser by the strength of the hatched imperial beast. How about that? Ji Yunha proposed. Zhou Yang nodded in agreement. Thus, the two of them started picking out fierce beast eggs in the market. The people around them also gathered around when they saw the scene. This kind of bet was quite an eye-catching affair. Ji Yunha carefully observed each of the imperial beast eggs. Not only was he able to understand the information of the ferocious beasts inside through the God creation ring, he could also feel the energy fluctuations contained within the eggshells. He knew that it contained the innate potential of the ferocious beasts, and by observing and feeling it, he was able to pick out the most suitable imperial beast egg. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang was also picking out the imperial beast eggs. Although he mocked Ji Yunha with his mouth, he did not want to lose to him. The two of them were silently competing while picking, exchanging glances from time to time, as if they were silently engaging in a silent competition. In the end, Ji Yunha was torn between 2 fierce beast eggs of the same level, not knowing which one was more suitable for his current self. Zhou Yang, on the other hand, stopped in front of a red eggshell, in which he was confident that he would be able to pick a stronger imperial beast. Just as Ji Yunha was holding the 2 golden potential imperial beast eggs in his hand and couldn't make up his mind, the rest of his eyes glanced at an inconspicuous blue imperial beast egg and sensed the powerful energy fluctuations in it. In other words, the potential of this imperial beast egg was very high. This is Chapter 15, Red Flame Wolf and Wind Thunder Tiger. Ji Yunha did not hesitate to select the blue ferocious beast egg, and he, who was already confident, was even more stable as an old dog at this moment. After the selection was complete, the two men bought the selected fierce beast eggs separately and began hatching the imperial beasts in situ for the duel. The people throughout the market were also attracted by the two men's wager, and there was a lot of chatter. Look, that's that punk Ji Yunha from the Ji clan. I didn't expect him to dare to bet with Zhou Yang. He's really looking for death. I do think Ji Yunha is a bit interesting this time. Maybe he can really pick out a good imperial beast. Choosing a royal beast is not that easy. Potential and talent have to be considered. Both Ji Yunha and Zhou Yang ignored the comments around them and each rented an imperial beast incubator, their hearts filled with determination and anticipation. What followed was the time for the hatching and cultivation of the imperial beasts, and a real showdown. Since there were often people betting on eggs at the imperial beast trading market, there were also incubators for rent here that specialized in cultivating imperial beasts. Ji Yunha and Zhou Yang took out the 2 imperial beast eggs that each of them had selected and placed them on the incubation table in the incubation room. Placed on the right side of the table was a blue and white imperial beast egg, but if one stared closely at this imperial beast egg, one would feel that it seemed to be flickering with lightning, and it looked extraordinary. And this was the imperial beast egg that Ji Yunha had chosen today. Placed on the right side of the table was a crimson-colored fierce beast egg with a purple pattern on it. It looked both ethereal and overbearing. It was precisely the fierce beast egg that Zhou Yang had chosen. Then the next thing to do was to incubate it. In this world, in order to successfully incubate an imperial beast egg, one needed to be careful with the right temperature and humidity, and at the same time, one could supplement the nutrient solution appropriately in order to enhance the physical quality of the imperial beast. Under the continuous research of human beings, an incubator was finally invented specifically for detecting and managing the life activity status of the imperial beast eggs, thus shortening the incubation time of the imperial beast eggs, ensuring the healthy birth of the imperial beasts, and also reducing the expenditure of manpower. If the beast master had enough financial resources, he could also use the nutrient solution with attributes during the incubation of the beast eggs to enhance the natural attributes of the beasts. The entire incubator looked like a six-sided prismatic box from the outside, but the whole thing was made of transparent reinforced glass, with the upper and lower bottom surfaces made of a new type of alloy, and the core device of the incubator was embedded inside. The side wall of the incubator was also fitted with an LCD display, through which all the operations for the incubation of the imperial beast egg could be carried out. Ji Yunha opened the door of the incubator and carefully placed the imperial beast egg inside and set it right. After closing the door, the machine would automatically detect the hatching time of the imperial beast egg. This machine also had the function of storing the imperial beast eggs, meaning that when this function was turned on, the vitality of the imperial beast eggs inside would become extremely low, thus prolonging the time it took for the imperial beast eggs to hatch, which was equivalent to an alternative form of refrigeration. If Ji Yunha did not intend to hatch his platinum-grade imperial beast egg now, and wanted to store it in the incubator first to maintain the minimum life activity state, it would probably take a few hundred years before it would hatch out. But at this moment, what Ji Yunha and Zhou Yang needed was not preservation, but hatching. As a faint glow gradually rose inside the incubator, the temperature and humidity gradually stabilized, as if a small ecological environment had been created. Soon, 3 hours passed, and the two men's fierce beast eggs were about to hatch. Inside the incubator, the vibrations of the two fierce beast eggs grew more and more violent, as if the power within was about to explode out. Faint lightning and flame patterns flickered on the eggshells, creating a mysterious and majestic sight. Eventually, both imperial beast eggs let out a slight popping sound, and in an instant, the eggshells cracked open, revealing the phantoms inside. An aura full of strength and vigor quickly spread out, filling the entire cultivation room. From Ji Yunha's imperial beast egg, a gigantic wind thunder tiger began to gradually appear. It stretched out its strong front claws and tore through the eggshell, revealing its sharp claws. The eggshell shattered and fell over its body, eventually disintegrating completely. The wind thunder tiger's body was completely displayed in front of the crowd. It was huge, with a strong torso, and its fur was like silver, flashing with blue and white lightning patterns. Its eyes were like lightning, awe-inspiring and divine. At the same time, in Zhou Yang's imperial beast egg, a fiery red fiery wolf also broke through the eggshell in an instant. It jumped out with agility, its body long and slender, its fur burning like flames, and its eyes filled with a ferocious aura. Its limbs were nimble and poised. The two imperial beasts broke out of the egg almost at the same time, like two shooting stars breaking through the night sky, and under the light, their figures were exceptionally eye-catching. The two ferocious beasts stood opposite each other, exuding very different auras. The fiery wolf was like a blazing flame, with a dazzling light that seemed to ignite the air around it. The wind thunder tiger, on the other hand, was like a roaring storm, with the lightning energy contained in its body flickering on its surface, making people feel a chilling might. The crowd couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air at this. The power and aura of the two powerful and ferocious imperial beasts was mind-blowing as it unfolded before their eyes. The entire incubation room was filled with an exciting atmosphere, as if an overwhelming showdown was about to take place. Zhou Yang was clearly very satisfied with the blazing flame wolf he had hatched, and he raised his head triumphantly, his gaze casting disdainfully at Ji Yunha. Right at this moment, a tall middle-aged man emerged from the crowd, wearing a black imperial beastmaster costume and a badge plate with an inlaid insignia on his chest. His gaze was deep, revealing a sense of impeccable authority. This middle-aged man's name was Li Feng, a senior member of the Imperial Beastmaster Association and a recognized judge expert in the Imperial Beastmaster community. Not only did he have deep attainments in the field of royal beast knowledge, but he also had rich experience in judging ferocious beast duels. Li Feng watched the confrontation between the wind thunder tiger and the fiery flame wolf with unblinking eyes. His eyes were sharp and focused, as if he was able to discern the subtle differences between the ferocious beasts. I can clearly sense that both of you have selected outstanding fierce beasts, but the wind thunder tiger has displayed a more stable and strong state. His voice was calm and dignified, revealing a professional judgment between his words. Zhou Yang's face was somber, his originally smug mood of victory shattered. While Ji Yunha smiled faintly, he did not show too much excitement, as if he had already anticipated this outcome. Humph, Ji Yunha, this fluke allowed you to win. You won't be so lucky next time. Zhou Yang threw down a vicious sentence and left. Originally, Shenhua did not intend to keep the ferocious beasts that Zhou Yang had picked out, but seeing that the red flame wolf's information was also very extraordinary, he decided to take both ferocious beasts at the same time. Alas, Who let me be able to contract 2 new imperial beasts now? It's just that I'm afraid I'll have 2 more mouths to feed at home. Chapter 16 Dude loves your kind of confidence. Ji Yunha returned home with the 3 little ones. The first thing he did was to sign a contract with the Wind Thunder Tiger and the Flaming Wolf. After all, if you don't sign a contract with a ferocious beast, then this ferocious beast can't be called your own imperial beast. The party was crowded and it wasn't appropriate to make a contract. At this time, back in his own territory, Ji Yunha was naturally a little impatient. The Wind Thunder Tiger and the Flaming Wolf stood in front of Ji Yunha, gazing at him, their eyes revealing an expectant light. They seemed to understand that this was the moment to establish a profound bond. He took out a small, sharp dagger and dripped his own blood onto the tops of the Wind Thunder Tiger's and Blazing Wolf's heads respectively, and with his mouth silently reciting the incantations taught by his teachers at school, 2 gorgeous magic arrays lit up at the soles of his feet, one in bright red and the other in icy blue. With the appearance of the magic formations, Ji Yunha felt that he was forming a magical connection with the Wind Thunder Tiger and the Flaming Wolf in front of him, and this sense of connection became stronger and stronger. The Wind Thunder Tiger and Blazing Wolf also seemed to have sensed the changes brought about by the contract, and their bodies trembled slightly, then closed their eyes. Little White, on the other hand, had the appearance of a big brother, lying down on the side, with a maturity in its eyes that did not belong to its age. The room was filled with a quiet atmosphere, with only the faint glow of magic still flickering around them. When a ray of daylight spilled through the window onto the floor, the 2 imperial beasts slowly opened their eyes filled with recognition and dependence, as if telling Ji Yunha that they had become true partners. From this moment onwards, the contract was officially formed. The Wind Thunder Tiger blinked a pair of ice blue eyes, its fur flashing with a silver-white luster under the sunlight as it stretched out its front paws and gently touched Ji Yunha's palm. The Blazing Wolf, on the other hand, had sharp eyes and emitted a scorching aura around its body. It wagged its tail and slightly bowed its head towards Ji Yunha, expressing its respect for its master. Ji Yunha also felt something in her heart, feeling as if there was something extra in her body, as if she was tightly connected to the 2 imperial beasts in front of her. Is this the power from the contract? It's truly marvelous. Just as Ji Yunha was still feeling the changes in himself, that Wind Thunder Tiger was the one that directly stood up and made an effort to walk towards Ji Yunha, its entire body swaying as if it was about to fall the next second. When it walked in front of Ji Yunha, it squatted down on the ground obediently, sticking out its little pink tongue, licking the back of Ji Yunha's hand, and calling out as if it was pampered. Meow. It must be said that felines are better at pampering than canines, and this one could make the Red Flame Wolf look at the wooden stool and dog. You're all hungry, right? Wait, I'll go get you some food. Ji Yunha tenderly touched the 2 cubs' little heads, then turned around to get the food that had already been prepared. Ji Yunha had long ago learned about the food suitable for newborn imperial beasts on the internet, and had shopped for a bunch of various kinds of imperial beast food for fear that his imperial beasts wouldn't be able to get used to it. He brought a pot of fragrant milk to the 2 cubs. This was the milk of a ferocious beast called the curly-haired goat, suitable for most of the mammal cubs to eat, rich in nutritional value, easier to absorb, excellent flavor, and can also shorten the period of the imperial beast's infancy. A lot of people also used it to supplement their children's nutrition. Of course, the price of this kind of milk wasn't cheap. Each caddy cost thousands of dollars. Ji Yunha directly prepared 10 kilograms, just for fear that his imperial beasts wouldn't have enough to drink. The little white snake rolled its eyes as if to say, just spoil them. The Wind Thunder Tiger and the Flaming Wolf didn't know about Little White's inner activities and drank happily, and from time to time, they even raised their little heads that were stained with milk flowers to show their favor to Ji Yunha. Not long after, the 2 imperial beasts lay down on the ground, touching their round little tummies, looking exceptionally pleasing. Are you full? Do you want to add more? Ji Yunha said softly, his voice full of tenderness and care. He sat on the ground and affectionately patted their heads. The Wind Thunder Tiger and Red Flame Wolf seemed to understand his words, their little heads rubbing against Ji Yunha's hand from time to time, as if expressing gratitude and dependence. The little white snake, on the other hand, was lazily lying on the side, casting a hint of a grudging gaze with its eyes. He himself didn't care about this goat's milk, as long as he had enough imperial beast food. Ji Yunha couldn't help but smile as she watched the scene. Each imperial beast had its own unique personality, and he could already sense that they would become inseparable companions, traveling together through countless adventures. After eating the delicious imperial beast milk, the breath of the Wind Thunder Tiger and Red Flame Wolf became more stable. After settling down his 2 imperial beasts, Ji Yunha saw that it was getting late, so he also washed up and went to sleep early. After all, he still had to go to school tomorrow. The next morning, Ji Yunha woke up early. There is no other reason. Only because last night class teacher Ing called and asked him if he was not going to take the college entrance exam. It was only then that Ji Yoonha remembered that the college entrance exam was coming up, and he still had to go to the school to register for the Imperial Beast's college entrance exam. Halfway there, he was complaining about how hard senior year was. Alas, when we get through this period of time, we'll be liberated when the college entrance exams are over. But when he arrived at the school early, before he even walked into the classroom, Ji Yoonha saw that his classmates were all still the same. Some of them had an extraordinary aura, some had a measured demeanor, and some were white and chubby, but without exception, all of them were gorgeously dressed, making it clear at a glance that they were from the upper class. On the contrary, Ji Yoonha, although his clothes were not from the ground, they were not luxurious at all. As soon as he walked into the classroom was quiet for a moment, as if the air had frozen. Someone opened his mouth to say something, but was pulled back by the person next to him. Ji Yoonha felt a little strange. Am I that handsome? Why are they all looking at me? Ji Yoonha also ignored the gazes of the crowd and read the book on his own. Live too old, learn too old. This is really true. And at this time, a boy wearing a brown leather jacket walks in from outside the classroom with an arrogant and domineering look, as if he is afraid that others don't know that he is here to provoke. The visitor was no one else. It was again Jo Young, who had just been punched in the face yesterday. Hey, Ji Yoonha, finally dare to come to school? You're not afraid of little master me, are you? Ji Yoonha seemed to have not heard his words at all. Instead, she was a bit more concerned about his attire. This guy really has a set in front of people and a set behind his back, usually dressed like a man, but behind his back, he was a spiritual boy. If he had taken a picture of the clothes he wore last time and sent it to the internet, it would probably have a lot of airtime. However, he really didn't want to push around with this person. He had always hated this kind of condescending way of talking. Ha ha ha, that Jo Young pointed at Ji Yoonha and scoffed loudly. No way, no way. Ji Yoonha, you'll admit defeat too? How about we compete? However, my Imperial Beast has already reached the bronze level. If you don't dare to, just pretend I didn't say anything. Zhou Yang purposely put on a gentle appearance, giving off the impression of a smiling tiger. Relying on the resources given to him by the Zhou family, Zhou Yang had long ago relied on stacking resources to raise his Imperial Beast from black iron grade to bronze grade. However, it was hard to say how the true battle power of a royal beast bred in such a filler style would be. However, it was still a solid bronze-grade Imperial Beast, and there weren't many high school students who could cultivate a bronze-grade Imperial Beast before the college entrance exam, not to mention that the object of the challenge was a recognized waist otaku like Ji Yoonha. He was still confident. Seeing that Ji Yoonha hadn't moved yet, Zhou Yang was surrounded by other students and felt a bit embarrassed, so he once again exited and provoked. Ji Yoonha, you're not afraid, are you? Ji Yoonha also looked up from her books. No problem to fight. It's the same old rules. I'm not interested in a duel without some color. Zhou Yang heard Ji Yoonha agree and also revealed a look of triumph. Alright, no problem. Zhou Xiao, I am also a generous person. If you lose, just kowtow to young master me and admit your mistake and that's it. Ji Yoonha could only silently spit in his heart as well. This stupid child, why doesn't he have a long memory? It's just like a dilettante. No problem, but if you lose, you'll have to prepare a piece of 100-year-old lightning strike wood for me. How about it? Zhou Yang agreed very quickly. Yes. Ji Yoonha stood up and patted Zhou Yang's shoulder. Very good. Dude likes your kind of confidence. Chapter 17, Completing Zhou Yang. Let's go. Go to the sparring ground. After saying that, Ji Yoonha walked towards the opposing battlefield in the playground, leaving a group of students behind him to talk in the classroom. It's over. I heard that Zhou Yang contracted a rift ape a long time ago and has already cultivated it to bronze level. Ji Yoonha's Imperial Beast is likely to be killed in a while. No way. Zhou Yang's Imperial Beast is really that strong? Humph, you don't know the power of that earth-splitting ape. It's called a force to be reckoned with. Once caught by the earth-splitting ape, it's pretty much just a beating. Then wouldn't Ji Yoonha be doomed? It's very possible. I bet that Ji Yoonha's Imperial Beast definitely won't last more than 30 seconds. People followed and surged towards the opposing battlefield, with many different opinions along the way, but without exception, no one thought Ji Yoonha could win this match. Zhou Yang led a group of juniors to the battlefield, but he did not see Ji Yoonha's figure. Where's brother Ji? Come up and fight with my earth-splitting ape. Couldn't be admitting defeat and buggering off, right? Zhou Yang seemed to be very confident, looking exactly the same as he did the last time he gambled with Ji Yoonha on the eggs. After all, with his bronze-ranked Imperial Beast, he would still have no problem dealing with an Imperial Beast that was 9 times out of 10 Black Iron ranked. Therefore, Zhou Yang also spoke with great confidence. Ji Yoonha, if you kneel down and apologize to me now, I might still be able to forgive you. How about that? Zhou Yang spread his hands generously as if he wanted to show how broad-minded he was. No need. I'd rather wait until you come and beg me later. Ji Yunha walked up from some corner, still holding a thick copy of Imperial Beast Evolution and Cultivation in her hand. At the moment, Ji Yunha looked like a nerd, but the moment he raised his head, the might between his brows showed itself. No, it's just that something just came up, so hurry up then. I just missed a place and am anxious to go back and continue studying it. Forget it, Xiaobai. You fight it yourself. Ji Yunha had walked to the edge of the battlefield, and then temporarily changed his mind, directly raising the jade scale python from inside the Imperial Beast ring and throwing it into the competition field. In order to conceal his identity, Ji Yunha had ordered the jade scale python to use its camouflage skill early on, so at this moment, Xiaobai transformed into the appearance of a bronze-level jade scale snake, and didn't look like a strong master. Ji Yunha had long ago tested that Little White in disguise had 70% of his full strength. However, the jade scale python was originally a silver-level strength, so even in disguise it had a fighting strength of 15 or 16 levels, and dealing with a rift ape was simply like playing. Zhou Yang also released his rift ape at this time. Hee-ha! The rift ape pounded its chest with both fists and actually started dancing in place. It wasn't hard to see its excitement. It seemed like it loved bullying weak and small ferocious beasts the most. The rift earth ape was an earth attribute ape-type land beast just like the most common mountain-moving ape. The difference was that the rift earth ape was highly aggressive and ferocious, unlike the mountain-moving ape which was more honest. Moreover, the rift earth ape especially likes to bully the weak. In its eyes the jade scale python and the earthworm are no different. Nothing is more fun than this. The earth-splitting ape gradually lost its patience, poking out its basin-sized palms, and continuously attacked Xiaobai. But Xiaobai just looks like I'm so scared. Unfortunately you rift earth ape just can't catch it. Hey, it's just play. Rift earth ape, stop playing. His master has given up. Just use the earth fist to break him apart for me. Zhou Yan finally couldn't stand it anymore. Until now, he still thought that Ji Yunha didn't dare to watch this match because he was afraid. Xiaobai shook his head, instantly feeling that it was pointless to have this much patience, casually flinging out a poisonous binding. The rift ape instantly fell heavily to the ground, smashing out a large pit. Bang! Immediately afterward, before the rift ape, who was still maintaining its earth fist stance, could even get up, it was directly thrown out of the tournament arena by the jade scale python with its superpower attribute. I don't know if it was a coincidence or if it did it on purpose, but the flying rift ape hit Zhou Yang's right hand right on the edge of the arena and then crashed into the wall. Ah, my hand! Zhou Yang screamed as he covered his right arm, which was hanging limply and looked like it should be fractured. An uproar set off under the tournament stage. Wow, did I see it right? Zhou Yang lost? WOC? What kind of royal beast is this, brother G? It's so bullish? A weak-looking snake actually killed a bronze-level earth-splitting ape in seconds? The loser was actually Zhou Yang? Moreover, Zhou Yang looked unconscious. Beside Zhou Yang was his royal beast, the split-ground ape, which had already fainted. Due to the paralyzing effect of Xiaobai's poison attribute attack, the split-ground ape had been constantly convulsing and foaming. Some sharp-eyed people also saw that the soil on Zhou Yang's lower body seemed to be wet, but no one dared to say anything. Instead, when the crowd looked towards Ji Yunha, they realized that he was still looking at the book in his hands, not even realizing that the battle had ended. The fight is over? Not bad. Little White, come back. After taking the jade scale python back into the Imperial Beast ring, Ji Yunha lowered his head again and continued to look at the book in his hand. This was because one of Gong Ming's handwritten notes inside captivated him. Simply a genius idea. Why didn't I think of it? Chapter 18, Ning. Special Training. It was mentioned in the book that there were ferocious beasts that clearly had the potential to only reach the gold level, but were able to break through their own growth limits and reach a higher level, or even a higher grade. Then the question arises, why could ferocious beasts keep evolving without being limited by their potential? Could it be that the first demigod-level ferocious beast that appeared in the world was a demigod-level potential? Why is it extremely difficult for the imperial beasts cultivated by humans to reach the demigod level? In fact, imperial beasts were also ferocious beasts in the end, only that they had been contracted by humans, which was why they were called imperial beasts. The evolution of a ferocious beast is not just achieved by consuming evolutionary materials. The essence of evolution is a breakthrough when energy reaches its limit. Evolutionary materials only play a supporting role in evolution. Theoretically speaking, a ferocious beast only needs to continuously devour other ferocious beasts to saturate its own energy, and then be influenced by external forces to complete the breakthrough. The energy stored in a beast's body is like a reservoir of water, and different potentials are like reservoirs of different sizes. When the beast reaches the evolutionary node, this reservoir is equivalent to a full reservoir of water, which may collapse at any time. At this time, only need to give a strong enough external force, will be able to wash down the shaky dam. Then, After the beast's body is full of energy, is it possible to continue to add energy, so that its internal energy expansion, compression, and ultimately rise through the reservoir, will be able to break through the evolutionary bottleneck? After reading this theory, Ji Yunha was immediately shocked. Ji Yunha also immediately asked the system, and also confirmed that his conjecture was indeed true. Because of this, it made Ji Yunha feel even more admiration. He was relying on the system to learn about this theory, but Gong Ming was relying on his own wisdom to discover this law. Just as he was about to continue diving into this work, a slightly angry, petulant voice came from his ears. What are you guys doing? Don't you know that private fights are not allowed in school? Ji Yunha, you brat, why are you causing trouble for me as soon as you come to school? The class teacher, Ning, angrily walked into the confrontation, and when she saw Zhou Yang, who had fallen to the side, she was also surprised in her heart. Zhou Yang's strength is also known to her, although the heat is not considered to be a supreme genius, but it can be considered to be one of the best in the class. Actually defeated by Ji Yunha, who has not been to school for so long? I didn't expect you kid to be a bit capable. You were able to defeat Zhou Yang? Looking at the beautiful homeroom teacher who had a hint of unkindness in her angry face, Ji Yunha instantly shuddered a little. Afterwards, he had a plan and said, "Still, teacher, you taught me well. If not for your teaching, how could I have this achievement today? It's really an honor for a student to meet a teacher like you who combines beauty and talent." Hearing these words, Ning was really flattered, and her complexion instantly eased a few points. As expected, there was no woman who didn't like to hear others praise them. Come on, Les, smooth talker. However, since everyone in our class has arrived, so let's start today's special training. Ji Yun has sniffed and immediately felt a bit confused. Special training? What is this? Did you guys play so fancy when I wasn't around? But soon, the quick-witted him also understood Ying's intentions. If the school leaders found out that a group of students of theirs were having a private fight here, then they were bound to be disciplined. But it would be different if it was the class teacher's special training. It would just be a teaching behavior carried out by the teacher. What a great move to hide the truth from the world and to conceal the truth. However, after it looked around, Ji Yunha was the one who suddenly realized that there was a hint of something wrong, and that the other students were all crying. He was instantly a bit puzzled. Isn't it just an ordinary special training? How come you all one by one seem to sigh like a horse? Obviously, it wasn't the first time the students had faced this kind of special teaching from class teacher Ning. Don't worry everyone, my ice treading deer will naturally keep its hand in, and won't cause much damage to your imperial beasts. Now, summon your imperial beasts. Seeing Ji Yunha's astonished look, Ning also explained wistfully, there's no need to be nervous. The so-called special training is just a little sparring match with my ice treading deer. Hearing Ying's words, Ji Yunha had already guessed what he was going to face next. However, what he had never expected was that the soft and weak-looking beautiful homeroom teacher was actually a genuine gold-level imperial beast master. Just by raising her hand, she summoned a gold-level ice-stepping deer. Seeing this, Ji Yunha did not understand that this so-called special training was to train their imperial beasts under pressure. However, the entire class totaled 40 students, and most of them were still only black iron grade imperial beast masters. Even if you counted that kid Yang last week, there were only 3 of them who were bronze level royal beast masters. Ji Yunha, who had seen the power of gold level beasts long ago, knew better than anyone else. Even if these few students with bronze level imperial beasts were all together, they would definitely not be a match for this ice treading deer. These imperial beasts were already considered very good if they could withstand the huge difference in level and dare to attack the gold level ice treading deer. Ning let the students summon the imperial beasts to fight with their own gold level ice stepping deer, not for the sake of abusing the vegetables. It would be bad if she didn't pay attention and accidentally hit her students' self-confidence. After all, the ultimate goal of the special training was just to exercise their imperial beasts' ability to resist pressure. As long as they could withstand the pressure of the gold level ice treading deer, and dared to attack the ice treading deer, in the future, when they encountered imperial beasts of a higher level than their own, they would not be too suppressed to move, but at least they would be able to have the power to counterattack, which was very important for an imperial beast master. In order to save time, she didn't let the students take turns summoning their own imperial beasts to fight one by one, not to mention whether those imperial beasts could withstand it or not. It would be too much of a waste of time. Therefore, Ning simply asked everyone to release their imperial beasts together. Looking at this situation, she was planning to let the ice treading deer directly single-handedly fight all the imperial beasts. Hearing Ying's final low voice, the other trainees did not hesitate any longer, and all of them stepped forward, releasing their royal beasts. The 2 bronze grade imperial beast master students other than Zhou Yan also summoned their 2 imperial beasts. As for Y2, it was because a royal beast master was able to contract another royal beast every time he broke through a great realm, so it was only right that a bronze level imperial beast master would have 2 imperial beasts. and the higher the level of the Imperial Beast Master, the more Imperial Beasts they could contract. Does that mean that the more Imperial Beasts a Royal Beast Master has, the better? Not all people had the ability to cultivate so many Imperial Beasts. The manpower and material resources that needed to be consumed in the meantime were unimaginable to ordinary people. Ji Yunha himself had a deep understanding of this point. From this, it could be seen that these two bronze-level Imperial Beast Masters should also come from extraordinary families. As a cry to summon the Imperial Beasts rang out, the students' Imperial Beasts were summoned out one by one. Come out! Forced Bird! Come out! Cheese Snow Leopard! Come out! Scratchy Baboon! These thousands of strange, messy and inexplicable. I don't know if they are nicknames or Imperial Beasts' scientific names. Anyway, Ji Yunha was very speechless listening to them. Forcing birds and cheese snow leopards are also even so. What the hell is a scratchy baboon? In the blink of an eye, every student present had summoned their most powerful Imperial Beast. More than 40 Imperial Beasts appeared on the large pair of platforms, and for a while it actually seemed a bit crowded. But the scene, at a glance, was still extremely spectacular. Who knows that the next moment, the painting style turned. Chapter 19, The Ice-Stepping Deer's Anomaly. What is each and every one of them doing? Summoned their Imperial Beasts and still didn't make a move. Are you just waiting to get beaten up? And Ing looked at the trainees who were slow to let their royal beasts make a move. Her already unattractive face sank again, and she couldn't help but yell out a rebuke. At the same time, her gold-level treading ice deer also echoed with a deer cry. That aura that uniquely belonged to the gold grade was displayed, and a burst of extremely strong ferocious beast pressure completely unfolded. In an instant, the terrifying pressure was like a tidal wave, rushing towards all the Imperial Beasts on the fighting stage. As they were not yet ready to fight, all the Imperial Beasts on the stage were suddenly impacted by this pressure, and their bodies were uncontrollable, sinking violently. Instantly, all the black iron-ranked Imperial Beasts were numbed by this wave of pressure from the ice-treading deer, and one by one, they were all crushed to the ground. Among them, some of those flying Imperial Beasts in the air were even worse, and under the violent outburst of the ice-treading deer's gold-level pressure, they actually very neatly fell from the air one after another. After landing on the ground, they were just as shocked as the other Imperial Beasts and prostrated themselves on the ground. Even the bronze-ranked Imperial Beasts of those few bronze-ranked Imperial Beast Masters only lasted a few seconds longer than the black iron-ranked Imperial Beasts. In the end, they were also unable to withstand the pressure and collapsed together uncontrollably. What a strong mighty pressure! Teacher is awesome. Is this the strength of a gold level? Just by relying on the pressure alone, he was able to overwhelm a black iron or even bronze level Imperial Beast. Ji Yunha, who was on the sparring stage, was also shaken, feeling like he was stuck in a quagmire. His body was under immense pressure. After the treading ice deer erupted its full pressure, not only the Imperial Beasts on the stage were suppressed by its aura, even their royal beast masters were also affected. Compared to the aura that the ice deer had revealed when it had just been summoned earlier, the ice deer that had fully released its aura now had a pressure that was more than 100 times more terrifying than before. Seeing this otherworldly way of fighting, Ji Yunha also rubbed his fists and came to be interested. Since Aning had said that it wouldn't cause much harm to their Imperial Beasts, he also naturally wouldn't give up on this fight against a powerful opponent of the gold level. Little White, let's go too. What? The aura of a mere gold level is suppressing your Imperial Beasts from attacking. If you encounter a powerful beast in the wild in the future, will you not even be able to run away? Looking at the performance of the crowd of Imperial Beasts on the field, Aning frowned and chided loudly. Cheese Snow Leopard. Shut up. Ah no, give it to me. Scratchy Baboon. Come on. Pussy Bird, are you alright? Being scolded by him in such a way, the three strongest core trainees in the class also resisted the powerful pressure of that ice-treading deer, ordering their own Imperial Beasts to launch an attack. The Black Iron Realm's Imperial Beasts simply didn't even have the qualifications to move in front of the gold-level ice-treading deer. However, the Bronze Realm Imperial Beasts were quite a bit stronger than the Black Iron Realm Imperial Beasts. It was barely able to withstand the pressure and launch an attack. Under the orders of their respective Imperial Beast Masters, the two bronze-level Imperial Beasts also erupted with a powerful aura belonging to the bronze level. Withstanding the pressure, they launched an attack on the ice-treading deer located in the center of the beast fighting stage. However, in the face of the three attacks, a hint of disdain flashed in the eyes of the ice-treading deer. With a deer cry, it stepped forward very elegantly, and a snowflake actually rose beneath its hooves. For a moment, the temperature of the entire battlefield plummeted. At this time, it was the hottest summer. Ji Yunha unexpectedly felt a trace of cold, so one can imagine how powerful this gold-level ice-treading deer is. The deer's antlers gently lifted, and two pieces of crystalline snowflakes quickly flew out. A piece of snowflake shot towards the bird in the air that launched a wind blade attack on it. One piece shot towards the scratchy baboon with earthy yellow fur. It was just a piece of snowflake that looked inconspicuous, but its power was not to be underestimated. Just upon contact, the two bronze-level Imperial beasts were shaken, and a layer of frost formed on their bodies. They were defeated one after another. After easily repelling a few chicken-like bronze-level Imperial beasts, the ice-stepping deer let out a high-pitched deer cry. The aura on its body increased a few points. Elegant. Too elegant. Ji Yunha's eyes revealed a brilliant light. It seemed to be an opponent worth engaging. This time, even the three bronze-level Imperial beasts weren't able to muster the courage to attack again. The eyes that looked at it were filled with fear. The other black iron grade Imperial beasts were even worse. Little White, can it hold up? Ji Yunha looked towards the jade-scaled python on the stage that was bearing the immense pressure of the ice-treading deer. Who knew that this fellow, Little White, had actually dozed off on the sparring stage? Ho ho ho. Only after hearing Ji Yunha's inquiry did the jade-scale python open its eyes and perfunctorily responded twice. Like the other Imperial beasts, the rock-armored tortoise was also suppressed by the gold-level aura of the treading ice deer. Under the pressure of this aura that far exceeded its own realm of strength. How many times has this been done? And there's no half improvement. It seems that these guys still need to be honed in life and death before they can do anything. Otherwise, if this goes on, I don't know how long it will take to hone these Imperial beasts will to fight. And Ing looked at the scene in front of her, and the expression on her face did not look good. The performance of the crowd was almost exactly the same as the last special training. Not a single one of the black iron ranked Imperial beasts was able to strike out and attack under the pressure of the gold rank. And those bronze level Imperial beasts also didn't dare to make another move after being attacked by the ice treading deer. As if they were just going through the motions. Their royal beast masters were unwilling to resist even if they were urged to do so. The real reason for this was because this was not the first time these Imperial beasts had faced such special training. Since they knew in advance that the powerful ice treading deer in front of them wouldn't really kill them. These Imperial beasts naturally didn't have the will to fight with their backs to the wall and break the ice. Just as she was secretly shaking her head and feeling disappointed in her students, the ice-treading deer suddenly came out with a strange cry. The originally majestic ice-treading deer actually twitched in public and let out a delicate cry. Boing! The ice-treading deer then actually began to inexplicably soften on all four legs, and even the mighty pressure it released was weaker by a few points. Whose attack is this? The sudden change of events also caused Ing to freeze and, Chapter 20, this Imperial beast of yours, it's actually silver level? After she looked around, she realized that all the Imperial beasts were clearly creeping on the ground as usual, making it impossible for them to launch an attack, much less harm the ice-treading deer. Finally, Ing saw a small white snake beside Ji Yunha who was in the crowd. Could it be this kid? It shouldn't be very likely, right? But she didn't have time to think about it too much, because a new turn of events had once again appeared right under her nose. A turquoise-colored poisonous thorn suddenly appeared in front of the ice-treading deer. In the face of this sudden attack, as the target of the attack, treading ice deer's reaction was naturally much faster than that of Ing. As the ice deer looked at the poisonous thorns that had strangely appeared in front of it, its body flashed with a cold light, and another snowflake flew out, turning into a wall of ice in the eyes of everyone. It directly fended off the poisonous thorns coming from the upper air. Is it? But soon, Ing followed the gaze of the ice-treading deer, and she saw that the small snake had actually landed beside Ji Yunha. Looking at the small snake beside Ji Yunha, Ying's eyes also widened and she instantly understood everything. Ing couldn't help but open her mouth and ask, "You brat, when did you become a bronze-level Imperial Beast Master?" But that's right, otherwise you wouldn't have been able to beat fellow student Zhou Yang before. The crowd also looked towards Ji Yunha. Ji Yunha scratched the back of his head in the face of the crowd's gaze and said with some embarrassment, "Luck, just luck." But in fact, Ing was even more shocked. Not only because Ji Yunha had a bronze-grade Imperial Beast, but also because she did not find any fearful look in the eyes of this one, and was even able to send out an attack against the pressure of the ice-treading deer. Under Ying's gaze, Ji Yunha's jade lin python also spat out its snake letters in some anger. It seemed to be upset that its attack just now didn't work, stirring up a few more points of wariness, and then it began to prepare for its next attack again, only to see it open its wings. It was clearly preparing to release the Wind Thunder Feather Blade once again, only this time, the Jade Forest Python's attack seemed to be a few points stronger than the previous tentative attack. In the midst of everyone's shocked gazes, the Jade Forest Python violently launched a new round of attacks towards the ice-treading deer without the slightest fear. In the face of the Jade Forest Python's strike, a serious look appeared in the eyes of the ice-treading deer that was ready for it. With a deer sound, the ice-treading deer's two front feet lifted up and stomped heavily on the ground, and the thick energy on its body immediately gushed out. Large snowflakes instantly appeared, and in the blink of an eye, a very solid ice shield was condensed in front of it. Before the Jade Lin Python's attack arrived, it blocked itself tightly. The Jade Lin Python's attack directly smashed onto the ice shield that it had just condensed, and the entire ice shield began to show signs of cracking. But in the end, the ice shield was still firm enough to withstand the strike. Just when everyone thought that the Jade Lin Python would be undone, Ji Yunha's voice resounded throughout the beast fighting stage. Little White, don't hide your hand. Do it again. The Jade Lin Python also moved immediately after receiving the order. Much to the surprise of all the people and beasts, the Jade Lin Python made a catapult start and sped towards the ice-treading deer. Just a moment before it was about to reach that ice shield, the Jade Lin Python didn't unleash an energy attack like the poison stinger, but instead, it jerked up in the air and flung its tail with force. With the acceleration of the ejection, the power of this tail fling was drastically increased. The aura on the ice-treading deer's body also became brave. It clearly felt the threat from the Jade Lin Python, and clearly felt that the next attack was not destined to end easily. In the end, after a bang, the ice-stepping deer's ice shield actually directly shattered into pieces of ice crystals. The ice-treading deer was also somewhat caught off guard, and hurriedly dodged towards the side, not daring to come into contact with the Jade Forest Python's strike head-on. What kind of skill is this? A bronze-level imperial beast can possess such power? No wonder even the ice-treading deer doesn't dare to use itself to receive this move. When everyone thought that the ice-treading deer had avoided this strike, a sudden change occurred. Little White, poison binding. The Jade Forest Python that had just finished launching its attack had hidden itself at some point, and when it reappeared in the ice deer's field of vision, it had already quietly lurked less than 5 meters away from the ice deer, only to see that the Jade Forest Python was already condensing energy at the top of its head, and the moment it appeared, it simply and neatly threw out a turquoise-green circle of light. The Jade Forest Python's attack looked so skillful, as if it had been trained 1,000 times. In the end, the ice deer could not avoid, like a doll, was directly set by the green circle of light, could not move, could only watch the Jade Forest Python attack. The ice deer had no choice but to attack again. The ice deer had no choice but to use its energy again, using ice to put on a suit of armor, and resisted the Jade Lin Python strike. Then, in the eyes of the crowd, treading ice deer was knocked to the ground by the high-speed impact of the Jade Forest Python. Fortunately, this hand of cold ice armor was used in time, or else the ice deer would really have to fall to the ground with serious injuries. Looking at the treading ice deer that fell to the ground, everyone, including Ing, stared in shock. To be able to emit such a powerful attack at the bronze level, it was clearly not a mortal product. At least this Jade Lin Python of Ji Yunha's, which was actually able to unleash an attack on the ice-treading deer unknowingly, was definitely at the gold level or above with superb potential. Moreover, to be able to command a royal beast to launch such an attack, it seemed that this Ji Yunha wasn't simple either. Ji Yunha had given him a huge surprise today, and Ing had to admit that he had indeed underestimated his student before. It wasn't just Ing who was shocked, there were also the surrounding students. Looking at the Jade Lin Python, it was actually able to erupt such a powerful attack under the pressure of the gold-level treading ice deer. This was even more shocking than what Ji Yunha's victory over Zhou Yang had just brought them. They were once again deeply aware of the power of this Jade Lin Python of Ji Yunha at this moment. The students who were originally sitting and waiting to eat their melon were also casting envious gazes and began to talk. This is an attack from that Jade Lin Python of Ji Yunha's. How could it be so strong? 3 skills. Did I read it right? That Jade Lin Python of Ji Yunha actually possesses 3 skills. It has to be at least a gold-level potential Imperial Beast, right? This guy is simply lucky to have picked up such a good Imperial Beast. I didn't expect him to actually take in such a Jade Forest Python with great potential. Ji Yunha is also someone who possesses great luck. To actually possess such an extraordinary Imperial Beast, his future in the future won't be any worse than those so-called genius Imperial Beast Masters. Taking a deep breath, a hint of a smile finally appeared on Ying's face as she once again looked at Ji Yunha and his Imperial Beast. Ying also took in the expressions of all the trainees. She raised her face and chided the crowd. Look at the others, and then look at yourselves. You're actually not as good as the performance of a Ji Yunha who just came to the school. It seems that you were still too gentle with you guys before. Treading ice deer, educate them properly. Her voice was cold and firm, making the cadets not dare to complain in the slightest. Looking at his eyes, the ice-treading deer also understood. In the next moment, its figure directly disappeared into the middle of the fighting arena. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of a trainee's Imperial Beast. With a single horn, it lifted it up and slammed it down hard towards the beast fighting stage. So fast. Looking at the treading ice deer on the stage that swept out as fast as the cold wind, Ji Yunha's pupils shrank. With his current strength, his eyes couldn't even keep up with the figure of that ice-treading deer. And this was just the beginning. Ow! Gak! As the ice-treading deer continued to attack, the Imperial Beast's wails of terror mixed with fear were constantly heard on the opposing battlefield. The speed of the ice-treading deer's attacks was so fast that the trainees' Imperial Beasts couldn't react in time. An entire dozens of Imperial Beasts, regardless of whether they were at the Black Iron Realm or the Bronze Realm, were all knocked out one by one. Even Ji Yunha's Jade Lin Python was unable to respond effectively in the face of the treading ice deer's active attack, and was knocked out. Even Ji Yunha's extremely fast Jade Forest Python was unable to respond when faced with the ice-treading deer's active attack, and was directly knocked out. In less than 20 seconds, only the ice-treading deer and an ing were left standing on the entire beast fighting stage. The other imperial beasts were all blasted down by it. Although an ing had made the ice-treading deer save its hand, the other imperial beasts were not immune to suffering some flesh and blood, and every imperial beast that was swept off the beast fighting stage by the attack was filled with agonizing looks, showing pain and awe one after another. While the crowd of imperial beasts were all afraid to return to the fighting stage out of fear, Ji Yunha's Jade Lin Python's temper rose instead, apparently feeling a little displeased at being sent flying out of the top of the stage in a sorry state. Damn it, when have I, Master Bai, ever been so humiliated? Then a flash, actually again returned to the battle stage. The next moment, is to show the real body. The original white scales in the sunlight gradually change, slowly turned into a green emerald color. Under the illumination of the sun, it was like a jade sculpture, incomparable. When an ing saw this appearance of the Jade Lin Python, she was doubly surprised for a moment and couldn't help but exclaim, "This imperial beast of yours, it's actually a silver grade?" The Jade Lin Python and the ice-treading deer confronted each other on the beast fighting stage, both unwilling to show weakness. The atmosphere was tense and full of gunpowder flavor. Chapter 21, a long and brilliant road ahead. However, even the Jade Forest Python that had revealed its true form was not able to withstand the ice-treading deer's strike. Once again, the ice-treading deer was toppled off the stage, in front of everyone's eyes. The Jade Lin Python that had been sent flying down climbed up again, only to see Little White shake his head, angrily spit out his snake letters, and charge up again. In less than 10 seconds, it was once again sent flying again. Just like this, the Jade Lin Python was constantly being sent flying, and constantly climbing back up again. After many times, the Jade Lin Python's body had a few more scars. As the other students watched the Jade Lin Python's behavior, they were also shocked by the unconquerable attitude. Even those who fell to the ground and played dead saw the figure of the Jade Lin Python falling down and rising to attack again and again. A slightly dumbfounded and incomprehensible gaze flowed from the eyes of those imperial beasts. Finally, some very sexualized students couldn't help themselves. *CK it. People are fighting so hard for a snake. Wind Wolf, what are you still lying there for? Get up and it for me. Spiked Boar, look at your thick skin. Don't play dead for me. Go up and him. With the first bronze-level Imperial Beast Master student getting up, desperately urging his Imperial Beast to stand up and attack after that, more and more core students also urged up, seemingly infected by the Jade Lin Python. The Imperial Beasts of these students also reared up one after another. In the end, dozens of Imperial Beasts restood on the sparring stage under the orders of their own Imperial Beast Masters. The original timid look had dissipated, replaced by a resolute gaze. Ji Yunha turned his head to look at his group of classmates and smiled heartily. Not bad, well, then together. Him. Under the command of their respective Imperial Beast Masters, a group of Imperial Beasts let out a continuous beast roar, charging once again towards the treading ice deer in the center of the sparring platform. At this moment, that gold-ranked treading ice deer didn't seem so frightening. This scene was so unexpected that even an ing was not expecting it. You little brats. What an insouciance. She laughed with great disdain on her lips, but her eyes were filled with satisfaction. She also didn't expect that after sweeping all the Imperial Beasts off the stage today, these guys would still have the guts to stand up all together, and would still be able to muster up the courage to attack the ice-treading deer once again. If it was placed in the past, it was simply impossible for these fellows to behave like this. Today, this scene had to be attributed to Ji Yunha. To be precise, it was Ji Yunha's silver-ranked Imperial Beast. I really don't know how your kid managed to cultivate such an outstanding Imperial Beast. It's making it a little hard for me to accept. Ji Yunha, the surprises you've brought me are really one after another. And Ing turned her gaze to Ji Yunha, who was rippling to the side and always remained calm. By the looks of it, Ji Yunha also had great trust in her Imperial Beast. This caused a few more points of appreciation in Ying's eyes. 1 hour later, above the battle stage, there was still only one Imperial Beast standing in the center. It was still Ying's ice-stepping deer. Around it lay a group of Imperial Beasts. The only difference was that this time, they hadn't faked their own deaths and collapsed, but had actually stood until they were exhausted, and their Imperial Beast Masters were all laying on the ground as they were all stripped of their strength. Looking at this situation, Ing was also quite satisfied and nodded her head. Alright, today's special training is here. All of you take your Imperial Beasts back to the Imperial Beast Ring. Let them have a good rest. Anyone who needs treatment, send their Imperial Beasts to the infirmary for treatment as soon as possible. Letting the Imperial Beasts fight with all their might like this was the most effective way to exercise their practical combat abilities. High-intensity battles were able to familiarize the Imperial Beasts with their own skills as quickly as possible. This would enable it to better utilize its talents and skills before it could bring out more power. After all, for the same skill, the degree of mastery of each Imperial Beast was different, and the power it could bring out was naturally different. It was just like the same sword. In the hands of an adult and in the hands of a baby, the power it could emit was completely different. Hearing In Ying's words, all the students were relieved. They responded respectfully, and then they saw their Imperial Beasts retract into the Imperial Beast space. Ji Yunha also retrieved the Jade Lin Python within the Imperial Beast ring. This time, the special training was able to mobilize all the Imperial Beasts in the field, but it was also thanks to me. Master Baya. And Ing looked at the fierce-eyed, still indomitable Jade Lin Python below and lamented. This Jade Forest Python of yours isn't simple, just by its own strength. It was able to drive the entire field of Imperial Beasts to resist the pressure of a gold-level opponent and launch an attack. It's truly remarkable. In my opinion, there should be a king. Ji Yunha picked up Little White and slightly bent over in a gesture. Thank you, teacher, for the compliment. It's also because you, teacher, taught me well that I, student, was able to cultivate such an excellent Imperial Beast, which is naturally not without your credit. Teacher. Alright, stop being poor. Come with me to the office. I have something to show you. Is it hard to give me some kind of reward? Ji Yunha was fantasizing. The corners of his mouth almost drooled when Ji Yunha came to the office full of anticipation, and Ing was the one who dumped a bunch of information in front of him. Take a look at the notes yourself, and sign the enrollment form if you don't have any problems. What? Just let me read this? But forced by the lustful authority of the class teacher, he still honestly flipped through the information. It was different from the previous world where schools were chosen based on scores after the college entrance exam. Generally speaking, candidates took the Imperial Beast examination nearby. There weren't many people who were qualified to become Imperial Beast Masters anyway, so the number of people who took the Imperial Beast High School examination was far less than that of the ordinary high school entrance examination before crossing over. It was possible to gather all the candidates in the corresponding region within a single examination center for a single unified selection. It was said that the score standard for each Imperial Beast examination was different. That was why the general students who were about to take the Imperial Beast examination exam were also unable to practice specifically based on previous year's exams. However, no matter what the form of the entrance examination test was, strength was always the most important. As long as one's Imperial Beast strength was strong enough, the score of the college entrance exam would definitely not be low enough. So the next thing to do was to seize the time to enhance the strength of one's Imperial Beast. Ji Yunha planned to raise the level of the Wind Thunder Tiger and the Red Flame Wolf to the silver level, so that he could be considered to have 3 silver-level Imperial Beasts in his hands. He could also be considered to have 3 great generals, so taking a Royal Beast exam and entering the top 5 colleges wouldn't be a breeze. However, the 3 silver grade Imperial Beasts together were only equivalent to 1 gold grade Imperial Beast. It wasn't difficult to get a good grade, but it wasn't necessarily guaranteed to allow Ji Yunha to enter the Federal Imperial Beast University. According to past standards, this was only the minimum enrollment standard for the Federal Imperial Beast University. Although within this 9th city, Ji Yunha was considered one of the strongest among his peers, but in the entire Federation, it was still a bit inadequate. Back then, Sister Chang Yun had relied on a gold-ranked Imperial Beast and a silver-ranked one, and had only just barely made it into the Federal Imperial Beast University. Therefore, Ji Yunha was still planning to try and raise the Jade Lin Python to gold grade as well, and with the addition of the Thundercloud Tiger, he would have 2 gold grade Imperial Beasts. Only then could one be sure of everything. It was just that poor Ji Yunha's wallet that had just bulged a little bit was going to suffer again. Alas, the road ahead is long and splendid. Chapter 22, The Treasure Shop. After returning home, Ji Yunha started picking out evolutionary materials for this Wind Thunder Tiger and Red Flame Wolf according to their evolutionary routes. Let's pick the Thunder Leopard with the Thunder attribute as the main material for the Wind Thunder Tiger's evolution. The secondary material is all the genes of the 5 Wind Wolves, and the Thunderstrike wood will be 2 whole more pieces. Right? Oh, Zhou Yang hasn't given me the Thunderclap wood yet. Ji Yunha then remembered that Zhou Yang had fainted after being defeated by himself, and he hadn't had the time to ask him for the Thunderclap wood yet. Thinking of this, he hurriedly opened the class group chat and Zhou Yang sent a message. Young Zhou, you still owe me a piece of Thunderclap wood, don't forget. Do you think you should find a time to give it to me? Or transfer it directly? You have my account right. Just directly call in the money. The other students in the group couldn't help but burst out laughing when they saw Ji Yunha's message in front of the screen. Ji is too good at it. This is purely rubbing salt into Zhou Xiao's wounds. Family members who understand I'm going to laugh not live. At this moment, lying on the hospital bed, Zhou Yang's back teeth are almost clenched. This money to give it, Zhou Yang himself some angry. But don't give it, but also looks like he can't afford to play. Even more disgrace. Thinking about it, Jo Young finally can only endure a mouthful of bad temper. To Ji Yoon had transferred $500,000 over, but he didn't want to. The more he thought about it, the more angry he got. Jo Yang raised his hand and wanted to throw the communicator to the ground to get out of anger, not wanting to strain his injured right hand once again. Ah, Ji Yoon huh? You wait for me. I want you to die without mercy. The entire hospital resounded with Jo Yang's howls. Who is it? What are you screaming for in the middle of the night? Stinking stupid batch. Calling Nima? Ji Yoon huh, who was lying at home, didn't know about Jo Yang's misery. He was still fretting over the evolutionary materials. After buying these things, there might not be enough money to buy your Imperial Beast food. Ji Yoonha looked at the three little ones worriedly. The Wind Thunder Tiger and Red Flame Wolf didn't know about the deliciousness of the Imperial Beast food yet, but Little White was indeed like an enemy. Beasts are iron, rice is steel. It's fine to have nothing else, but not without Imperial Beast food. It's fine. When Little Red and Little Blue complete this evolution and reach the bronze level, we brothers will go to the dense forest again and break into it. By the way, if we raise your level to gold level as well, Little White, what else are we afraid of? Hearing this, Little White proudly raised his head. The next day, Ji Yoonha got up early because today was the day he set out to prepare the three little ones for evolution. Yesterday, he had ordered the materials needed for the evolution of the three Imperial Beasts, and early this morning, someone delivered them to his door, only to see that at the entrance of his home, a courier box as high as a small mountain had been piled up, filled with the corpses of ferocious beasts. In fact, Ji Yoonha didn't need to use his eyes to see, only need to use the system to detect some can. Simple and save trouble. This Ji Yoonha is also quite satisfied to know that the acquisition of these beast materials, enough to spend Ji Yoonha nearly $1 million. But the thought of having a gold level and 2 new bronze level Imperial Beasts, Ji Yoonha was somewhat unable to hold back his excitement. Ji Yoonha took out a half-meter long fish-type ferocious beast from the courier box, the very same jade spirit fish that Little White needed to evolve into a jade scale snake. Moreover, this jade spirit fish purchased this time was a genuine gold-level beast. It cost Ji Yoonha a full $550,000. In the current spending is accounted for the big head. If not sold so many beast materials, he really can not afford to buy. He saw that the jade spirit fish was crystal clear, like a piece of fine emerald, bright and eye-catching. In addition to using the jade spirit fish as the main material for Xiaobai to evolve into a gold grade, there were also 2 small silver grade snake ferocious beast genes as auxiliary materials, all of which were previously stored within the forest, and now they were directly used and finished. After absorbing all the genes and energy from these few ferocious beast corpses, Ji Yoonha's gaze firmly fell on Little White, who also seemed to be able to feel his master's anticipation as it trembled slightly, filled with excitement and nervousness. Little White, are you ready? Ji Yoonha asked softly, his voice traveling into Little White's ears as if it was a soft wind. Little White gently nodded its head, a look of determination flashing in its eyes, although it was unable to answer in human language. In its heart, it was already prepared for the change. A powerful energy surged within Little White's body, and its body began to gradually emit a faint white light. This was the harbinger of evolution, the manifestation of newborn power. Immediately afterward, Xiaobai's body emitted a blinding white light, wrapping it tightly in it like a cocoon, and the Imperial Beast Masters called this light the light of evolution. When the light dissipated, it meant that the evolution was over. Other people's light of evolution dissipated does not mean the evolution was successful, but Ji Yoonha had absolutely no need to worry about the evolution would fail, because he had 100% certainty. Little White had begun to evolve, and Ji Yoonha wasn't worried about that, so he turned his gaze to the other 2 Imperial Beasts. Little Red, Little Blue. I'm sure Little White has already told you guys. What about this first time? It might hurt a bit. Bear with it, haha. The materials required for the evolution of the Wind and Thunder Tiger and the Red Flame Wolf had already been prepared. Little Blue's evolution materials mainly consisted of the Thunder attribute Thunder Leopard as the main ingredient as well as all of the genes of the 5 Wind Wolves as the auxiliary ingredient. The evolution of the Red Flame Wolf, on the other hand, required a Fire attributed Ferocious Beast as the main ingredient, as well as the genes of other Fire attributed Imperial Beasts as auxiliary materials. Ji Yoonha arranged these materials neatly, took a deep breath, and began to select the materials for the Wind Thunder Tiger and the Red Flame Wolf, arranging their evolutionary process in a well-organized manner. As time passed, the express boxes in the house gradually became empty, and the evolution of the 3 little ones was proceeding in an organized manner. After completing the preparation for the evolution of the Wind Thunder Tiger and the Red Flame Wolf, the bodies of the 2 beasts also glowed with the light of evolution. Ji Yoonha let out a long breath and relaxed for a few moments, and idly returned to his room to close his eyes and recuperate. Chapter 23 Evolutionary Trio. After an hour, the light of evolution on the Wind Thunder Tiger and Red Flame Wolf gradually dimmed, indicating that the evolution was about to be completed. The process of evolution was not a smooth one, as both Wind Thunder Tiger and Red Flame Wolf's bodies began to experience violent convulsions, as if they were undergoing a violent internal change. The Wind Thunder Tiger was the first to open its eyes from the light of evolution. Its eyes turned electric blue, filled with the glow of electrical energy. Its teeth also became sharper, and an arc of electricity emanated from its mouth. The entire evolution process seemed to be releasing powerful lightning energy, and the grass and trees around the grounds trembled slightly. Ji Yunha stood at the side, nervously watching the Wind Thunder Tiger's changes. He knew that evolution was an extremely challenging process that required the Imperial Beast to overcome internal and external difficulties in order to gain new powers. As time passed, the Wind Thunder Tiger's changes became more and more obvious. Its fur gradually became denser, flickering with a faint electric light. Its body became stronger, its muscle lines clearly visible, and a row of spikes grew on its tail, making it look even more majestic. The lightning aura emanating from its entire body became even more powerful, as if it was capable of tearing through the air. In the end, with the last flash of electricity, the Wind Thunder Tiger's evolution was complete. Ji Yunha looked at the scene in front of him with shock. The Wind Thunder Tiger was no longer what it was before. It had turned into an even more powerful Thunderbolt Tiger. The most striking thing was that its eyes had turned a deep electric blue color, filled with majesty and power. The entire body exuded a powerful lightning aura, as if it could trigger a thunderstorm at any time. The Thunderbolt Tiger confidently raised its head and let out a hiss, as if celebrating its new birth. Ji Yunha excitedly walked forward and lightly patted its fur. On the other side, the Red Flame Wolf's evolution was also complete. The Red Flame Wolf's body began to shake violently, as if it was undergoing a baptism of fire. Its fur became denser and flickered with a blazing fire. Its teeth also became sharper, and a searing aura emanated from its mouth. The entire evolution process seemed to be releasing blazing flame energy, and the temperature around the venue rose dramatically. Ji Yunha stood at the side, sweat constantly dripping from his forehead. The Flame Wolf's entire body was covered in thick red fur, and flames burned on its body, emitting a scorching aura. Its body was even sturdier, its limbs strong and powerful, and the flames on its wings flickered. Most strikingly, its eyes turned crimson, filled with the scorching heat of flames. The entire body exuded a powerful flame aura, as if it could ignite everything. Looking at the majestic appearance of the two imperial beasts, Ji Yunha was also very happy and immediately opened their information panel. Name, Thunderbolt Tiger. Talent, 1. Electrical energy sight. The lightning tiger can quickly lock onto a target through electrical energy perception, and can see clearly even in the dark. Potential, platinum. Evil, level 16, bronze. Tributes wind, thunder, beast. Kills electricity blade storm, mad electricity charge. Electricity release. Evolutionary route, 3. On the other side, the Flame Wolf's information panel. Name, Flame Wolf. Talent, 1. Wings of flame. The wings of the Flame Wolf can form wings of flame, allowing it to fly through the air and inflict a flaming shock when it dives. Potential, platinum. Evil, level 16, bronze. Attribute, fire. Beast, kills flame claw, flame spit, flame shock. Evolutionary route, 3. It had to be said that the skills and talents of these two brats looked good, which made Ji Yunha more and more look forward to what Little White would look like after his evolution. Finally, after another 3 hours, Ji Yunha stepped out of the room, and at a glance, he saw that the light on Xiaobai's body had dimmed a lot. This signaled that the evolution was about to end. Ji Yunha stared closely at Little White. He knew that he couldn't afford the slightest distraction at this time. His heartbeat accelerated as he nervously and excitedly anticipated the changes in Little White. After another quarter of an hour had passed, the light completely dissipated, revealing the figure of the white-scaled snake. Time seemed to have become abnormally long at this moment, and finally, Little White's body gave off a blinding light. This light wrapped it tightly within, like a gem that was being nurtured, and at the very next moment, the light erupted violently, like a meteor streaking across the night sky. Ji Yunha's eyes narrowed, and as the light dissipated, he saw clearly the new appearance of Little White. The original white scales had molted away, replaced by a layer of jade-colored scale armor that looked like a piece of crystal-clear jade. Noble and extraordinary. Even the body size has become twice the original. Looks a kind of soft beauty, is no longer a short and feeble appearance. The two snake pupils also transformed into turquoise, looking like two valuable emeralds. Ji Yunha clicked on the Jade Scale Snake's information panel to take a look, and it was similarly refreshed. Name, Jade Scale Snake. Talent, 100 poisons, can reduce its own poisoning damage. 2. Optical stealth, achieves stealth effect by changing the refraction of surrounding light. Potential, diamond. Evil, level 31, gold. Attribute, insect, poison. Superpower, kills darkness dive. Poison Eater's Tooth, Poison Binding, Poison Mist, Evolutionary Route, 3. Although the talent hadn't changed, all the skills had changed. The original Lurking was upgraded to Darkness Dive, Poison Bite became Poison Eating Fangs, and replacing Entanglement was Poison Binding. The current Xiaobai no longer needed to use his body to entangle the opponent. He could directly bind the enemy by using his superpower attribute. Obviously this was the effect of the Super Energy System attribute belonging to Xiaobai. Ji Yunha felt very gratified, looking at his imperial beasts getting stronger and stronger. He felt a sense of fulfillment as an old father. Jade Lin Snake, Ji Yunha muttered, his heart filled with shock. This was Xiaobai's new form, a jade-colored Qilin snake with even greater strength and abilities. Ji Yunha placed his hand on the top of the Jade Forest Serpent's head and stroked it gently. He could feel that the Jade Forest Serpent's aura had become deeper and its power was surging, as if it was announcing its new life. Chapter 24 3 College Auditions? In order to feed the 3 Imperial Beasts, Ji Yunha had also prepared a large amount of Imperial Beast food beforehand, only to see him take out a large box with a few large words written on it. This is the higher Imperial Beast food eaten by beast-type ferocious beasts. This is the higher Imperial Beast food eaten by insect-type ferocious beasts. Ingredients: snow chicken meat, Komodo lizard meat, natural purple moon grass. This box of Imperial Beast food had cost Ji Yunha $50,000, and its ingredient content was naturally required to be extremely strict. Not only is it mixed with various meats, fruits and vegetables as well as spices, but it's also formulated according to a special ratio, making the nutrition of this Imperial Beast food very well balanced. He said, no wonder it can be sold so expensive. These raw materials are not cheap. Although Ji Yunha was willing to give it up, it was always a bit of a pain in the ass. A box of Imperial Beast food would cost $50,000, which was not something that an ordinary Imperial Beast master could afford to consume. It was a product that was geared towards rich Imperial Beast masters, not to mention that he was raising 3 mouths. Ji Yunha quickly opened the package of Imperial Beast food, and inside was a strip of meat with a golden color. It looked very delicious. No wonder most of the ferocious beasts could hardly resist the temptation of the Imperial Beast food, and it was said that many people even used the Imperial Beast food as bait for capturing wild ferocious beasts. It was said that if you ate just one of these beast cereals a day, it would be enough to support the energy consumption of a silver-level beast for a week. One could only imagine how abundant the energy contained within it was. However, when it came to Ji Yunha, a beast food could only support a gold-level beast for 3 days at most. At this moment, Xiaobai, who had been observing from the side for a long time, drooled and stared at the meat strip in Ji Yunha's hand with his big eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that Ji Yunha hadn't yet indicated that it was ready to eat, it was afraid that it would have rushed straight up. One could imagine just how great the temptation of this thing was for the ferocious beast. Here, Ji Yunha also felt a bit amused seeing Xiaobai's appearance, but did not continue to molest it. Picking up a strip of meat, he handed it to Little White's mouth, and Little White had no qualms about swallowing it directly into his belly in one mouthful. The Imperial Beast food was constantly being digested in its belly, and the energy in it was also flowing rapidly into Little White's entire body. And then Little White smacked his lips. A look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Seeing the big brother's look of enjoyment, Little Blue and Little Red also failed to withstand the temptation and each tried to pick up a strip of meat and swallowed it into their bellies. And after that, the 2 beasts were like opening the door to a new world. And from then on, they couldn't get out of hand. The next few days, Ji Yunha would take his 3 Imperial Beasts to hunt ferocious beasts in the wilderness every day, subsidizing his household while also training his combat abilities and familiarizing himself with his skills. At night, he would return home to rest, either absorbing the available genes of the ferocious beasts or digesting the energy he had devoured that day. Finally, a few days later, Jade Lin Snake Little White's level reached 35. Thunderbolt Tiger Little Blue and Red Inferno Wolf Little Red's levels also reached the evolutionary note of level 20 at the same time. In front of Ji Yunha's eyes, there was a huge white snake almost as tall as himself coiled around his left side, and behind him, there was a wolf and a tiger playing around. Name, Jade Scale Snake. Talent, 100 poisons, can reduce one's own poisoning damage. 2 to call stealth, achieve stealth effect by changing the refraction of the surrounding light. Potential, diamond. Evil, level 35, gold. Attribute, insect, poison. Superpower, kills darkness dive. Poison Eater's Tooth, poison binding, poison mist. Evolutionary route, 3. Ji Yunha's mood was slightly agitated, with Xiaobai's level reaching the middle of the gold level, and the other 2 Imperial Beasts about to evolve to the silver level. Ji Yunha felt a little more confident in the face of the upcoming college entrance exam. What's more, the 3 Imperial Beasts that he now possessed, their most powerful points were not in their level, but in the characteristics of the different parts they carried, as well as the skills that incorporated all of their strengths. For example, the scales on the Jade Lin Snake's body were not only very sturdy, but could also protect against fire and electricity. Another example is the small wings that grow out of the thunderbolt tiger's back, although it can't carry it to fly yet, but it also enhances its speed and makes its attacks swifter. It was simply a real tiger with wings. Of course, these strange abilities and characteristics were all taken from other ferocious beasts, and these abilities could continue to be stacked. This was the most terrifying. As they grew, the traits on their bodies only increased. Attack power, defense power, speed, physical ability, and all other values would become more and more exaggerated. And early this morning, as Ji Yunha was preparing to take his imperial beasts out to practice, the phone suddenly rang. It was class teacher In Ying calling. Looking at In Ying's incoming call reminder, Ji Yunha pressed the connect button with some confusion. The moment it was connected, a somewhat anxious and moving voice came from the opposite side of the communicator. The 5 major colleges suddenly released a notice saying that they are going to hold a special enrollment selection match before the college entrance exam. The day after tomorrow it will be held, and immediately. Ji Yunha, do you kid want to participate? Can. Of course you have to participate. Ji Yunha froze a little when he heard this news, but quickly responded. I'll sign you up then. The nearest location of the selection contest is in the city ruins on the outskirts of our 9th city. Including you, the 9th city is expected to have no less than 200 people participating. Almost all of the Imperial Beastmasters participating in the auditions this time are at the silver level. How about it? Do you have confidence in yourself? Don't worry, teacher. Of course I have this kind of confidence. It's just that it's not too much. Don't be so cheeky with me. Take a good rest in the next 2 days. Adjust yourself and your Imperial Beasts. I'll come to your house to pick you up at 7 o'clock in the morning of the day after tomorrow. Saying that, In Ying then hung up the phone at the speed of fire, seemingly rushing to notify the news with whichever other student. Only Ji Yunha was left holding the phone in a daze. What the hell? Additions? Have the 5 major colleges organized this in previous years? How did it come all of a sudden? Why don't you tell me the rules? Didn't I tell you I'm not confident? The school did not say anything? Ji Yunha's mind is now flooded with 100,000 question marks. Hiss, roar, ow, ow. Although Ji Yunha, though he had no confidence, the 3 imperial beasts beside him were looking like they had high fighting spirit. A white snake was constantly displaying its snake fist, while the remaining 2 were applauding in a very supportive manner, living like 2 lapdogs. At this time, Xiao Bai's body had already come to nearly 5 meters long, and a long snake tail fluttered in the air, occasionally also emitting a loud sonic boom. However, even though Little White had grown up, he still hadn't changed some of his previous habits. For example, when he slept at night, Little White especially liked to pester Ji Yunha, who was sleeping in the bed. If we say that it was fine in the past, Little White's body size was not particularly large, just enough to wrap around Ji Yunha's arm, and it wasn't in the way. But with the small white body grows bigger and bigger. Now Ji Yunha also really afraid in the dead of night. Small white accidentally do a nightmare. Body a stress force. Accidentally to their own alive strangled to death. After all, even after receiving feedback from the 3 imperial beasts, Ji Yunha, relying on a small body, could not withstand the terrifying power of the jade forest snake that could crush boulders. However, Ji Yunha had also never talked about this matter with Xiao Bai for fear of chilling the heart of this powerful general by saying it. Alas, it can't be helped. Who made me favor it? Chapter 25, In Ying's car skills. Since the class teacher personally call over, then this so-called special enrollment selection contest should also be real and effective. Is not sure what the requirements of the selection, a total of a few places, when you can ask clearly. The competition has not yet begun. Ji Yunha will begin to browse the relevant information on the network. Do not check, do not know. A check almost shocked. This labor selection actually really have. And this year is the first time to hold. In order to pick out more potential talent, even the TV can also see a lot of broadcasting, according to the network of relevant information, because this year is the first time to organize, so the 5 universities and the Chinese government to give the reward are very generous. The resources for the 100th place were decreasing from high to low, and this competition also attracted the attention of countless people. The netizens called it second only to the college entrance examination, the second chance to turn your life around. And once you can get this opportunity and resources, the college entrance examination will not have to take the test. Directly is a step to heaven. Of course, this selection contest also has restrictions. The most basic requirement is to reach the silver level before the college entrance exam. That's why In Ying will specially call to notify Ji Yunha. In the face of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Ji Yunha naturally wouldn't miss it, and could be considered a must-have. Soon, 2 days passed. This day the sun hadn't fully climbed up. Ji Yunha got up early to wash his face and brush his teeth, and by the way, he helped his 3 imperial beasts to clean up, and then after changing into a piece of clothing that was easy to fight in, he walked downstairs and waited in front of his house. At 6:59, and Ing drove an extremely wild off-road vehicle and stopped in front of Ji Yunha, looking at him with a dumbfounded look. At this time, Ing, contrary to the usual appearance of a lady, changed into a very seductive casual clothing, wearing a small halter on the top. Will be the call of the peaks of the steady support, especially that of tight jeans, but also will be its hot body outlined more flawless, and even underneath the covered muscle lines have become clearly visible. Originally a luxury wild Jeep is enough to attract people's eyes, and then matched with a beautiful driver, but also immediately attracted the eyes of countless people around. This proper sense of contrast was simply a match between beauty and beast, and Ing opened the door of the Jeep and nodded her head towards Ji Yunha. Ji Yunha also did not procrastinate, and very sharply and directly sat in the co-driver's seat. In the face of this scene, the onlookers even felt some differences, so much so that some of the neighbors were looking enviously at Ji Yunha as she walked onto the Jeep, and then turned her head to mutter with her own child, "Look at others, learn more." Now when you are eating softly you have to become a beastmaster to be able to do so. After becoming an imperial beastmaster, Ji Yunha's perception ability is not what it used to be, and recently got the feedback of 3 imperial beasts evolution. Ji Yunha's hearing has become even sharper, and naturally, she also listened to all these words even read, but for these idle words, Ji Yunha was also somewhat helpless. Buddy is relying on strength to eat. You want to say that buddies rely on face, then I also have no way. After sitting on the Jeep, Ji Yunha realized that the original car has been sitting in a few in his age about the Imperial Beast Division. 3 men and 2 women. Among them there is also a Ji Yunha familiar figure. That person named Li Weiwei is the original Ji Yunha class on the class president, and later because it was guaranteed entry into a good first-class university, it is extremely rare to see its appearance in the school. Class president? Why are you also here? Didn't you bail out a long time ago? The girl rolled her eyes and skimmed her lips. Aren't you talking nonsense? Who wouldn't go to the top 5 colleges if they had the chance? That's true. It's still easy to enter here with your talent. Ji Yunha adjusted her seating position to sit more comfortably, before lazily opening her mouth. Afterwards, Ji Yunha also greeted a few other students in the car. Ji Gu, I've heard a lot about you. It's rumored that you knocked even young Master Zhou into the hospital a few days ago. Is that true? Where? Overrated. Just did it by accident. Ji Yunha was quite embarrassed and put on a shy demeanor as she replied. It's still my brother Ji. The next auditions will have to trouble you, brother Ji, to take care of you. Yeah, right. I didn't expect to see brother Ji in person here. What an honor. The few teenagers from the same school in that car, although they weren't in the same class as Ji Yunha, they obviously recognized Ji Yunha as well. From their words, it was not difficult to see the excitement in their hearts. After all, we all live in this 9th city, but also attend the same high school, and it's a normal thing for geniuses to hear about each other. Yes. Everyone take care of each other, hahaha. Ji Yunha was rarely courted by people like this. At this time, he even smiled with some embarrassment, and Ji Yunha sat steadily, and Ing also did not waste time. The bottom of the foot violently stepped on the gas pedal. The Jeep will be like a roaring beast. Instantly fast start. The speed of the car gradually raise gradually fast, so that the scenery around the street are like a slideshow. Crazy back fly away, because here is still the city road. The vehicle is not less. There are several times or almost hit the vehicle in front, but the good thing is that in Ying's skill of the car, every time it is dangerous to easily avoid the past. But a few young people on the car will not wonder good to suffer. The bottom of the heart only one idea, this teacher looks quiet. How this car driving so violent? The crowd was somewhat frightened. Even a few people's face obviously white. Lips are a little white. Stomach twitching. Seems ready to stage Huanguoshu waterfalls. Only sitting in the passenger side of the Ji Yunha color calm. It is not that he is physically superior, just that he usually rides small blue or small red when the speed is about the same as the speed of the car now, but also some of the habit. Besides, in case he is really so unfortunate, really hit something, the big deal is that he immediately summoned the Jade Lin snake in place, and then let the little white to wrap himself, temporarily acting as an airbag roll. Anyway, the little white is now already gold level, skin thick flesh very much. This little bump little touch, simply cannot hurt the little white. Even the layer of scale armor is afraid to break. Chapter 26, Is it my fault if I'm handsome? Not far away from the 9th city was the place where this selection contest was held, a deserted city ruin. In fact, the ruins of this city were really not that far away from the 9th city, because it was originally a subsidiary city of the original 9th city, and the distance between the two cities was only tens of kilometers. If someone stood on the tall walls of the 9th city, they would be able to see this land full of broken walls from afar. This was originally a fairly prosperous small city, but at the early stage of the aura recovery, it was completely destroyed by the large number of ferocious beasts that appeared around it, so that now there was only a ruin left. Nowadays, Even though it had been cleaned up several times, there were still many strong beasts roaming within the ruins of the city, and there were even quite a few gold-level terrifying beasts among them, making it extremely dangerous. Ing stopped the car at a place 2 kilometers away from the ruins and drove the several students out of the car. "You guys get off here and walk over by yourselves. The vehicles in front of you are not allowed to pass, so I can only send you here." Dropping these words, Ing then drove off quickly without looking back. "Let's go." Li Weiwei summoned her imperial beast, which was a nearly 2-meter-tall silver-grade silver-feathered hunting falcon, and after spreading its wings it was even nearly 5 meters wide. Li Weiwei glanced at Ji Yunha, who was ready to walk, and after hesitating for a moment, she opened her mouth to invite Ji Yunha to ride with her. Ji Yunha also didn't make any pretense, and with a stack of feet, he easily jumped up. Although as a thunder and lightning tiger's little blue run-up is not slow, but after all, this will fly imperial beasts is always faster than their own imperial beasts run. Well, time is money, and in front of this head of silver feather falcon, seems to be Li Weiwei tuned very well, actually did not have a trace of resistance to the meaning of strangers. Don't look at the imperial beasts usually so obedient to the words of their masters, but in fact most of the imperial beasts still retain a trace of animalism. If some masters did not train the beasts well, they would easily get angry because of some things, and would most likely attack, thus injuring other people. Therefore, in most cities nowadays, it is expressly forbidden to summon a royal beast at will if there is no necessary reason to do so. Seeing Ji Yunha and Li Weiwei hurrying towards the ruins of the city, the rest of the students also summoned their own imperial beasts that could walk on their behalf. Among them were a sturdy black-hoofed stallion, a blue-feathered spirit sparrow, a grayish-white panther, and a devil spirit spider as big as an ox. In order to not miss out on this once-in-a-lifetime audition, all of them couldn't wait to gallop towards the direction of that city ruin, and in mid-air, today, Li Weiwei is wearing a halter small white dress. Not only is the material of the dress light and thin, but also reveals a large portion of snow white, that smooth lotus root shoulder and snow white neck. In front of Ji Yunha's face flickering, the waves in front of the chest is constantly undulating, so that it is very difficult for people to be the slightest bit defensive. Unable to do anything about it, Ji Yunha could only turn her head away in general to avoid suspicion, turning her gaze towards the rolling green mountains in the distance. Noticing this scene, Li Weiwei pouted her little mouth in dissatisfaction, a hint of disappointment flashing across the bottom of her eyes. "Humph, am I not attractive at all?" Li Weiwei was depressed in her heart. In the silver-feathered hunting falcon is a speed-type ferocious beast. Even when carrying Li Weiwei and Ji Yunha, their speed was extremely fast, and the two of them soon arrived at that abandoned city. And at this time, in the outer area of the ruins of that city, there were already quite a few students from the 9th city waiting there for the opening of the selection contest. Beside these students, many powerful imperial beasts of different races had also appeared, and as far as the eye could see, the vast majority of them were silver-ranked, with almost no bronze-ranked imperial beasts appearing. The scene was truly shocking beyond words. However, as soon as the silver-feathered falcon, the peak of the silver grade, appeared on the scene, the majority of the imperial beasts were overshadowed. The silver-feathered falcon had just landed here from the sky, and the surrounding fierce beasts had very consciously made way for a piece of ground, not having the slightest bit of guts to resist, not to mention the intention to go out and demonstrate. I said how my beast suddenly twitched. So it's the silver-level peak silver-feathered falcon. That's a platinum-grade talented ferocious beast, an existence that can reach the platinum level even while lying down. How dare you say that? Which school's beast master is this? How come I've never heard of it? And where did he get a silver-feathered falcon cub with such high potential? You're asking me? Then who am I asking? But one thing is for sure, the boy on the back of that silver-feathered falcon is quite handsome. That girl is also good-looking, alright. But you can't just sit on someone else's imperial beast just because it's a silver-level imperial beast. Let me do it. Seems not quite right. Why is that girl ordering the silver-feathered falcon? Can't it be that the silver-feathered falcon belongs to that beauty? Crap. What I hate the most in my life is the soft rice man. Once these words came out, the gazes of the crowd towards Ji Yunha suddenly changed, and for a while it became all sorts of complicated envy, jealousy, and hatred. The girls kind of despised this kind of soft rice man. The boys even hated itchy teeth, asking themselves that their face value was not worse than that boy. They only hated that the one who was riding behind the beautiful girl right now was not themselves. For the surrounding crowd to cast this kind of strange gaze, Ji Yunha is also early has been accustomed to. Hey, handsome, also blame me? Ji Yunha sighed helplessly. Although it's true that I'm handsome with some heavenly fury, but I'm a man who relies on strength to eat. And the three little ones in the imperial beast space couldn't help but roll their eyes in unison when they heard this. One didn't know if their master was being brainlessly narcissistic again, or if he really positioned himself this way in his heart. Don't look at Ji Yunha playfully, but he was actually secretly observing his competitors. The information of the various imperial beasts was revealed by the system at a glance. Ji Yun has silently memorized this information. After all, know yourself and know your enemy in order to be unscathed in 100 battles. Even during the observation period, Ji Yunha also saw a few suspected gold-level Imperial Beast Masters, which made him feel alert all of a sudden. In addition to the several suspected gold-level Imperial Beast Masters, there were also several ferocious beasts that belonged to the peak silver-level talent like the silver-feathered falcon. These were the enemies that he might face in a while. As time passed, the students and Imperial Beasts around the ruins of the city also gathered more and more. The vast majority of the Imperial Beasts Ji Yunha had seen in books before. Earth Berserker Lion. Vine-armored rhinoceros. What's that? An earth demon lizard? How is it that there are even such rare ferocious beasts? But the rattan armor of the vine-armored rhinoceros looks average. But the book says it should still be quite sturdy. I'll find a chance to fish in troubled waters in a while, and see if I can extract that rattan armor and add the genes to little white scales. If he could absorb a few more gold-ranked, or dozens of silver-ranked ferocious beast genes, he might be able to strengthen the jade lin snake scales once again. At that time, Little White scales would no longer fear any attack below platinum. Little White's combat power would also be raised by a large step once again. Chapter 27, The Auditions Begin. Ji Yunha looked at the Imperial Beasts that had either strange or powerful abilities, and couldn't help but have many strange and bizarre thoughts in his heart. The people around him looked at his weird eyes and all of them had a chill in their hearts as they pulled their own Imperial Beasts to walk away. And just as the crowd waited for the moment, tucked away in an inconspicuous corner within the ruins, a small worn-out radio, but a serious voice suddenly came out. All students, silence. Next, I will start announcing the rules of the match. Please listen carefully. Hearing this voice that suddenly came out, the crowd present instantly quieted down and all looked towards the source of that voice. For this selection match, we will select 10 people in the 9th city to obtain a spot to enter the 5 major universities. The rules of the competition are simple. We have placed 100 special tokens in that city ruin, and the one who obtains the most tokens will be awarded the first place in this competition. And those who didn't obtain a token will be ranked based on the number of ferocious beasts hunted. There are no restrictions on the rest, so all of you can show off your skills and do as you please. Without further ado, everyone's time is precious, so let's begin our selection contest. At this point, all the rules of this suddenly organized audition had been introduced. Plain and simple. The one word that was spoken was, it. Although the person within the broadcast didn't say what the token actually looked like, and where exactly the token would appear, but the moment that voice fell, everyone moved, almost simultaneously rushing in towards the ruins of the city in front of them, fearing that they would be left behind. This incomparably dangerous town of city ruins seemed to have turned into a path to heaven in their eyes at this moment. In order to obtain the resources to become a disaster-grade Imperial Beast Master, all of them would not hold back. Ji Yunha, do you want to join me? Yeah, brother Ji, it's safer for us to act together. When the time comes to rescue the hostages, we can share them equally. A few students from the 9th city also extended a sincere invitation to Ji Yunha. Unexpectedly, the serious-faced Ji Yunha shook his head very decisively. There are too many of us. We'll be easily targeted. It's better to split up. Ji Yunha paused and hesitated for a moment, but still kindly reminded. There's one more thing. After you guys enter this ruin, you also need to remain vigilant. Don't trust the strangers you recognize inside too much. After briefly explaining some precautions to a few people, Ji Yunha also no longer hesitated and recruited the Thunderbolt Tiger Little Blue and headed towards the town. The level of danger of this kind of city ruins is different from his previous experience in the wilderness. Not only there are all kinds of beasts that appear at any time, but also the terrain is more complicated. All kinds of buildings and houses for their own field of vision blocking will also be more serious. And this time is not like his usual alone brush monsters that simple. Ji Yunha feel must always be vigilant, not only to deal with the threat of beasts, but also have to guard against those who plan to misbehave royal beast master, but also have to spend energy to guard against those old six, so as not to end up becoming the object of the fisherman. Ji Yunha pondered on how to stand out in this selection contest while searching for a suitable location to understand the structure and topography of the city. In order to gain a broader view, he arrived at the top of an abandoned tall building and began to scrutinize the entire city. The ruins of the city stretched out, the wreckage of buildings, broken streets, and the corpses of ferocious beasts everywhere were a stark contrast between the city's former prosperity and its current desolation. Ji Yunha gazed at the distant skyline, trying to find any useful clues. As his gaze gradually swept over the different areas of the city, he began to notice some strange phenomena. Some places seemed to have unusually thick source energy fluctuations, while others were unusually silent, with hardly any signs of biological activity. The construction of this city is a bit strange, Ji Yunha muttered to himself, frowning slightly. He decided to come to the higher parts of the taller buildings first in order to get a full understanding of the city's layout. Ji Yunha began to climb up the stairs, ascending to the top of the building step by step. As he stood high above the city, overlooking the entire city, he was amazed by the sight in front of him. The entire city seemed to be divided into different regions, each with different characteristics and energy fluctuations. Some areas were filled with the aura of source energy, possibly harboring rich resources, while other areas were desolate and showed no signs of source energy. Ji Yunha's eyes locked onto an inconspicuous area where there were some faint energy fluctuations that could mean the presence of an imperial beastmaster or a ferocious beast. However, at this critical moment, he was suddenly spotted by the 4 wild ferocious beasts, the wind larks, that were patrolling high in the air, and their sharp eyes instantly locked onto him. Chirp! Chirp! Ji Yunha felt a chill surging through his heart, knowing that his position had been exposed while the windlarks were rapidly swooping down. These 4 ferocious beasts were all silver-ranked windlarks, possessing excellent flying and attacking abilities, and their combat power was extremely terrifying. He immediately took action. The power of his feet erupted violently, and his body instantly rose up in the air, turning into a bolt of lightning that rushed towards a nearby tall building that had not yet collapsed. The sharp claws of the windlark swept behind him, emitting ear-piercing whistling sounds. Ji Yunha managed to dodge this round of attacks with the aid of his agility and source power. And Little White. Ji Yunha immediately summoned Little White to protect herself behind her. Although eagles were naturally the nemesis of snakes, that was also based on both sides being equal in strength. 3 earth-colored snake-tailed rays shot towards the eagle like lightning, their speed unbelievable. Among them, one of the windlarks was struck by one of the snake-tail rays before it had time to react, letting out a mournful chirp as its body instantly lost its balance and plummeted to the ground. Seeing this, the other 2 windlarks hurriedly dodged, but they were still slightly injured. Their wings were a bit messy, and their flight speed was obviously slowed down. Xiao Bai's attack was not only precise, but also powerful, making these windlarks feel a strong threat. Crackle, snap, boom, bang. 4 consecutive explosions rang out. Those 4 unsuspecting windlarks were instantly smoked and exploded. Under the enhancement of Little White hardening, the mere silver-ranked windlarks couldn't withstand an attack of this level, and were directly killed in an instant. Ji Yunha breathed a sigh of relief and said with a palpitating heart, "Phew, scared the hell out of me. Luckily I reacted in time, or else I would have to capsize in this gutter." System. Extract the sequence. Ji Yunha placed his hands on the corpses of the 4 windlarks, acquired the windlark bloodline for the first time, acquired the spirit of the royal wind gene, acquires the sharp clawstrike gene, gained the flying enhancement gene, gained the night vision gene, another series of skill extractions. Nowadays, Xiao Bai's strength had long been worlds apart compared to before. In the first moment of obtaining the windlark's genes, Ji Yunha injected these windlark's genetic abilities into each of his 3 imperial beasts. Ding! Your imperial beast, the Jade Lin Snake, has obtained the windlark bloodline. Ding! Your imperial beast Jade Forest Serpent obtains visual focus. Ding! Your beast, the Flame Wolf, has gained visual focus. Ding! Your royal beast Thunderbolt Tiger has gained flying reinforcement. Getting 2 more skills. Visual focus seems to be able to improve Little White's dynamic vision, while visual reinforcement is able to increase Little White's visible range. Ji Yunha was in a good mood. Both skills were very practical. After all, Eagle-type vision was excellent in terms of dynamic perception and range, and the addition of these skills would make one's imperial beast even stronger in battle, providing Ji Yunha with even more advantages. Chapter 28 Earth Lizard and Son Lei Xianing. I wonder where I can get the flight gene from. If Little Blue and Little White were able to fly in the future, it would be much more convenient to do anything in the future. Ji Yunha's heart lingered with a yearning for the flight gene, hoping that Little White would be able to obtain the ability to fly, which would greatly increase the radius and convenience of their movements. He knew that obtaining the flight gene would bring a unique advantage to Little White, making it even stronger in combat and exploration. However, right now, he hadn't found a way to obtain the flight gene, but Ji Yunha wasn't in a hurry. He knew that this world was full of unknowns and opportunities, and as long as he kept working hard, there would always be a time to reap the rewards. At the same time, the visual ability also fed back to Ji Yunha, allowing him to notice the changes around him. As he stood at the top of the abandoned high-rise, looking out over the ruins of the entire city, he keenly sensed that there were a few Imperial Beastmasters observing him from the vicinity. His gaze turned to those few people and quickly locked onto their location. At that moment, those few people also spotted him and hurriedly stood up, their expressions a bit tense. As one Imperial Beastmaster spoke up, "We're just passing through." Another Imperial Beastmaster also added, "Big brother, I heard that the tokens are usually on the higher floors." They were eager to leave for fear of annoying Ji Yunha, a powerful Imperial Beastmaster. Ji Yunha's heart stirred slightly when he heard their words. These people probably knew about the tokens, and they also seemed to recognize him. He did not continue the chase. After all, Xiaobai was not suitable for a chase battle, and he did not want to cause unnecessary trouble at this time. A higher floor well? Then that's the only place. Ji Yunha's gaze went to a tall building in the distance. His visual ability allowed him to learn this information in advance, which would bring more convenience and advantages to his path of exploration. He knew that in order to stand out in this selection contest, he needed to keep accumulating advantages and resources, and this tall building might be an important clue. With the addition of his powerful natural ability, Ji Yunha rushed to that tall building on the Thunderbolt Tiger, and at the same time, several sudden roars of ferocious beasts appeared, disrupting Ji Yunha's thoughts. Immediately afterward, something strange happened at a street corner in the distance. The ground suddenly shook, and a large amount of smoke and dust filled the air, and from a distance, Ji Yunha could only see a giant tree collapsing, as well as a large black shadow in the midst of the smoke and dust. There are ferocious beasts, and it must be at least gold level, right? It seemed to be fighting? Ji Yunha's gaze flickered as he motioned for the Jade Lin Python to get closer to him, and then the one person and one beast moved quickly in that direction. This sudden vision seemed to have nothing to do with the selection contest, and was probably a commotion caused by the ferocious beasts in the city ruins. He knew that this city ruin was full of dangers, and it was vital to remain vigilant at all times. Ji Yunha cautiously peeked out, trying to find the source of that dark shadow, while tightly grasping little white scales and preparing to be ready to fight at any time. The smoke and dust gradually dispersed, revealing the large black shadow, which turned out to be an immense and incomparable beast, with a towering body, tough scales on its back, and a body like a small hill. It was a huge lizard, and by the looks of it, it would be one of the top predators when placed in the ruins of this city. In the sky, there was also a huge figure with countless thunder lights surrounding its body, spreading out towards the surroundings as thunder exploded with a sound that shook the sky. It was a giant bird, surrounded by countless terrifying thunder, a terrifying aura emanating from it, looking ferocious and horrifying. That giant bird opened its two wings, and with a gentle flap, it summoned a streak of thunder, and countless lightning bolts instantly descended from the sky, majestic and incomparable. Ji Yunha's heart sank as he realized that he had encountered considerable trouble. However, Ji Yunha did not immediately adopt a hostile attitude, but tried to remain calm and observe the situation. He knew that being too impulsive in this world of crises could have fatal consequences. Facing the 10,000 feet of thunder in the sky, the lizard ferocious beast the size of a small mountain was undaunted as well, and an earth-colored energy swung out from its tail with a power that could not be underestimated. The two imperial beasts were both powerful existences and had similar strengths. Even after blasting each other with their abilities for half a day, they were still indistinguishable. Ji Yunha hid in the distance and looked towards the two imperial beasts to obtain their attribute panel information. Name, Earth Lizard. Talent, 1. Child of the Earth. All values are doubled when standing on the ground. 2 of skin. Earth Lizard possesses a tough skin that is able to withstand a wide range of attacks, making it harder to take damage. Potential, Platinum. Evil, Level 46, Platinum. Attribute, Insect System, Earth System. Skills, Magma Jet, Sand Cyclone, Stone Armor Shield, Petrifying Spit. Evolutionary Route, 3. Name, Song Lei Xianing. Elantuanyes of the Storm. In a storm, it is able to maintain a clear vision, unaffected by the wind and rain. 2 Torn Wings. The wing structure of the Zhang Lei Xian hawk enables it to fly in extreme weather, such as storms or thunderstorms. Potential Platinum. Evil, Level 45, Platinum. Attribute, Thunder. Flight, Kills Thunder Penetration. Thunder Strike, Arc Storm, Sharp Tear. Evolutionary Route, 3. At this moment, the two terrifying imperial beasts, the Earth Lizard and the Pale Thunder Xian hawk, were still battling madly against each other, and it was getting more and more intense. The surrounding grounds were subjected to crazy fluctuations, and the aftermath of the battle between the two imperial beasts had already made Ji Yunha's heart tremble with fear. Ji Yunha swallowed his throat, somewhat daunted. These two could both be genuine platinum-level beasts. Only the potential had reached its end, and the path of evolution was considered to have come to an end. However, right now, Ji Yunha was more curious about what exactly it was that made these two powerful beasts start a crazy fight. Ji Yunha's gaze slightly condensed, and in order to prevent unnecessary repercussions, Ji Yunha brought the Jade Lin snake to retreat once again. What in the world is that? How could it make two platinum-level powerful ferocious beasts go so crazy that they don't hesitate to fight for their lives? Chapter 29, Jade Dragon Molting Scales. Ji Yunha quietly hid in the shadows, his eyes quickly scanning his surroundings. Not far away, the fierce battle between the crowning Thunder Xian hawk and the Earth Lizard continued. Blue and yellow energies intertwined together. The sky was filled with sparks and arcs of electricity, and the sound of explosions was deafening. There seemed to be no end to this life and death struggle as both imperial beasts were going all out and showing no mercy. Ji Yunha watched the battle with unblinking eyes, trying to find a moment, a chance that would allow him to approach the center of the battlefield. The battle between the Crowning Thunder Xian Hawk and the Earth Lizard was still going on. The Crowning Thunder Xian Hawk, relying on the fact that it was a flight-type imperial beast, took advantage of its body flying in the sky, and kept releasing thunderbolts towards the Earth Lizard, one after another, blasting the Earth Lizard with thunderbolts falling one after another. Sand Dust Cyclone, Stone Armor Shield, Petrified Spit. The Earth Lizard, on the other hand, could only release an earth-colored whirlwind by virtue of its tail, but whenever a whirlwind knocked the Tsan Lei Xianing down near the ground, the Earth Lizard would immediately use Petrifying Spit, trying to slow down the speed of the Tsan Lei Xianing. Along with the passage of time, the battle became more and more intense and tragic. At this time, Ji Yun has suddenly caught an abnormality out of the corner of his eye. Regardless of whether it was the Tsan Lei Xianing or the Earth Lizard, all of their attacks seem to have avoided an area intentionally or unintentionally. With his superb eyesight, Ji Yunha saw it clearly at a glance. It was a huge boulder that was not far from the two imperial beasts, and there was clearly a piece of turquoise jade embedded in it. Ji Yunha quietly approached a distance away, and then read the information of the turquoise jade. Item name, Jade Dragon Molting Scales. Item effect, it can help imperial beasts with other attributes to obtain a dragon bloodline and evolve towards the dragon lineage. Jade Dragon Molting Scales? When Ji Yunha saw the attribute panel, she felt her breath stop for a few seconds. If one were to say what attribute was deservedly the strongest amongst all the attributes of the imperial beasts, then the dragon lineage was definitely at the top of the list. The Crowning Thunder Xian Hawk and the Earth Lizard had limited potential, but if they swallowed this Jade Dragon Molting Scale, it was highly likely that they would obtain a trace of the dragon lineage contained within it. Not only would they have a chance to break their evolutionary ceiling, but even their future evolutionary path would be in the direction of the dragon lineage. Could it be that there was once a true dragon imperial beast that fell here in this city ruin? It can't be that the 5 major colleges specifically placed it here, right? Even if it was, how would it explain the sudden appearance of these two platinum-level ferocious beasts? Other than this possibility, there's no way to explain the appearance of the Jade Dragon Molting Scales before. Ji Yunha muttered, his gaze slightly fixed. The dragon bloodline was considered to be one of the most powerful attributes, capable of granting imperial beasts powerful strength and skills. The Jade Dragon Molting Scale was a huge opportunity. This Jade Dragon Molting Scale, he was determined to obtain it. Rumble, rumble. The battle scene remained intense in Ji Yunha's sight. The Tsang Thunder Xian Eagle and the Earth Lizard had fought to the death for the Jade Dragon Molting Scale, blood dripping down, electricity and blood mist intertwining into a bizarre and cruel scene. The Crowning Thunder Xian Eagle and the Earth Lizard were still fighting for their lives against each other, and had not even noticed the presence of Ji Yunha and the Jade Forest Serpent. However, the sudden turn of events complicated everything. For the sake of this piece of Jade Dragon Molted Scale, they could fight with all their might, and they wouldn't stop even if they died, unless one of them chose to retreat. But obviously, the Crowning Thunder Xian Hawk and the Earth Lizard both were belligerents and had to be separated into a winner and a loser. Watching the two imperial beasts fight passionately, Ji Yunha revealed a decisive color in his eyes and spoke. Jade Lin Snake, you follow me to steal the Jade Dragon Molting Scale. Be careful, don't be discovered by them. The Jade Lin Snake nodded humanely. Ji Yunha made this decision. There was also some planning in his heart. To be able to take away the Jade Dragon Molting Scales silently, that would be great. If he was unfortunately discovered, he himself could also try to escape through Little White's sneaking skills. Sha sha. Ji Yunha was catatonic, while the Jade Lin Snake had its body all stuck to the ground, slowly wriggling. Soon, Ji Yunha and the Jade Lin Snake arrived in front of the huge boulder. You keep an eye on it for me. Be careful not to be discovered. I'll go dig out the Jade Dragon Shed Scales. After instructing the Jade Lin Snake, Ji Yunha began to dig up that huge rock. Ji Yunha quietly dug up the Jade Dragon Molted Scale. Luckily, the boulder was very brittle. Ji Yunha easily took out the goose egg-sized Jade Dragon Shed Scale with his dagger. In his hand shimmered turquoise scales like pine. Although they had managed to obtain this precious resource, they knew that escaping the battlefield was the priority. The sounds of the battle between the Crowning Thunder Xian Eagle and the Earth Lizard still echoed in their ears. Nervousness rose in Ji Yunha's heart, and he was careful with every movement for fear of attracting unwanted attention. On the other hand, the Jade Dragon Snake was like a soft rope, clinging to the ground and barely making a sound. The goose egg-sized Jade Dragon's molted scales exuded a mysterious aura, as if it had its own life force, making him feel his heart surge. The Jade Lin Snake was also quietly guarding at the side, always ready to deal with any possible threat. Ji Yunha knew that right now, they had to evacuate this dangerous place as soon as possible, or else the other imperial beasts might discover their traces. Getting the Jade Dragon Molted Scale in his hands, Ji Yunha looked back. The crowning thunder Xian hawk and the earth lizard were still fighting. Taking this opportunity, Ji Yunha brought the jade lin snake with him, and lurked back from the boulder into the ruins. Why is the battle commotion over here so loud? Could it be that one of the students has encountered a strong and ferocious beast in the ruins? It's not clear. Let's go over and take a look first. It's fine. Senior sister Shangguan Yu is on her way over. Let's go over and take a look first. Ji Yunha had just planned to leave when she saw 4 or 5 very young royal beast masters rushing towards her side. All of them were silver-level imperial beast masters, followed by numerous imperial beasts. Ji Yunha could only first temporarily lurk quietly while hiding in a house in ruins. Is that the platinum-level Song Thunder Xian Hawk? That earth lizard shouldn't also be platinum grade, right? Where did those 2 platinum imperial beasts appear from? And why are they suddenly fighting? No, we must inform senior sister Shangguan Yu first. This is simply not a fight we can participate in. A few young imperial beast masters who were responsible for the security of the scene saw 2 powerful imperial beasts in a fierce battle and immediately flew away, not seeing Ji Yunha's figure at all. It wasn't until they were thousands of meters away from the battle area that they stopped in their tracks and stared blankly at the center of the battle, their faces filled with horror. One of the students had a relatively bright mind and quickly took out his cell phone, contacting the Shangguan Yu senior sister mentioned just now. Shangguan Yu? Ji Yunha, who had excellent hearing, immediately felt his heart tighten. This person thought that he shouldn't be a gold-level imperial beast master to be able to participate in the battle between the crowning thunder Xianhawk and the earth lizard. I'm afraid that the person who came should be a platinum-level imperial beast master. It should be one of the few heaven's pride royal beast masters in the 5 colleges. Ji Yunha hid in the shadows, his gaze grave. The current him could not be exposed, otherwise way to get away. He could only wait for a moment when the commotion became bigger and more people came, so that he could fish in troubled waters and blend into the crowd. Chapter 30, Shangguan Yu. After Shangguan Yu appeared, in the middle of the dense forest, many more crowds appeared, and without any surprise, all of them were royal beast masters, and apart from the students of the academy, there were also quite a few royal beast hunters and casual royal beast masters. Oh my god, Earth Lizard, Sonlei Xianing, aren't those platinum-level imperial beasts? How did 2 of them even appear at the same time? Sure enough, I knew this selection tournament wasn't that simple. If there were no platinum-level imperial beast masters present, I'm afraid that so many of us would have to be planted here. There were more and more students rushing behind, and when they saw the scene of the 2 platinum-level ferocious beasts fighting, they were also shocked and dumbfounded. Just as the crowd was at a loss for words, another powerful ferocious beast descended from the sky. Holy, look guys, what is that? No way, another one? We're not really going to die here, are we? It was a platinum-grade red-blooded golden rock, and on top of that broad rock's back stood a woman with a tall figure. Nope, there is someone standing on that red-blooded golden rock. That's a royal beast. Is it the people from the 5 major colleges coming? We're saved. The person who came was no one else. It was none other than the senior sister Shangguan Yu that the several young imperial beast masters had spoken of earlier, and at this moment, she sent out a clear and cold voice. Everyone immediately retreat. None of them should try to approach those 2 ferocious beasts. Evacuate quickly. Leave this place for at least 2 meters. Those present were all smart people, and no one would joke about their own little. After receiving Shangguan Yu's order, each and every one of them obediently backed away, running as far away as they could. Ji Yunha, on the other hand, took this opportunity to quickly blend into the crowd and leave this place of wrongdoing. Nowadays, the Jasper Subdragon was in a deep sleep, and the battle between the crowning Thunder Xian Eagle and the Earth Lizard could not be allowed to wake it up. Although I don't know exactly why these 2 ferocious beasts appeared and why they clashed, we must stop them from continuing to fight. With a plan in her mind, Shangguan Yu made a decisive move. She stood at the edge of the battlefield, her gaze eerily watching the pale Thunder Xian Eagle and the Earth Lizard that were in the midst of a fierce battle. Her expression appeared calm, but her eyes revealed a firm determination. Red-blooded golden rock, domain of wind. Her voice was not loud, but it was resolute and dignified. The red-blooded golden rock immediately responded, letting out a sharp chirp as its wings violently vibrated, and in an instant, wild winds rose up in all directions, filling the sky and earth with an intense wind pressure. Chirp! In the next moment, the wind howled and the sand flew. Shangguan Yu's appearance caused the entire battlefield to fall into momentary silence and tension. Ji Yunha and the other Imperial Beast Masters present felt that powerful pressure from the platinum-level Imperial Beast Masters. They couldn't help but take a step back for fear of being caught up in the terror of the domain of wind. After the red-blooded golden rock's domain of wind was formed, wind and sand rolled throughout the area. Vision became blurred, and the wind howled as if the world was ending. Even onlookers who were 100 meters away felt suffocated, as if the entire sky was pressing down on them. Is this a platinum-level strength Imperial Beast Master? Ji Yunha couldn't help but chew on this shocking fact. The power of a platinum-level Imperial Beast Master complemented that of his Imperial Beast, and could rival it, even decapitating the head of a powerful Imperial Beast like the Earth Lizard. Shangguan Yu's demeanor remained composed as she gazed at the battle within the wind domain, her hands gripping the Gale Sword blade as she waited for the best time. Chirp! The red-blooded golden rock chirped. Its two huge wings flapped violently, and the storm in the domain of winds instantly strengthened, with howling winds and flying sand, as if the end had come. Within a radius of 100 meters, it was plunged into chaos. Countless sky-high ancient trees and boulders were spinning in the gale, and the ground was lifted up by the wind as the earth trembled. Everyone's expressions became grave. Even if they were 100 meters away, they could still feel the terrifying oppression from the red-blood golden rock. From afar, it looked as if the world was ending. Too terrifying. Is this the power of a platinum-level Imperial Beast Master? In front of this lord, I'm afraid I won't be able to survive for even a second. Some people even felt the sensation of not being able to breathe, as if the entire world was trembling. Ji Yunha was no exception as an unspeakable shock surged in his heart. He once again felt the huge gap in strength, and also gained a deeper understanding of the world of Imperial Beast Masters. In just one glance, that Earth Lizard's head was actually directly chopped off by it. This is too terrifying. The students who were watching the battle from the periphery, each had a shocked look on their faces. Although they were all silver-level Royal Beastmasters, they were still too far away from platinum-level experts. Not to mention the elegance of a platinum-level Royal Beastmaster. Even a gold-level Royal Beastmaster at full strength might not have seen it. And at this moment, they were astonished and shocked. Ji Yunha was also very surprised. After killing the Earth Lizard, Shangguan Yu didn't stop for a moment. Holding her sword blade, she once again charged towards the crowning Thunder Xian Hawk. Thunder and gusts of wind instantly exploded. The Zhonglei Xianying and the Earth Lizard were unable to move freely within the field of wind, falling into a passive situation. Shangguan Yu's gaze gradually locked onto Zhonglei Xianying, and she knew that now was the best time. She took large strides towards the field of wind, holding the sword blade in her hand. The wild winds around her intertwined, releasing powerful energy. The Zhonglei Xian eagle was unable to dodge and was struck by the swordlight, letting out a mournful cry, and then fell from the sky to the ground. Shangguan Yu calmly stood beside the Zhonglei Xianying's corpse, her gaze resolute and determined. She gently shook the blood from her longsword to disperse it, then slowly put it back into its scabbard. The red-blooded golden rock flew to Shangguan Yu's side and lifted the wind domain. In an instant, the storm dispersed, a large number of boulders and trees fell from the sky, and the earth calmed down again. I'll take the beast cores of the crowning Thunder Xian Eagle and the Earth Lizard, the materials from the corpses. You guys will distribute among yourselves, but whoever dares to cause trouble, don't blame me for being merciless. She held the two platinum-grade ferocious beast cores in her hands, and there was only indifference and ruthlessness in her eyes. After saying that, she turned around and left. The red-blood golden rock spread its wings and flew, taking Shangguan Yu away from the battlefield. The crowd left behind was still immersed in the shock of what had just happened, and had a deeper understanding of the power of a great Imperial Beast Master. Chapter 31. Slow down to 100x video. The golden feather of the pale Thunder Xian Hawk is an excellent resource for the evolution of the flying Imperial Beasts. I must get it. The Earth Lizard's tail spur is an excellent material for building weapons. No one can steal it from me. Sister Shangguan Yu has set the rule that whoever gets their hands on the materials and resources on this ferocious beast will be the one who gets them first, so don't even think about making trouble. Less than a moment after Shangguan Yu left, many Imperial Beast Masters scrambled to rush towards the corpses of the crowning Thunder Xian Hawk and the Earth Lizard, their gazes filled with greed and excitement. However, some of the rules set by Shangguan Yu, everyone followed the rules. Even if the resources they wanted were snatched, they could only recognize their own bad luck. After the battle just now, no one dared to break the rules. Ji Yunha, on the other hand, stood on the side, his gaze deep, his brows slightly furrowed. He understood that he had already obtained the greatest spoils of this battle. The value of the Jade Dragon molting scale was unparalleled, even surpassing the platinum quality beast core in Shangguan Yu's hands. Thus, he was in no hurry to compete for other resources. Speaking of the Jade Dragon's molted scales, it was fortunate that those Imperial Beast Masters all rushed over to grab the Earth Lizard and Pale Thunder Xian Hawk's corpse materials, and no one noticed their own small actions. The Jade Forest Serpent remained quietly guarding at the side, not attracting the attention of the Imperial Beast Masters. It seemed to deeply understand Ji Yunha's intentions, guarding this important treasure, always ready to protect its master. As the Imperial Beast Masters searched for resources, they exchanged words with each other, and some began to evaluate the battle they had just fought. They marveled at Shangguan Yu's strength and performance, and also speculated about her identity and origin. Look, senior sister Shangguan Yu is really too powerful. Her red blood golden rock is simply an invincible existence. That's right. I've heard that she comes from a mysterious imperial beast family that has inherited 1,000 years of powerful strength. We are truly lucky to witness this spectacular battle with our own eyes. These dozens of imperial beastmasters were only a portion of the people responsible for the ruins of the city here. Besides Shangguan Yu, the other 4 major academies each had at least one platinum-level imperial beastmaster involved. The Earth Lizard and the Pale Thunder Eagle, 2 platinum-level peak imperial beasts, originally still have hoped to reach the strength of the amethyst level, but because of a piece of the Jade Dragon molting scale, they buried their own little lives. The key is that the Jade Dragon molting scale also let Ji Yunha steal it, died and was divided into bodies by so many imperial beast masters. Thought it was also a miserable batch. The group of young imperial beast masters snatched the materials on the 2 ferocious beasts cleanly before leaving the place one after another. Ji Yunha took the opportunity to follow, summoning Little Blue beside him, pretending to be a silver-level royal beast master, mixing in and not appearing out of place. At this moment, inside a small wooden hut outside the city ruins, there were a few middle-aged royal beast masters looking at the surveillance screen. The person within the surveillance screen was no one else but that kid Ji Yunha. Ji Yunha was standing on a dozen-story high building, with White Snake right behind him, seemingly scrutinizing the surroundings. A slightly chubby imperial beast master commented, "There's still room for him to improve his will to fight. There are many birds and ferocious beasts in the ruins of this city. Standing in such a place is an easy target for them." Unsurprisingly, in the next moment, 4 gigantic windlarks swooped down from high in the sky, swooping straight at Ji Yunha. These 4 windlarks were all peak silver rank powerhouses. Even though Ji Yunha possessed gold level strength and dealing with a peak silver level wasn't a difficult task, facing 4 ferocious beasts that attacked at the same time still required a fierce battle, especially since his White Snake was only silver level. The Imperial Beast Masters commented as they watched the surveillance footage. Although it was fairly easy to deal with a peak silver rank with a gold rank, but after all, it was 4 simultaneous attacks, so it was bound to be a tussle for a while. Not to mention the fact that this Imperial Beast of Ji Yunha's looked like it was only a silver rank, but judging from the time it took to retrieve it, he took care of the 4-limbed peak silver ranked ferocious beasts within a few minutes. This kind of strength deserves a rating of a grade or above. However, don't exaggerate too much. After all, A-rank-rated Imperial Beastmasters are almost always able to do this. After all, as long as one was able to become one of the top 10 in this audition, they were all qualified to enter the 5 major universities, and that meant that those who would be able to receive a large amount of resources and professional guidance would simply be a step to heaven. Naturally, they had to be screened and focused on extraordinarily. This group of middle-aged Imperial Beast Masters were looking forward to how Ji Yunha would respond to this attack. Just when the 4 Windlarks were about to charge in front of Ji Yunha still didn't give the order to attack. It's too dangerous. The distance is too close. It's too late to take an attack stance. And it's hard for snakes to catch up with these extremely fast-flying giant windlarks. The Imperial Beastmasters were in a tense mood, as it seemed a bit difficult to tackle this problem unharmed at such a close distance. However, a scene that surprised the crowd occurred. Only the tail of the snake, which was still dragging on the ground, actually disappeared in an instant. In that instant, it disappeared in place, and even turned into a residual shadow, making a knife-cutting sound in the air. The snake's tail, which was originally standing upright, transformed into a shadow in that instant, cutting through the air and emitting a slashing sound. Swish! The Imperial Beastmasters watching widened their eyes. Knife? Where did a knife come from? No, this is not a knife. It was clearly that white snake tail, and it looks like the power and speed are both extremely high. The only way to achieve such amazing speed is to make a sound like a knife cutting. You have to know that the snake's tail itself is not a sharp blade, and without waiting for the crowd to continue thinking, snap, 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 4 audible explosions instantly emanated from that high up in the air, and the 4 awakening level windlarks were instantly pumped and exploded as if they were hit head-on by a missile. This horrifying scene instantly caused the crowd of Imperial Beast Masters to be shocked in place. This was nigh on the strength and speed that a silver-level Imperial Beast should have. Immediately slow down the video footage from just now. Replay it once more. In less than a second, the image in the screen was tuned back to the moment before Little White's outburst, but the crowd still couldn't see the movements of the Jade Lin snake. Slow down the playback 5 times. That leading Imperial Beast Master spoke again. However, even though the video replay had been slowed down 5 times, the crowd still had a hard time seeing the trajectory of the snake's tail. Continue. Slow down the playback another 10 times. Slow it down to 50 times. Slow it down to 100 times. Until the video was slowed down to 100 times. These Imperial Beast Masters could barely make out the trajectory of the snow-white snake tail. Immediately after that came 4 loud bangs, and the 4 awakening-level windlarks instantly exploded into pieces as if they had been hit by missiles. This scene was unbelievable to them, simply beyond their imagination. Why is the speed of this imperial beast so swift? An imperial beast master said in surprise. The leading man's face became grave as he muttered to himself, with an attack of this magnitude, it might not just be an ordinary silver-ranked imperial beast, perhaps a gold-ranked one as well. He must have tons of experience in actual combat before. Another person concurred. What kind of species is that white snake? The combat power in the early stages is so terrifying. Someone asked suspiciously. The crowd looked at Ji Yunha's figure in the picture, a few flashes of appreciation in their eyes. So this time, the plan was originally to select 10 spots. It looked like they had already discovered one of the seedlings. That kid named Ji Yunha seems like he's about to meet up with that vine-armored rhino's imperial beastmaster. I don't know who called out, pointing at the projected map to the side and shouting. Upon hearing this, the gazes of all the imperial beastmasters present once again gathered amongst the image of the projected map. Sure enough, at this moment, Ji Yunha had already brought his white snake into contact with the vine-armored rhinoceros that was making a killing. At this moment, the hearts of the crowd were in their throats. The vine-armored rhino could also be a ferocious beast that had received an A-rank evaluation. It had almost booked a seat as one of the 10. With the kind of battle power that White Snake just displayed, the vine-armored rhino shouldn't be a match, right? Chapter 32, Strange Challengers. And at this moment amongst the ruins, Ji Yun had carefully hid the jade dragon molting scale in her arms. This rare evolutionary resource shimmered with a reddish glow, as if it was as dazzling as a gemstone. He knew that this was a dangerous bet, but it was also a chance worth taking. The jade lin snake remained close behind, its body squirming in the grass, almost silent. Its eyes glittered with vigilance, always ready to launch a defense or counterattack. Ji Yuna stopped and gently stroked the jade dragon shed scale in his arms. This precious item would bring about a great change for his team. He knew that once he succeeded in infusing the dragon bloodline into the imperial beasts, they would possess even greater power and skills. Jade Lin Snake. We must be careful not to let anyone know that we have gotten the jade dragon shed scale. This is our secret weapon and our hope for the future, Ji Yun has said in a low voice. The jade forest snake trembled its head as if responding to Ji Yunha's words. It understood the importance of this mission. One person and one snake silently continued on their way, traversing through the ruined remains of various houses. Ji Yun has searched for the path of the so-called token while pondering how to maximize the jade dragon molting scales effects. The potential of this gem was limitless, but it also needed to be utilized correctly in order to maximize its value. Suddenly, the jade dragon snake stopped, its head slightly raised as if it was sniffing for something. Ji Yunha immediately became alert and looked around, but did not find anything unusual. What's wrong, Jade Lin Snake? Is something wrong? Ji Yunha inquired in a low voice. The Jade Lin Snake stretched out its slender tongue and licked the scent in the air before slowly advancing, guiding Ji Yunha towards a seemingly ordinary tree. Ji Yunha followed the Jade Lin Snake, and when he walked next to the tree, he finally noticed the abnormality. On the trunk of the tree, there was a faint indentation, as if it had been scratched by some kind of sharp tool. This discovery alerted him that someone had been here before. The Jade Lin Snake once again stuck out its tongue and tried to sniff the scent on that engraving before its eyes became even more vigilant. Ji Yunha understood that something had happened here before, and someone was quietly watching them. We're being followed, Ji Yunha whispered. I don't know who it is, but we have to be careful. He gripped the Jade Dragon shed scale tightly, ready to respond at any time. The Jade Forest Snake also tensed its body, ready to launch its defense at any time. One person and one snake silently continued on their way, vigilantly keeping an eye on the movements around them. In the depths of this forest, they would face unknown challenges, as well as the mysterious enemy that was quietly following them. Ji Yunha looked back and saw an unfamiliar boy with a rhinoceros the size of a tank standing beside him. The man had short hair, a burly body, and just looked a bit clear-cut stupid. Just doesn't look too smart. You're Ji Yunha? The teenager stood on the broad back of the vine-armored rhino, looking down at Ji Yunha. But Ji Yunha didn't recognize this person, so he asked with some confusion, You know me? He found it strange how this stranger knew his name. Of course, the teenager had a confident face and said without hiding it, I'm a person who likes to make friends with the strongest. I want to challenge you. Ji Yunha began to feel unusual. This teenager seemed to know a certain amount about him and had a resolute attitude, clearly having investigated him in advance. Challenge me? Ji Yunha was a little surprised. He hadn't shown any great strength. So why would someone take the initiative to come to his door to challenge him? The teenager nodded, a defiant expression on his face. However, facing the upcoming challenge, Ji Yunha became alert. He looked around, but he only saw that there was no one around him, only him and Xiao Bai, as well as the teenager and the vine-armored rhino. Ji Yunha couldn't help but sweat a little. He seemed to have gotten himself into a strange and dangerous situation. Doesn't this guy listen to people? He was secretly wary in his heart and frowned slightly. Are you mistaken? We don't know each other at all, Ji Yunha said truthfully. It's useless for you to hide it now. Today you have to accept it even if you don't. Vine-armored rhino, give it to me. Eyes. That teenager gave an order. The vine-armored rhino charged towards Ji Yunha with a big stride. Doesn't this guy listen to people? Ji Yunha frowned slightly, but before Ji Yunha could say anything, the man had already ordered his imperial beast to attack. Holy, listen to me first. However, the teenager didn't seem to want to listen to advice at all. His vine-armored rhinoceros had already entered the range of the attack, and his pace was steady, as if he wanted to crush Ji Yunha in one fell swoop. Ji Yunha looked at the gradually approaching vine-armored rhinoceros, and a sense of tension surged in his heart. He was clear that this was not a simple challenge, but the beginning of a life-and-death battle. A winning smile spread across the teenager's face as he seemed to have absolute confidence in his vine-armored rhinoceros. The vine-armored rhino's body was like a mountain, and its vine-covered armor was impenetrable. This favored beast was defense-oriented, possessing strong physical resistance and attack power. Ji Yunha also understood that there could not be the slightest hesitation at this moment and could only go all out. Chapter 33. Do you really think I can't beat you? The vine-armored rhinoceros stood still, arching its huge body as its tree vine armor began to grow rapidly, forming a sturdy layer of protection. Its limbs swung and the land began to tremble, seemingly heralding an earthquake-like impact. Neither Ji Yunha nor the Jade Forest Serpent moved, just waiting silently for their opponent's first move. He knew that this would be a life-and-death struggle. The winner would win everything, while the loser could pay a heavy price. The vine-armored rhino's attack came. It opened its bloody mouth and attempted to swallow Ji Yunha and Little White in one gulp. The vine-armored rhinoceros' entire body was covered with tree vine armor as hard as iron armor, and it looked full of threats. A white light flashed and Xiaobai appeared beside Ji Yunha. This white snake was more than 5 meters long, its body as white as snow, and the jeweled eyes on its head flashed with a sharp light. Ji Yunha pretended to be nervous and gritted her teeth, backing away while whispering to Xiaobai, "Xiaobai, let's avoid its attacks and observe its actions." The already intelligent Xiaobai didn't understand his master's meaning. It was obvious that he wanted to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. So Little White nodded and immediately entered the performance state. Its snake head trembled slightly, seemingly mimicking Ji Yunha's nervousness. The vine-armored rhino approached, its huge mouthparts already ready for a violent impact. Only a low roar could be heard from the vine-armored rhino, revealing its huge mouth full of sharp, pointed teeth. However, just in the nick of time, Little White suddenly unfolded its amazing speed. Its body flashed like lightning, easily dodging the vine-armored rhino's attack. "What?" the strange burly teenager exclaimed in shock as he couldn't believe his eyes. The vine-armored rhino's attack was actually easily dodged by the Jadelin snake. This was simply unimaginable to him and the vine-armored rhino. Unwillingly, he once again ordered the vine-armored rhino to attack, and this time, even more so, he unleashed the vine-armored rhino's skill, Fearless Charge. This time, the Jadelin snake appeared to freeze for a moment, and was knocked to the ground solidly by this attack of the vine-armored rhino. Little White staggered up to its stance as if it had been attacked. Its body trembled slightly as if it had been injured, and it soon fell to the ground once again, putting on a weak appearance. "Not good. Little White, are you alright?" Ji Yunha ran to the Jadelin snake's side in great panic, nervously checking its condition. This scene made the opposite teenager greatly pleased. The burly teenager's face was full of disdain as he scoffed. "Your imperial beast isn't much better. How disappointing." Vine-armored rhino, attack again. The vine-armored rhinoceros obeyed the order and attacked again, this time even more violently. Its huge body rushed towards Ji Yunha and Little White like a cannonball, exuding a terrifying might. The Jadelin snake's masterful performance continued, once again dodging the vine-armored rhinoceros's attack, but its body looked even weaker. "Ha ha, it's really nothing more than that. My vine-armored rhino is too powerful." The teenager smiled triumphantly, seemingly victorious. The vine-armored rhino also stopped its attack and let out a low roar of satisfaction, as if it thought that the victory had been decided. However, after that teenager laughed up to the sky, he once again looked at the battlefield. Where was the shadow of the Jadelin snake? Suddenly, there was a flash of white light, and the vine-armored rhino suddenly flew off the ground and crashed heavily into the big tree at the back. "Crap! What's going on?" Little White's trembling body suddenly erupted with a blinding white light. Its snake head raised and its jeweled eyes flashed with intense light. For a moment, this powerful energy impact caused the surrounding air to ripple. "Little White, it's now!" Ji Yunha let out a low roar. The Jadelin snake's body shot towards the vine-armored rhino like lightning in a flash. Seeing this, the vine-armored rhino attempted to dodge, but how fast was Little White's speed? Would it be able to avoid it? In that burly teenager's stunned gaze, Little White's body turned into a white light that cut through the sky. In the white light, a huge white blade coalesced, carrying the aura of destroying everything, heading straight for the vine-armored rhino. "Not good." Vine-armored rhinoceros quickly used its vine armor protector. The teenager exclaimed loudly, but it was too late. the white light instantly tore through the air as if it was a sort of judgment, flying at an unbelievable speed and chopping at the confused vine-armored rhino. The vine-armored rhinoceros's hard tree and vine armor was as fragile as thin paper in front of the white light, and it was chopped to pieces and turned into countless fragments. The vine-armored rhinoceros let out a miserable scream. Its body collapsed like a mountain, and its huge body smashed on the ground, setting off smoke, dust, and dirt. That teenager had never dreamed that he would be overshadowed by a snake today, and at this time, Xiaobai had already taken this opportunity to slither behind that teenager. The long tail of his hand had long been poised to strike. As long as Ji Yunha gave the order, the teenager would be transcended on the spot. Ji Yunha and Xiaobai didn't continue to tease their opponent any further, but rather put away their fighting stance with a very generous look. Although the teenager was unwilling, he understood that he had already lost. "I admit it, you guys won," he reluctantly said, though there was still a trace of unwillingness on his face. "I admit defeat." At the moment of life and death, that strange burly teenager didn't dare to say anything more. Worthy of being the strong man they talk about, it's really quite a hang-up. But even though my vine-armored rhino talent isn't as good as yours, but the next time we meet again, I will definitely trample you under my feet. At this moment, that teenager still had a face of wariness. Then you cheer. Ji Yunha also didn't want to say much to him. It was just that if he let this bastard know, his own Xiaobai was gold level, it was estimated that this bastard's Dao heart would have to be shattered on the spot. Of course, if he took the initiative to challenge Ji Yunha again afterward and was beaten to the point where his heart exploded, it would be none of Ji Yunha's business. After all, with his vine-armored rhino's current silver-level hardness, it would be a fool's errand to try and block Xiaobai's attacks. Even in a head-on battle, Little White would be able to completely abuse his vine-armored rhino. However, before leaving, Ji Yunha still collected some interest on that teenager. One was the genes on the vine-armored rhino, and the other was all the tokens on that teenager. In a single moment, the number of tokens on Ji Yunha's body reached 24. "You kid, you've scavenged quite a few people, right? Where else would you have gotten so many tokens?" Chapter 34, Next Steps. That burly middle-aged teenager took back his Imperial Beast vine-armored rhinoceros into the Imperial Beast space, and then fled in a flying manner, as if he was afraid that Ji Yunha would catch up and continue to fatally beat him up. "Damn it, Ji Yunha, I will definitely defeat you next time. Remember, my name is Han Muyun." To such a middle-of-the-road statement, and Ji Yunha could only smile in response. "The name is quite good. It's this IQ. It couldn't be that just now Xiaobai accidentally exerted too much force and broke this guy's brain, right?" But there was no harm in it. Ji Yunha felt some amusement in his heart as he looked at the man's panicked appearance. He shook his head and stopped paying attention, instead bringing the Jadelin snake to continue searching for the surrounding ferocious beasts. At the same time, he also wanted to find out if there were any so-called tokens to see if he could pocket this special recruiting quota for the selection tournament. Although he currently had enough certainty that he would be able to get into the top 5 colleges in the college entrance examination, if he could obtain the special recruitment quota ahead of time in this selection competition, it would also be considered to have saved him a lot of things. "Oh yeah, Little White, let's fuse the genes of that vine-armored rhino for you first," Ji Yunha muttered while covering Little White's tail with his hand. Fusing the vine-armored rhino gene. Within a short while, the Jadelin snake finished fusing the genes of that vine-armored rhino. Ji Yunha stroked Little White's snow-white, sharp and thin tail and was satisfied in her heart. Although it could only currently still only partially harden the body, the hardness and power was more than several times that of before. And at the same time, somewhere outside the ruins of the city, in the middle of the monitoring room, the crowd inside was already completely surprised by Ji Yunha's Imperial Beast. That leading Imperial Beast Master was no longer as cold as he had been just a moment ago at this moment, and a light of appreciation flickered in his eyes. "This fellow, it seems truly extraordinary. With such potential, he's bound to become a shining star of the Imperial Beast world in the future. To be able to find the opponent's breaks and utilize his skills to make the most reasonable counterattacks in such a short period of time, this is already primed with the awareness that a Royal Beast Master should have." Another yellow-robed Imperial Beast Master followed suit. "That's right. If the Imperial Beast Masters under our command could all have this kind of combat awareness, our task would be much easier. Unfortunately, this kind of awareness can't be cultivated by everyone. That requires talent and experience," someone deeply lamented. The atmosphere in the monitoring room instantly came alive as everyone discussed Ji Yunha's performance. After all, such a performance was extremely rare in the selection tournament. The people in the monitoring room were in awe of the Jade Forest Snake's performance. They had seen a thrilling scene of battle and the tacit understanding between Ji Yunha and the Jade Forest Snake. This was simply a performance that demonstrated an extremely high quality of combat. Indeed, most of the snake-type ferocious beasts aren't good at physical combat, but this white snake of his was actually able to win or lose in an instant. This kind of combat quality is even better than some of the Imperial Beastmasters in the army. Another Imperial Beastmaster chimed in. A female Imperial Beastmaster added, in a battle between ferocious beasts, Imperial Beastmasters are indeed the greatest weakness, and Ji Yunha also happened to take advantage of the opposing ferocious beast's bulky nature. Another white-haired old man exclaimed, if the group of guys under me all had this kind of battle sense, there would be no need for me to work so hard every day. Everyone appreciated and admired Ji Yunha's performance, especially that leading Imperial Beastmaster, who at the moment no longer maintained the indifference he had just shown, and his eyes were already filled with appreciation. These Imperial Beastmasters had thought that it should be an evenly matched tussle, but they hadn't thought that it would end in such a lopsided manner. Muya, when this kid enters the top 5 colleges, this student will be led by you. Hearing these words, Muya's eyes suddenly had a gleam in them, and she hurriedly got up and responded, understood. This isn't right? Shouldn't the students of our 5 major colleges be randomly assigned? This isn't in line with the rules, is it? Right, they should be reassigned. The crowd was now able to foresee that Ji Yunha would definitely be able to become an extremely powerful Imperial Beastmaster of Huaxia in the future, and so they began to fight over it. And the name of this mentor who could become an Amethyst-grade Royal Beastmaster could later become an after-drinks talk. Alright, I think that everyone here should be the only one suitable to take this kid. Muya, that middle-aged Imperial Beastmaster turned his back, with a non-negotiable look, so the crowd had no choice but to call it quits. Alright, then I have no opinion. I have no opinion either. But the ones left over can be given to us, right? Even if we are eliminated. Just judging by the performance of this vine-armored rhino that killed the remaining few Imperial Beastmasters in a row just now, it still has the qualifications to enter amongst the quota. Give it to me. It just so happens that I don't have such a talented Imperial Beastmaster under me. I'm also short of an odd-job man here. A youngster's sharpness is too sharp, so he needs to be sharpened a bit more. If those words were to be heard by that vine-armored rhino's Imperial Beastmaster, he would inevitably spit blood in place. What's going on? Are you guys dividing the spoils here? What do you mean by the remaining ones? I'm not bad, am I? At least I'm a peak silver level Royal Beastmaster. Can you show some respect to a genius like me? But fortunately, he couldn't hear the words of these Imperial Beastmasters. Today, he still felt that he was careless and still felt good about himself. But Ji Yunha was completely unaware of all this, still immersed in the process of exploring the ruins. After defeating the vine-armored rhinoceros, there were no more Imperial Beastmasters within the ruins of this city that dared to compete with Ji Yunha. Ji Yunha was also very smooth, harvesting a large number of tokens and killing quite a few wild ferocious beasts along the way. When this person saw Ji Yunha, he immediately lost his eyes, as if he had seen a supreme ferocious beast. He hurriedly took the tokens off his body and handed them to Ji Yunha. Before leaving, he muttered under his breath, damn it, the planning of this audition really has a pit in its brain. In short, it was cursing like a thief. Ji Yunha thought so. After all, if he wanted to get a good ranking, he would inevitably fight around the place where the token was located. It just so happens that these people from the 5 major colleges can also protect these students in the meantime. Whatever, go to the next place. With the experience of dealing with Han Muyun before, Ji Yunha had a much easier time dealing with these silver-level Imperial Beastmasters. He had even begun to consider his next plan. After all, he had the fusion gene system and would soon be able to advance to a platinum-grade Imperial Beastmaster. So it was almost time to consider his next Imperial Beast. According to his understanding, the current regulations of the college entrance exam were that the first place in the country received a diamond-grade potential Imperial Beast egg. The second to 10th place received a platinum-level potential Imperial Beast egg. The 11th to 50th place received a gold-grade potential Imperial Beast egg. The 51st to 500th place gets a silver potential Beast egg. 501-1000th place gets a bronze potential egg. The remaining 001-10. 000 received a black iron potential Imperial Beast egg. The government took out nearly 10,000 Imperial Beast eggs every year. Of course, none of the proud sons of heaven who were able to obtain the Imperial Beast eggs handed out by the state wanted to take a bronze or black iron grade Imperial Beast to occupy their own Imperial Beast position, so most of them chose to convert them into cash. The choice of Imperial Beast eggs had a profound impact on the candidate's future career as an Imperial Beast Master. Therefore, many candidates would carefully weigh various factors when faced with this decision. Chapter 35, Taking Jade Dragon Molting Scales. Candidates faced with the choice of choosing an Imperial Beast egg in the entrance exams usually fall into 2 main categories. One group of candidates is full of adventurous spirit. They desire high risk and high reward. This group might come from poor families and desperately need to improve their lives. Or they are convinced of their own strength and are confident that they can handle all challenges. Without hesitation, they chose to gamble on obtaining a high-grade potential Imperial Beast egg. although the chances of success were slim. Once they succeeded, they would have a powerful imperial beast companion and their future was bound to be bright. On the other hand, there were some other candidates who were more cautious. They were confident in their strength, but were unwilling to take too many risks. These people paid more attention to stability and preferred to buy a common or lower-grade imperial beast egg that already had a stable evolutionary formula. They were well versed in the fact that a suitable imperial beast companion could not only provide strong combat power, but could also save a lot of resources and money in the development of an imperial beast master's career. Ji Yun-ha, on the other hand, was a special case. His choice was different, and he didn't care about the level of the imperial beast egg. Regardless of their choices, each candidate had their own reasons. The college entrance exam was a crucial decision-making moment and the starting point of the path of the imperial beast master. Regardless of which imperial beast egg they chose, they would face different challenges and opportunities, and these choices would shape their future destinies. Most candidates would weigh between these two choices. However, Ji Yunha was clearly on a different and unique path. Just now, because there were too many people in the city ruins, Ji Yunha didn't let the Jade Lin Snake take the Jade Dragon molting scale on the spot because he was worried that something unusual would happen if Xiaobai took it. At this time, to see the token collection almost, Ji Yunha also felt the need to timely eliminate evidence, then took out the Jade Dragon metamorphosis scale. Towards the small white beckoned. Little White is also eager to try. Ji Yunha then did not hesitate too much. Directly will Jade Dragon shed scales into the mouth of the Jade Lin Snake. But this stuffing didn't matter. The Jade Lin Snake's head was actually directly suffocated to the point of turning purple, and there was also a protrusion at its throat. What's going on here? WOC, Little White, are you alright? Ji Yunha cried and laughed. Looking at the Jade Lin Snake almost being suffocated to the point of breaking, he hurriedly walked over and slapped it on the head, attempting to help smooth its throat. Gulp! Suddenly, the Jade Lin Snake violently swallowed the Jade Dragon molting scale. After swallowing the Jade Dragon molted scale, the Jade Lin Snake sizzled at Ji Yunha, blaming Ji Yunha for not saving it earlier, and then also revealed an expression of disgust, indicating that this Jade Dragon molted scale did not taste good. Ji Yunha hated to snap out the Jade Dragon molted scale, risking his life to steal it, only to have it swallowed by this bean snake in one gulp, and didn't know if this Jade Dragon molted scale had the effect of increasing the dragon bloodline when swallowed directly. Sizzle dash. A low and marvelous fluctuation appeared within the Jade Forest Snake. Sizzle dash. After the Jade Lin Snake swallowed the Jade Dragon molting scale, its body suddenly began to change. Not only did the scales on its body grow a lot, above its two heads, two tiny bulges appeared, as if it was about to pierce through the snake's skin and drill out. Ji Yunha froze for a moment. This effect seemed to be too obvious. Having just eaten it in less than a moment, the body began to change. The moment he swallowed the Jade Dragon molting scale, the Jade Lin Snake's body suddenly trembled violently, as if an electric current had traveled through its entire body from the top of its head. And then its body began to gradually become transparent, emitting a faint ethereal blue light. Ji Yunha's eyes widened as he stared dumbfounded at this scene. He had never expected that the Jade Lin Snake had actually undergone such a peculiar change after swallowing the Jade Dragon's molted scales. The Jade Lin Snake's body became more and more transparent, and one could almost see the surrounding scenery through its body, as if it itself had merged into its surroundings. This change was unbelievable to Ji Yunha. Suddenly, the Jade Forest Serpent unfolded its gorgeous snake body and danced in midair like a ghostly blue lightning bolt across the night sky. Yes, without fusing new genes, the Jade Lin Snake had mutated once again. The Jade Lin Snake's body changed significantly after devouring the Jade Dragon's molted scales. Its size became even larger, and its scales flashed with new colors and shone with a magnificent light. But the most striking change appeared in its head. Ji Yunha looked at the Jade Forest Serpent dumbfounded and realized that a bulge had appeared on its head, a symbol of the evolution of the Augur Dragon. This bulge gradually swelled, as if there was some great power building up inside. The Jade Lin Snake's eyes also became brighter, filled with sharpness and edge. Is this a sign of the Jiao Dragon's evolution? Ji Yunha couldn't help but mumble to himself in excitement. The Jade Lin Snake seemed to sense its master's excitement as it nodded slightly. Ji Yunha clenched his fist in excitement. Fantastic! Little White, you brat are much more handsome than before. The Jade Lin Snake gently swayed its body as if it was celebrating. Its body exuded a sense of majesty and power that made people feel a sense of respect. Sizzle dash. The Jade Lin Snake seemed to notice the difference in itself as well, tilting its head and beginning to show off its brand new body, feeling its unprecedented power and new abilities. Come on, don't show off with me here. Let's just go out and try how our bodies look like. Ji Yunha and the Jade Lin Snake continued to traverse the wreckage of the city ruins, encountering the appearance of ferocious beasts from time to time. Whenever they faced these threats, the Jade Lin Snake displayed extraordinary fighting skills. Its body flowed like water, and there was a cunning glint in its eyes. as if it was a battle master practicing magnificent moves. Ji Yunha, on the other hand, was always on guard, his eyes scanning the surroundings for any potential threats. Whenever the Jade Forest Serpent engaged the ferocious beasts, he would give instructions and encouragement, directing the Jade Forest Serpent's attacks. His movements were smooth and powerful, each gesture conveying a clear command. The ferocious beasts were powerless before the powerful attacks of the Jade Forest Snake. A confident smile gradually appeared on Ji Yunha's face as he began to go even deeper into the ruins of the city, searching for clues to the selection tournament token. Chapter 36 Invitation from Magic City Imperial Beast University. As the selection contest entered its final hour, the atmosphere became more and more tense and intense. On the selection field in the city ruins, hundreds of young Imperial Beast Masters gathered together, their goal being to score high enough to win the Imperial Beast eggs handed out by the state or to be selected as disciples by a certain famous Imperial Beast Master. Ji Yunha and Jade Lin Snake were obviously not among them. They had already accumulated quite a few tokens and reputation, enough to enter the top 10. In the center of the venue, a huge screen displayed the rules and rankings of the competition. Ji Yunha and Jade Lin Snake's names had already appeared on the ranking list and were high up in the 9th position. Such a proud achievement drew the attention of many Imperial Beast Masters. Some praised their strength, while others were jealous and mocked. But no matter what, they were unable to ignore Ji Yunha and the Jade Lin Snake's existence. Looking at the stable 9th ranking, Ji Yunha was also relieved. Finally, he didn't have to go to that exhausting entrance exam. Good job, little white. I'll have to reward you when I go back to Big Brother. Ji Yunha smiled and said to the Jade Lin Snake. The Jade Lin Snake also let out a long hiss, as if responding to his words. Just as Ji Yunha was playing around with the little white snake, a voice appeared. The middle-aged man extended his hand to Ji Yunha, and Ji Yunha took hold of it, feeling the solid strength of the other party. He detected an extraordinary aura on this middle-aged man, clearly not an ordinary person. I'm the representative of the Imperial Beast Master Association, and I'm impressed with your performance in the auditions, the middle-aged man said, his tone revealing a hint of appreciation. Thank you for your compliments. I just did my best. Ji Yunha responded modestly. The middle-aged man smiled and nodded before continuing. I'm here to provide you with an opportunity, one that will allow you to better develop your strength. Hearing this, Ji Yunha's eyes slightly lit up as he immediately became alert. This middle-aged man wouldn't have some kind of trap, right? What opportunity? Ji Yunha asked. He could actually guess the middle-aged man's intention. The only strangers who came to find himself at this time should be the teachers from the university's admissions office. He just didn't know which university it was, although he said that he had already made up his mind. But since the middle-aged man acted very friendly, and accompanied by the principal, it should be very uncomplicated. So based on the principle of not offending if you can, you agreed to their request, which led to the opening scene. Come, drink tea. The middle-aged man picked up the teapot on the table and poured a cup of tea for Ji Yunha and himself, then pushed one of the cups towards Ji Yunha's side. Thank you. Ji Yunha thanked. Afterward, Li Mingfei revealed a kind smile to Ji Yunha. To introduce myself, my name is Li Mingfei. I'm the director of the enrollment office of the Magic City Imperial Beast University. Ji Yunha nodded. He didn't expect the one who came to be from the Magic City Imperial Beast University. It was really fast. Li Mingfei looked at Ji Yunha and said with a smile, fellow student Ji Yunha, this is an important decision. I understand that you may already have a target in mind, but please also hear me out. Ji Yunha nodded, signaling him to continue. Li Mingfei continued. Although the Magic City Imperial Beast University is not one of the top 5 schools, we have our own unique advantages. First of all, our campus is located in Magic City, a city that is the center of the Imperial Beastmaster's career, and you will have more opportunities to come into contact with a wide variety of Imperial Beasts and Imperial Beastmasters here and gain experience. Ji Yunha pondered and asked, what about the 5 great schools? Li Mingfei replied, the 5 famous schools certainly have their own advantages, but they are exceptionally competitive. Not only do they have to face elites from all over the country, they also have to adapt to strict management and regulations. At the top 5 schools, you may be more likely to feel the pressure and the immensity of the competition. Ji Yunha nodded his head in understanding before asking, then what kind of treatment do I have at the Magic City Imperial Beast University? Li Mingfei explained. First of all, you will be the center of attention in our school. A local student with your achievements and potential is the pride of our school, and you will receive special attention and cultivation. Secondly, we will provide more resources to support your growth, including Imperial Beast eggs, training grounds, mentorship, and so on. Ji Yunha pondered for a moment, then asked, can I reconsider? Li Mingfei nodded and said, of course you can. This is an important choice. Don't rush. If you have any questions or need more information, feel free to contact me. The conversation between the two lasted for some time, and although Ji Yunha had a preliminary decision in mind, he still needed time to think and weigh various factors. Ji Yunha quietly listened to Li Mingfei's introduction and invitation, keeping his expression calm. His heart had many intertwined emotions at the moment, and he needed to think carefully about this sudden choice. Li Mingfei's words did make sense. Although the Magic City Imperial Beast University was not one of the top 5 schools, it was still one of the 8 key schools, and it was close to his home. This meant that he was able to keep in touch with his family more easily, and didn't have to travel a long way from home as he would if he went to another city to study. At the same time, the allocation of resources that Li Mingfei had talked about made his heart flutter. However, Ji Yunha was also aware that this decision did not only concern himself, but also involved his partner, Jade Lin Snake. There was a deep emotional and tacit understanding between him and the Jade Lin Snake, and any decision must take into account the future and growth of the Jade Lin Snake. After thinking for a moment, Ji Yunha put down his teacup and said seriously to Li Mingfei, "Thank you for your invitation, Director Li, but then, I need some time to consider this decision. After all, this concerns my future and my partner's future. Don't worry, I will make a decision on my side as soon as possible and give you an answer." Li Mingfei nodded. He understood Ji Yunha's concern. After all, this was an important decision that could not be ignored. "Alright, I will wait for your reply. If you have any questions or need further information, feel free to contact me. No matter what your final choice is, I wish you much success," Li Mingfei said sincerely. Ji Yunha nodded in appreciation. He then bid farewell to Li Mingfei and left the meeting place. Returning to his residence, Ji Yunha sat in front of the window and looked out at the night scene, his mind filled with thoughts. He knew that this was a decision that concerned his future and required careful consideration, not only for himself, but also for his partner, the Jade Lin Snake. The Jade Lin Snake was quietly coiled to the side, seemingly waiting for Ji Yunha's decision as well. The light of wisdom shone in its eyes, as if it was silently supporting its master's choice. In the dead of night, Ji Yunha continued to fall into deep thought. He knew that no matter what he chose, it would be a new starting point on his future path, and this starting point would shape his and the Jade Lin Snake's future. In the end, Ji Yunha decided on his future path. He turned to face the night scene outside the window, sighed, and said, "Xiaobai, I've decided. We're going to move on and challenge the top 5 colleges. This is our dream, and no matter what lies ahead, we will not regret it." Chapter 37. The end of the auditions. The race is over. The rankings have been fixed. Everyone please gather at the starting location. The results will be announced soon. The race is over. The rankings have been fixed. Everyone please gather at the starting location. The results will be announced soon. The race is over. The rankings have been fixed. Ji Yunha also stopped his hand movements when he heard this. He had searched for various ferocious beasts to hunt along the way. Nowadays, he had already accumulated quite a few genes of various ferocious beasts for the 3 little ones. System, Gene Fusion. As Ji Yunha unleashed his natural skill, countless genetic abilities were injected into the bodies of the Jade Lin Snake, Lightning Tiger, and Flame Wolf respectively. Ding! Your Imperial Beast Lightning Tiger has obtained the Shin Turtle Armor Shell gene. Ding! Your Royal Beast Lightning Tiger obtains the Cloud Eagle Eyes gene. Ding! Your Lightning Tiger has acquired the Earth Demon Tiger Claw gene. Ding! Your Flame Wolf has acquired the Cloud Hawkeye gene. With the injection of countless genes, the 3 little ones began to change more or less, and their size began to grow. For Xiaobai, these 3 imperial beasts, wanting to evolve could be much more convenient than other imperial beasts. After all, it didn't need to rely on those fixed evolutionary routes, fixing some chewy food every day, all by virtue of Ji Yunha fusing their genes. Of course, from time to time, there would also be imperial beast food as a reward. This trip also got quite a few ferocious beast materials. Going back can sell them for a good price again. Ji Yunha's heart was filled with joy, and then he brought Little White and started rushing towards the edge of the city ruins. Soon, Ji Yunha quickly arrived at the prize-claiming location. Right now, he couldn't wait to collect the reward he deserved. Upon arriving at the prize-claiming location, Ji Yunha saw that there were already quite a number of participants of the auditions gathered there, each filled with anticipation. The place to receive the prize was a spacious square, and in the center of the crowd was a huge stage, on which there were 5 royal beastmasters dressed in gorgeous clothes, which looked to be the representatives of the 5 major colleges. At this moment, those 5 imperial beastmasters were preparing to announce the winners. Ji Yun had joined the crowd and quietly waited for the awards ceremony to begin. He noticed that the students around him had some nervous expressions and some excitement as they all guessed their rankings. Ji Yunha, you're here. The one who greeted Ji Yunha was the class president Li Weiwei, who was traveling with her when she came, a big and bold girl with a more brash temperament. With her there were 2 other girls, but Ji Yunha didn't recognize them. They should be from outside the class. Well, you guys are here too. Ji Yunha nodded to them and said hello. How was the exam? not bad, how about you? Ji Yunha replied humbly, not bad either. Li Weiwei smiled faintly at Ji Yunha, her words filled with pride. In such a good mood. It looks like she did well on the exam. Could it be that she is also a hidden bigot? Just don't know how well she did on this exam? Ji Yunha muttered silently in her heart. Next, after announcing the rankings, they should return directly to the school. Of course, some universities that had thoughts about students with good grades would also come here to try and recruit them. I don't know if the other students have arrived yet. Let's go find them. Li Weiwei shook her freshly grown black and shiny hair and invited to Ji Yunha. Ji brother, we're here. Beauty Li is also here? Yo, how come our beautiful big class president is here with the class's great talent Ji? Just as the two had just appeared, a sharp-eyed boy spotted the two of them. Yeah, brother Ji, what the hell is going on with you two? How did you sneak together behind our backs? A few people were also revealing snickering smiles, their eyes glancing around on the two of them, coaxing. Nowadays, they were excited when they bumped into some gossip news, not to mention the fact that one of them was a super-duper man and the other one was an extremely beautiful woman. Go, don't net blindly coax here. People Ji Yunha's classmates are going to attend the top 5 colleges. Li Weiwei blankly glanced at them, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. By the way, brother Ji, what rank can you probably get this time? Can you get those 10 special admission spots? As his classmates teased and joked, Ji Yunha felt a bit helpless but understood their curiosity. He didn't mention that he had gotten the 9th place finish, otherwise he feared that it would have triggered an even crazier scene. Don't be anxious, just wait and see. Hearing Ji Yunha utter these words, the crowd couldn't help but nod their heads in great recognition. Unexpectedly, brother Ji had hidden this person quite deeply, but they didn't dare to ask too much until they saw that Ji Yunha was a happy person today, which dispelled their concerns. Ji Yunha slightly grinned and gave them a deep look. The remaining Imperial Beast Masters who hadn't been eliminated by the ferocious beasts had all gathered here. There were around 160 people, but only 50 of them could be selected. First place, Du Yuhan, obtained 43 tokens. Second place, Feng Xiaopang, received 39 tokens. Third place, Ma Dongmei, 38 tokens. First, as each place was read out, the students at the bottom whose names weren't read out paled. The crowd erupted in applause, and Ji Yunha followed suit. He felt proud that his efforts had been recognized here. The host continued. Now, let's all look forward to the main event of the day, the awards ceremony. With these words, the tension in the crowd reached its peak. Everyone stared at the stage, waiting for the moment they heard their names. The host began to announce the rankings, from 10th place all the way to 1st place. Every time a name was announced, applause and cheers rang out. Ji Yunha waited nervously, hoping to hear his name. Finally, the host announced, 9th place, Ma Dongmei, obtained 31 tokens. What? Brother Ji is the 9th? Everyone thought they heard wrong. The original in the class is also ranked 4 or 5. Ji Yunha did not expect this time actually contest so good. 9th, that is what concept? Platinum level Imperial Beast Egg. University want to go on which? The whole school. No, the whole 9th city estimates are not 2. Then Ji Yunha test good. After a while, they slowed down, and then the whole class was agitated. 9th, really? The 9th is a platinum level Imperial Beast Egg, right? Worthy of being brother Ji? It's really bullish. Li Weiwei, who was standing at the side, also felt a bit incredulous as she looked at Ji Yunha, a wave of admiration welling up in her heart. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Li Weiwei's tone was also a bit murmured, a bit unbelievable. Now that everyone in the class was circling around Ji Yunha, who was originally not very noticeable in the class, became the center of attention all of a sudden. Although it was said that students in high school hadn't gone through the baptism of society yet, everyone knew that Ji Yunha would be destined to be extraordinary, and keeping good relations was a necessary thing. On the other hand, Ji Yunha, who was surrounded by the crowd in the center, was somewhat helpless. Not far away, Han Muyun looked at Ji Yunha grimly. He had never been so angry before. It wasn't because the other party looked down on him, but the way Ji Yunha treated himself like a child. It was simply a form of contempt for himself. It made Han Muyun, who had been starstruck since he was a child, feel very upset. Ji Yunha, I'll definitely defeat you next time. We'll still have a chance to meet. Chapter 38 Negotiations with the 5 major universities. After the auditions ended, Ji Yunha and the others also left the city ruins. Beep, an extremely wild jeep stopped in front of a few people. Let's go. Get in. Ning sat inside the vehicle and waved towards the several people, valiantly. Ji Yunha was the last one to go back and walked without any hurry, causing Ning to give him a stern glance, not knowing if it was because Ji Yunha's lack of hurry was annoying or if he felt that he was deliberately showing off his achievements. Since this audition is over, then I'll give you the specific details of filling out the university below. and Ing soothed her mood and glanced in the rearview mirror. Seeing the several students sitting neatly behind her, she was still relatively satisfied. We have a total of more than 200 universities in China. Everyone should be very clear about it, of which the top is the top 5 universities. Going down is more than 10 first-class prestigious schools and the rest of the ordinary universities. About filling out the volunteer, and Ing said a lot, but Ji Yunha only heard a small part of it, and that was the part about the top 5 universities. Although 3 of the 5 famous schools were in the capital and 2 were in the magic capital, and although their strengths were not very different and all types of cultivation materials were available for circulation to each other, there was still a big difference in their teaching. The most famous of the 5 schools is the Federal Royal Beasts University, which has continued to win the first place in the Chinese Federation for many years, and at the same time, its faculty is also the most powerful of the 5 colleges and universities, and the management of the students is not too harsh. However, since the college had been opened for the longest time, most of the people who joined were also local people from Shangjing, so it had almost formed its own faction internally and was somewhat xenophobic. Next is the Imperial Beast Research University, which is a research-oriented school, filled with all kinds of super-high IQ scientific research lunatics. China's Imperial Beast Military School is a very traditional military school. Its teachers are all officers in the Federal Army. This school will treat the students as military personnel. The implementation of semi-military management. If someone wants to enlist in the army first after graduation, then this university is definitely the right choice. Ranked 4th was the Capital Imperial Beast University, with traditional command battles as its mainstay, suitable for that type of student who liked to strategize. Ranked last is the Royal Beasts Armed University. Its faculty strength is weaker than the first 4 schools, but in the financial strength of the most powerful, so the real strength is not much worse. The only shortcoming is that this university is almost no management. For the students is almost completely free-range teaching. Ji Yunha thought for a while, for which university Heart already have an answer. At the same time, and Ing has also spoken to the end. All in all, everyone who was able to participate in the audition this time is also considered a warm-up for the college entrance exam, so there's no need to care too much about things like rankings, except for someone, of course. In the end, I hope that all of you will be able to achieve something and become pillars of my human race. When the crowd returned to the 9th city's first middle school, there were already several people waiting at the entrance. The person in the lead was none other than the middle-aged Imperial Beast Master who had observed Ji Yunha in the monitoring room earlier. Behind him followed several people who were also dressed in the attire of an Imperial Beast Master, obviously all representatives from the 5 major universities, and beside them, there stood the principal of 9th City No. 1 Middle School, smiling and greeting these special guests. Ji Yunha followed Li Weiwei and other classmates towards the school's entrance. This scene was a bit nerve-wracking. After all, it was not a small matter to make contact with the representatives of the 5 major colleges. The middle-aged Imperial Beast Master smiled faintly at Ji Yunha as if he was waiting for him to arrive. His gaze revealed a sense of depth and insight that one could not help but feel respect. Is that right, student Ji Yunha? Your performance is very good. Can you talk to us about your next plans? Stated his request. 10 minutes later, they were sitting in a quiet conference room. Classmate Ji Yunha, although your ranking in the selection tournament this time was only 9th, we can all see your true battle strength in our eyes. With your strength, it shouldn't be difficult to take first place, right? That middle-aged Imperial Beast Master's eyes were deep as he spread his hands towards Ji Yunha. How about it? Of our 5 schools, which one do you want to choose? Ji Yunha said. I won 9th place in the selection contest, which is a proud achievement for me, but I also understand that I have greater potential and ability. Therefore, I hope to be supported with some additional resources, including better Imperial Beast eggs and training opportunities. The middle-aged Imperial Beast Master pondered for a moment, then said, but our resources are limited, and there is a limit to how much we can allocate. You've already gotten the rewards from the selection contest, isn't that enough? Ji Yunha was not satisfied with this answer as he said firmly, I understand, but I want more. I believe that if I receive better training at your school, I will achieve even better results in the future, and it will be an honor for the school. That Imperial Beast Master considered for a moment and finally nodded. Alright, we can provide some additional reward resources, but that Imperial Beast egg rewarded to you can only be platinum grade. What do you think about this? Student Ji Yunha? You have to understand that this is a highly competitive world. Anything and everything is something you have to fight for on your own. Ji Yunha nodded his head in satisfaction. He knew that this was already a concession. Thank you very much for your understanding and support. I am willing to accept this offer. A platinum grade Imperial Beast egg is already enough for me. I will study hard in the 5 colleges and achieve even better results, to win honor for the school while also laying a solid foundation for my future. Ji Yunha responded solemnly. The middle-aged Imperial Beast Master smiled and nodded. seeing that he was impressed with Ji Yunha's firm attitude. Very well, student Ji Yunha, your determination and confidence is admirable. Chapter 39, Cutting with Li Weiwei. We look forward to your joining us as you embrace a broader future at one of the top 5 colleges. The conversation that followed went very smoothly, and both sides reached an agreement on cooperation. The representatives of the top 5 universities promised to provide Ji Yunha with additional resources and training opportunities, and also expected him to achieve more honors for his school in the future. In the end, Ji Yunha managed to secure more training resources and some high-level Imperial Beast eggs, and although he couldn't get the highest level of rewards, he knew that this was as far as he could go. Early the next morning, Ji Yunha had just finished washing up when he suddenly received a call from his class president, Li Weiwei. On the phone, Li Weiwei said that she had already come to the downstairs of Ji Yunha's house and urged him to hurry downstairs. Ji Yunha walked out to take a look, and indeed saw Li Weiwei standing playfully downstairs in his own building. Missy, what are you doing? I heard that you also chose the Federal Imperial Beast University, right? Li Weiwei crossed her arms, her snow-white chin slightly raised. Humph, this young lady and you will be classmates from now on. Aren't you the 9th place winner of the audition? Come and compete with this young lady. I haven't been active for a long time. Ji Yunha, my big miss. You rushed over early in the morning just to let me spar with you? Yes. What? Is there a problem? Ji Yunha rolled her eyes and said, no problem, but I'm not going. Humph, you big lazy bum. If you don't practice, how can you possibly compete with me at the Imperial Beast University? Come on, don't hesitate. Missy, I'd been waiting for a long time. As soon as Li Weiwei's words fell, she walked towards Ji Yunha with a bold stride, wearing a slim-fitting training outfit that showed off her toned body. Her hair fell down over her shoulders, and her slightly raised chin revealed an unyielding confidence. Ji Yunha sighed helplessly. He knew that Li Weiwei was a girl with a fiery temper. Once she made up her mind, it was hard to change her mind. It's fine to go, but I have to charge for my teaching. 1,000 federal coins an hour. If you can afford it, I'll accompany you to practice. Ji Yunha had thought that she would be able to dissuade Li Weiwei by putting on such a gold-worshipping demeanor, but unforeseen, Li Weiwei actually directly transferred $100,000 to Xiao Ji's classmate. The money has been transferred. Let's start with 100 hours. Li Weiwei's home was situated in the golden residential area of the 9th city, an area that was known as the prime location in the city. The entire residential area was tree-lined, the roads were spacious and tidy, and the appearance of the homes was luxurious and elegant. This was the gathering place of the city's elites, and only a few people could have such a superior living environment. Li Weiwei's home was the best in this residential area, sitting in a villa, which was situated on a spacious piece of land, surrounded by a tall iron fence. The villa's appearance was majestic, adopting a modern European architectural style, and the exterior walls were constructed from high-quality marble, making it look dignified and luxurious. The gate of the villa adopts classical design, flanked by gorgeous sculptures, and in front of the gate is a well-manicured garden, with colorful flowers swaying in the breeze, making people feel as if they have entered a fairy tale world. Once inside the villa, the sense of luxury is even more apparent. The spacious living room is designed with high ceilings and gorgeous crystal chandeliers, and the entire living room exudes a strong artistic atmosphere. The marble floor is decorated with valuable antique furniture, and the walls are hung with oil paintings and precious artworks. The interior of the villa is filled with a sense of luxury, with every detail meticulously designed to show off the owner's taste and wealth. The interior also featured a top-notch gym and indoor swimming pool, as well as a huge entertainment room with a pool table, a movie theater, and other facilities to provide the ultimate entertainment enjoyment for the owner and guests. Ilua Bina, my big miss, why didn't you tell me that your family is actually so rich? Ji Yunha was now as if she had entered the Grand View Garden. Looking at everything she felt rare. Humph, this is just a part of the family. But today we're not here to talk about family. We're here to cut a deal. In Li Weiwei's home, there was an impressive Imperial Beasts martial arts practicing ground, located on the side of the villa's back garden. This martial arts practicing ground covered a vast area and was surrounded by tall trees and bushes, creating an atmosphere of being one with nature. The floor of the Imperial Beast training ground is a special composite floor with good elasticity and abrasion resistance, which is suitable for all kinds of Imperial Beasts training in battles. There are standard battle grids on the field to simulate the battle scene of the Imperial Beasts. Each grid is accurately measured to ensure a fair and accurate battle. Tall viewing rails are installed around the perimeter of the arena for spectators to watch the goblin battles. These railings feature an iron design with beautiful patterns and decorations that give them a classic yet modern look. The spectator stands were equipped with comfortable seats that could accommodate a large group of people to watch the Imperial Beast sparring matches. On one side of the practice arena, there is a fully equipped Imperial Beast training room. This indoor space had a high ceiling and the walls were covered with various training tools and Imperial Beast equipment. There were professional Imperial Beast trainers and assistants in the training room, who were responsible for guiding the training and care of the Imperial Beasts. The design of the entire training arena focused on functionality and aesthetics, creating an atmosphere that combined classical and modern. As Li Weiwei said that, she had already summoned her own Imperial Beast, and that silver-feathered falcon made a majestic appearance. The silver-feathered hunting falcon seemed to have gained fame and fortune early on, and as soon as it appeared, it immediately took up a cutting stance, gazing firmly at Ji Yunha. Ji Yunha also stood still, but he was not slow to summon the Jade Forest Snake. The little white for this battle is also a little disdain. With its master is simply the same kind of behavior. When Li Weiwei saw it, she was even more furious, and immediately clenched her teeth and ordered, "Silver-feathered falcon, get me to beat that guy flying." After receiving the order, the silver-feathered falcon was also a bit impatient and flew towards Ji Yunha and the Jade Forest Snake at an extremely fast speed. Little White slowly and leisurely raised his tail, breezing through the silver-feathered hunting falcon's rapid strike. Immediately afterward, his figure flickered and knocked the silver-feathered hunting falcon down hard onto the ground with a loud bang. As the battle continued, the figures of the two Imperial Beasts darted in and out of the martial arts arena, each move full of power and skill. The scene was exceptionally intense. Li Weiwei displayed her outstanding Imperial Beast master skills, and her silver-feathered hunting falcon was also extremely powerful. Each strike made Ji Yunha not dare to take it lightly. Ji Yunha was also not in the least bit anxious, and hardly gave any orders to Little White, relying purely on Little White's own clinical play, yet still allowing Li Weiwei's silver-feathered hunting falcon to suffer successive setbacks. As time passed by, the duel between the two Imperial Beasts became more and more intense. The garden where the battle was being watched had gradually gathered quite a number of servants, who watched the battle with dumbfounded disbelief, completely unable to believe that this was a duel between two ordinary students. Finally, after a fierce battle, Ji Yunha narrowly beat Li Weiwei by one move, making her fall to the ground. Chapter 40 Rain Watching Pavilion. The sky was also getting dusk. Ji Yunha and the two of them were still slicing and dicing against each other. At this time, Ji Yunha's stomach rumbled in an untimely manner. Goo! Only then did Ji Yunha remember that he had been training his Imperial Beast since the morning and hadn't even eaten lunch yet. He touched his stomach, somewhat hungry. "Missy, why don't we take a break? Let's go eat? What do you want to eat?" "My little master's treat." Hearing that they were going to eat, Li Weiwei's eyes lit up. "Yeah, then I'm going to the Rain Viewing Pavilion. Haven't been there for a long time." Okay, I'll listen to you." Ji Yunha skimmed her mouth and said. The two of them took Li Weiwei's family's private hovercar to the Night City's commercial street. At night, the Night City seemed to be an intriguing city that never sleeps. Before they even got off the bus, they could see all kinds of neon lights flashing with colorful light. The commercial street was still bustling. People were coming and going on the streets, and children were playing and messing around on the streets. Hot air balloons with colorful screens floated in the night sky. Fireworks bloomed in the sky, and some people walked on the street holding their own Imperial Beasts. The eaves of the surrounding houses also squatted many cat-type Imperial Beasts, and there were cute Imperial Beasts greeting the customers at the entrance of various stores, which fully reflected the scene of peaceful coexistence between Imperial Beasts and humans. Just like a fairy tale world, Ji Yunha couldn't help but sigh. The atmosphere here is so nice. Every day is like a festival. Li Weiwei asked curiously. Here, the nightlife in the Night City has always been like this. Yunha, haven't you been out at night? Ji Yunha was silent. And by here he didn't mean the shopping street. Rather, it was this world. Although he hadn't experienced the dark ages of this world, he was equally clear about the hard-won peace. No, in fact there are no times of peace. It's just that we were born in a peaceful country. The so-called peaceful times are nothing more than someone silently carrying the weight for you. Just as Ji Yunha looked out of the car window in deep thought, the hover car had come to a stop in front of a magnificent mansion. It was also the destination of Ji Yunha's duo, the Guanyu Mansion. The Guanyu Mansion was located in the center of the Night City, and was also the tallest building in the entire Night City. And the place where Ji Yunha and the others would dine tonight was the Guanyu Pavilion located on the top floor of this building. As for the name of the Rain-Watching Pavilion, it also had a great reason. If it was a clear night, one could see a magnificent rain of stars from afar in this restaurant. Therefore, it was named the Rain-Watching Pavilion. After getting off the bus, Ji Yunha and Li Weiwei rode the elevator to the restaurant together. Hello sir, do you have a reservation? As soon as the elevator door opened, a smiling waitress immediately greeted them. But once that waitress saw that it was two high school students, her smile quickly faded. May I ask if you two are here to dine? Ji Yunha looked around and nodded carelessly. Do you still have room here? Who would have expected that waitress to coldly say, sorry, sir, we need to make a reservation here in advance. Those without reservations will not be entertained. Ji Yunha was a bit upset when she heard this. Are so many empty seats for viewing? I see that you don't still have seats here. Why can't you entertain them? The waitress was still indifferent, and added a hint of impatience. Sorry, rules are rules, please come back after your next reservation. Hearing this, Ji Yoonha became even more angry. A clayman still has 3 points of fire. Really think I don't have a temper, right? Ji Yoonha pulled out his Royal Beast Master certificate and handed it to that waitress. Hello, let me introduce myself. I am a Royal Beast Master. My name is Ji Yoonha. The waitress half-heartedly took Ji Yoonha's Royal Beast Master certificate. The moment she confirmed that Ji Yoonha was really an Imperial Beast Master, she instantly changed her face and piled up a professional fake smile once again. I'm sorry, sir. I just remembered that we seem to have spare seats. Please come in. And it was at this moment that the waitress saw the face of the person beside Ji Yoonha. Miss Lee, it's you. I have no eyes to recognize the two of you. It's my fault. Only then did that waitress realize what kind of existence she had almost offended. For a moment a cold sweat ran down her face. The smile on her face at the moment was worse than crying. Mr. G. Miss Lee, I'm very sorry. I'll arrange for you to go to Stargazing Court. What do you think? Stargazing Court. This was the top-class box with the best view and excellent privacy in the entire Guanyu Pavilion. Of course, in addition to being the best box in the entire Guanyu Pavilion, it was also the most expensive one. There are unspoken rules for eating in this box. That is, the low consumption reaches at least 100,000. Yes, not 1,000, not 10,000, but 100,000. And, Li Weiwei vaguely remembered that this was still a couple's box, and thus her heart snickered. In other words, for a meal here, 2 people would have to spend at least $100,000. This is for ordinary people, not to mention spending $100,000 on a meal. Even if a meal consumed $1,000 would feel a heartache. It was almost unimaginable. But for Ji Yoonha, who had a little bit of money in his pocket, it didn't seem to be a difficult task. And for Li Weiwei, who could casually come up with $100,000 for a cutting fee, it was even more of a no-brainer. Ji Yoonha also stopped making things difficult for that waiter. Filling his stomach was the most important thing. Alright, lead the way. Ji Yoonha followed that waiter into an extremely spacious box, completely failing to notice the smug look on Li Weiwei's face behind her. The entire Stargazing Court is located in the northernmost side of the Rainview Pavilion. The whole was semicircular. The ceiling was also specially made into a transparent skylight. The outermost side of the box's floor-to-ceiling windows merged into one, making the entire box a more open view. The floor windows and the ceiling are made of special material glass, so you can see the outside from the inside. And when you look at the whole Stargazing Court from the outside, you just see a huge black sphere, and you can't observe the scene inside at all. Moreover, the Rain Viewing Court was located on the topmost floor of the Rain Viewing Mansion, so there was absolutely no need to worry about being spied on. But the people inside the box were able to get a glimpse of the night view of the entire ninth city. Even Ji Yoonha had to sigh. Being rich, it's really a big T. Meaning, money can really do whatever you want. Chapter 41. The most beautiful view in other people's eyes. Although it wasn't the first time that Li Weiwei had come to eat at Guanyu Pavilion, it was also the first time that she had come to a high-class box like Stargazer Court. Wow! Yoonha! Look, the view here is really beautiful. Well, the view here is really good. Let's order first. After ordering we can slowly look at it. Aha! Li Weiwei answered and began to skillfully order a few of her favorite dishes. In a short while, 3 or 4 waiters walked into the box with a plate of different shapes. There were 7 or 8 dishes in total. Each dish was made especially exquisite. Although the portions weren't large, it was estimated that 2 people wouldn't be able to finish it if they ate it. However, Ji Yoonha didn't say anything. If you can't eat it, it's a big deal to pack it up. Anyway, you still have several mouths to feed at home. Moreover, even if it was a high-class restaurant, it would still provide a packing service. The CD-ROM action, no matter where it is equally applicable. Seeing the waiter serve the first dish, Ji Yoonha couldn't help but be dumbfounded. You, of all people, are quite good at eating. Li Weiwei ordered one of the signature dishes here, 8 immortals crossing the sea to haunt Luohan. This was a famous dish made with top-quality ingredients such as high-quality sea cucumber, shark's fin, abalone, fish maw, fish bone, and old hen. But in fact, Ji Yoonha also likes this dish, especially the sea cucumber inside is the most attractive. Ah, look at this color, look at this head. A bite is bound to be full of popping juice. Ah, that flavor. I guess then a man football eat those sea cucumbers are even better. According to the waiter's explanation, this dish inside the sea cucumber, the selection of wild sea cucumbers produced on the east coast of the beast, currently on the market. Most of them are ordinary sea cucumbers that are artificially farmed, and the general age is just 2 or 3 years. What a certain men's soccer team officially recognized and ate all the time was just this kind of lowest grade common sea cucumber. The price doesn't have to be expensive. However, the The sea cucumbers chosen by the Guanyu Pavilion had a vintage of at least 8 years or more, which could not be compared to those 2 or 3-year-old sea cucumbers. In addition to sea cucumbers, the other ingredients in the 8 immortals crossing the sea to haunt Luohan were also very precious. For example, abalone. The abalone in here was selected from the sea devil abalone that originated from the west coast of the Federation. What we usually call a few heads of abalone refers to how many there are inside a catty. For example, 5 heads of abalone. Is a catty inside there are roughly 5 abalone. 5 heads of abalone. In the abalone can only be regarded as medium to high quality. Further up, there are 2 heads, 3 heads, 4 heads and so on. The smaller the number of abalone in a catty, the larger the size of the abalone used, and the better the quality. Among all the abalone categories on the market, the half-head abalone, which is said to be worth $1,000 a gram, is the best in quality and taste, and it is also the most expensive. A head of half-head abalone, the weight is about 2 pounds, but the price, but then ordinary abalone expensive countless. A head of half-head abalone, at least more than $10,000. Moreover, the abalone chosen by the Rainview Pavilion were all wild beasts, which were directly flown to the Rainview Pavilion's kitchen after being caught from the sea. The transportation cost is not low, and correspondingly, the price is even more expensive. Put into the restaurant, the various costs added up to not less than 20,000 a head. Of course, Ji Yunha could not see the complete abalone now, because it had already been divided by the chef into smaller pieces that were easier to enter, and mixed together with other ingredients. Moreover, if then abalone was not pre-treated, it would be difficult to flavor it directly for cooking, and the flavor would have to be relatively greatly reduced. Alright, if there is a need, I will call you again. Ji Yunha waved his hand, signaling his departure. Okay sir. After receiving Ji Yunha's gesture, the waiter didn't say anything more, nodded and left the box. Finally gone? I'm craving for it. Just as the waiter closed the door, Li Weiwei removed her ladylike disguise. Just now when the waiter brought up a dish, she was constantly gulping. Looking at Li Weiwei's gluttony, Ji Yunha couldn't help it. Eat? I'm not stopping you. Li Weiwei also hadn't eaten something so delicious in a long time. Seeing Li Weiwei eating so favorably, Ji Yunha's cravings were also aroused. Therefore, at this moment, he had a huge appetite. He couldn't wait to eat the table legs together. Thus, the two eaters buried their heads in a beautiful environment and dried their food together. 1 hour later, the two of them sat paralyzed in their chairs, looking out the window at the brightly lit night city. Li Weiwei stretched her back. It's really too delicious. People are getting fat. I haven't eaten this much in several lifetimes. Ji Yunha picked up a tall glass and took a sip of water. The waiter respectfully asked, "We're done eating. Please settle the bill." "Yes, Mr. G, this is the bill. Please check if there are any problems first," the waitress said as she took out a bill and handed it to Ji Yunha. Aha! This meal had cost 200,001 more. Due to the waiter's poor attitude earlier, the restaurant had even given Ji Yunha a 20% discount in order to compensate him, touching a zero along the way. So the final consumption is only 160,000. Fortunately, Ji Yunha received Li Weiwei's $100,000 cutting fee today. Otherwise he really heartache for a while. But money is used to spend. Money can be earned again when it's gone. And having enough to eat is the most important thing. A meal actually ate so much money? Li Weiwei couldn't help but complain at once. 160,000 ah. For a royal beast master like the duo, it wasn't much though. And it wasn't like the two of them couldn't afford to give this amount of money. It was just that the two of them had spent $160,000 on just one meal. This was a bit less than cost-effective. No, not just not cost-effective, but loser. It's fine. It's not bad to have a good time once in a while. You're really willing to part with it. And what you took wasn't the money I gave you this morning? Li Weiwei looked at Ji Yunha grudgingly. Ji Yunha sniffed and also absently turned her head towards the window, pretending to admire the scenery outside, sweating in her heart. After paying the money, Ji Yunha looked at the remaining dishes and couldn't bear to waste them like that. So he called out to the waiters and asked them to pack all the remaining meals. Let Ji Yunha really let the value of 160,000 yuan of leftover rice thrown away. He also really feel a bit of a waste. How unfortunate ah, wouldn't it be great to take it home and let Xiao Bai and the three of them try it as well? Fortunately, the service of Guanyu Pavilion was still very much in place. Soon there was a special insulated box to help the two pack it up. Ji Yunha casually put it into the Imperial Beast space. This hand operation directly left the waiter of Guanyu Pavilion more respectful. After the two of them exited the Guanyu mansion, the two of them walked back along the streets. Along the way, the night scenery of the ninth city was still incomparably magnificent, and Ji Yunha looked at this unfamiliar yet beautiful city with great interest, completely unnoticed that the young girl beside him was all smiles, and her bright eyes were filled with the young man's silhouette. Just as the saying goes, You're looking at the scenery that belongs to you, but you don't know that you are also the most beautiful scenery in the eyes of others. Chapter 42 Evolution. Thunder Winged Tiger and Demonic Flame Phantom Wolf. After Li Weiwei bid farewell to Ji Yunha returned to his home in a happy mood. He had already decided to train the Thunderbolt Tiger and Flame Wolf to a higher level, and to do so, he needed to carry out a series of training and preparations. As soon as the Thunderbolt Tiger and Flame Wolf appeared, they compressed the space within Ji Yunha's already small house even smaller. After comparing it to the martial arts practicing ground of Li Weiwei's house, Ji Yunha was a little saddened. Alas, when we save up enough money in the future, we still need to buy a bigger house before we can do so. Although Ji Yunha's home was cozy, it was relatively small and could not provide enough space for the evolutionary training of the Imperial Beasts. In order to conduct evolution for the Thunderbolt Tiger and Flame Wolf, he decided to rent the evolution room provided by the Imperial Beast Master Association. The next morning, Ji Yunha rushed to the Imperial Beast Master Association early in the morning and rented a spacious evolution room. This evolution room was located in the subterranean level of the association, a highly secure and confidential place dedicated to the evolution of Imperial Beasts. The walls were made up of a special alloy that could withstand any prying eyes and attacks, protecting the important evolution process. Ji Yunha placed the Thunderbolt Tiger and Flame Wolf into 2 special evolution slots. These slots were able to provide a stable environment, ensuring that the evolutionary process was not affected by external factors. He double-checked the equipment to ensure that everything was ready. Next, he took out the ferocious beast materials that he had prepared in advance. These materials were collected from the previously vanquished fierce beasts and contained a wealth of Imperial Beast genes. Ji Yunha carefully took out 2 samples of the beast's genes. The first was from a beast known as the Thunderflame Sparrow, which was a small bird-like beast that possessed a powerful electrical attribute ability and amazing flight speed. Its golden feathers and electrical elements flashed around its body, as if it was a star in the sky. The second genetic sample came from a beast called the Phantom Spider, which was huge in size, with dark purple light accompanying the black hair on its body. The Phantom Spider was notorious for its powerful toxins and sticky webs, and was feared by beast masters. Ji Yunha carefully removed these materials. System, ingest, ding. Successfully ingested the Thunderflame Sparrow gene, ding. Successfully ingested Phantom Spider gene, fusion, ding. Your Thunderbolt Tiger has fused with the Thunder Sparrow gene, ding. Your Royal Beast, Flame Wolf, has successfully fused with the Spectral Spider gene. The evolution process began, and subtle changes gradually occurred in the bodies of the Thunderbolt Tiger and Flame Wolf. The Thunderbolt Tiger and Flame Wolf sensed the injection of genes, and their bodies quickly entered the state of evolution. The Thunderbolt Tiger's body fur flashed with golden electric light, and its wings seemed to trace lightning in the void. The Flame Wolf's flames became even hotter, as if there was a magic ghostly flame burning within it. Ji Yunha had been closely observing the changes in his Imperial Beasts. He didn't dare to be the slightest bit slack during the evolution process, as any slight instability could lead to failure. Time seemed to become still at this moment, and every second seemed long and tense. Tiny beads of sweat oozed from Ji Yunha's forehead, but he firmly stood guard in front of the console without distraction. As time passed, the light within the evolution slot gradually diminished, and the bodies of the Thunderbolt Tiger and Flame Wolf stopped trembling. They slowly stepped out of the evolution slot, their body sizes even larger and more imposing. The Thunderplug Tiger's body became even more majestic, tall and mighty. Its body fur took on a shimmering golden color, as if it was covered in hard armor. Its pupils flickered with electric blue light, clearly possessing sharper vision. The most striking thing was its wings. A pair of huge wings extended from its back. The edges of the wings flickered with electric arcs, and each wing looked like it was made of lightning. This pair of wings allowed the thunder-plugging tiger to not only run on the ground, but also fly through the air with astonishing speed. The demonic flame Phantom Wolf, on the other hand, glowed with blazing flames. It was huge and majestic, covered in black fur, but every single hair emitted an eerie purple flame. Its eyes burned with blazing flames and its gaze gleamed. The teeth of the demonic flame spectral wolf became sharper, and the flames in its mouth could be ejected to form a powerful flame attack. Its front claws and hind legs became stronger, and could easily tear through the enemy's defenses. WOC, don't be so handsome you too. Name, Thunder Winged Tiger. Alent Electrical Energy Sight. Thunder Winged Tiger can quickly lock onto a target through electrical energy perception, and can see clearly even in the darkness. Wind Wing Soaring. With the wind talent, it can soar through the air with fast flight speed and high maneuverability. Potential, Platinum. Level 23, Silver. Attribute, Wind. Thunder. Beast System. Skills, Thunder Fury, gathers a large amount of electrical energy and releases a huge burst of thunder and lightning, inflicting a wide range of destructive damage. Electric Energy Shield, generates an electric energy shield, generating electric shock feedback against enemy attacks, protecting itself. Storm wings, unfold powerful storm wings to create gusts of wind and lightning, increasing your flight speed and attack power. Electric illusion, use electricity to create false images to confuse enemies and increase your chances of dodging attacks. Thunder fury, unleashes electrical energy attacks in flight, capable of pinpointing a target and inflicting lethal damage. Thunder fusion, fuses the elements of thunder and lightning to paralyze the enemy for a short period of time. Electric blade shield, forms an electric energy shield that absorbs and reflects enemy attacks, increasing survivability. Evolutionary route, 3. On the other side, the Flame Wolf's information panel. Name, Demon Flame Spectral Wolf. Talent, Shadow Fusion, possesses a powerful shadow fusion ability, allowing instant movement and stealth in the dark. Flame Protection, possesses a powerful flame protection ability, can withstand high temperatures and flame attacks for a short period of time. Potential, Platinum. Evil, Level 24, Silver. Attribute, Fire. Beast. Skill, Flame Frenzy Dance, enters a berserk state, releasing powerful flame energy and continuously attacking surrounding enemies. Flame Trap, lay a flame trap, causing the enemy to receive flame damage at the touch of a button. Shadow Phantom, create illusory doppelgangers in the shadows, distracting the enemy's attention while performing multiple attacks at the same time. Flamestorm, summons a huge storm of flames that covers enemies in a wide area, inflicting massive flame damage. Burning Fury, increases flame damage, igniting the target with each attack, causing them to sustain damage. Body of Flame, completely immerse yourself in flames, increasing fire resistance and the power of flame attacks. Ghostly Shadow, entering the ghostly state. It can travel through objects and enemies, realizing instantaneous movement and sneaking. Evolution route, 3. Since both of you have evolved Silver, we'll have to get to work next. Ji Yunha looked at the two evolved Imperial beasts with a hint of cunning in his eyes, looking at the two beasts with some shivers. Chapter 43, Abyssal Demon Spider? Hot Chicken. Bang! In a jungle outside the Ninth City, the thunder-winged tiger struck, directly smashing a green deer that was too late to escape into mush. After that, the thunder-winged tiger's movements weren't sluggish at all, and it charged towards the green deer group that was scattering further away. The speed of the thunder-winged tiger after its advancement had also increased drastically, although it still looked a bit bulky in general. It was already enough to deal with a group of green deer. The group of green deer escaped with their lives, letting out hoarse howls. Each one of them seemed like a little girl facing a strange uncle, shouting, "Don't come over." The thunder-winged tiger, however, completely ignored them and chased after them, smashing them to death with one claw at a time. Ji Yunha and the Jadelin snake walked behind, walking leisurely. Beside them was the demonic flame spectral wolf with a dumbfounded face. "Brother Tiger, can you leave too for me?" Ji Yunha couldn't help but show a hint of a smile as he looked at the berserk thunder-plugging tiger. This was the first time he had witnessed the might of this evolved imperial beast, and the thunder-plugging tiger also seemed to display a fighting instinct between its movements, which made him marvel. Under the thunder-winged tiger's leadership, they gradually approached a dense forest. In the woods, a group of green-haired monkeys and wind rabbits were foraging for food. Without hesitation, the thunder-plugging tiger charged in and exploded out like a bomb, scaring the green-furred monkeys and wind rabbits into fleeing in all directions. "This guy is really berserk," Ji Yunha muttered, while in his heart, he also gained a deeper understanding of the strength of this thunder-plugging tiger. The Jadelin snake, on the other hand, quietly observed from the sidelines, occasionally pouncing on a ferocious beast that tried to escape and swiftly swallowing it into its belly as if it was enjoying its afternoon tea. Its actions were more calm and precise compared to the thunder-plugging tiger, yet it appeared to be more breezy. As for the demonic flame phantom wolf, it also joined the battle, but was clearly still getting used to its new abilities. The flame attacks it unleashed were sometimes too strong and sometimes too violent, requiring time to adjust and master. As time passed, the thunder-plugging tiger pursued a larger unicorn deer. This unicorn deer possessed a long, sharp horn, and was clearly a powerful silver-class ferocious beast. "Good chance." Ji Yunha looked towards the demon flame spectral wolf and signaled it to strike. The demon flame spectral wolf nodded and its figure exploded like a purplish-red lightning bolt, lunging towards the unicorn deer. Feeling threatened, the unicorn deer attempted to use its sharp horns to parry the demonic flame ghost wolf's attack, but was attacked from the side by the thunder-winged tiger. The sharp claws of the thunderbolt tiger slashed through the unicorn deer's body, leaving deep wounds. The unicorn deer hissed in pain and tried to escape, but it was unable to escape as the demonic flame ghost wolf bit down on its neck. In the end, under the joint attack of the demon flame spectral wolf and the thunder-plugging tiger, the unicorn deer was easily subdued. During the hunt, Ji Yunha and his three imperial beasts, the thunder-winged tiger, the Jadelin snake, and the demon flame spectral wolf, delved deeper into the dense forest. The sunlight poured onto the ground through the gaps in the leaves, creating mottled patches of light that made the entire forest appear mysterious and beautiful. However, soon, they began to notice something unusual. The atmosphere in the woods seemed to become more and more tense, and an oppressive aura filled the air, making people feel uneasy. Something's not right here. Ji Yunha frowned. He could feel a strange energy surging around him, as if there was something hidden in the shadows. The thunder-winged tiger also sensed the abnormality and roared low, looking around vigilantly. The jade-lin snake's body also became tighter, its eyes flashing with a sharp light. The demon flame spectral wolf, on the other hand, let out a low growl as flames burned brighter on its back. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the bushes in front of them, as if something was spying on them. Ji Yunha's perception ability allowed him to clearly feel the abnormal energy gradually converging. Be careful, something is approaching, Ji Yunha warned in a low voice while signaling the imperial beasts to get ready. Right at this moment, a huge brown beast suddenly surged out from the bushes. Its body was huge, its fur was thick, and its eyes were filled with a ferocious aura. This beast was none other than a gold-grade abyssal demon spider, an extremely ferocious beast. A gold-grade abyssal demon spider. A flash of vigilance flashed across Ji Yunha's eyes. He knew that the power of a gold-level abyssal demon spider could not be underestimated, and that they usually acted in solitude. Now that one had suddenly appeared, there was clearly something abnormal going on. The gold-level abyssal demon spider let out a deafening roar that shook the entire forest. Its gaze landed on Ji Yunha and the imperial beasts, its eyes filled with hostility. The abyssal demon spider's eyes flashed with a ferocious light, and its huge mouth revealed sharp fangs as it let out a disgusting hissing sound. Be careful, it's a gold-level abyssal demon spider, extremely aggressive and poisonous, Ji Yunha warned. He knew that the venom of the abyssal demon spider was extremely dangerous. Once poisoned, the consequences would be unimaginable. The thunder-winged tiger roared lowly, its body poised and ready to charge at any time. The devil flame phantom wolf opened its huge mouth, flames burning in its mouth, ready to secretly act as an old six. The abyssal demon spider suddenly attacked. Its huge spider feet stepped, the ground trembled, and rushed towards the thunder-winged tiger. The thunder-winged tiger quickly took to the air and avoided the abyssal demon spider's attack. The speed of the abyssal demon spider was extremely fast, and it was close to the thunder-winged tiger in an instant. The thunder-winged tiger hissed and swung its claws like lightning, unleashing a storm of electric blades. The sharp electric blades cut through the air and instantly struck the abyssal demon spider's body, emitting an ear-piercing hissing sound. The abyssal demon spider let out a painful hiss as it was hit hard by the electric blades, but it remained resilient and resisted. Its huge mouth opened, releasing a powerful poisonous gas that sprayed towards the thunder-winged tiger. The thunder-winged tiger hastily rose up in the air and dodged the poisonous gas. The demonic flame spectral wolf then spat out a ball of fire that surrounded the abyssal demon spider. The flames burned on the abyssal demon spider's body, emitting a snorting sound, but the abyssal demon spider didn't seem to be affected and continued to pounce forward. Ji Yunha's brows were furrowed. The abyssal demon spider's resistance was beyond imagination. Ordinary flames were almost no threat to it. He understood that this battle was far from over. The abyssal demon spider was still an extremely powerful opponent. The demonic flame spectral wolf felt a bit unconvinced and let out a low roar from its throat before shooting out a huge jet of flame towards the abyssal demon spider. The flame jet was as hot as lava and instantly covered the abyssal demon spider's body. The abyssal demon spider let out a shrill scream as its black shell began to burn violently and its venom tumbled. The abyssal demon spider was surrounded by flames, and the venom in its body began to tumble violently as it let out sharp howls of agony. The thunder-winged tiger and the demonic flame spectral wolf worked closely together, continuously launching attacks as the flames and electrical energy intertwined, surrounding the abyssal demon spider. The abyssal demon spider struggled, trying to get rid of the flames and electricity, but the attacks of the thunder-winged tiger and the demonic flame ghost wolf were like shadows, and they were always tightly wrapped around it. The flames scorched its fur, and the electric blades sliced through its shell, bringing about intense pain. Don't let it escape, Ji Yunha shouted, knowing that the abyssal demon spider would be a huge threat once it escaped. The thunder-plugging tiger and the demonic flame spectral wolf increased the intensity of their attacks, not giving the abyssal demon spider a chance to catch its breath. The abyssal demon spider was finally unable to withstand such a powerful attack, and its body began to shatter as black blood gushed out. In the end, the abyssal demon spider let out a mournful howl and collapsed to the ground, completely losing its vitality. Ji Yunha let out a sigh of relief. Just now, he was still a little worried, afraid that the two silver-ranked ferocious beasts, the thunder-plugging tiger and the demonic flame phantom wolf, were not a match for the abyssal demon spider. But fortunately, under the close cooperation of the thunder-winged tiger and the demonic flame spectral wolf, they still managed to defeat the gold-level abyssal demon spider. Well done, thunder-winged tiger, demon flame spectral wolf, Ji Yunha praised, feeling very satisfied with the performance of the imperial beasts. Chapter 44, The Abyssal Devil Vulture. It was also at this time that a deafening cry came from high in the air in the distance of the woods. This voice also carried an extremely terrifying pressure. Along with the cry, there was also a powerful aura that caused the bodies of Ji Yunha and the three imperial beasts around him to be slightly bent and tremble uncontrollably. Ji Yunha hastily utilized his imperial beast power to protect Tanging beside him when he sensed something bad. It was only after nearly 5 minutes of offsetting this strong pressure that he turned his gaze towards the distant sky. Seeing only a hurried glance, Ji Yunha's pupils suddenly shrunk. In the sky in the northwest direction, a huge ferocious bird with a wingspan of nearly 100 meters was flying rapidly towards the Ninth City. Upon seeing this huge ferocious bird, Ji Yunha's body shook and a look of horror appeared on his face. That ferocious beast's body was enormous, with a wingspan of nearly 100 meters, completely able to cover a portion of the sky. Its entire body was covered in pitch-black feathers that flashed with an eerie purple light, giving off an extremely evil feeling. The abyssal demon vulture's head was suddenly sharp, filled with a sharp beak and vicious eyes. Its eyes were as deep as pools, containing an endless ferocious aura, as if it was capable of devouring all living beings. From afar, it was an abyssal demon vulture of an extremely high realm, with at least a platinum level of strength, or perhaps even stronger. What worried him even more was that there were literally thousands of ferocious beasts following behind the abyssal demon vulture. Race, Abyssal Vulture. Talent, 1. Abyssal Gaze. The abyssal vulture's ability to stare can cause the target to feel fear and powerlessness, weakening the opponent's resistance. 2. Arcness Domain Mastery. The ability to travel freely in the darkness, seeing the darkness as their domain and gaining extra power. Potential Amethyst. Evil, Level 53, Amethyst. Tributes Golden. Darkness, Flight. Kills, 1. Shadowstorm, unleashes a powerful dark storm that engulfs everything around it, inflicting devastating damage on the enemy. 2. Abyssal Devouring. The beak of the abyssal devil vulture possesses tremendous tearing power, capable of tearing the target into pieces. 3. Dark Wind. Vibrate its massive wings to create a dark wind that will entrap enemies and tear them apart at high speed. 4. Evil Eye. Unleashes an evil gaze that can stare at the target and inflict a mental blow, causing them to fall into agony. 5. Abyssal Devouring. Can devour the surrounding dark energy, restoring its own vitality and energy. 6. Dark Teleportation. Instantly enters the darkness and attacks the enemy from unseen corners, creating a surprise strike. It's actually an amethyst-grade abyssal demon vulture. Damn! This is trouble. Upon seeing the giant ferocious bird in the sky, he stood there, and the thunder-plugging tiger and demon flame phantom wolf beside him also sensed the danger and growled alertly. What do we do? The Jade Lin snake's voice entered Ji Yunha's mind. Ji Yunha quickly thought about a response. This beast tide was huge in scale, and it was impossible to withstand it with just a few of them. But they couldn't just sit back and do nothing. The people of the Ninth City needed their protection. Let's return to the Ninth City first and inform everyone to get ready. The beast tide is coming. Ji Yunha decided to convey the alarm as soon as possible. Ji Yunha frowned tightly, feeling a sense of urgency. The beast tide of ferocious beasts was about to arrive, and the Imperial Beastmasters on the city walls were ready for it. But the crowds and vehicles outside blocked their path, making it difficult for them to quickly return to the city. Right at this moment, an alarm sounded within the city, and the Imperial Beastmasters on the city walls quickly prepared their defenses, with various spell formations and defensive boundaries activating. Ji Yunha quickly returned to the Ninth City with the Jade Forest Serpent, Thunder-Winged Tiger, and Demon Flame Phantom Wolf, struggling to cross the crowded streets. Along the way, people discussed the news of the beast tide in horror as they searched for a safe place of refuge. The alarms within the city continued to sound, intensifying the tense atmosphere. Looking at so many people and cars outside almost blocking the entire street, Ji Yunha couldn't help but frown. Although he wasn't too worried about the wave of beasts from the side of the city gates rushing into the Night City, he was also able to feel more at ease. Luckily, this congestion didn't last long before it was unblocked under the command of the official personnel of the Night City. Otherwise, Ji Yunha was afraid that he would have to have the Thunder-Winged Tiger force these guys out of the way. With the command of the reactive official personnel, the evacuation of the people was also well underway. Alert! Please have all the Imperial Beastmasters of the Ninth City rush to the city walls as soon as possible and work together to assist in the defense against the beast tide. Alert! Please have all Imperial Beastmasters of the Ninth City rush to the city walls as soon as possible to jointly assist in the defense against the beast tide. Alert! Ji Yunha, who heard the voice, was shaken, changing his previous relaxed expression and becoming grave. This beast tide must not be simple. Otherwise, the Ninth City officials wouldn't have requested all the Imperial Beastmasters in the entire Ninth City to go on a coordinated defense in such a short period of time. Although the Ninth City isn't a big city, the official number of bronze and silver-ranked Royal Beastmasters is quite large, and even the gold-ranked Royal Beastmasters have a dozen or so. It can't be topped so quickly. Could it be that there must be a powerful ferocious beast over there whose strength exceeds expectations that has also struck? They ran all the way to the Night City, hoping to reach the front line in time to assist the other royal beast masters in fending off the beast tide. The future of the city was hanging in the balance, and they would fight for it. Chapter 45: The Fall of the Night City. The abyssal devil vulture, that top-tier amethyst qualification massive beast, was an almost invincible existence in the airspace of the Night City. A flash of vigilance flashed across Ji Yunha's eyes. He was clear that this tide of ferocious beasts was definitely triggered by this massive fellow. The strength of the amethyst grade was enough to command the ferocious beasts in a 100-mile radius, and even more distant areas were affected by it. Right now, in the sky, besides the abyssal demon vulture, a huge beast leading the way, there were countless small black dots behind it, and those were all flying beasts that followed behind it. The strength of the amethyst grade was enough to command the beasts in a 100-mile radius, and even farther areas were also under its influence. Right now, in the sky, besides the abyssal demon vulture, a huge beast leading the way, there were countless small black dots behind it. Those were all flying beasts following behind it. Flying ferocious beasts. It's a flying beast. Ji Yunha could already see the Imperial Beast Masters on the city walls nervously arranging various spell formations and boundaries in preparation for the upcoming test, and the wave of beasts led by the abyssal demon vultures was intensifying as their might grew more and more massive. Are you ready? A gold-level Imperial Beast Master asked with a serious expression. Ready, the other Imperial Beastmasters responded in unison. The atmosphere on the city walls was tense and solemn. Everyone knew that this confrontation would be extremely difficult, but they were determined to defend their homeland at all costs. Just then, the beast tide led by the abyssal demon vulture had already approached the city walls. The abyssal demon vultures soared with their wings spread out. Their might filled the air as if a black cloud was pressing down on them. Their target was the Imperial Beastmasters on the city wall, and they wanted to break through this last line of defense and step into the Night City. High in the sky outside the Night City, although the city defense cannons didn't cause damage to the amethyst abyssal demon vulture, but these attacks also inspired the abyssal demon vulture's anger. After a stern whistle, the pair of huge feathered wings of the abyssal demon vulture flapped. A dark illusory feather appeared right in front of it, shooting continuously towards the walls of the Night City. Not good. Everyone, run away. In the face of the skills that erupted from the amethyst ferocious beast, the faces of those soldiers defending the city on the city wall changed drastically one by one. Immediately, they felt a threat of death descending upon them, weighing them down. They simply didn't dare to stay on the city walls any longer and fled to hide. However, all of them were only black iron grade Imperial Beastmasters, and most of them were even ordinary soldiers. With their speed, how could they dodge the skill attacks of this amethyst fierce beast? Boom, boom, boom. As a series of explosions rang out, a large section of the city wall was instantly shattered. A simple wave of attacks from the abyssal demon vulture had affected a section of the city wall that was thousands of meters in length. Is this the battle power of an amethyst-grade ferocious beast? An amethyst-grade ferocious beast can easily destroy a city, someone exclaimed from the city walls. The oppressive power of the amethyst-grade ferocious beasts terrified everyone. These ferocious beasts had bloodthirsty glints in their gazes, as if they were all burning with ferocious desire after seeing the crowds of people gathered in the underground shelters below. The abyssal demon vulture let out a deafening cry, its ferocious light overflowing. At the same time, hundreds of other flying beasts also launched a fierce attack on the city walls. The Imperial Beast Masters on the city walls were undaunted as they rose up to resist, releasing powerful Imperial Beast energies that transformed into huge curtains of light, walls of fire, and blades of wind, blocking the tide of beasts from attacking. Ji Yunha led the Jade Forest Serpent, Thunder-Winged Tiger and Demonic Flame Spectral Wolf into the battle as well. The lightning power of the Thunder-Winged Tiger, the fiery attacks of the Demonic Flame Spectral Wolf, and the storm spells of the Jade Lin Snake dealt a severe blow to the beast tide. However, the number of the beast tide was too large, and even though they displayed great strength, it was difficult to repel them all. This was a fight to the death, and every Imperial Beastmaster was fighting for survival. Imperial Beastmasters continued to fall from the defense line on the city walls, but their steadfastness caused the beast tide led by the abyssal demon wyverns to feel great distress. Their attacks were met with tenacious resistance from the Imperial Beastmasters, making it difficult to make a breakthrough. Ah, help, quickly save, the ferocious beasts are coming, run, mom, I'll fight you. People's panic and anger were intertwined, and for a while, chaos reigned. The tide of beasts led by the abyssal demon vulture was like a dark tide that instantly claimed countless lives. The Imperial Beastmasters on the city walls also felt unprecedented pressure. They had to do their best to stop this tide of ferocious beasts, or else the entire Night City would fall. Ji Yunha calmly commanded the Imperial Beasts, and together with the other Imperial Beastmasters, they did their best to fend off the beast tide. Flames, thunderbolts, and storms, blossomed uncontrollably on the city walls as they fought to the death against the ferocious beasts. However, the intensity of the battle far exceeded their imagination, with the amethyst great abyssal demon vulture leading the way and countless flying beasts dancing wildly in the air. The imperial beastmasters on the city walls had to go all out to maintain the last line of defense. The hissing roars of the ferocious beasts cut through the cloudy sky as they swooped down at high speeds, launching a brutal attack on the crowds that were scattering and fleeing. Even the weakest black iron-grade fierce beasts, people were unable to fight against them. In a short period of time, the entire street had turned into a hellish scene of bloodshed. Over 100,000 people had become food for thousands of ferocious beasts. Some of the ferocious beasts directly swept through, leaving behind a headless corpse. There were also ferocious beasts that grabbed the people on the ground and brought them high into the air before dropping them to their living deaths amidst their desperate screams. There were also ferocious beasts that swooped down and pecked open the heads of their targets, then stood on the already dead bodies to enjoy a feast of blood and flesh. Under the attack of these powerful ferocious beasts, the reinforced concrete buildings were also defenseless, and the houses collapsed one after another, causing more people to lose their lives. Ah, help! Someone please save us! Bastards! Stop! Just as the scene was chaotic and bloody, an explosive shout came from the direction of the center of the Ninth City. Chapter 46, A Heavy Load and a Long Way to Go. As the voice rang out, a piercing beam of light suddenly appeared and shot straight at the abyssal demon vulture in the sky. The abyssal demon vulture screamed and attempted to dodge, but the beam of light was as fast as lightning and was almost unavoidable. The beam directly hit the abyssal demon vulture's chest, sending out a dazzling explosion, and the purple light from the explosion rose up like a flame, wrapping the abyssal demon vulture in it. On the streets of the city, ferocious beasts raged, people scattered and fled in all directions, and at the moment of despair, a mysterious black shadow suddenly flashed in. That mysterious Imperial Beastmaster was dressed in a clean white Imperial Beastmaster robe, with only a pair of sharp eyes showing under his mask. His robe rustled in the breeze, as if he was a savior sent from the heavens. His appearance caused the people to instantly quiet down and stare at this mysterious Imperial Beastmaster, not knowing who he was, but his aura and majesty were impossible to ignore. The residents of the city felt an unprecedented surge of hope, as if they had seen a ray of light in the darkness. Beside the mysterious Imperial Beastmaster, a magnificent Imperial Beast was revealed. It was an amethyst-grade holy light berserker lion with a huge, majestic body. This holy light berserk lion's body fur was as smooth as silk and took on a deep purple color, as if it was an amethyst in the starry sky. Its body was muscular, its shoulders and back were high, and the lion's mane stood on its neck, majestic and incomparable. The eyes of the holy light berserker lion radiated a divine purple light, as if it possessed a symbol of wisdom and power. The feathers of the abyssal devil vulture were like the darkness of the night. Its wings were as sharp as blades, and its eyes flashed with an evil red light. This was a duel that should not be underestimated. A battle that would determine the life and death of the city was about to unfold. The abyssal demon vulture let out a shrill screech, and the rest of the ferocious beasts responded as if they were sending an ineffable message. It swooped down, its sharp claws flashing with cold light, attempting to crush the holy light berserker lion in one fell swoop. The holy light berserk lion did not show any weakness either. Standing in place, its body shrouded in a mysterious purple light, its eyes revealing resilience and courage, the abyssal demon vulture swooped down with astonishing speed. The holy light frenzy lion leapt up and greeted this powerful enemy. The two collided in midair with a deafening crash. The two ferocious beasts met in the air, and in an instant, the atmosphere became tense and intense. The abyssal demon vulture let out a shrill scream as it swooped down on the holy light berserker lion, its speed almost too fast to track. Its sharp claws sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound as it attempted to crush the holy light berserker in one fell swoop. The holy light berserker lion did not show any weakness as it leapt up, its body towering high as it used its strong front claws to meet the abyssal demon vulture's attack. The two collided in mid-air, emitting a deafening crash. The abyssal demon vulture's sharp claws attempted to pierce the holy light berserker's amethyst fur, but its attack was skillfully dodged by the holy light berserker, its stance as nimble as lightning. However, the holy light berserk lion dodged with swift speed, its amethyst fur flashing with divine light as it resisted the abyssal demon vulture's attack. The abyssal demon vulture screamed and attempted to grab the holy light berserker lion's throat with its sharp claws, but the holy light berserker lion reacted swiftly and clamped down on the abyssal demon vulture's sharp claws with one hand before struggling hard and flinging the abyssal demon vulture towards a distant building. The abyssal demon vulture crashed into a tall building, sending out a huge explosion, and the building instantly collapsed. The abyssal demon vulture rose from the rubble and screamed in anger before swooping down again. Its wings ignited with flames, transforming into a sheet of demonic wings with astonishing speed. The roar of the abyssal demon vulture pierced the sky as it continuously spat out scorching flames in an attempt to burn the holy light berserker lion to ashes. The holy light berserk lion, on the other hand, utilized divine power as purple light surrounded it, forming a shield against the flames. The energies of the two collided, and the air was filled with the intertwining of flames and light, creating a spectacular sight. In this fierce duel, the Holy Light Berserker Lion gradually gained the upper hand. Its skillful fighting techniques and divine power allowed it to withstand the onslaught of the Abyssal Demon Vulture, and the time to counterattack finally came. With a roar, the Sacred Light Lion's entire body emitted a dazzling purple light, and it swung its front paw violently, releasing a huge amethyst lightsaber. This lightsaber carried a powerful force that cut through the air and headed straight for the Abyssal Demon Vulture's chest. Fear flickered in the eyes of the Abyssal Demon Vulture, but it was no longer able to dodge. The lightsaber struck the Abyssal Demon Vulture's body, sending out a dazzling explosion as purple light rose like a flame. The Abyssal Demon Vulture let out a mournful scream, and its struck flank shook violently, almost losing its balance. The Holy Light Berserk Lion naturally didn't miss this opportunity as it swung its front claws once again, slamming the body of the Abyssal Demon Vulture into a building in ruins, sending out a loud roar. For a moment, rubble splashed everywhere, dust rolled over, and the Abyssal Demon Vulture was trapped under the ruins. The Abyssal Demon Vulture struggled to get up in the ruins, its body covered in wounds, its feathers tattered, and the flame of anger burning in its eyes. Despite its severe injuries, its will remained firm, unwilling to give up and accept defeat. The Abyssal Demon Vulture's scream pierced the sky, a sound filled with anger and struggle. It once again tried to break free of the ruins, albeit at great cost and dripping with blood. Each struggle made its injuries worse, but it didn't seem to care, only wanting to leave this place full of danger. The Abyssal Demon Vulture used a secret method at the last moment to free itself from the Holy Light Berserker Lion's pursuit, but this move did not come without a price. The moment the secret spell was cast, the Abyssal Demon Vulture's body seemed to be severely damaged, its form gradually becoming blurred as dark energy wrapped around it. This costly and mysterious secret method prevented the Abyssal Demon Vulture from engaging in combat again for a short period of time. The Holy Light Berserker Lion didn't dare to take it lightly after seeing the Abyssal Demon Vulture disappear, and it remained on guard. However, it understood that at least for a short period of time the Abyssal Demon Vulture was unable to continue fighting at the moment. After the great battle ended, the residents of the city quickly organized themselves to clean up the ruins and the debris left behind by the ferocious beasts. Although they had paid a huge price in the battle, the joy of victory galvanized their fighting spirit, and they were determined to stop waiting with their hands tied and start counterattacking. People began to repair the damaged city buildings and overhaul the city's defense system in preparation for the next wave of ferocious beast attacks. At the same time, they also launched extensive searches and reconnaissance, trying to understand the source and purpose of the ferocious beasts. It was also the first time that Ji Yunha had seen, and personally participated in, such a large-scale battle between humans and ferocious beasts. The tragedy as far as the eye could see was somewhat beyond his imagination. Ji Yunha stood at a high place in the city, overlooking the brutal scene of the battlefield. This was the first time he had witnessed such a large-scale battle between humans and ferocious beasts and personally participated in it. He had thought that he had prepared himself mentally, but the tragic scene in front of him still shocked and disturbed him. The hissing sounds of the ferocious beasts, the burning sounds of flames, and the collapsing sounds of houses were intertwined together, forming a terrifying picture. Blood flowed in the streets, corpses were scattered all over the place, and some people had even lost their heads. The ferocious beasts' attacks were relentless and swept tens of thousands of humans into the whirlpool of death. Ji Yunha took a deep breath and did his best to remain calm. He knew that this was not the time to show fear and panic, but to focus on contributing to the safety of the city. Beside him, the other Imperial Beast Masters were also working tirelessly. They fought hand in hand with a wide variety of Imperial beasts, using their skills and combat prowess to fend off the ferocious beasts. Every Imperial Beast Master was trying to protect the residents of the city, and despite the tough battles, they stood firm. Ji Yunha saw the mysterious Imperial Beast Master and his Holy Light Berserker Lion, and their performance was impressive. The great power and mysterious atmosphere of the Holy Light Berserker Lion made him feel admiration and curiosity. He secretly resolved to learn and grow in the battles to come, and to contribute his part to the safety of the city. Despite the tragic scene in front of him, Ji Yunha also understood that only unity and courage could overcome the threat of the ferocious beasts. He gazed into the distance, feeling that there was a long way to go. Chapter 47, Going to the Federal University of Beasts. For the next 3 months, Ji Yunha faced tremendous time pressure as he had to balance his studies and his training as an Imperial Beast Master. Every day was filled with tension and challenges. Early one morning, Li Weiwei stood outside a black sedan. She was wearing a cute student uniform, revealing her slender legs under a short skirt, and her black knee-high socks emphasized her fair skin. Ji Yunha came back to her senses and hurriedly walked down the hallway with her backpack. Ji Yunha, you're also too slow, right? Li Weiwei opened the car door and urged, get in the car. I can't wait to see what the Federal Imperial Beasts University looks like. Ji Yunha nodded and put her backpack into the trunk before walking to the back of the black sedan. Together with Li Weiwei, they sat in the back of the car, preparing for this journey full of anticipation. The one who drove the car was a lanky, robust black man wearing a pair of sunglasses, giving off a mysterious feeling, a bit like a character in The Matrix. Along the way, Li Weiwei chattered excitedly and chatted a lot with Ji Yunha. Ji Yunha smiled in response, enjoying this time with his friend. Sailing from the ninth city to the imperial capital would take about a day or so. At first, Li Weiwei was still in high spirits as she talked to Ji Yunha, but gradually she began to feel tired and soon fell into a deep sleep, her head resting on Ji Yunha's shoulder. Sitting in the car, the bored Ji Yunha began to check information about the Federal Imperial Beast University. The introduction of the Federal Imperial Beast University on the internet was all highly praised, claiming that it had cultivated a large number of Imperial Beast Master talents for the Federation, that it was rich in resources, had a deep heritage, and possessed numerous martial arts and resources, making it the Holy Land in the hearts of Imperial Beast Masters. However, what surprised Ji Yunha was that every few years, the talented Imperial Beast Masters from the Federation Imperial Beast University would mysteriously disappear, especially those Imperial Beast Masters who had already reached the gold level, or even broken through to the amethyst level, would be nowhere to be found once they broke through. The Federal Royal Beast University, located in the eastern part of the federal capital city, covered a vast area. It was said to have undergone a large-scale expansion 3 years ago, and nowadays, it was even more grandiose, almost comparable to the imperial capital city itself. However, surprisingly, the university's gate did not have any showy features, but instead appeared very plain. The only thing that was noticeable was a security guard in his late 40s, his eyes alert and stoic as he manned the gate. A huge golden-haired lion dog ambled in front of the gate, vigilantly watching the passing crowd. When Ji Yunha and Li Weiwei arrived, many people had already gathered at the entrance, almost all of them freshmen who had come with their acceptance letters from the Federal Imperial Beast University, their faces brimming with excitement. Is this the Federal Imperial Beast University? Ji Yunha inquired curiously, looking out over the campus. How come it looks so serene, with hardly any students to be seen except for the new students? Of course, because the older students are busy accumulating contribution points, Li Weiwei explained with a nod of her head. I'm not too sure about the specific details, it's all from what my cousin told me. She said that she's rarely at school almost every month, as if she's been spending time inside some secret realm. Secret realm? Ji Yunha's thoughts drifted, associating it with the fact that the 5 major universities all had resources related to the evolution of imperial beasts. Could it be that this secret realm was related to it? The enrollment process of the Federal Imperial Beast University was quite simple. Find Old Man Song, the security guard, with your acceptance letter, and he would hand over a list with the dormitory building number and room number, and then you would need to go to the designated location on your own. You're Ji Yunha, right? Old Man Song, the security guard, browsed through Ji Yunha's acceptance letter, then found the appropriate one in the pile of lists and handed it over to Ji Yunha. Wan Ning suddenly noticed that Old Man Security Guard Song wasn't simple, and was actually a royal beast master as well. The full-bodied golden-haired poodle lying on the ground was also an imperial beast. Name of imperial beast, 6 flavors poodle. Beast potential, gold. Beast level, level 27, silver. Attributes, strength, earth. Beasts, skills, roar of the sky, earth-splitting palm, crazy bite. Evolutionary route, 2. Although the 6-flavored yellow dog's strength was ordinary, it possessed some special skills and seemed to be good at finding items. A security guard from the Federal Imperial Beast University is actually a silver-ranked Imperial Beast Master. This really is a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons, Li Weiwei exclaimed. Ji Yunha smiled faintly. After all, this is the top of the 5 universities, the holy land of Imperial Beast Masters. If you don't have a bit of strength, how can you be a security guard here? That's also true. Li Weiwei nodded in agreement. Passing through the seemingly mundane gate, Ji Yunha and Li Weiwei entered the campus of the Federal Imperial Beast University, and were immediately shocked by the sight before them. The campus was wide and boundless, the buildings were majestic, and the winding avenue was flanked by lush green trees and exquisite flower beds. Tall stone pillars support the classical and ornate buildings, and the smooth marble floors reflected dazzling light. Everywhere, the design concept of blending antiquity and modernity flowed, as if walking into a mesmerizing wonderland. Li Weiwei excitedly jumped into action, pointing along the way and discovering many interesting places. Ji Yunha also couldn't help but be attracted to this magnificent campus. Feeling the solemnity of academia and the mystery of imperial beastology, they strolled around the campus, gradually approaching the center area of the Federation Imperial Beast University. There was a magnificent building there that was rumored to be the core of the academy and the gathering place for Imperial Beast Masters. After receiving his dormitory list, Ji Yunha thanked Old Mansong, the security guard, before bidding farewell to Li Weiwei, and the two of them headed to their respective dormitory buildings. Ji Yunha's dormitory building was situated on the west side of the campus, an imposing brick and stone building. He flipped through the list and determined his room number before starting towards the dormitory building. The architectural style of the dormitory building was unique, blending classical and modern elements, and the walls were inlaid with exquisite bas-reliefs depicting various mysterious images of imperial beasts, as if they were telling a legendary story of imperial beasts and people. The hallway is decorated exquisitely and full of mystery, and the lighting is soft and cozy. On the walls hung an ancient map, labeling the areas infested with different imperial beasts and the entrances to secret realms, providing important information for imperial beast masters. In the hall of the dormitory building, an exquisite stone sculpture of an imperial beast was placed, carved with a scene of an imperial beast master and his imperial beast fighting side by side, symbolizing the importance of cooperation and trust. The garden outside the dormitory building was green and picturesque. Occasionally, one could see some imperial beast masters training their imperial beasts in the garden, displaying magnificent skills and tacit cooperation. The door to the dormitory building was open, and the interior was serene. Ji Yunha ascended along the stairs to the designated floor and found his room. Ji Yunha entered the dormitory and was immediately struck by the spacious, comfortable, and luxurious environment. The dormitory room was large and bright, elegantly decorated, and everything exuded an atmosphere of nobility and dignity. The furniture in the room was made of the finest wood, the smooth surface reflecting soft light. The beds are wide and comfortable, covered with snow-white sheets and soft pillows, giving a feeling of ultimate comfort. Beautiful paintings hung on the walls, displaying magnificent images of various imperial beasts, making it seem as if you were in the magical world of the imperial beasts. The desk is spacious and neat, with a state-of-the-art laptop on it for study and research. The room also has a well-equipped bathroom with a hot shower and various toiletries. The entire dormitory building had a very quiet environment, suitable for studying and resting. Ji Yunha felt like he had entered a luxurious resort. The luxury of this dormitory far exceeded his expectations. He placed his backpack next to his bed and noticed a handbook welcoming new students in the room. He took it and flipped through it carefully. The handbook introduced the dormitory rules, campus facilities, and some basic information so that the new students could better adapt to their new environment. Chapter 48, Simulated Matchmaking Platform. As he flipped through the manual, Ji Yunha's eyes rested on an eye-catching section. There was a simulated battle platform within the school for Imperial Beastmasters to engage in real-world simulations and skill practice. This news stirred his heart, and he couldn't wait to experience it for himself. Strolling around the campus, Ji Yunha finally found the location of the simulated sparring room. Two uniformed staff members stood in front of the main door, their expressions focused and serious, as if they were waiting for the challenges of Imperial Beastmasters from all grades. As Ji Yunha approached, one of the staff members nodded to him, signaling that he could enter. He felt a wave of nervousness surge through him, but excitement trumped everything as he stepped into the mock battle room. Once he entered the mock battle room, Ji Yunha's eyes opened up. This room was spacious and tall, surrounded by high-tech equipment, and on the walls was a huge virtual screen displaying various exciting battle scenes and virtual imperial beasts. He immediately felt a thick atmosphere, as if the entire space was filled with battle energy. This was a true training place, full of challenges and opportunities. In the center of the room, there was a huge transparent glass floor, and underneath it was a deep, bottomless simulated battle arena. Ji Yunha stood next to the floor, and through the glass floor, he could see the virtual environment underneath the venue, as if it was a whole new world. His heartbeat accelerated by a few points, and he felt his desire to fight stirring within him as well, as if he couldn't wait to show his power as well. Not far away, a staff member of the simulated battle room walked over, wearing a professional uniform with a friendly smile on his face. He greeted Ji Yunha and inquired, "Hello student, are you a new student? Welcome to the mock match room. I am the person in charge here. My name is Lu Liang. Do you want to have a simulated sparring match?" Ji Yunha nodded, his mood stirring. He was eager to prove his strength on this simulated sparring platform. Lu Liang led him to a specialized area. Lu Liang handed him a pair of special virtual glasses and said, "Put this on and you will be able to enter the virtual environment of the simulated sparring. Here, you can battle against virtual imperial beasts and challenge various situations and difficulties. If you're ready, let me know and we can begin." Ji Yunha put on the virtual glasses, and all of a sudden, she felt as if she was in another world. Ji Yunha was the first to click on the Fierce Beasts ranking battle, and the system showed that the match was in progress. Matchmaking found. Does it start? Start. A flash of light in front of his eyes. The next moment Ji Yunha had appeared in a huge arena. Ji Yunha felt the realism of being in a virtual forest. The surrounding scenery was so lifelike that it was as if he could feel the warmth of the sun and the breeze. Confronting Ji Yunha was a female Imperial Beastmaster. The virtual world provided her with the freedom to choose her appearance, but her appearance was clearly that of a female, exuding an air of confidence and provocation. Ji Yunha didn't care about the gender of his opponent. He believed that strength was the key, and this was his chance to prove himself. The surrounding scenery began to blur, while the virtual battlegrounds were clearly visible. Ji Yunha looked around and realized that he was in the middle of a vast forest, lofty trees thrusting into the sky, sunlight spilling onto the earth through the leaves. The sound of birds singing echoed in the air, while the fragrance of flowers permeated this forest. How come I ran into a bronze level 4 lad? Isn't this a giveaway? Ha ha ha. The female Imperial Beastmaster on the opposite side couldn't help but scoff when she saw the bronze level 4 badge on Ji Yunha's head, randomizing this game's fierce beast. Both sides of the match, newbie 121206 versus sweet little cutie, beast, sawtooth demon leopard. Venue, woods. Preparation time, 30 seconds, countdown begins. The sawtooth demon leopard. That was a powerful beast that took on the vivid and threatening form of the virtual world. Its body was huge and muscular, its morose white fur glistened in the sunlight, and its teeth were as sharp as knives and saws. At first, both sawtooth demon leopards remained vigilant and did not rush to attack. They surrounded each other, always ready to respond to each other's actions. Ji Yunha's sawtooth demon leopard was the first to attack. Its body rushed towards its opponent like lightning, the sawtooth demon leopard's sharp teeth and claws slicing out a shadow of light in the virtual forest, heading straight in the direction of its opponent. That female Imperial Beastmaster's sawtooth demon leopard did not show any weakness either, as it quickly dodged away, skillfully avoiding Ji Yunha's sawtooth demon leopard's attack. The speed of the sawtooth demon leopard was very fast, but the opponent's reaction was even swifter. Ji Yunha's eyes remained vigilant. He knew that this sparring match should not be underestimated. Sawtooth demon leopard. Left side impact. Ji Yunha's voice was firm and clear. His sawtooth demon leopard immediately obeyed the command and charged to the left side at an astonishing speed in an attempt to create a breakthrough. The opponent's sawtooth demon leopard quickly responded and tried to dodge, but Ji Yunha's sawtooth demon leopard had already seized the moment. Its sharp claws sliced through the air and violently grabbed its opponent's hind leg, ripping it to the ground. The opponent's sawtooth demon leopard did not fold its arms after being ripped to the ground. It struggled hastily, trying to break free from Ji Yunha's sawtooth demon leopard's grip. The sawtooth demon leopard's sharp claws slashed a flash in the air, but its opponent's reaction was extremely fast, and its body twisted, skillfully dodging the fatal blow. The scene was in full swing for a while, and Ji Yunha stared intently at the opposite sawtooth demon leopard. His eyes were filled with vigilance and determination, and he was well aware of the importance of this sparring match. The figure of the sawtooth demon leopard traveled quickly through the virtual forest, but Ji Yunha kept his cool. Eventually, Ji Yunha's sawtooth demon leopard found an opportunity. Chapter 49, When you have money, you have to strengthen it. Quickly dodge. Ji Yunha gave the order, and his sawtooth demon panther leapt away like lightning, dodging his opponent's attack, then utilizing its speed advantage. It quickly circled around behind his opponent, aiming for a fatal position, suddenly accelerating and rushing towards his opponent at an even faster speed, its sharp teeth aiming for his opponent's neck. The strike hit its target, and the opponent's sawtooth demon panther let out a howl of pain and was knocked back several steps. Ji Yunha easily achieved victory. The female Imperial Beastmaster watched in shock at her defeat, her mouth open but unable to make a sound. Ji Yunha was victorious in the intense virtual sparring match, but he didn't pay any attention to his opponent's request for a date. He knew that he needed to remain vigilant and not waste time as more challenges awaited him in reality. After the virtual sparring session ended, he chose to go offline without hesitation. The scene of the virtual forest gradually blurred while the real world reappeared in his eyes. Returning to reality, Ji Yunha felt a wave of exhaustion, but at the same time, a sense of fulfillment. Walking out of the simulated sparring room, Ji Yunha walked towards the cafeteria in the school. He walked into the school's cafeteria and prepared to enjoy a sumptuous dinner. Various delicious dishes were provided here, and to Ji Yunha's surprise, the cafeteria of the Federal Imperial Beast University actually included some Imperial Beast meat dishes. Although they were expensive, to Imperial Beast masters, these were precious nutritional supplements. Ji Yunha hesitated for a moment, and finally chose an Imperial Beast master's special meat steak. After ordering, he found a seat by the window and sat down, enjoying the delicious dinner. After dinner, Ji Yunha returned to his dormitory to rest, as he still had one more important thing to do. After Ji Yunha returned to his dormitory, he decided to prepare to strengthen his 3 Imperial Beasts. Knock knock knock. Your delivery has arrived. It had finally arrived. Ji Yunha's face was joyful. Inside was a batch of ferocious beast corpse materials that he had specially ordered to enhance the strength of his imperial beasts. Just a few minutes ago, Ji Yunha had just sold all of his harvest from the past 3 months. The 3 months' loot added up to nearly $50 million in revenue. Ji Yunha could now be considered a rich tycoon. He then purchased what he needed online. Very quickly, Ji Yunha unloaded the things he had purchased one by one into the compound, carefully inspecting them to make sure they weren't damaged. 9 Spectral Bisque Snake, Gold Grade Fierce Beast Corpse, 3 million Federal Coins. Thorny Lizard, Gold Grade Ferocious Beast Corpse, 900,000 Federal Coins. Colorful Thunder Lark, Gold Level Beast Corpse, 700,000 Federal Coins. Red Inferno Orangutan, Gold Level Beast Body, 800,000 Federal Coins. In total, there were 17 types of creatures, and Ji Yunha's reason for purchasing these creatures was simple. It was time for Little White to change his scales, and it was time for the Thunder-Plugging Tiger and the Demonic Flame Phantom Wolf to evolve to the gold level. Since he had the ability, he had to purchase higher-grade genes for his imperial beasts. Ji Yunha took the characteristics and potential of each imperial beast into consideration, carefully selecting the right materials before beginning the enhancement process. This process required meticulous maneuvering and exquisite skills, and Ji Yunha put all of her heart and soul into making sure that each imperial beast could be enhanced to the greatest extent possible. The strengthening process wasn't simple and required a lot of time and effort, but Ji Yunha willingly gave it because he knew it was worth it for both him and his imperial beasts. Ji Yunha decided to utilize these ferocious beast materials to strengthen the Jade Lin Snake. He made careful preparations and used his imperial beast skill to transform the Thorn Lizard's scales are extremely strong in defense, able to withstand the indiscriminate bombardment of various energy attacks, and the scales of the 9 Spectral Bijou Serpent are extremely resistant to corrosion and toxicity. Enough already, isn't it? With a whole set like this, Little White scales have almost no drawbacks. Ji Yunha smiled. He was certain that the current Little White was definitely the most bearable existence amongst the gold class. It was more resistant than even Wang Bao. Attacks of any kind would be hard to injure it. It could be said to be the greatest combination of the world's bearable creatures, and it didn't need to use their scales. It only needed to transform the genes in them. Sequence extraction. Inject genes. Now, all the ferocious beast materials were ready. Ji Yunha began the fusion process. Using his imperial beast skill, he extracted the genes of each element one by one and then fused them into the Jade Lin Snake's genes. As the genes of the different elements fused with each other, strange energy fluctuations filled the air. Tiny beads of sweat appeared on Ji Yunha's forehead as he nervously grasped the balance of the fusion. He could feel the Jade Lin Snake's genes gradually changing. The entire fusion process would last for several hours, and when Ji Yunha felt that the fusion was complete, he gently let out a sigh of relief. Next, it was the turn of the Thunder-Winged Tiger. The corpse materials that he had prepared for the Thunder-Winged Tiger this time included, but were not limited to, the Thunderstorm Lion, the Phantom Eagle, and the 7-colored Thunder Lark. The Thunderstorm Lion grasped the powerful elemental power of thunder and lightning, capable of unleashing deadly lightning attacks. The Phantom Eagle possesses excellent speed and agility, and can traverse space in an instant to attack the enemy's vitals. The 7-colored Thunder Lark, on the other hand, was able to increase the flight ability of the Thunder-Plugging Tiger. Ji Yunha began to process the Thunder-Winged Tiger's strengthening materials. He took out the fur of the Thunderstorm Lion, which shimmered with electric light and was filled with the power of the lightning element. Ji Yunha carefully peeled it off, feeling the faint electric current flowing between his fingers. Next, he dealt with the feathers of the Phantom Frenzy Eagle. These feathers were light and transparent, containing the mysteries of the space element. Ji Yunha gently touched them and felt the fluctuations of spatial energy. Finally, he took out the feathers of the 7-colored Thunder Lark. This pair of feather wings were colorful, and each piece represented a different lightning attribute. Ji Yunha carefully set them aside. The next task was to fuse the genes of these different elements into the genes of the Thunder-Plugging Tiger. Ji Yunha began the fusion process as he used the skills of a royal beast master to incorporate the Thunderstorm Lion's lightning genes into it. The body of the Thunderbolt Tiger began to emit a faint electric light, and its body fur seemed to become denser, carrying the luster of electric current. Next, Ji Yunha fused the space gene of the Phantom Frenzy Eagle into it. Tiny distortions seemed to appear in the Thunder-Plugging Tiger's body, and its speed and agility were boosted. Lastly, he fused the 7-colored Thunder Lark's lightning attribute into the Thunder-Winged Tiger's genes. Tiny color changes appeared on the surface of the Thunder-Winged Tiger's body, which seemed to be constantly flickering with a 7-colored light. The changes in the Thunder-Winged Tiger were obvious. Its body was stronger, its fur was smoother, and it flashed with electric light. Last but not least was the Demonic Flame Spectral Wolf Little Red. The corpse materials that one had prepared for the Demonic Flame Spectral Wolf this time were the Red Inferno Gorilla, Inferno Flame Scorpion Emperor, and Young Inferno Shark. The fur of the red flame orangutan gave the demonic flame spectral wolf Little Red a powerful flame attribute. After fusing the genes of the red inferno orangutan, Little Red's flame ability would be able to be significantly enhanced, and it could release even hotter flame attacks that would burn its enemies to ashes. Not only did this increase Little Red's attack power, it also gave it a stronger ability to restrain opponents when facing ice or plant-based opponents. On the contrary, that flame scorpion emperor's venomous stinger was able to bring a deadly toxic attack to Little Red. Little Red's current venom was able to quickly erode the enemy's body, causing sustained damage. This gave Little Red an even greater advantage in a protracted battle against an opponent, while also increasing its ability to deal with tough enemies. And lastly, the Yanyan shark's fins grant Little Red greater maneuverability and speed. It can quickly navigate through flames to avoid enemy attacks, or quickly approach a target for a surprise attack. This improves Red's combat agility and makes it more elusive on the battlefield. Taken together, these three different elements of strengthening materials brought an all-round boost to the Demon Flame Spectral Wolf Little Red, making it more diverse and threatening in battle. Next, Ji Yunha began to fuse the genes of these different elements into the genes of the demonic flame ghost wolf Little Red. He used the skill of the Imperial Beast Master to incorporate the flame genes of the red flame orangutan into it. The body of the demonic flame phantom wolf Little Red began to emit a blazing flame, and its fur became crimson as if it were a burning torch. Next, Ji Yunha fused the poison stinger gene of the Inferno Flame Scorpion Emperor into it. The devil flame spectral wolf Little Red's eyes flashed with the light of venom, and its teeth became even sharper. Finally, he fused the fire attribute energy of the Yanyan shark's fins into the genes of the demonic flame spectral wolf Little Red. Little Red's limbs began to emit flames, its body temperature rose significantly, and finally it was completely wrapped within the light of evolution. Chapter 53 Gold Level Imperial Beasts. During the evolutionary process, the Jade Lin snake's appearance also changed dramatically. Its body became more slender, with silver moonlight glittering on its emerald green scales. Its lin horns became sharper, and the light in its eyes became more fiery. Overall, it became even more majestic and mysterious. The Jade Lin snake's body length had reached close to 10 meters and was very thick, no longer its original powerful but short appearance. Its body was covered with a layer of smooth emerald green scales, and its two glazed eyes revealed a light of wisdom. Its attacks mainly relied on the shooting of the lin horn and venom spewing, and its speed was quite agile, but its strength was limited. Ji Yunha had ingested the genes of several ferocious beasts in order to strengthen the Jade Lin snake and fused them into its body. Ji Yunha clicked on the Jade Scale Snake's information panel to take a look at it, and it was equally refreshed. Name, Jade Scale Snake. Talent, 100 poisons, can reduce one's own poisoning damage. 2. Optical stealth, achieves stealth effect by changing the refraction of surrounding light. Potential, diamond. Evil, level 39, gold. Attribute, insect, poison. Superpower, kills darkness dive, poison eating fangs, poison binding, phantom poison mist, Jasper bodyguard. Sturdy scale armor. Evolutionary route, 3. In order to strengthen the thunder-winged tiger, Ji Yunha had ingested the genes of several ferocious beasts, including the thunderstorm lion, phantom eagle, and 7-colored thunder lark. The thunderstorm lion's genes gave the thunder-winged tiger more powerful lightning abilities. Its fur became a deep black color and flickering lightning patterns appeared on its body, enabling it to unleash powerful lightning attacks that would knock out its enemies. The Phantom Frenzy Eagle's genes increased the Thunder Plug Tiger's speed and maneuverability. Its wings became more flexible, able to make sharp stops and sudden turns while flying at high speeds, enhancing the Thunder Plunging Tiger's aerial combat capabilities. The 7-colored Thunder Lark's genes enhanced the Thunderfinch's flying height and endurance. Now, the Thunder Winged Tiger could fly higher in the air, and its sustained flight time was greatly extended, increasing its long-distance reconnaissance and attack range. Its fur became as white as snow. Its entire body was covered in flickering lightning patterns. Its wings became wider, its tail became stronger, and its overall body shape became more imposing. The demonic flame phantom wolf was a phantom wolf-type imperial beast that was originally smaller in size, with a length of about 1 meter. Its fur was crimson in color, and its eyes flashed with an evil red light. Its main method of attack was flame spitting and sharp teeth biting. In order to strengthen the demonic flame phantom wolf, Ji Yunha had ingested the genes of several types of ferocious beasts, including the Red Inferno Orangutan, Inferno Flame Scorpion Emperor, and Yang Inferno Shark. The genes of the Red Flame Orangutan gave the Demon Flame Spectral Wolf even hotter flame abilities. Its fur became more reddish, its flames became more blazing, and the power of its flame attacks was greatly enhanced. The genes of the Inferno Flame Scorpion Emperor increased the poisonous attacks of the Demon Flame Spectral Wolf Little Red. Its teeth were covered with poisonous spines, and its venom became even more viscous and intensely corrosive. The venom of the demonic flame ghost wolf was able to quickly erode the enemy's body, causing sustained damage. The Yanyan shark's genes added greater speed and maneuverability to Little Red. Its limbs and body became more suitable for running and jumping, making Little Red more agile in battle. During the evolutionary process, the fur of the demonic flame spectral wolf became more reddish. Its entire body burned with blazing flames, the poisonous spikes on its teeth became more pronounced, and the red light in its eyes became more evil. Overall, it became more powerful and aggressive. Name: Thunderwing Cloud Tiger. Talent: Thunder Wings, enables the Thunderwing Cloud Tiger to be more agile and swift in flight, increasing aerial maneuverability and speed. Thunder Rage: when the Thunderwing Cloud Tiger is damaged or angered, its attack power and speed will temporarily increase dramatically, allowing it to utilize its stronger fighting potential in times of crisis. Potential: Diamond. Evol: Level 33, Gold. Tribute to Thunder. Wind Beast. Kills Thunderstorm. Instant Shadow Shuttle. Wild Electricity Shock. Evolutionary Route 3. Name: Phantom Wolf. Ailent: Soul of Inferno Flame, enables the Phantom Flame Demon Wolf to master more advanced fire skills, including Flame Mastery, Flame Blade, etc., increasing the power of the Flame attribute. Ghostly Shadow Shuttling, enables the Ghostly Flame Demon Wolf to travel freely in the shadows, increasing its ability to sneak and lurk, making it more difficult to be detected by enemies. Potential: Diamond. Level 32, Gold. Tributes: Fire, Dark, Beast, kills Flame Devouring, Poison Fire Eroding Bone, Phantom Shadow Flash Wolf. Evolutionary Route 3. Now, Ji Yunha had 3 gold-level Imperial Beasts at once, and no longer had to worry about being bullied at school. Ji Yunha decided to test the strength of the Imperial Beasts in the open area of the dormitory, and he brought along 3 evolved Imperial Beasts, Thunderwing Cloud Tiger, Jade Lin Snake, and Spectral Flame Demon Wolf, to test their new strength. He felt excited but also remained vigilant as he knew that the strength of these Imperial Beasts had been significantly increased. Chapter 51. Only then did Ji Yunha lie down and pull out a book. Suddenly, a deafening broadcast interrupted Ji Yunha's thoughts. All freshmen of the Federal Imperial Beast University, within 5 minutes, quickly rushed to the playground to gather. All freshmen of the Federal Imperial Beast University, within 5 minutes, quickly rushed to the playground to gather. All freshmen of the Federal Imperial Beast University, within 5 minutes, quickly rushed to the playground assembly. Ji Yunha retrieved the book he had pulled out. His heart fluttered as he quickly stood up, put down his book, and acted swiftly on the instructions coming from the radio. He knew that this sudden order to assemble meant that there might be an urgent mission or an important notice that needed to be conveyed. He hurriedly organized his equipment and made sure the Imperial Beasts were ready as well. The Thunderbolt Tiger, Jade Lin Snake, and Spectral Flame Demon Wolf also appeared alert, their eyes glittering with a sharp light, ready to act at any time. In a hurry, Ji Yunha quickly stepped out of the dormitory and headed in the direction of the playground. He wasn't the only freshman who was moving quickly. The other students were also on their way to the playground, all of them looking at each other in disbelief, all of them not knowing what the reason for this gathering was. During the daytime, Ji Yunha had already seen the exact distribution of the Federal Imperial Beast University. The playground was far from his dormitory building, and it would take at least 10 minutes to get there on foot. Speed, speed, the entire building, in an instant, directly shook like an earthquake. Ji Yunha also quickly rushed out of the dormitory. In the entire dormitory building, multicolored lights rose one after another, and a royal beast appeared, flying with a group of new students. Ji Yunha also directly summoned the Thunderwing Cloud Tiger and flew directly towards the playground. Crap! Everyone is a freshman. Why are you so handsome? Big brother, bring me along. Damn it! Someone actually stole my thunder. Behind Ji Yunha, there was a burst of angry curses, but he didn't care at all. Urging the Thunderwing Cloud Tiger, his speed was raised to the extreme, and the speed that he was already leading was even more of a ride, directly leaving a group of freshmen to fall behind and eat dirt. According to the location of the distribution map in his memory, Ji Yunha flew to the location of the playground, only to find that on top of the playground, there were already 3 or 4 freshmen who had arrived early. A large number of freshmen had already gathered on the playground, creating a cacophony of sound. Ji Yunha searched for a suitable location while remaining vigilant, always ready to deal with possible situations. In the crowd, he spotted Li Weiwei, who also looked puzzled, and after the two of them nodded to each other, signaling that the other was fine, they continued to wait for instructions from the playground. The broadcast still continued, repeating the announcement of the assembly over and over again. Ji Yunha wondered what the reason for this sudden call was, and the answer would soon be revealed. In 5 minutes' time, one after another, new students arrived. Stop! All those arriving after 5 minutes, all stand over here. Those arriving in 5 minutes are not allowed to enter the knot. After the 5 minutes had passed, the middle-aged man spoke. The freshmen at the bottom were unsure, but still obediently divided into 3 teams. one team within 5 minutes, one team from 5 minutes to 5 minutes, and one team outside of 5 minutes. The middle-aged man Lee Hanhai's words instantly caused the freshman present to feel a wave of tension. His eyes were sharp, revealing a pressure that could not be ignored, making people not dare to slack off. My name is Lee Hanhai. I'm the instructor for your freshman examination. The middle-aged man, Lee Hanhai, spoke. Don't think that if you have entered the Federal Imperial Beasts University, you are students of the Federal Imperial Beasts University. If you don't pass the freshman assessment, you are just as much of a waste and will still be kicked out of the Federal Imperial Beasts University. Ji Yunha heard Lee Hanhai's words and understood the grim situation now. Those freshmen who didn't arrive at the playground within the allotted time would face the fate of being kicked out of the school. He felt thankful that he had arrived in time, but at the same time, he was also well aware that the next test would be extremely difficult. Now, those who didn't arrive within 5 minutes, go back to your dorm rooms, pack your bags, and get the hell out of the Federal Imperial Beast University. The atmosphere on the playground became tense, and those freshmen who failed to arrive in time began to protest, believing that the examination had begun too suddenly and unfairly. They grumbled and demanded that the examination be rescheduled or notified in advance. At once, there was silence in all directions. The new students had thought that it was just a simple assembly, but they hadn't realized that the examination had already begun the moment they entered the Federal Imperial Beast University. Unfair. We protest. That's right. The assessment has begun. That should also be said in advance. On what grounds should we be allowed to leave? We haven't even contracted a royal beast yet. How can we be so fast? The freshmen who had arrived at the playground for more than 5 minutes were all agitated and accused Lee Hanhai of being unfair. Fair? Our Federal Imperial Beast University's assessments have been severe and unparalleled every single year for decades. Or else do you think you got into the Federal Imperial Beast University to travel for a vacation? Lee Hanhai, however, was uncompromising, emphasizing the Federal Imperial Beast University's consistent tradition of harsh examinations, stating that he wouldn't change the rules because of the new students' dissatisfaction. His attitude was resolute and unquestionable, causing the protests to gradually dissipate. Lee Hanhai directly scolded sternly before this spoke. Those who were kicked out of the Federal Imperial Beast University, now hurry up and leave. Don't hinder us from continuing with the examination. With the arrival of the security guards, those eliminated freshmen could only helplessly leave the playground. Their eyes filled with loss and unwillingness, the students around the playground chattered, discussing the harshness of the freshmen's assessment, recalling their own assessment experiences with more or less trepidation. Ji Yunha also had a heartfelt feeling. He knew that this was only the beginning of the freshman assessment, and that the next challenge would be even more severe. He was determined to go all out and defy the odds, striving to excel in this examination. The playground was filled with murmurs as the students of the Federal Imperial Beast University stood at the edge, watching the freshmen's assessment and discussing it with each other. These freshmen are really unlucky. The assessment started so suddenly, and before they had time to adapt, they were at risk of being eliminated. Yes, the freshman examination of the Federal Imperial Beast University has always been very strict, but because of this, the Imperial Beast Masters of our school are all very good. I hope that some geniuses will emerge from this batch of freshmen and be able to pass the examination. Ji Yunha felt a tense atmosphere as she listened to the chatter around her. This was a highly competitive academy where everyone was eager to gain more knowledge and opportunities. He also couldn't help but think about his own examination. Although he had already evolved his Imperial Beast, the next challenge would not be underestimated. Chapter 52 Teleportation. The Fifth Secret Realm. The crowd on the playground gradually quieted down, and the repeated announcements on the radio stopped. A noise came and the crowd looked to the side of the playground. Ji Yunha also immediately turned in that direction and saw a tall male Imperial Beast Master walk up to the makeshift podium. Teacher Lee Hanhai stood on the makeshift podium, his eyes gravely scanning the freshmen present. He waited for a few moments until the hustle and bustle of the playground gradually subsided before he began to speak. Fellow freshmen, I am satisfied that you quickly rushed to the playground to gather. This mission is indeed an emergency drill in case of an emergency. The speed and determination you have shown makes me satisfied with your performance. The male Imperial Beast Master's voice resounded throughout the playground. Freshmen, welcome to the Federation Imperial Beast University. I am a teacher of the academy and the assistant principal of the Federation Imperial Beast University. My name is Lee Hanhai. He looked calm and majestic, and his school uniform gave a sense of authority. Ji Yun has secretly guessed that this teacher Lee Hanhai was bound to have extraordinary strength and experience. Lee Hanhai continued, first of all, I would like to congratulate all the new students for successfully passing the entrance examination and coming to the Federal Imperial Beast University. Here, you will receive unprecedented training as Imperial Beast Masters, mastering powerful Imperial Beast skills and contributing to the security and peace of the Federation. His words were full of inspiration and motivation, and the atmosphere in the playground gradually warmed up. His words made the atmosphere on the playground slightly lighter, and the tension of the new students lessened. Ji Yunha was also thankful in her heart that she had arrived in time and didn't drag her feet. Li Hanhai continued. However, as a member of the Federation Imperial Beast University, you will face more challenges and tests. Our world is full of unknowns and dangers, and your mission is to protect humans from ferocious beasts. His words caused Ji Yunha to feel a surge of nervousness, knowing that he might face even more dangerous missions and enemies in the future. Li Hanhai continued. Now, I'd like to tell all of you freshmen that this mission is not a simple drill. According to intelligence, a group of ferocious beasts has approached the secret territory of the Federal Imperial Beast University. Although we have sturdy defenses and powerful Imperial Beast Masters, the number of ferocious beasts this time is so large that we must remain on high alert. This examination will only depend on the final points result. After you enter the secret realm of the Federal Imperial Beast University, for every additional minute of survival, the identity nameplate will increase by 1 point, and every ferocious beast you kill will also be rewarded with a corresponding amount of points. I don't care what means you use, whether you snatch it, team up or hide it. In the end, the freshman whose points end up being less than 1,000. Just get the hell out of here. Understand? Li Hanhai stood in front and asked loudly. Understood. The crowd of students its reply. Li Hanhai's words caused the freshmen on the playground to fall into a tense atmosphere. The threat of the ferocious beast group could not be underestimated. This was not a simple test, but a true life and death test. A sense of urgency surged in Ji Yunha's heart, and he knew that he had to go all out, not only to pass the examination, but also for the sake of himself and the safety of the Federal Imperial Beasts University. Led by Li Hanhai, the team of over 500 freshmen spectacularly arrived at a basement of the Federal Imperial Beast University. 2 gold-level Imperial Beast Masters stood guard in front of the entrance to the basement, their gazes scanning over the team of new students that had come. Little Li, these are the new students of this term, aren't they? Looking at the number of good seedlings, the 2 gold-ranked Imperial Beast Masters guarding the entrance spoke. It's not bad, but they still need to go through some tests to hammer out a stronger strength. The threat of the demon cave is getting more and more serious. We can't let our guard down. Then Li Hanhai nodded to the 2 gate guard gold grade Imperial Beast Masters and said, I'll trouble you too. The 2 gold level Royal Beast Masters took out their keys and opened a bronze gate, revealing the teleportation array within. This teleportation array would be the starting point for the new students to embark on their examination mission. You now enter it one after another. The teleportation array will send you to the school's 5th secret realm. The teleportation location is random. Whether you can survive or not, it all depends on yourselves. Li Hanhai spoke. At the center of the teleportation array was a complex array of runes, consisting of strange symbols and patterns, which kept changing over time, emitting a faint fluctuation of magic power. In the center of the runic array, there was an aperture with a diameter of about 2 meters, which emitted a strong blue light that seemed to lead to a whole new world. Before the teleportation began, Li Hanhai stood next to the teleportation array and explained some basic information to the new students. His voice was serious and firm, conveying the importance and danger of the examination. The faces of the new students showed nervousness and anxiety, but at the same time there was also curiosity and courage for the unknown. During the preparation process, each group of new students was divided into groups of 100 and stood at the edge of the teleportation array in turn. Li Hanhai and the watchers silently checked the status of each new student to ensure that they were not carrying illegal items and were in good physical condition. More than 1,000 freshmen stepped onto the teleportation array in turn. This teleportation array was quite spacious and could accommodate 100 people at a time. Before the teleportation, their faces were filled with nervousness and anticipation. Ji Yunha also stood amongst them, his eyes determined. When everything was ready, Li Hanhai nodded and the teleportation array began to operate. The surface of the teleportation array was smooth, like a huge blue mirror, emitting a faint blue light. Every time a new student stepped onto the teleportation formation, they would feel the surface under their feet fluctuate slightly, as if they were standing on a soft cloud. As their feet stepped out, the freshmen's bodies gradually became transparent, as clear as crystal. In this instant, they could feel the powerful magical power surrounding them, wrapping them up tightly. This process was not painful, but the new students could clearly feel their bodies changing. Then, their bodies faded away along with the light, as if they were merging into the teleportation array. The vision began to blur, and everything around them became hazy. Feeling as if time had frozen, the new students gradually lost control of themselves. First, there was a faint vibration, then a gust of whispering, and finally, a piercing blue light erupted from the runic array, wrapping each group of freshmen in it. The bodies of the new students gradually became transparent, as if they were made of crystal, and then disappeared into the light. Entering the aperture of the teleportation array, The entire process lasted for a few seconds before the teleportation array calmed down again as if nothing had happened. When the last new student stepped onto the teleportation array, Li Hanhai also followed him into the teleportation array. He was one of the invigilators for this examination and was responsible for observing the performance of the new students. Beside him were the Thunder Wing Cloud Tiger, the Spectral Flame Demon Wolf, and the Jade Lin Snake. The three imperial beasts all exuded a powerful aura, clearly having adapted to their new powers. Chapter 53, Lu Zizi, eliminated. When he stepped into the teleportation array, he felt a sensation of space being pulled, and immediately after the image shook, his body disappeared from the teleportation array, and in the next moment, he arrived in a forest. This teleportation array is so powerful. It must have been made by a top fierce beast master of the spatial department. Ji Yunha looked around his body. Ancient trees were in the sky. In this secret realm, some wild imperial beasts could still be seen, roaming freely in the forest. Colorful birds flew between the trees, emitting pleasant songs. Even the weeds here grew taller than a person, and occasionally, one could see a small deer or squirrel leaping past. The whole secret place was filled with a mysterious atmosphere, as if it hid countless puzzles and dangers. The new students couldn't help but feel curious and alert, as they knew that this secret realm was full of unknown challenges and opportunities. Li Hanhai stood in front and nodded in satisfaction as he began the detailed instructions for the examination. Each student, in a moment, I will distribute identity nameplates for you, and this nameplate represents your own identity. If you accidentally lose your nameplate, it will mean that you are about to be eliminated and leave the Federation Imperial Beast University. The venue for the examination is the fifth secret realm, and this class of freshmen is lucky because several of our mentors and senior siblings have just recently cleared this secret realm. Most of the ferocious beasts have been removed, but the secret realm is very rich in evolutionary resources, and this will be your chance to show yourselves. The new students listened nervously and expectantly, understanding the severe nature of the test and the opportunities in the secret realm. Li Hanhai continued, "Now, please prepare yourselves in advance. Freshmen, during the examination, you will need to face unknown challenges and realize your potential. Traveling with you to the secret realm will be your companions, the Imperial Beasts." Li Hanhai's words triggered a stirring in the hearts of the new students, who were about to face unknown challenges, but were also looking forward to finding their own opportunities and evolutionary resources in the secret realm. Ji Yunha looked at the identity name tag in his hand. At this point, the numbers on it had already begun to increase. According to what Li Hanhai had said, this secret realm of the fifth number had only just been cleared, and there were numerous resources in it, so it was undoubtedly a great opportunity for Ji Yunha to evolve those three imperial beasts of his. Otherwise, after going out, the evolutionary resources would require the use of contribution points, and the resources needed for the evolution of his three imperial beasts. I'm afraid that even Shangguan Yu would have to suffer a flesh wound, and Ji Yunha would not be able to afford it. The fifth secret realm, it had to be scavenged. Brush. Just as Ji Yunha was just about to search for evolutionary resources, suddenly at his side, space distorted and a newborn just appeared in front of him. I'm going to. What the hell is this place? This new student, and Ji Yunha about the same age, its own brand name goods, looks like a rich family dog big family's son. The sudden appearance made both Ji Yunha and that freshman startled. They quickly looked at each other and saw the surprise and confusion on each other's faces. Who are you? How did you appear here? Ji Yunha asked, looking wary. Ha, just came here and met a rookie. Let my brother send you out. Little blue, little red, come out to work. Seeing this, Ji Yunha sighed and decided to personally send this new student out of the Federal Imperial Beast University. Yunha called out to his three imperial beasts, and the Jade Lin Snake, Thunder Winged Tiger, and Demon Flame Phantom Wolf appeared one after another from the Imperial Beast space. The Jade Lin Snake was like a silver stream of light. The Thunder Winged Tiger displayed a mighty physique, and the Demon Flame Spectral Wolf exuded a chilling aura. These three imperial beasts were all Ji Yunha's partners after strengthening and evolving, and their strength was extraordinary. Little fatty Luchichi couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in his eyes when he saw these powerful imperial beasts, but he still maintained his mocking attitude. Aya, did you guys really bring a bunch of pets out to play? Luchichi scoffed. The Demon Flame Phantom Wolf growled, and a crimson flame shot towards Luchiki's Bijou Poison Frog. The Bijou Poison Frog screamed in terror and tried to dodge, but the flames hit it and immediately wrapped it in a sea of roaring fire. Luchiki's expression instantly became anxious as he tried to come to the rescue of his imperial beast, but under the assault of the flames, his Bijou Poison Frog let out a despairing cry. That little fatty originally wanted to bully Ji Yunha, but he didn't expect to actually run into an iron plate. Big brother, if I say I'm just joking with you, do you believe me? The little fat man's expression grew more and more terrified, and step by step, he began to back away. What do you think? Ji-yoon had just looked at him with a playful look in her eyes. Bijou poison frog, corrosive venom, little red, flame impact. Knowing that he couldn't run away, the new student's face turned vicious, directly allowing the Bijou poison frog to take the initiative to launch an attack on Ji-yoon. The green venom that emitted a foul stench shot out, but it was burned into nothingness by the flames of his own demon flame spectral wolf. And under the flame impact, the Bijou poison frog was directly and heavily injured. I admit defeat. In order to prevent the Bijou poison frog from receiving another persecution, that little fatty chose to admit defeat. After all, it was only a freshman examination, and Ji-yoon didn't rush to the end, only taking away Lu Qiqi's nameplate and crushing it. The points on it directly became Ji-yoon's. This is a lesson for you. Next time don't look down on others. After Ji-yoon finished speaking, she turned around and left. Lu Qiqi, eliminated. Throughout the entire number 5 secret realm, a prompting sound suddenly rang out. The area of the 5th secret realm was extremely wide, and accommodating a mere 500 freshmen was a complete breeze. Lu Qiqi could only blame his bad luck for actually teleporting to Ji-yoon's face. In front of him, I go. This has only just entered the examination. How come someone has been eliminated? Sure enough, the freshmen who hid their strength before are starting to stop hiding now. No, I still need to develop now. First go find all kinds of resources and raise the ferocious beasts before I have a chance to go farther. Hearing that Lu Qiqi had been eliminated, the freshmen throughout the 5th secret realm became more eager and cautious. Chapter 54, Silver Armored Cheetah. In the dense woods, Ji-yoon and his 3 imperial beasts easily traveled through. Their presence caused the other ferocious beasts to look on in fear, avoiding them and not daring to fight with them. The thunder-winged tiger flew with its wings spread out on high alert. The jade-lin snake coiled around the trunk of a tree, nimbly probing the surrounding movements, while the demonic flame spectral wolf swiftly traveled across the ground, sniffing for various scents. This forest seems to be quite safe, without encountering any powerful ferocious beasts, and the number of ferocious beasts doesn't seem to be as high as the previous intelligence suggested. Ji-yoon said, relaxing his guard a bit. The thunder-winged tiger let out a roar as if responding to Ji-yoon's words as it flew higher. Looking around the entire forest, Ji-yoon scanned the surroundings and suddenly noticed an unusually huge tree with a wide trunk that towered over the clouds and had lush branches. He sensed an unusual scent, that of a plant fragrance. What's going on? It seems like there's some special plant here. Ji-yoon was curious and walked towards the direction where the aroma came from. The jade-lin snake and the demon flame spectral wolf followed closely behind. Their curiosity piqued as well. Not long after, Ji-yoon arrived under the ridiculously large giant tree, and under that tree, there was a small turquoise-colored fruit growing. WOC, clear god fruit? Ji-yoon was astonished. The clear god fruit, an extremely precious plant, had the powerful ability to enhance the spiritual power of imperial beast masters. Suddenly, a breeze blew by and the leaves rustled. Ji-yoon and his 3 imperial beasts turned around alertly, only to see a large ferocious beast walk out from the bushes. The silver-armored cheetah stood beside the fruit of the clear god, its posture majestic and elegant. Its body was more than 3 meters long, its muscles strong and flexible, full of strength. Silver-colored fur covered its entire body, reflecting a faint luster as if it was plated with a layer of silver armor. This silver-colored appearance gave it a unique beauty that was stunning. Its head was oval in shape, and its 2 scarlet eyes gleamed, its eyes radiating a sharp edge and revealing a strong sense of vigilance. Its long tail trailed on the ground, and the tip was covered with sharp silver bayonet-like hairs that seemed to be a weapon of self-defense. Most striking were its 4 strong claws. Each claw was covered in silver scales, resembling a strong armor. These sharp claws can easily tear through the flesh of its prey, and are a symbol of the silver-armored cheetah's powerful attack. Despite its imposing appearance, the silver-clad cheetah's movements are exceptionally light. Its 4 paws tread lightly on the ground, hardly making any sound. This elegant way of moving was reminiscent of the speed and agility of a cheetah. The appearance of the silver-armored cheetah made Ji-yoon feel a distinctive presence. Even though it was a ferocious beast, it revealed a nobility and elegance in its demeanor and seemed to have a distinctive intelligence. Name, Silver-Armored Cheetah. Talent, Body of Light. The silver-clad cheetah's fur seems to possess the attribute of light, which not only makes it harder to be found in the forest, but also provides it with a certain level of resistance that mitigates damage from light attribute attacks. Eye of the Storm. Its eyes are capable of sensing the flow of wind, allowing it to easily avoid obstacles in the dense forest and get a better grasp on the battlefield. Potential, Diamond. Evil, Level 48, Platinum. Tribute Wind, Light, Beast. Skills, Lightning Claw Strike, Shield of Light, Wind Blade Raid, Electricity Raid, Silver Bearded Claw. The silver-armored cheetah also seemed to have sensed Ji-yoon's vigilance as it stood there quietly, watching Ji-yoon and his 3 imperial beasts. The scene was filled with tension, as if it was waiting for some sort of decision, before its figure suddenly disappeared, and when it reappeared, it was already in front of the phantom flame demon wolf. The silver-armored cheetah's attack came out of nowhere, and its speed almost made it impossible for people to react. Suddenly, the silver-armored cheetah's figure disappeared without a trace, making it hard to catch. Ji Yunha and his 3 imperial beasts looked around vigilantly, searching for the silver-coated cheetah's traces. Just then, the silver-clad cheetah reappeared, appearing almost instantly in front of the phantom flame demon wolf. Its speed was incredibly fast, as if it had traveled through space in an instant. The phantom inferno demon wolf did not show any weakness either, as it let out a low growl in its throat. The flames on its body instantly rose, forming a huge fireball that directly shot towards the silver-armored cheetah. The silver-armored cheetah responded swiftly. Its body slightly vacated the air, avoiding the attack of the fireball, and then instantly pounced on the phantom inferno wolf. Both sides displayed superior combat skills and reaction speed in the instantly explosive duel. Flames and electric light intertwined, and the sounds of battle resounded through the clouds. The silver-armored cheetah and the phantom flame demon wolf staggered their attacks and defenses in the air, and it was hard to tell them apart for a while. Ji Yunha and his other 2 imperial beasts weren't idle either. They followed the battle between the silver-armored cheetah and the phantom inferno demon wolf, trying to provide support at critical moments and create opportunities for their teammates. The silvery-armored cheetah's figure cut through the air like lightning, rapidly approaching Ji Yunha and his 3 imperial beasts. Ji Yunha quickly reacted, his eyes heavy. Although Ji Yunha's 3 imperial beasts were not bad in strength, they still felt very overwhelmed when facing the silver-armored cheetah, a high-level ferocious beast. The silver-armored cheetah's speed and agility made it almost difficult to be chased, and its attacks were exceptionally harsh. Ji Yunha continuously issued commands and attempted to collaborate with his 3 imperial beasts for a siege, but the silver-armored cheetah's reaction speed was extremely fast, and it was always able to swiftly dodge the attacks and return with a fatal blow. The flame attack of the phantom inferno demon wolf was often easily dodged by the silver-clad cheetah. The Thunderwing Cloud Tiger's electricity attack was also difficult to hit the target, and the Jade Lin Snake's wind attack had a certain range, but it was also difficult to catch the silver-clad cheetah's speed. The silver-clad cheetah's attack never stopped, as it constantly tried to defeat Ji Yunha's 3 imperial beasts, while Ji Yunha did his best to protect his partners, constantly launching defenses and counterattacks. Just as Ji Yunha's 3 imperial beasts were caught in a predicament in the fierce battle with the silver-armored cheetah. Fortunately, the Jade Forest Serpent displayed its strength at the peak of the gold rank. Its speed and agility was enough to rival that of the silver-armored cheetah, and it was barely able to slow down its opponents. This allowed Ji Yunha's team more breathing room as the Jade Lin Snake played a key role in the battle. Not only was it able to withstand the attacks of the silver-armored cheetah, it was also able to counterattack at critical moments. The Jade Forest Serpent's wind attacks became more accurate and powerful, preventing the silver-armored cheetah from making any rash moves. Ji Yunha's Thunderwing Cloud Tiger and Phantom Flame Demon Wolf also began to give full play to their respective abilities, working in tandem with the Jade Lin Snake in an attempt to force the silver-armored cheetah into a corner. They constantly chased, attacked, and dodged, forming a tacit cooperation pattern. The silver-clad cheetah's mobility and attacking power eluded Ji Yunha's imperial beasts, and every charge was accompanied by a devastating storm. It skillfully utilized trees and terrain to evade enemy attacks while launching surprise attacks. Whether it was the wind attack of the Jade Lin Snake or the lightning attack of the Thunderwing Cloud Tiger, it was difficult to catch this nimble silver-armored cheetah. The silver-coated cheetah's eyes flashed with an even more cunning light. Its fur gradually stood up, and the power within its body surged endlessly as a powerful sense of oppression filled the entire forest. Chapter 55, Silver-Armored Cheetah. Pawn. Suddenly, the silver-armored cheetah erupted into a deafening roar, the sound resounding like thunder. The sound caused the surrounding trees to shake and the birds and beasts to scatter in all directions. Its body began to rapidly accelerate, becoming a silver whirlwind that instantly traversed the forest, transforming into a lightning-like light. Ji Yunha's 3 imperial beasts were shocked by the silver-armored cheetah's sudden power and hastily launched their defenses. But the silver-armored cheetah's attack speed was so fast that it was almost inscrutable. It weaved through the air like lightning, launching deadly surprise attacks. The Jade Forest Serpent attempted to resist the silver-clad cheetah's onslaught with its Storm Force Field. The Thunderwing Cloud Tiger released its Lightning Shield, and the demonic flame Phantom Wolf prepared to meet it with open claws. However, the silver-clad cheetah's speed and attacks made it difficult for them to make effective counterattacks. Ji Yunha also felt unprecedented pressure. He needed to find a way to deal with the silver-armored cheetah as soon as possible, otherwise this battle would end in their defeat. This was a life-and-death struggle. The winner would have valuable evolutionary resources while the loser would lose everything. Under the fierce attack of the silver-armored cheetah, Ji Yunha and his 3 imperial beasts were caught in an unprecedented anxiety. They felt the powerful oppressive force from the silver-armored cheetah, as if the entire world was laughing at their incompetence. Ji Yunha's brows were furrowed and sweat had penetrated his forehead. He knew that time waited for no one, and he had to quickly find a way to deal with the silver-armored cheetah, or else they would not be able to escape their fate of defeat. The Jade Lin Snake, Thunder Wing Cloud Tiger, and Demonic Flame Spectral Wolf all showed unprecedented anxiety as well. The Jade Lin Snake's body trembled in the storm force field as it attempted to block the silver-clad cheetah's surprise attack, but the power didn't seem to be enough. The lightning shield released by the Thunder Wing Cloud Tiger was also trembling, as if it was in danger of shattering at any moment. The Demonic Flame Phantom Wolf, on the other hand, prepared to counterattack, but also felt powerless to deal with the silver-armored cheetah's speed and attack. At the critical moment of the life and death struggle, Ji Yunha and his 3 imperial beasts finally found a tacit way to cooperate. They no longer blindly counterattacked, but began to work in precise synergy, giving full play to their respective specialties. First, the Jade Forest Serpent continued to release a powerful storm force field, restricting the silver-armored cheetah's speed to a certain range. This prevented the silver-armored cheetah from being able to raid as freely as before, reducing its threat. Next, the Thunderwing Cloud Tiger quickly moved to the silver-armored cheetah's side and back, releasing an electric bladestorm in an attempt to cut off the silver-armored cheetah's retreat route. This surprise attack not only injured the silver-clad cheetah, but also forced it to be unable to easily dodge. The Demonic Flame Spectral Wolf, on the other hand, used its Inferno Flame ability to unleash a blazing mass of flames, trapping the silver-clad cheetah in a sea of fire. The inflammatory flames wrapped around the silver-armored cheetah, preventing it from effectively counterattacking, while also inflicting burning damage on it. The tacit coordination of these 3 imperial beasts made Ji Yunha feel very proud. They were no longer suppressed by the silver-armored cheetah's speed and strength, but through tactics and teamwork, they gradually gained the upper hand. However, the silver-armored cheetah was not easy to deal with. It remained vigilant amidst the blazing flames, always looking for an opportunity to counterattack. This life and death struggle was far from over, and the key to victory still depended on whether Ji Yunha and his 3 imperial beasts could continue to maintain their cooperation and composure. Just as Ji Yunha and his 3 imperial beasts were fighting the silver-armored cheetah in full swing, they suddenly decided to unleash a powerful combined attack technique, the result of their recent training. In order to put an end to this vicious battle, the Demonic Flame Spectral Wolf gathered the flame energy of its entire body and formed a huge fireball that emitted a crimson-red glow, blazing hot and destructive. The Thunderwing Cloud Tiger utilized its lightning power to fully charge the fireball's energy, filling it with electrical energy and making it even more deadly. The energy within the fireball began to surge wildly, emitting a humming sound. Finally, the Jade Lin Snake rotated around the fireball at an extremely fast speed, releasing a powerful storm force field that wrapped the fireball in a whirlwind. This storm force field not only stabilized the trajectory of the fireball, but also increased its power. Ji Yunha commanded the 3 imperial beasts to gather the fireball to a critical point. Then, together, they let out a powerful roar, releasing this fireball of enormous energy, which flew towards the silver-armored cheetah at a speed that was impossible to avoid. This was a life and death strike. If the fireball hit, the silver-armored cheetah would not be spared. However, the silver-coated cheetah was not an easy target. It still resisted with all its might, trying to neutralize this deadly threat. This duel would decide the fate of the winner and the loser. It began to look for an opportunity to escape, but it was tightly surrounded by Ji Yunha's 3 imperial beasts, barely able to catch its breath. The silver-armored cheetah felt a great threat from the fireball, but as the fatal blow approached, it exerted all its strength and released a lightning-like light in an attempt to disperse the fireball. However, the power of the combination technique had exceeded its imagination. The fireball collided with the lightning, sending out a deafening explosion. The huge explosion of light illuminated the entire forest, with flames spreading and smoke filling the air. The silver-armored cheetah was shocked by the power of the combined technique and took several steps back, cracks appearing in its armor and its fur was burnt. It was seriously injured and was no longer able to continue fighting. Ji Yunha and his 3 imperial beasts immediately sensed the weakness of the silver-armored cheetah and did not miss this opportunity to unleash their final attack. The Demonic Flame Spectral Wolf released the breath of flame. The Thunderwing Cloud Tiger released the power of lightning, and the Jade Lin Snake used the art of Wind Blade to jointly attack the silver-clad cheetah. Despite its efforts to dodge, the silver-armored cheetah was already heavily injured and was unable to dodge away. In the end, the power of the combined attack technique defeated it completely and it collapsed to the ground, no longer moving. Ji Yunha and his 3 imperial beasts stood beside the silver-armored cheetah, the joy of victory intertwined with a sense of exhaustion. They had managed to defeat their powerful opponent, but they had also put in a tremendous amount of effort. The body of the silver-armored cheetah was filled with smoke and dust, and the smell of scorched earth filled the air. Ji Yunha looked a bit sad because the silver-armored cheetah that had been beaten into this state definitely could not be sold anymore. It could only have its genes ingested. Ji Yunha covered his hand over the silver-armored cheetah's corpse, and in less than a minute, he finished ingesting all of its genes. Smiling, he reached out and gently plucked off the fruit of the clear god before placing it into his storage ring. He knew that this fruit would be greatly beneficial to him. Chapter 56, Imperial Beast Eggs? A big deal? After Ji Yunha and his 3 Imperial Beasts victoriously defeated the silver-armored cheetah, the surrounding forest became unusually quiet for a while. Ji Yunha was relieved, but he also understood that there might be other powerful beasts and opponents in this secret realm. His 3 Imperial Beasts also looked exhausted. After all, the fierce battle just now was very physically draining. Ji Yunha decided to find a safe place around him to rest. However, just as he was about to begin his inspection, a sudden cacophony of voices and footsteps came from a short distance away. Ji Yunha's alertness was immediately awakened as he instantly stood up, signaling his 3 Imperial Beasts to remain vigilant. Soon, a group of new students appeared in sight. They looked out of breath and seemed to have just experienced a fierce battle. Their gazes lingered on Ji Yunha and his 3 Imperial Beasts, clearly shocked by their arrival. Yo, this little brother seems a bit nervous, that freshman teased, and his companions followed with a chorus of laughter. Ji Yunha looked at them calmly, not swayed by their provocative words. He knew that these freshmen were probably from different regions and might not know enough about the dangers of this secret realm. Hey kid, did you see an Imperial Beast egg? Yeah, hand it over quickly if you saw it. No, we need to check your Imperial Beast space. Seeing this group of people being aggressive, Ji Yunha could only sigh and shake his head. Ji Yunha looked at this group of people and a trace of displeasure surfaced on his face. He understood the purpose of these newborns, but did not intend to give in to them. Are you looking for the Imperial Beast egg? Ji Yunha asked rhetorically, knowing in his heart that this could be a mission or objective within the secret territory. The freshman with the leader's personality scoffed. Of course, what we're looking for isn't just an ordinary Imperial Beast egg, but a special egg which is considered to be the egg of a legendary rare Imperial Beast and is worth a lot of money. The other freshmen also began to urge. They seemed to be convinced that Ji Yunha had the Imperial Beast egg they were looking for in her hands. Ji Yunha was silent for a moment, then slowly shook his head. I'm sorry, I don't have the Imperial Beast egg that you are looking for. His reply was firm and resolute. Don't lie to us, the leader character freshman roared, and his companions showed their dissatisfaction and anger. Little blue, little red, strike, Ji Yunha ordered, and his Jade Lin snake and spectral flame demon wolf immediately prepared for action. The Jade Lin snake's body quickly unfolded, and a brilliant blue light erupted from it, as if a meteor had cut through the night sky, heading straight for the newborn of the leader's character. The spectral flame demon wolf, on the other hand, emitted a blazing flame all over its body as it quickly crossed the woods and scurried towards the leader character freshman's companions. What? They have Imperial Beasts? The leader character's freshman was startled by the suddenness of the situation, and he immediately tried to dodge, but it was too late. The blue light of the Jadelin snake enveloped the leader character's newborn, and in an instant, he was frozen in place, unable to move. The flames of the phantom flame demon wolf then surrounded the other freshmen, and they were trapped in the flames, unable to escape. Spare us, we were wrong, the leader character freshman screamed as they finally realized that their arrogance and forcefulness was wrong. You guys were just talking about the Imperial Beast egg? What is that? The group of freshmen were shocked by the great power of Ji Yunha's Imperial Beasts. They didn't dare to take hostile action against Ji Yunha and the other Imperial Beast Masters anymore. The freshmen were stunned. You, be honest, speak up. Ji Yunha pointed at the leading freshman. That leading freshman was shocked by the sheer power of Ji Yunha's Imperial Beasts, and he clearly hadn't expected Ji Yunha's Imperial Beasts to be so powerful. He swallowed hard and said with some hesitation, we just heard that there might be an Imperial Beast egg within the secret territory, so we came here to check it out. No offense. Alright, I don't want to continue wasting time. Since you guys don't have any malicious intent, then forget it. But Ji Yunha said calmly, you guys can get lost. He quickly snatched their tokens and crushed them one by one before kicking them one by one into the passageway to leave the secret realm. Ji Yun had carefully weighed the words spoken by that freshman just now, recognizing whether they were true or false. Ji Yun sat under the tree, deep in thought. The group of freshmen he had just encountered mentioned an Imperial Beast egg, which made him curious, although he hadn't realized before that such a thing might exist within the secret territory. Since someone had mentioned it, it could be true. He began to think back on the conversation he had just had, trying to find clues in it. That group of freshmen didn't seem to be here to cause trouble. They mentioned some tidbits of information and showed a desire for the Imperial Beast egg. Did this mean that there really was an Imperial Beast egg within the secret territory? Ji Yunha decided to figure this out. He knew that if an Imperial Beast egg really existed, it would be an extremely precious resource. If the school official took it out, it couldn't be any worse, could it? Ji Yunha shook his head and stopped thinking about this issue. Forget it, what belongs to me won't run away, and what doesn't belong to me, it's useless to force it. Ji Yunha continued to walk deeper into the secret realm with the 3 imperial beasts, slaughtering chickens and killing dogs along the way, and then he arrived at a hot zone. Ji Yunha and his 3 imperial beasts entered this unusually hot area and immediately felt the scorching heat. They were in a place that looked like a sea of fiery red flames, surrounded by blazing flames and magma, with the sound of volcanic craters erupting coming from time to time. The ground consisted of bare black rocks, and the surface was also covered with fiery red volcanic rocks. The scorching heat emanating from these volcanic rocks was unbearable. The hot air was filled with a burning smell, making people feel as if they were in a furnace. In this land of flames, there were some special vegetation growing, which seemed to have adapted to this hot environment. Some plants emitted a faint glow, while others bore flame-like fruits. These plants all emitted a strong fire attribute aura, and Ji Yunha guessed that they might contain valuable resources. Furthermore, in the depths of the land of flames, the figures of some ferocious beasts could be seen, all of which were fire-attributed ferocious beasts that possessed fiery power. These ferocious beasts lived in this environment, and their presence filled this place with potential threats. Ji Yunha stared closely at this area, knowing that in order to obtain valuable resources, he had to face the challenges and protect himself and the imperial beasts. Without hesitation, he decided to explore this land of flames in depth. If you don't enter a tiger's den, how can you get a tiger's son? Not to mention that even if he did encounter any difficulties, he could quickly leave this place by directly crushing the token, and there was no need to worry about his safety. And at this moment, Li Hanhai outside the secret territory was looking at Ji Yunha in the surveillance with a surprised face. Holy this kid can actually have 3 gold-level imperial beasts, and also hunted a platinum-grade silver-armored cheetah? Interesting, really interesting Chapter 57, You're no longer a human being. This Ji Yunha, completely inappropriate people According to his way of this kind of wild goose plucking, this 5th secret realm will not be long before it has to be emptied out. This kid in the end has to be how poor how but where there is a little bit of spiritual resources, is not at all let go of sunset grassland here, abounds in fire attribute evolution resources, only after when Ning came, fire spirit grass, red flame flower, stone of fire, all sorts of resources, in an instant was scavenged. Li Hanhai almost vomited blood. This guy actually still afraid of missing, and recarpet search all over again. At this time, Li Hanhai kind of wanna say, he now get this kid out is still not too late. This damn and give Ji Yunha a little time. I'm afraid that even this 5 secret realm inside the ferocious beasts are almost cannot feed. This is simply an extinct family type of scavenging What exactly did this kid go through in the past? How come he's so stubborn about resources? A teacher shook his head inside. Nope, look guys, this kid has come to the lava region. That's that lava mammoth's territory. Ha ha ha, this little bastard. Retribution has come, Li Hanhai said gleefully. But, this kid even beat the platinum-level silver-armored cheetah. Can the lava mammoth really suppress him? Someone worried. What you said, it seems to be somewhat reasonable. When Ji Yunha stepped into this blazing lava zone, he immediately felt a scorching air current coming over him, and the scorching temperature made it seem as if his skin was going to be surrounded by flames. Tiny beads of sweat oozed out from his forehead, which were immediately roasted dry and turned into vapor that dispersed in the air. The lava magma on the ground was smooth and hard, emitting a dazzling red light that seemed like it would spurt out at any moment. Every step on the magma was accompanied by a snorting and burning sound, as if one was walking through a sea of fire. The air was filled with a strong sulfuric odor, causing people to hold their breath. The hot air currents distorted the vision in the distance, making everything appear blurry and distorted. Ji Yunha's clothes began to become unsuited to this extreme environment, and tiny burn marks gradually appeared. His imperial beasts also felt great discomfort, breathing heavily and dodging the streams of fire and lava in all directions. However, despite the danger that the hot zone was filled with, Ji Yunha did not flinch. He took a deep breath and mobilized his internal energy to ward off the heat while observing his surroundings with his divine sense. As Ji Yunha continued to explore the lava zone, everything became more shocking. In this scorching environment, he surprisingly discovered a large number of valuable resources, rare treasures, and ferocious beasts suitable for absorption by the phantom flame demon wolf. First of all, he discovered a huge lava waterfall, with magma pouring down from high above like molten metal, forming a raging sea of fire. Around this lava waterfall, he found many crystal clear fire crystal ores, which had extremely high fire attribute energy and was an extremely desirable material for Imperial Beast Masters. Not only that, Ji Yunha also stumbled upon a volcanic crater that was surging with appalling heat waves, but it was also because of the high temperatures here that he found an extremely precious fire heartstone. This fire heartstone was an extremely high-quality fire attribute crystal stone, which could not only enhance the ability of fire attribute Imperial Beasts, but could also be used to make precious ornaments and crafts. During his exploration, Ji Yunha also encountered some ferocious beasts, some of which happened to be beast-type ferocious beasts suitable for absorption by the Phantom Flame Demon Wolf. He constantly challenged these ferocious beasts and fought alongside the Phantom Flame Demon Wolf, allowing the Phantom Flame Demon Wolf to be able to absorb their genes and continuously strengthen itself. When he saw that the mines were covered in fire lotus stones, he couldn't help but feel his heart racing. This was a heavenly opportunity, one that could change his fate. He carefully stepped into the mine cave, being extra cautious with every step for fear of disturbing these precious fire lotus stones. The temperature inside the mine was abnormally high, permeated with scorching heat waves, but none of this could stop Ji Yunha from advancing. He bent down and carefully lifted a fire lotus stone with his hand, feeling its weight and value. It was a gemstone as bright red as blood, emitting a dazzling light. This is the fire lotus stone, with a market price of $1,000 for 100 grams. Ji Yunha whispered to himself, unable to believe his eyes. He knew that if he could collect enough fire lotus stones, it would be a huge fortune. While Ji Yunha was marveling at the fact that he was going to be rich, the freshmen in the woods were struggling to survive. The new students in the woods faced a grueling challenge. Not only did they have to deal with the threat of ferocious beasts, they also had to face the lack of food and water. Without enough resources, they soon felt tired and thirsty. The leading freshman, Lu Chi-Chi, also became distressed at this moment. He was confident before, thinking that he would be able to obtain abundant resources in the secret realm, but reality had thrown him for a loop. His team was in deep trouble. This damn secret realm. There's nothing. Are we going to starve to death here? One of the freshmen began to complain. Lukic looked around anxiously, trying to find some clues, some resources. They had already spent a few days in this forest, but apart from some ordinary plants and some small ferocious beasts, they had barely found anything of value. Calm down, everyone. Luchiki tried to calm the crowd, but he himself felt helpless. At this time, a freshman suddenly shouted, "I found a water source. Come here quickly." When the crowd heard this news, they immediately flocked to the water source. They were already extremely thirsty, and this was their first luck in the secret realm. The water source wasn't very big, but it was enough to quench their thirst. They breathed a sigh of relief, but he still knew that this only solved one problem. They still needed to find food. Otherwise, thirst might just be the beginning. Beside the water source, as the crowd drank, a freshman suddenly shrieked, "Look over there! There's a royal beast!" The crowd looked up, only to see a huge beast quietly approaching them. This imperial beast had silver-colored fur and sharp claws, and looked very fierce. "Damn it, we're going to be eaten!" someone yelled. This huge lion beast was named the Flame Mane Lion King. It was a very powerful creature, about 3 meters tall, with a huge and robust body. The skin of the flame-maned Lion King was golden yellow in color, like solid metal, and flickered with faint flame patterns. The flame-maned Lion King's mane was its most conspicuous feature, long and thick, taking on the color of crimson flames. These manes were like flames, and once burned, they could spit out scorching flames that became part of its powerful attacks. Its pupils were deep and crimson in color, revealing ferocity and majesty. Sharp teeth and huge claws indicated its great fighting ability. The flame mane Lion King's tail was long and powerful, with the end covered in hard scales for balance and attack. The appearance of the flame-maned Lion King sent the new students within the secret territory into complete panic. They were originally just looking for resources and to improve their strength, but they hadn't anticipated encountering such a powerful and ferocious beast. The freshmen scattered in all directions, screams and shouts filling the air. Some tried to find trees or rocks to use as cover, while others tried to call on their imperial beasts to protect them. However, the flame-maned Lion King's might was too astonishing, causing them to feel an overwhelming sense of despair. The flame-maned Lion King's roar echoed throughout the entire secret realm as it scanned the surroundings, a ferocious light flashing in its eyes. For these new students, this was a sudden nightmare. Chapter 58 Lava Mammoth. In the depths of the mine cave, Ji Yunha kept moving forward, following the path of the mineral vein, step by step towards the unknown area. The temperature within the mine cave continued to rise, the blazing air felt heavy, and sweat continued to drip from his forehead. Finally, he arrived at a more expansive space. This was a spacious cavern, and the entire space was covered in fire lotus stone, the fiery red light reflecting the various shapes of the cavern's inner walls. The glow of the fire lotus stone caused the entire cave to become like a land of flames. Just as Ji Yunha marveled at the value of this vein of ore, suddenly, the ground began to vibrate, and rock fragments within the cave fell from the sky and fell around him. Suddenly, a strong fiery aura came from the cave, and a huge shadow appeared in Ji Yunha's line of sight. He looked up and saw a massive creature gradually approaching. It was a beast that was 15 meters tall, its body covered in crimson scale armor, its eyes were like blazing flames, and its massive body emitted an intense hot aura. This was a platinum-grade lava mammoth, the guardian of the mine. Ji Yunha's mood instantly became tense. He knew that engaging this platinum-grade lava mammoth would be an extremely challenging battle. At the same time, he also realized that the resources here were vital to him and his imperial beasts, and they could not give up easily. The lava mammoth's eyes burned with flames, and its gaze was like tongues of fire as it scanned Ji Yunha and his 3 imperial beasts. It let out a low roar that was deafening, as if it wanted to shatter the entire cave. The lava mammoth's appearance was impressive. It had a huge body, standing 4 meters tall, with muscles churning and seemingly filled with endless power. Its scale armor covered its entire body and was crimson in color, hard in uniform, emitting a faint red light as if it was burning with flames. The lava mammoth's head was large and broad, topped with strong jaw muscles and huge teeth, giving it an extremely strong bite. Its eyes were the most striking part, like 2 burning flames, gleaming and full of ferocity and intimidation. On the back of the lava mammoth's body, you can see a layer of hard rocky block armor, which forms an impenetrable shield that protects it from outside attacks. Overall, the lava mammoth's appearance is a symbol of strength, might, and the element of fire, so people dare not underestimate it. Name: Lava Mammoth. Talent: Lava Fury. The lava mammoth can activate the power of lava within its body, increasing its flame attribute attack power and resistance, as well as unleashing flaming blasts to counterattack enemies when attacked. Potential: Platinum. Level 45, Platinum. Attribute: Fire. Beast. Skills: Flame Shock, Lava Spit, Magma Shield. It was a massive creature, covered in hard crimson scale armor, with a faint red light emanating from the gaps between the scales. Its eyes were like blazing flames, looking full of ferocity and majesty. Its body is incredibly strong and muscular, with a hard rocky block armor on its back that seems to be able to withstand any attack. The lava mammoth's main ability stems from the fire element, and it can unleash powerful flame attacks, among which is the Inferno Blast that shoots blazing flames out to inflict devastating damage. In addition, it possesses the Lava Spit ability, which allows it to shoot out magma to form a fiery pool of magma, trapping enemies in it so that they cannot escape. Lava Shield is the lava mammoth's defensive skill, which can melt the surrounding rocks and cover its body, forming a solid shield that effectively reduces damage from enemies. The lava mammoth's talent, Lava Fury, allows it to better utilize the power of the fire element, increasing its fire attack and resistance, as well as being able to quickly retaliate when attacked by transmitting flames to the attacker. This talent makes it even more dangerous and cannot be underestimated in battle. The arrival of the lava mammoth once again brought Ji Yunha a powerful opponent. This platinum-grade lava mammoth was mighty and huge, its red scale armor emitting a strong flame glow, and the entire mine seemed to be set ablaze by its presence. The lava mammoth's hissing sound was deafening and echoed in the mine cave, giving people a sense of oppression that could not be ignored. Its eyes were fierce and resolute, filled with the intention of guarding its territory. Ji Yunha stood in the depths of the mine cave, facing this powerful opponent, and also felt a strong pressure. The power of the lava mammoth should not be underestimated. The lava mammoth sensed the presence of the outsider, and its eyes instantly lit up with an even fiercer flame. As the master of this mining cave, it had never allowed anyone to intrude into its territory, and now, someone dared to intrude, which triggered its great dissatisfaction and anger. The lava mammoth let out a deafening hiss, like an eruption of lava, causing the entire mine cave to vibrate slightly. Its body moved quickly, taking heavy steps in the direction of the outsiders, making the ground tremble with each step. Flame elements converged around its body, forming a layer of crimson protection that resembled the flow of lava. A fiery breath erupted from the lava mammoth's large mouth, blazing flames burning in its mouth, ready to be unleashed at any time. Its eyes were filled with hostility and anger, locked in the direction of the outsider, seemingly ready to attack at any time, doing whatever it took to defend its territory. Its eyebrows were locked tightly, and the corners of its mouth revealed huge pointed teeth, as if it was roaring, revealing teeth as sharp as knives. The flame elements in its body surged wildly, making its body like a volcano about to erupt, full of destructive threats. Chapter 59: Raging Lava Mammoth. The lava mammoth's eyes were filled with intense hostility and anger, and those eyes were as deep as the abyss of a volcano, as if they could devour one's soul. With every blink, it seemed as if it was about to spew out angry lava. Each breath was accompanied by a low growl, as if it was signaling outsiders, telling them not to step into this place. Its body trembled as the rage within it could not be suppressed, as if it wanted to burn the entire mine to vent its inner rage. When the lava mammoth became furious, the entire mining cave seemed to be plunged into hellish chaos. It roared angrily, its huge body vibrating, and along with a deafening roar, the lava mammoth smashed heavily on the ground with its huge front legs, triggering an earthquake-like trembling within the mine cave. The Fire Lotus stone rock walls inside the mine collapsed, huge chunks of rock fell from the sky, and heat waves rolled out, filling the air with smoke and dust. The lava mammoth ravaged everything with its massive body, shattering the rocks and tearing apart the rock walls within the mine. its massive mammoth hooves on the ground triggering continuous earthquakes, causing the ground within the mine to crack and lava to bubble up. Its gaze locked onto Ji Yunha, hissing viciously as if it wanted to turn Ji Yunha into ashes. In its furious state, the lava mammoth's attacks became even more ferocious and merciless as it turned the entire mine into a terrifying hell. Ji Yunha's expression instantly became grave and calm in the face of the lava mammoth's fury. He took a deep breath and tried to remain calm, facing the angry lava mammoth without showing any weakness. Calm down, calm down. This lava mammoth is no ordinary opponent. I must stabilize the situation. Ji Yunha chanted silently in his mind. He watched the lava mammoth's berserk behavior, trying to find any weaknesses or opportunities. At the same time, he was also considering how to work in concert with his imperial beasts to deal with this vicious and fierce opponent. Little Blue, Little Red, prepare for battle. Ji Yunha ordered his two imperial beasts in a determined tone, preparing for the confrontation with the lava mammoth. He knew that only by working closely together would it be possible to overcome this great challenge. The lava mammoth unleashed a series of ferocious attacks that made the ground tremble with every step it took. First, it swung with its huge front claws, exploding the rocks on the ground into fragments and hurling them fiercely towards Ji Yunha and his imperial beasts. The huge rock fragments splattered away like a volcanic eruption with astonishing power. Ji Yunha hurriedly commanded Little Blue and Little Red to use their wind elemental skills and fire elemental skills to form a protective shield to block the lava mammoth's attack. However, the lava mammoth did not stop. It triggered a flame jet with a powerful hiss, surging hot magma towards Ji Yunha and his imperial beasts. The flames were as hot as lava, threatening their lives. Ji Yunha hurriedly ordered the Thunderwing Cloud Tiger to unleash its powerful electricity skill, forming an electric energy barrier in an attempt to block the lava mammoth's flame attack. At the same time, the Jade Forest Serpent and the Phantom Flame Demon Wolf each cast a defensive skill to ward off the flames for themselves and Ji Yunha. The scene was instantly thrown into chaos as flames and electric light intertwined together, emitting dazzling light. The power of the lava mammoth's attacks was shocking, and Ji Yunha and his imperial beasts had to go all out in order to survive this fierce confrontation. Under the powerful attacks of the lava mammoth, Ji Yunha's three imperial beasts displayed their strong fighting abilities. The Jade Lin Snake, as a dual attribute imperial beast of the wind and beast lineages, quickly launched a counterattack. The Jade Lin Snake's body was sinuous, its slender body tumbling through the air like a stream of light. At the same time, the Thunderwing Cloud Tiger also exerted its powerful lightning elemental power. Electricity flickered on its fur, and its eyes were filled with firm determination. With a roar, the Thunderwing Cloud Tiger released a violent lightning energy that directly struck the body of the lava mammoth. With a loud explosion of lightning, the lava mammoth was paralyzed by the electric shock and hissed deafeningly. Finally, the Phantom Inferno Demon Wolf also joined the counterattack. Its body was wrapped in flames, releasing a powerful firepower. Although the strength of the lava mammoth was actually similar to that of the silver-armored cheetahs, the only difference was that this was a lava region. And even more so, it was the lava mammoth's lair, and the lava mammoth had an absolute home field advantage here. The lava mammoth's home field advantage lies in the fact that it is in a lava cave. This place is filled with high-temperature lava, and the blazing breath fills the entire space. Ji Yunha and his three imperial beasts immediately felt a distinct discomfort after entering the mine. Their bodies weren't adapted to such high temperatures, and sweat constantly dripped from their foreheads, while the lava mammoth seemed to have received extra energy, its fiery fur flashing with an even more eye-catching light. The terrain within the lava mines also provided the lava mammoth with an advantage. The rocks and cracks formed a complex terrain, and Ji Yunha and his imperial beasts were restricted in their movements. It was especially a nuisance for imperial beasts like the Thunderwing Cloud Tiger, which was mainly characterized by speed and agility. The narrow passages and tall rock pillars in the mines made their maneuverability severely limited. To make matters worse, the lava mammoth could utilize the surrounding lava to replenish its own flame energy. Whenever it unleashed a powerful flame attack, it would immediately absorb the heat of the lava to recharge itself. This allowed it to continuously unleash fierce attacks, and the power of its attacks gradually increased. The Jade Lin Snake's body was covered in a thin layer of poisonous mist, which was usually enough to fight off most enemies, but under high temperatures, its poisonous abilities became less effective. The poisonous gas emitted by the poisonous mist was quickly washed away by the blazing airflow, unable to form an effective threat. The Thunderwing Cloud Tiger also felt the onslaught of high temperatures, and its originally powerful lightning attacks were weakened to a certain extent. Sweat began to emerge from its fur, and its body gradually became exhausted, unable to utilize its most powerful abilities. Although the Phantom Inferno Demon Wolf possessed the ability of the fire attribute, it instead appeared to be struggling a bit under this hot environment. Its flame attacks became less stable, making it difficult to accurately hit the target, and its body also began to feel hot and dry. Going on like this isn't a solution. Chapter 60 Lava Mammoth's Homeground. Under the high-temperature environment of the lava mine cave, the effect of the Jade Lin snake's poison attribute attack was obviously suppressed. The originally toxic and powerful venom was almost unable to function under these extreme temperatures. The Jade Lin snake's poisonous fangs bit into the lava mammoth's skin, only leaving behind faint traces of venom, and was unable to cause any significant damage to it at all. Ji Yunha's heart sank when he saw this situation, and he knew that the Jade Lin snake's poisonous attribute could no longer be utilized to its advantage in this place. However, it wasn't as if he didn't have other methods. He ordered the Jade Lin snake to stop its poison attack and turn to a physical attack strategy, working with the Phantom Flame Demon Wolf and Thunderwing Cloud Tiger to continue dealing with the lava mammoth. Although it had lost the poison attack's sharpness, the Jade Lin snake's body strength and speed were still outstanding, and it had some strength in physical attacks. In the hot lava mines, the Phantom Mammoth Wolf seemed to be more adapted to the environment than the other two imperial beasts. Its body exuded a layer of flame armor, as if a fiery red flame wrapped around it, and instead of making it feel uncomfortable, it seemed to be even stronger. Ji Yunha noticed this, and he realized that the Phantom Flame Demon Wolf might be the key. He decided to let this imperial beast realize its potential and guide it against the lava mammoth. Ji Yunha ordered loudly, "Phantom Inferno Demonic Wolf, utilize your flame power against the lava mammoth." The Phantom Inferno Demonic Wolf seemed to understand Ji Yunha's command, and its flame power grew stronger. It began to release high-temperature flame attacks, aiming at the lava mammoth. These flame attacks burned the rocks around the lava mammoth, causing it to continuously retreat. When Ji Yunha saw that the situation had eased slightly, he immediately ordered the Thunderwing Cloud Tiger and Jade Lin Snake to cooperate with the Phantom Flame Demon Wolf and launch a joint attack. The Jade Lin Snake suddenly displayed a surprising supernatural system ability when it faced the lava mammoth's strong resistance. Its body began to gradually emit a mysterious energy fluctuation, and the temperature around it began to rise drastically, forming an invisible high-temperature airflow that wrapped the lava mammoth in it. This energy fluctuation gradually spread, forming a huge energy field that pushed the temperature inside the mine to its limit. The lava mammoth attempted to escape, but was bound by this powerful energy field, unable to move. At the same time, the Jade Lin Snake's eyes began to emit a bright light, and it seemed to be able to sense the flow of energy within the lava mammoth. The Jade Lin Snake's ability was not only to raise the temperature, it was also able to interfere with and control the energy flow of other creatures, preventing them from functioning properly. The lava mammoth felt the energy oppression from the Jade Lin Snake and began to feel troubled and uncomfortable. It tried to break free from this high temperature, but found itself increasingly unable to move, seemingly restricted by a powerful force. Seeing this, Ji Yunha immediately ordered the other two imperial beasts to intensify their attacks, with the Thunder-Winged Cloud Tiger releasing a lightning attack and the Phantom Inferno Demon Wolf ejecting blazing flames. The Thunder-Winged Cloud Tiger utilized its speed and lightning attacks to interfere with the lava mammoth, while the Jade Lin Snake looked for an opportunity to prepare for a fatal strike. The lava mammoth began to emit painful hissing noises as tumbling steam and smoke rose from the surface of its body under the double blow of heat and electric shock. The Phantom Demon Wolf rushed towards the lava mammoth and utilized the power of flame to chop at its body, scorching the flames even hotter. The lava mammoth let out a heartbreaking howl as its body began to become tattered. Despite being interfered with by the energy of the Jade Forest Serpent, the lava mammoth still possessed tenacious vitality and powerful attacking abilities. It roared angrily, and the lava surging on its body became even more violent, like a bomb about to explode. The lava mammoth violently pounced on the Jade Lin Snake, its huge body almost filling the entire mine cave. Lava liquid splashed on the surface of its body, and heat waves rolled around, as if a volcano was erupting in fury. The Jade Forest Serpent immediately launched a counterattack, releasing a powerful electric shock energy in an attempt to stop the lava mammoth's attack outside. However, the lava mammoth's resistance was amazing, and although the electric shocks caused damage to it, they did not stop it from charging. In the short, intense battle, the Jade Lin Snake was forced to retreat, and had more burns from the lava liquid on its body. Although the lava mammoth was also injured, its attack was still strong and unabated. The lava mammoth's body trembled, and its breathing was rapid and ragged, clearly on the verge of exhaustion. However, at the moment of life and death, it seemed to have found its last source of strength, its eyes flickering with crazy flames. Ji Yunha and his three imperial beasts also felt an abnormal pressure. The lava mammoth's ultimate skill was brewing. This would be a devastating attack. A low growl came from deep in the lava mammoth's throat, while its body began to radiate an even hotter temperature, the flames burning even more fiercely around it. Ji Yunha frowned tightly, knowing that it was now a matter of life and death. However, the lava mammoth seemed to be unstoppable as its body surged with increasingly intense flame energy, and the entire mine seemed to be collapsing. It finally threw its head back to the sky and opened its mouth with a huge jet of flame, shooting it out towards Ji Yunha and his three imperial beasts. The huge jet of flame was like a meteor cutting through the night sky, instantly arriving in front of Ji Yunha and his group. This blazing flame was filled with destructive power, causing people to feel suffocated and desperate. The lava mammoth's ultimate skill jetted out. The blazing flames were like a meteor, coming towards Ji Yunha and his 3 imperial beasts at a devastating speed. The situation was extremely dangerous, as the entire mine was enveloped in flames and the temperature rose dramatically. However, just at the moment when the flames were about to touch Ji Yunha and his imperial beasts, a black shadow suddenly flashed out and stood between the flames and them. This black shadow was none other than the Phantom Flame Demon Wolf. The Phantom Inferno Demon Wolf's entire body emitted eerie black smoke, and its body became even larger, its entire body resembling a black fortress as it firmly blocked in front of the flames. The flames burned on the surface of the Phantom Demon Wolf's body, but it wasn't engulfed by the flames. Instead, it exuded a powerful dark energy that blocked the flames out. The Lava Mammoth's ultimate skill and the Psi Inflammation Demon Wolf's dark energy fought against each other, and the scene was exceptionally tense. The firelight and darkness intertwined within the mine cave, creating a spectacular duel. Ji Yunha and the other 2 imperial beasts were shocked at the performance of the Phantom Flame Demon Wolf. Not only was it not engulfed by the flames, it instead blocked the Lava Mammoth's ultimate skill, buying them precious time. In the fierce battle, the Lava Mammoth's ultimate skill and the Phantom Demonic Wolf's dark energy constantly fought against each other, creating a huge power tug-of-war. Although the Phantom Demonic Wolf had performed well, it was also under heavy pressure. As time passed, cracks began to appear in the body of the Phantom Demonic Wolf, and the darkness gradually dimmed. It blocked the Lava Mammoth's ultimate skill, but the injuries on its body were getting worse. Dark smoke rolled around it as its body gradually faded, losing its previous majesty. Chapter 61 Lava Mammoth's Final Counterattack. Ji Yunha and his 3 imperial beasts also sensed the Phantom Flame Demon Wolf's exhaustion. They launched their attacks with all their might in an attempt to quickly end this dangerous duel. The Jade Lin Snake's poisonous mist filled the air, and the thunder-plugging tiger and the demonic flame spectral wolf continuously launched fierce attacks in an attempt to crush the Lava Mammoth. The Lava Mammoth also sensed its predicament, and its roar was deafening as it continued to unleash all sorts of fierce attacks in an attempt to get rid of the demon flame Phantom Wolf. Flames and darkness intertwined within the mine, forming a chaotic battlefield. Right at this moment, the Phantom Inferno Demon Wolf let out a deep roar as its dark energy erupted into an even more powerful light. It spelled out its last ounce of strength and blocked the Lava Mammoth's ultimate skill together, forming a dark boundary. However, such a move also cost the Phantom Demon Wolf dearly. Its body began to shatter, and dark energy continued to pour out as if it was going to devour it. Ji Yunha and his imperial beasts hurriedly rushed towards the Phantom Flame Demon Wolf in an attempt to help it tide over its difficulties. But at this point, the Spectral Flame Demonic Wolf had already exhausted its strength and could no longer maintain the dark boundary. Eventually, the dark boundary shattered and the Lava Mammoth's ultimate skill erupted, the fierce flames engulfing the Phantom Demon Wolf. The Phantom Flame Demon Wolf let out a mournful howl before disappearing into the flames. Ji Yunha and his 3 imperial beasts were impacted by the flames and were forced to retreat. When the flames dispersed, they realized that the Phantom Inferno Demon Wolf, whose body was originally filled with power, had now become weak. Its dark fur was almost completely faded, exposing its broken skin, and the wounds on its body were deep enough to see through. Its eyes had lost their former luster and looked very tired. Ji Yunha's eyes were filled with emotion and gratitude as he walked to the side of the Phantom Flame Demon Wolf and gently stroked its head. The Phantom Flame Demon Wolf moaned lowly, as if responding to Ji Yunha's emotions. Phantom Flame Demon Wolf, it's been hard on you, Ji Yunha said softly, tears glistening in her eyes. Alright, you can rest now, Phantom Flame Demon Wolf, Ji Yunha said softly, then took the Phantom Flame Demon Wolf back into her royal beast space. For a short period of time, the Phantom Inferno Demonic Wolf would receive the best treatment and rest within the Imperial Beast space. Ji Yunha decided to wait until they were safely out of this secret realm before properly healing the injuries of the Phantom Flame Demon Wolf. On the contrary, on the opposite side, the Lava Mammoth's huge body that was originally majestic was currently trembling on the ground. Its skin was scorched black by the lava, and magma-like liquid was constantly seeping out from the wounds all over its body. It was once mighty, but now it was filled with exhaustion and helplessness. The Lava Mammoth's breathing was rapid, and every exhalation was accompanied by heavy gasps. Ji Yunha looked at the Lava Mammoth's condition and felt a hint of sympathy in his heart, while also realizing that this was a perfect opportunity. Although the Lava Mammoth was powerful, it was already weak at the moment, and the possibility of it launching another attack was slim to none. However, despite being extremely weak, the Lava Mammoth was still vigilantly watching Ji Yunha. With tenacious fighting spirit still burning in its eyes, it did not completely give up, but tried to regain enough strength to counterattack. Ji Yunha's heart tightened. He understood that he couldn't take this lightly now. This battle might not be over yet, and he had to remain vigilant. The Jade Forest Serpent gathered its own superpowers, and an invisible power began to permeate the air around the Lava Mammoth. This power was invisible, yet omnipresent, like a mysterious force field that began to affect the lava mammoth's surroundings. The lava mammoth felt unusually uncomfortable, and its originally familiar flame environment became bizarre and alien. It tried to take a deep breath, but found that there seemed to be an impenetrable barrier in the air, preventing it from obtaining enough oxygen. The flames went out, and the lava mammoth fell into a state of suffocation. Ji Yunha witnessed all of this and couldn't help but be shocked by the Jade Forest Serpent's formidable power. The abilities of the superpower department were truly extraordinary, being able to sway the forces of nature and even change the composition of the air. It was a breathtaking ability, and at this moment, it was playing a decisive role. As time passed, the lava mammoth's resistance gradually weakened. Its body began to become spasmodic, and the burning fire in its eyes gradually dimmed. In the end, it could no longer hold on. Its throat emitted a low wailing sound, and then collapsed on the ground. The flame of life extinguished. The lava mammoth, the former overlord, was now only left with a massive corpse, emitting scorching embers. Ji Yunha took a deep breath. This crisis had finally passed. The Jade Lin snake, on the other hand, withdrew its supernatural ability, allowing the air that had been excluded to flow again and the flames to burn again. But it was already too late to salvage the lava mammoth's life. It stood silently beside the lava mammoth's corpse, its gaze filled with speechless emotion. Good job, Jade Lin snake. Ji Yunha gently patted the Jade Lin snake's body to express his gratitude and encouragement. Then, he began to scrutinize the lava mammoth's body, searching for possible valuable resources and materials. This lava mammoth's territory was full of dangers, but it also contained great opportunities. Ji Yunha knew that they had to make full use of this opportunity to obtain more resources and evolutionary substances to bring more power to their Imperial Beast team. Ji Yunha stood beside the corpse of the lava mammoth, his eyes firm and focused. He knew that this was an important moment and an unrivaled opportunity. Although the lava mammoth's body was dead, it still contained countless precious resources and energy, especially its genes. Ji Yunha stretched out his hand and gently touched the lava mammoth's skin as he began to unleash his Imperial Beastmaster ability. His palm gradually emitted a faint glow, wrapping the lava mammoth's body within it. This process required great concentration and patience, and Ji Yunha knew that if he made a mistake, he could lose this precious opportunity. As time passed, Ji Yunha felt the powerful and unique energy within the lava mammoth's body. This energy was so huge that he could barely grasp it completely, but he tried to remain calm and channeled this energy into his body. The process of gene ingestion was quite long, and tiny beads of sweat oozed from Ji Yunha's forehead, but he never let up. He knew that once he had successfully ingested the lava mammoth's genes, it would bring great gains to his Imperial Beasts team, and could even allow them to step into a new realm. Eventually, when the ingestion process was complete, Ji Yunha felt a huge surge of power pour into his body. His body trembled slightly, as if he was trying to withstand the immense pressure of this power, but he stabilized himself and fully integrated the power into his body. The lava mammoth's corpse gradually turned into flying ash and disappeared into the air. Chapter 62 Phantom Inferno Demon Wolf Evolution. Platinum Grade. The Phantom Inferno Demon Wolf lay on the floor of the lava mine, its body covered in scars. Under the flames, its originally glistening fur was now charred in a large area, emitting a burnt odor. Its limbs and back had burns of varying degrees, and in some places, it had even cracked its skin, revealing its scorched flesh. Even though the Phantom Inferno Demon Wolf's body was powerful, the fierce battle had also inflicted heavy damage on it. In the fierce battle with the lava mammoth, its armor was already broken and its bones had taken a beating, making it somewhat difficult to move. The eyes of the Phantom Inferno Demon Wolf flickered with exhaustion and resilience as it repaired its body with all its might while also adjusting the flame energy in its body to speed up the healing process. Nonetheless, an unyielding will could still be seen in its eyes as it was determined to recover as soon as possible and rejoin the team in battle. Ji Yunha approached the Phantom Flame Demon Wolf and gently stroked its fur, his eyes filled with concern and gratitude. The Phantom Flame Demon Wolf had once paid a huge price to protect him and the Imperial Beast team. Ji Yunha carefully injected the extracted lava mammoth genes into the body of the Phantom Flame Demon Wolf. This process required an extremely high level of skill and precision, and Ji Yunha was fully focused, not daring to be the slightest bit sloppy. With the injection of the lava mammoth gene, the body of the spectral flame demon wolf seemed to undergo a huge transformation. Flames tumbled under its skin like a volcano erupting, accompanied by intense flames and heat waves. The size of the spectral flame demon wolf also slightly increased, its muscles becoming even stronger and full of power. At the same time, the injuries of the spectral flame demon wolf were also recovering rapidly, the burnt fur regrowing, the skin healing, and the bones re-strengthening. Although this process was short-lived, the changes brought about were enormous. Ji Yunha gazed at the spectral flame demon wolf and revealed a satisfied smile. He knew that the spectral flame demonic wolf had gained a stronger power, and this power would play an important role in future battles. Ji Yunha sat on the side, quietly guarding the spectral flame demon wolf. The time needed for this process shouldn't be too short. The fire lotus ore within the lava mine cave became the key element in the evolution of the spectral flame demon wolf. These fire lotus ores were as hard as stone, shimmering with a crimson color and emitting a scorching temperature. They were formed by lava mammoths after living here for long periods of time and contained tremendous fire attribute energy. When the spectral flame demon wolf began to absorb the energy of these fire lotus ores, the entire mine seemed to go into a frenzy. Flames burned in the air, lava surged, and the temperature within the mine cave rose dramatically. The energy within the fire lotus ore was injected into the spectral flame demon wolf's body at an extremely fast speed, and its body began to undergo drastic changes. First, the fur of the spectral flame demon wolf became denser, as if it was surrounded by flames. Its eyes flickered with blazing firelight, and its eyes became deeper, emitting a majestic aura. Its limbs became even stronger, and the bristles on its spine became even sharper. Not only that, the eyes of the spectral flame demon wolf flashed with an even sharper light, and its sense of smell and hearing became even sharper. The entire process of change was accompanied by a burst of intense energy fluctuations, as if a demon was reborn. The fur of the phantom flame demon wolf became denser, and a flame-like red light flickered on its black fur. Its eyes became even deeper, with crimson flames blazing in its pupils, its gaze filled with majesty and dominance. The muscles of its body became more developed, its limbs more powerful, and its entire body slightly increased in size. The manes on the back of the spectral flame demon wolf became sharper, like blades of flame that could be used to attack enemies. The most striking thing was that a layer of flame shield formed around the spectral flame demon wolf's body. This layer of shield could not only withstand external attacks, but could also be used to strengthen its offense. The spectral flame demon wolf could control this layer of flame shield at will, turning the flames into a sharp weapon and launching a devastating attack on its enemies. The entire lava mine was shaken by this powerful flame energy, while the spectral flame demon wolf stood there like a king of flames, ruling over the field. Name: Burning Flame Demon Wolf. Talent: Lava Fury. Lava Mammoth can stimulate the power of lava within its body, increasing its flame attribute attack power and resistance, while at the same time releasing flame shock to counterattack the enemy when attacked. Shadow Fusion, a powerful shadow fusion ability that allows instant movement and stealth in the dark. Flame Protection, possesses a powerful flame protection ability that can withstand high temperatures and flame attacks for a short period of time. Potential: Platinum. Evil: Level 45, Platinum. Attribute: Fire. Beast: Kills Inferno. Prison Shock, releases a shockwave of flames that destroys the enemy. Flame Frenzy Dance, enter into a berserk state, releasing powerful flame energy and continuously attacking the surrounding enemies. Flame Trap, lay a flame trap, causing the enemy to receive flame damage at the touch of a button. Shadow Phantom, create illusory doppelgangers in the shadows, distracting the enemy's attention while performing multiple attacks at the same time. Flamestorm, summons a huge storm of flames that covers enemies in a wide area, dealing massive flame damage. Burning Fury, increases flame damage, igniting the target with each attack, causing them to sustain damage. Body of Flame, completely immerse yourself in flames, increasing fire resistance and the power of flame attacks. Ghostly Shadow, entering the ghostly state, one can travel through objects and enemies, realizing instantaneous movement and sneaking. Ji Yunha looked at his loyal partner, the Burning Flame Demon Wolf, and his heart was filled with surprise and emotion. He hadn't originally thought that the Burning Flame Demon Wolf would become the first partner among his royal beasts to advance to the platinum level. This achievement meant that their combat power would once again increase dramatically, and future challenges would be much easier to face. However, at this moment, the Jade Forest Serpent and Thunderwing Cloud Tiger also needed to rest. They had once put in a tremendous amount of effort in their fierce battle against the Lava Mammoth and were now exhausted. Ji Yunha prepared a safe area for them so that they could rest and regain their strength and peace. The Jade Forest Serpent was coiled in a corner, using its super energy system ability to isolate a cool environment for itself, its entire body emitting an aura of serenity as it signaled that it was absorbing and transforming the energy it had gained from the battle just now. Thunderwing Cloud Tiger, on the other hand, leisurely laid down on a stone that wasn't too hot, closing its eyes as its body emitted a ghostly blue light, repairing its injuries. But Ji Yunha couldn't afford to waste time resting, because this fire lotus or that was all over the ground was money now. Chapter 63, Ji Yunha's Performance. In the Secret Realm Monitoring Room of the Federation Imperial Beast University, a group of teachers and mentors were watching the performance of all the new students in the 5th Secret Realm with full attention. They had thought that the freshmen of this session would lose some of them in the face of such a severe test, but they had never anticipated such an intense scene. The teachers sat in front of the tall projection screens, closely watching the movements of each and every new student. Inside the Secret Realm Monitoring Room, the teachers stared intently at the projection screen as they saw the intense duel between Ji Yunha and the silver-armored cheetah. As Ji Yunha's 3 imperial beasts joined forces against the silver-armored cheetah, the scene became even more tense and intense. Suddenly, Ji Yunha's three imperial beasts displayed a strong tacit understanding of cooperation as they worked closely together and collaborated with each other against the silver-clad cheetah. The teacher's eyes almost glazed over as the images they saw made them unable to believe their eyes. What's going on here? One teacher stammered and asked. Another teacher responded in shock. Ji Yunha's imperial beasts, they are so powerful. Their ability to work together is unbelievable. The atmosphere in the monitoring room was instantly tense, and the teachers could hardly believe that a new student could display such outstanding imperial beast training and command abilities. Their eyes were glued to the screen for fear of missing any details. Suddenly, they saw an extraordinary image. A platinum-level silver-armored cheetah was actually strangled on the spot by a freshman. As the battle progressed, Ji Yunha's imperial beasts gradually gained the upper hand, and eventually managed to defeat the silver-armored cheetah. This scene caused the teachers in the monitoring room to freeze in place. They simply couldn't believe their eyes. This Ji Yunha, how on earth did he do it? His level of imperial beast training and battle strategies have reached incredible heights, a teacher exclaimed. Another teacher also said excitedly, this new student has an unusual talent and ability. If he can continue to maintain this performance, his future will be unlimited. Although the teachers were shocked and looking forward to Ji Yunha's performance, they also began to worry about the problem of him raiding too many resources within the secret area. In the monitoring room, a teacher said worriedly, although this Ji Yunha's performance is outstanding, his actions within the secret territory are also too drastic. If he continues to scavenge resources like this, the valuable resources within the secret territory may suffer great losses. Another teacher chimed in, yes, these resources are for all new students to share. If one person takes up too much, will it affect the opportunities of others? We should consider taking some measures to restrict his movements. The atmosphere in the monitoring room became tense as the teachers began to discuss whether or not they should place restrictions on Ji Yunha's movements. They understood that valuable resources were for all freshmen to share and should not be monopolized by an individual. At the same time, they also knew that if they didn't take action, it might lead to dissatisfaction and complaints from other freshmen. In the ensuing discussion, the teachers decided to send a teacher to the secret realm to supervise and guide Ji Yunha's actions, in order to ensure the fair distribution of resources and the overall safety of the secret realm. In this way, they hoped to balance out Ji Yunha's scavenging behavior while also giving other freshmen more opportunities. The teachers were pleasantly surprised and pleased after seeing the footage of Ji Yunha traveling to the lava zone in the monitoring room. They thought to themselves that this time, Ji Yunha shouldn't be scavenging for resources within the secret territory, as the lava zone was a dangerous and challenging area where even the top royal beastmasters needed to be careful in order to survive. A teacher said excitedly, Ji Yunha has chosen to head to the lava zone. The environment there is extremely harsh, but it also contains rich resources. Hopefully, he will be able to face more challenges there while not causing too much depletion of the resources in other areas anymore. Another teacher nodded in agreement. Yes, the lava zone is a natural restriction. I believe he will be restricted there. In that case, we can also continue to monitor his actions to ensure that the resources within the secret territory are distributed appropriately. The teachers were satisfied with Ji Yunha's decision, and they believed that it would help maintain fair competition and a reasonable distribution of resources within the secret territory. It was hoped that Ji Yunha would be able to achieve more harvests in the lava zone and would be able to remain vigilant in the face of danger. Suddenly, the appearance of a lava mammoth made them feel worried. The teachers felt worried and nervous when they saw the appearance of the lava mammoth in the monitoring room. This platinum-grade lava mammoth was one of the top ferocious beasts within the secret territory, possessing powerful flame power and a sturdy body. It was an extremely threatening existence. A teacher frowned and said, it's not good for the lava mammoth to appear in Ji Yunha's neighborhood. Although Ji Yunha is powerful, he should not be underestimated when facing an opponent like a lava mammoth. Another teacher added, we know that the environment of the lava zone is very harsh for normal imperial beasts, but the lava mammoth can move freely there. If Ji Yunha accidentally angers it, the consequences could be unimaginable. The teachers began to pay close attention to the surveillance footage, worrying that a clash between the lava mammoth and Ji Yunha would lead to serious consequences. They hoped that Ji Yunha would act cautiously and avoid a fierce clash with this ferocious beast. At the same time, they were also worried about whether Ji Yunha would be able to handle this challenge. After all, the lava mammoth was not an easy enemy to deal with. However, the next image they saw caused them to be petrified in place in unison. The teachers continued to watch the surveillance footage, but the next scene left them shocked and anxious. On the screen, Ji Yunha and his three imperial beasts looked in a sorry state before the lava mammoth's powerful attack. The lava mammoth's massive body was filled with flames, and its might was unrivaled. Although Ji Yunha's three imperial beasts tried their best to resist, their abilities were severely limited in this extremely hot and flaming environment. The Jade Lin snake's poisonous mist almost lost its effect under the high temperature, and its body began to sweat. Looking exhausted, The Thunderwing Cloud Tiger's lightning attack was also weakened and its fur almost turned wet, while the Phantom Flame Demon Wolf was unable to easily withstand the Lava Mammoth's powerful attack despite having some advantage in the flaming environment. The teachers' moods began to tense up as they began to worry about whether Ji Yunha and his 3 Imperial Beasts would be able to withstand the Lava Mammoth's attacks. This situation was far beyond their expectations, and their anxiety continued to rise. Fearing that an irreparable disaster would occur, the atmosphere in the monitoring room became oppressive and tense, with all the teachers staring intently at the screen, hoping that Ji Yunha and his Imperial Beasts would be able to escape unharmed. The teachers couldn't believe it when they saw on the monitor screen that Ji Yunha and his 3 Imperial Beasts had managed to kill the Lava Mammoth. They couldn't believe their eyes. This was an almost impossible task, but Ji Yunha did it. One of the teachers stuttered. How is this possible? A Lava Mammoth is a platinum-level top-tier ferocious beast. Another teacher was also surprised. Just how strong is Ji Yunha to actually be able to defeat the Lava Mammoth alone? Chapter 64 An Imperial Beast Egg? Wait, what's going on here? Is that kid's Phantom Flame Demon Wolf evolved? What is this? A teacher couldn't help but exclaim in shock. They had never seen a new student able to tame such a high-level ferocious beast before. Crap, no way. This kid has only just enrolled in school. He's about to become a platinum-level Imperial Beast Master? The monitoring room fell into a murmur as the teachers surrounded the projection screen in an attempt to learn more. Their eyes almost stared out of their sockets, shocked and amazed at Ji Yunha's performance. Their eyes became even more focused as they stared at the images on the monitor screen, trying to look for a hint of signs, a little clue, to solve this puzzling mystery. A platinum-level Imperial Beast Master who is less than 20 years old. This is simply unheard of, a tutor exclaimed. Another tutor added. Moreover, his other 2 Imperial Beasts are both extremely powerful as well. To actually be able to survive in such a harsh environment, this new student could be a genius. The gazes of the teachers were once again focused on the projection screen, and they were intensely interested in Ji Yunha's performance. This scene had made them look forward to the prospects of this freshman's examination, and they wanted to see what other surprises Ji Yunha would bring. Wait, isn't that Imperial Beast egg hatching right here within this lava mine? It seems like it's really. The atmosphere in the monitoring room became dull and tense. The teachers' thoughts intertwined as if countless lines were intertwined and entangled without a clear answer. The teachers' worry and anxiety permeated the room as if it was an invisible tightrope that bound their minds tightly. On the screen of the monitoring room, the evolution of Ji Yunha's Spectral Flame Demon Wolf had also been completed. The body of the Spectral Flame Demonic Wolf became taller. Its muscles churned and its physique was even more robust, radiating a sense of majesty and power. Its eyes flickered with gleaming flames, revealing wisdom and determination in its eyes. The Spectral Flame Demon Wolf's limbs also changed significantly, with flames wrapping around its claws, making its attacks even more powerful. Its tail became thicker, with a blazing flame burning at the end, which could be used to launch more powerful attacks. At the same time, a hot energy fluctuation emanated from the Spectral Flame Demon Wolf's body, and the power of its flame attribute was significantly boosted, allowing it to become a true flame Imperial Beast. It seemed to contain an infinite amount of flame power within its body, ready to unleash a devastating attack at any time. The entire evolution process was accompanied by the burning of flames and flashes of light, like a mysterious and spectacular flame ceremony. Alright, little red, next you can be the main force of our team. Ji Yunha and his 3 Imperial Beasts, the Phantom Inferno Demon Wolf, Jade Lin Snake, and Thunderwing Cloud Tiger, traveled through the scorching hot lava zone. Their bodies were dripping with sweat in this hot environment, filled with the odor of sweat steam. The temperature within the lava mine cave rose higher and higher, magma tumbling underground as if it was the fury of life. However, Ji Yunha and his 3 Imperial Beasts didn't retreat due to the high temperature. Instead, they became more determined to move forward. Suddenly, they realized that there was a depression in the wall in front of them, as if it was a huge stone door. Ji Yunha walked forward and tried to push it, surprisingly realizing that this huge stone door could actually move. Is this a cave? Ji Yunha's heart stirred, and then he signaled the 3 Imperial Beasts to move forward carefully. Together, they pushed open the stone door, and it opened up before their eyes. Upon entering the cave, they felt a coolness. Compared to the high temperatures outside, the temperature here was very pleasant. Crystal clear minerals hung on the inner walls of the cave, emitting a faint blue light. The ground was covered with ancient moss, and everything seemed so serene and mysterious. What is this place? Ji Yunha couldn't help but look around curiously. The scene within this cave was in stark contrast to the lava field, as if they were 2 completely different worlds. The Phantom Inferno Demon Wolf smelled the odor permeating the air and suddenly threw back its head and let out a long whistle, as if it was celebrating something. The Jade Lin Snake and Thunderwing Cloud Tiger were also excited as they sensed the special atmosphere of this place. Ji Yunha encouraged the Jade Forest Serpent, knowing that within this cave, the Jade Forest Serpent's poison system ability would shine. The Jade Lin Snake spread its feathered wings and held its head high, as if responding to its master's expectations. The cave was peaceful, but filled with mystery. Ji Yunha led the three imperial beasts to slowly explore. As they walked through twisting passages and passed by flickering minerals, gradually penetrating deeper into the cave. Gradually, they began to feel a strange energy that permeated this cave. This energy made the three imperial beasts feel increasingly excited, as if it was hinting at an important discovery ahead. Soon after, they arrived at a spacious cave that was dimly lit, but emitted a faint blue light. The floor was covered with unique blue moss, as if it was a mysterious wonderland. In the center of the cavern, there was a tall stone platform on which a huge blue egg-shaped object was placed. The object emitted a strong aura of life, as if it was a treasure. Ji Yunha and his three imperial beasts froze in place as they gazed at the blue egg in astonishment, various speculations and expectations surging in their hearts. This is the imperial beast egg? Ji Yunha whispered softly to himself, and he couldn't help but feel his heart racing. There was actually an imperial beast egg hidden within this cave, and it was such a special blue color. Ji Yunha moved closer to the blue imperial beast egg, his mood both nervous and excited. Suddenly, he felt the eggshell tremble slightly, as if it contained endless life force. As Ji Yunha approached the imperial beast egg, his eyes gradually adapted to the faint blue light on the surface of the eggshell before he realized that this imperial beast egg's appearance was exceptionally exquisite. The surface of the eggshell was as smooth as porcelain, glowing with a faint blue light, as if it contained an endless mystery. Chapter 65. It can't be a trap prepared by the school, can it? On the surface of the eggshell, there were lines and patterns that flickered and formed a marvelous symbol. These symbols seemed to be an ancient script, exuding a mysterious atmosphere. Ji Yunha's eyes couldn't help but gaze at these symbols, trying to understand their meaning. It was a different kind of writing from what he had seen before, full of the unknown and mysterious. Just as he was thinking, the eggshell began to tremble slightly, and the symbols became even more active, as if they were transmitting some sort of message. This scene caused a strong curiosity to arise in Ji Yunha's heart as he longed to understand the meaning of these symbols and the true identity of the life in the egg. In this mysterious and unknown moment, Ji Yunha felt a deep power. The slight trembling of the eggshell caught Ji Yunha's attention, and he looked around alertly. Surrounding him was a spacious and deep cavern. The walls hung with crystalline minerals that shimmered with a faint light. The floor was covered with thick lava stones that emitted a blazing heat. Ji Yunha stepped carefully, knowing full well that this secret realm was full of unknown dangers. His gaze stayed on the imperial beast egg, and despite not knowing its true identity, the symbols and strange movements on the shell intrigued him. He decided to remain vigilant, not knowing if this imperial beast egg would bring about unexpected changes. The zone where Ji Yunha and his three imperial beasts were located was completely different from the heat and flames of the lava region. Instead, this zone seemed like a mysterious wonderland isolated from the outside world. The first thing that was remarkable was the subtle rays of light flowing in the air, which were like silver-colored flowing water that constantly floated in the air, emitting a soft glow. These rays of light did not produce any temperature, but instead brought about a feeling of tranquility and serenity. The ground was covered with fluffy emerald green grass, the blades of which were studded with crystal and dewdrops, and when the breeze brushed by, the blades of grass swayed as if it were an enchanting emerald ocean. On the grass, a variety of marvelous flowers bloomed, each of them emitting a different fragrance, making the whole area full of fragrance. The surrounding walls were made up of a kind of shimmering blue crystals, which emitted a gentle blue light in the dim light, illuminating the entire zone. There were also all kinds of strange plants growing on the walls, and they kept climbing and growing as if they were paintings of nature. Floating in the air were elfin creatures like blue butterflies, which flew lightly and emitted crisp notes, adding a touch of mysterious atmosphere to this marvelous place. It feels like this place is not ordinary. This imperial beast egg wouldn't be a trap prepared by the school, right? Ji Yunha carefully inspected his surroundings, confirming that no danger existed. His three imperial beasts also looked around vigilantly, but likewise did not detect any threats. Little White, full of anticipation, hiss. Little Blue, with determined eyes, meow. Little Red, spitting out his tongue, woof woof. Imperial beast egg information. Name, unknown. Potential, diamond. Hatching progress, 97%. Attribute, unknown. Skills, unknown. Talent, unknown. Ji Yunha quietly gazed at the imperial beast egg, his heart filled with puzzlement and amazement. He was also considered a senior imperial beast master, and had encountered all sorts of imperial beast eggs, but this imperial beast egg was completely beyond the scope of his knowledge. What kind of imperial beast egg is this? Ji Yunha couldn't help but mutter to himself, his voice echoing in the empty zone as if answering his question. He gazed at the egg and tried to use his imperial beast master's ability to perceive its attributes, but came up empty-handed. The potential of this imperial beast egg is surprisingly diamond grade, and my gene ingestion system actually knows nothing about its information. It seems that this imperial beast egg is really extraordinary, Ji Yunha pondered in his heart, even though its attributes and traits were still a mystery. After all, a royal beast egg with such high potential could not be ignored. It could potentially become his powerful battle partner in the future or bring him endless surprises and challenges. Ji Yunha stood in this mysterious zone, gazing at the enigmatic imperial beast egg in his hand. His heart was filled with anticipation and excitement, for this was no ordinary imperial beast egg, but a precious existence with diamond-grade potential. Perhaps, this is a coincidence of chance and the favor of the heavens. I've already advanced to become a platinum-grade imperial beast master, and there just so happens to be an empty seat, so I've decided to indenture you here to see just what kind of god you are. Ji Yunha stood in this mysterious zone, his gaze locked onto the imperial beast egg, and he could feel the mysterious power surging underneath the eggshell. His hand gently touched the eggshell, as if a soft electric current passed into his body. This imperial beast egg, what exactly is different? Ji Yunha muttered to himself, knowing full well that this was not an ordinary imperial beast egg. As the energy surged into the imperial beast egg, Ji Yunha's mood became excited and nervous as he didn't know what kind of imperial beast would hatch, and inside the imperial beast egg, there seemed to be a potential energy gradually awakening. The eggshell emitted a faint light that gradually diffused and wrapped Ji Yunha in it. He felt his body begin to gradually become void, as if he was floating in an unknown world. His heart was filled with anticipation and excitement as the special nature of this imperial beast egg filled him with curiosity. Suddenly, a warm current came from the imperial beast egg and gradually spread out. His vision began to change. It was no longer this marvelous zone, but a deep forest with verdant trees and birdsong. This is, Ji Yunha exclaimed out in surprise, understanding that he had entered the inner world of the imperial beast egg. In this world, a powerful and ancient life force was flowing, and Ji Yunha felt that his soul had been baptized in a strange way. Suddenly, a huge energy erupted from the imperial beast egg, and Ji Yunha felt his body being pulled by a powerful suction, and he was no longer able to control his actions. This is a fusion of souls, a profound contract with the imperial beast. Ji Yunha's heart was filled with astonishment. This was a feeling he had never experienced before. Chapter 66, The Silkworm of Air. Only to see that the azure blue imperial beast egg gave birth to many more tiny cracks along with that huge crack around it. Numerous cracks covered the top of the imperial beast egg thoroughly, and it seemed that azure light burst out along the cracks. Inside that mysterious lava mine, the azure imperial beast egg began to show a strange change. A faint crack spread out from the surface of the eggshell, as if it was a fissure in a painting, dividing the eggshell into many small pieces. These tiny cracks seemed to have vitality as they spread rapidly across the eggshell, forming a mysterious and beautiful pattern. Blue light burst out along the cracks, as if a star was twinkling in the night sky. Ji Yunha held his breath as he witnessed this scene, his heart filled with anticipation and shock. This was not an ordinary hatching process, but a magical ceremony, a mysterious miracle from an unknown world. The cracks gradually widened, and the patterns on the eggshell became more and more complex. The energy emanating from within the imperial beast egg also gradually increased, and a great attraction caused Ji Yunha to unconsciously take a step forward. It was at this moment that the azure blue imperial beast egg began to emit a faint tremor, as if it was sending some sort of message to Ji Yunha. Ji Yunha could feel the life force contained within the eggshell. It was gradually awakening, ready to break out of its shell. The moment seemed to have come to a standstill. Time seemed to have frozen at this moment. Ji Yunha was nervous and excited. He knew that this would be a new arrival of life. A brand new companion was about to be born. As the cracks expanded and the azure imperial beast egg seemed to be about to hatch, a sudden abnormal vibration spread throughout the entire mine. The life force within the imperial beast egg seemed to have been disturbed in some way, and the cracks that were originally overflowing with light suddenly came to a standstill. Ji Yunha's mood instantly heaved from nervous excitement. He could feel the ominous signs brought about by this unusual vibration. His gaze was firmly fixed on the imperial beast egg, which seemed to have become weak for a brief moment, its azure light gradually dimming. The cracks continued to expand, but not as mysteriously beautiful as before. The azure color began to fade. Ji Yunha froze in place, his heart filled with incomprehension and doubt. He had never encountered such a situation before, and the potential had unexpectedly changed so drastically at the critical moment of hatching, dropping from diamond level to amethyst level. He didn't know if he should continue to wait, or break the imperial beast egg to see how the hatching was going. Regardless, he decided to wait quietly and observe the descent of this amethyst-grade potential imperial beast. In his nervousness and doubts, Ji Yunha decided to try to help the imperial beast egg get through this. He understood that this was a risky endeavor as he wasn't sure if the process would go smoothly, but his obsession and curiosity for the imperial beast made him not hesitate. He pressed his palm against the surface of the imperial beast egg, closed his eyes, and began to inject his energy into it. A warm power gradually passed into the imperial beast egg. as if it was nurturing life in a warm embrace. The surface of the imperial beast egg began to emit a faint glow, while Ji Yunha's body was gradually bathed in a soft glowing blue light. He focused wholeheartedly on this process, constantly adjusting the flow of energy in an effort to maintain a balance. Time seemed to slow down at this moment, and Ji Yunha felt that a special connection had been established between himself and the imperial beast egg. He could feel the leap of life within the imperial beast egg, which seemed to be corresponding with his energy. After a period of infusion, the amethyst surface of the imperial beast egg began to become transparent, and the light within grew brighter. Ji Yunha didn't know if this represented success, but he was convinced that the process was making progress. Under Ji Yunha's nervous gaze, the light within the imperial beast egg flickered and flickered, sometimes bright as a star, and sometimes dull. The imperial beast within the amethyst imperial beast egg seemed to be struggling against some unknown force. Time seemed to freeze, and the entire incubation process was nerve-wracking. Ji Yunha could feel the imperial beast within the imperial beast egg constantly struggling, unwilling to give up the chance of survival. Finally, the light within the imperial beast's egg erupted again and again, its body gradually revealing itself beyond the eggshell. However, when it finally broke out of its shell, Ji Yunha saw a royal beast that was so weak that it could barely support itself. As that imperial beast egg broke, a radiant imperial beast gradually revealed itself. It was a tiny silkworm. The name appeared to be the silkworm of air. Although it looked weak when it hatched, its appearance was full of unique charm. Its body was light blue in color, emitting an elegant glow like a precious blue gem, and its exterior was covered with a film like a soft blue veil, giving it a dreamy beauty. The body was crystal clear, emitting a mesmerizing purple-blue light. The eyes of the empty silkworm were a pair of deep pale blue eyes that were crystal clear. Its eyes revealed intelligence and determination, and it seemed to have a wisdom that surpassed that of ordinary imperial beasts. There was a pair of slender tentacles on its head, and they were able to keenly sense the energy and aura around it. The tentacles also had light blue lines on them. Ji Yunha gazed at the miracle in front of him, and he understood that this imperial beast had undergone a rebirth when it was hatched. Its appearance filled Ji Yunha's heart with shock and surprise. Ji Yunha gently placed the empty silkworm in the palm of his hand, carefully scrutinizing this new companion. Under his palm, he could feel the light blue imperial beast's body temperature slightly cool, as if he was caressing an exquisite gemstone. The silkworm of air trembled slightly, as if sensing Ji Yunha's aura. Ji Yunha's eyes gazed at this imperial beast, and he could feel the power contained within, a power that resonated marvelously with his own mind. It was a tacit understanding that needed no words, as if it was telling him that this light blue imperial beast was a fated partner with him. In the depths of this silent cave, a special connection was established between Ji Yunha and the silkworm of emptiness. Ji Yunha looked at it in this manner, feeling the constant coldness coming from his palm. The marvelous feeling of being in a blood contract with it from his heart kept surging. Ji Yunha seemed to have remembered something and hurriedly took out some suitable ingredients from his storage bag, carefully placing them in front of the empty silkworm. This new companion began to chew on the food in small bites, enjoying the flavor. However, Ji Yunha's other three imperial beasts, namely the Jade Lin Snake, Thunder Wing Cloud Tiger, and Little Red, were a bit jealous and dissatisfied at the side. They eyed the empty silkworms enjoying their food as if they were complaining about why they didn't receive the same treatment. It was clearly saying, "Little GZ, you're biased. What you gave us to drink in the first place wasn't this kind of good stuff." Ji Yunha understood that his imperial beasts were a bit jealous. He smiled and calmed them down, giving them each their own food. He knew that each imperial beast was unique, and the addition of the empty silkworm would not change the special bond between them. On the other hand, the Jade Lin Snake, Thunder Wing Cloud Tiger, and Burning Inferno Demon Wolf were watching with bated breath, only to pick up their own fierce beast's jerky and nibble a couple bites. Although the Jade Lin Snake, Thunder Wing Cloud Tiger, and Burning Inferno Demon Wolf were a bit lost, they didn't become hostile towards their new partner, the empty silkworm, because they also knew that Ji Yunha was full of love and care for each and every one of the imperial beasts. They understood that the empty silkworm would bring more strength and help to the group when it joined the team, rather than distracting Ji Yunha. Chapter 67. Ji Yunha's heart was filled with joy as he watched the empty silkworm look so adorably gluttonous. While enjoying the milk, that little worm seemed to express its trust and gratitude towards Ji Yunha, causing Ji Yunha to feel a wave of warmth surging through his heart. After eating the food, the empty silkworm clearly felt satisfied and nourished, and its physique gradually became plump and refreshed. Ji Yunha scrutinized the data panel of the empty silkworm, trying to understand the abilities and characteristics of this new companion. The following was the data panel of the silkworm of air. Name, Silkworm of Air. Talent, Weave of the Sky. The silkworm of air can manipulate the power of the surrounding space to create the power of wind for flight. Attack and defense. Potential, Amethyst, originally Diamond potential, but fell to Amethyst due to congenital deficiencies. Level, 15, Bronze. Attributes, Space System, Bug System. Skill. Spaceblade Chop utilizes the power of space to unleash sharp space blades that inflict damage on the enemy. Space Shield creates a sturdy space shield for defense against attacks. Space Wings using the power of space to be able to travel freely through different spaces in. Silkworm of Air. An extremely rare space-based Imperial Beast. It aroused Ji Yunha's great interest. He clearly remembered his teachers mentioning in the classroom of the Federal Imperial Beast University that space Imperial Beasts were extremely difficult to find and tame in the Imperial Beast realm, and that Imperial Beasts capable of mastering the power of space were even rarer than 1 in a million. Space Worm Family. The number is extremely rare. Very like rich space power place. Often in the cracks of the land occupies the main. Do not like foreign objects close. Ji Yunha never thought that he would have the opportunity to have such a special partner. The appearance and name of the Silkworm of Air was also full of mystery. It was relatively small, only the size of the palm of a hand, and its body was covered with a layer of light blue soft fluff, as if it was a cloud in the blue sky. Through the fluff, one could see its bright blue eyes, full of wisdom and spirituality. The body of the Silkworm of Air was the most striking part, transparent like a crystal, as thin as a cicada's wing, but filled with the power of a powerful space. Ji Yunha sat beside the Silkworm of Air and gazed at this rare Imperial Beast. He understood that despite the empty silkworm's powerful potential, it might appear fragile and inadequate in certain aspects due to its potential being lowered from diamond to amethyst grade. However, Ji Yunha did not intend to give up, and he was determined to make up for the innate deficiencies of the Silkworm of Air so that it could reach the level it deserved. First, Ji Yunha began to establish a profound mental connection with the Silkworm of Emptiness. He closed his eyes and focused on communicating with the consciousness of the Silkworm of Air. It was an extremely intimate connection, through which Ji Yunha could better understand the needs and potential of the Silkworm of Emptiness. During the mental exchange, Ji Yunha sensed the inner longing of the Silkworm of Emptiness. It seemed to be longing to be able to master more spatial power and further develop its abilities. The system analyzed Ji Yunha's situation and the need to make up for the innate deficiencies of the Silkworm of Emptiness, and made the following suggestions. First, make up for its deficiencies by immersing itself in the 10,000 blood pool. As the first method, Ji Yunha decided to utilize the powerful resource, the 10,000 blood pool, to enhance the life force and potential of the Silkworm of Air. The Silkworm of Emptiness needed to be brought into the pool of 10,000 bloods so that it could benefit from the life energy in the blood pool. This would help strengthen the empty silkworm's body and abilities, making it even stronger. The second, on the other hand, was through absorbing the spatial elements. As the second method, Ji Yunha needed to lead the Silkworm of Air to find some places rich in spatial elements. These places might include marvelous spatial vortexes, psychedelic spatial cracks or locations filled with strange energies. In these places, the Silkworm of Emptiness could actively absorb the surrounding spatial elements and enhance its spatial abilities. Thirdly, it was to search for a special fruit called the Empty Spirit Crystal Fruit. This Empty Spirit Crystal Fruit could provide the empty silkworm with extra energy and potential. The characteristics and location of the Empty Spirit Crystal Fruit might take some time to find, but once it was found, it would become an important resource to make up for the innate deficiencies of the empty silkworm. Note, all three methods can be used simultaneously until their innate deficiencies are made up. Ji Yunha felt distressed and clueless about these strange resources and methods, but he also understood that this was the path of growth for the Silkworm of Emptiness, and was determined to do everything possible to help the Silkworm of Emptiness make up for its innate deficiencies and develop its potential. Suddenly, he felt a faint vibration on the token. His hand instantly lifted to the token and touched that ancient pattern. The vibration was so subtle, like the gentle caress of a breeze in nature, but to Ji Yunha, it held a special significance. He looked around, his eyes landing on that lava field and the empty silkworm. Here, he had gained abundant resources, befriended powerful Imperial Beast companions, and even hatched a rare and precious empty silkworm. All of these were valuable experiences that he had gone through in the secret realm that could not be described in words. Although he was a little reluctant to leave, Ji Yunha also understood that if he didn't leave, the teachers from the school would be coming in to personally arrest him. After walking out of the secret realm, Ji Yunha also met the other new students. The new students were gathered together, each with a different look. Some were full of fatigue, some were excited. The teachers within the secret realm also began to pack up everything, preparing to leave this mysterious realm. However, Ji Yunha also noticed that some of the new students had encountered a lot of difficulties and setbacks during this examination. Some had lost their important Imperial Beast companions, some had encountered attacks from powerful ferocious beasts, and there were even others who were unable to advance due to a lack of resources. All of these were unavoidable risks in an adventure, but they also made Ji Yunha cherish what he had even more. The Sang stood outside the secret realm with dejected expressions and complaints. Their eyes were filled with loss and pain, and some of them even sat on their knees powerlessly, hugging and crying. Their Imperial Beast companions also looked depressed, losing their previous sharpness and vigor. How could I be so unlucky? A freshman cried out as he hugged his Imperial Beast, his voice filled with self-blame and helplessness. Another freshman lowered his head, the corners of his mouth twitching. I thought I could advance, but I didn't expect. A girl hugged her Imperial Beast tightly, tears falling like rain. It suffered so many injuries to protect me. The Imperial Beasts were also silently gazing at their masters. They seemed to feel their master's pain and despair as well, unable to do anything for them. This scene made the heart feel pity. The new students had put in great effort in the secret realm, but in the end, they had met with failure. This was the cruelty of the adventure world and the reality they needed to face. Chapter 68 Lee Han-hai's Talk. The moment the examination ended, it was at sunset, a red sun in the sky gradually sinking into the horizon, the afterglow reflecting on the entire secret realm. The new students stood at the exit of the secret realm, their gazes filled with helplessness and exhaustion. Right at this moment, a tall man suddenly appeared at the entrance of the secret realm. He wore a gorgeous robe. His hair was like ink, his face was handsome and deep, and an inviolable aura was revealed in his eyes. He was none other than the Academy's dean, Lee Han-hai. Lee Han-hai's arrival immediately attracted the attention of everyone, and the new students stopped crying and complaining and looked at him in unison. Lee Han-hai's voice was resounding and spread throughout the entire secret realm. The examination is over. All the new students have worked hard. During this examination, you have experienced many difficulties and challenges, and you have also made some progress. But on the path of adventure, failures and setbacks are equally important. Only after experiencing failure can you become stronger and braver to face the challenges ahead. His voice gradually became gentle, and his eyes were full of encouragement and motivation. Every new student has their own characteristics and strengths, and so do your Imperial Beast partners. Failure does not mean the end, just a new beginning. The Academy will provide each new student with more opportunities and training to help you continue to grow. Lee Han-hai's words gradually calmed the mood of the new students, and they began to feel hopeful for the future. Next, I will announce the results of the assessment and present awards to the freshmen who have performed well. Regardless of whether or not you advance to Platinum-level Imperial Beast Masters, please remember that courage and perseverance are the most important things on the road to adventure. Then when he faced Ji Yunhai, his expression showed an undisguised appreciation and a hint of embarrassment. Lee Han-hai's embarrassment stemmed from the special circumstances of that Imperial Beast egg. He knew that the egg was placed here by the previous teachers to contain it, but it had never been able to hatch a qualified Imperial Beast. This had also made it difficult for them, as the innate potential of this Imperial Beast egg had once dropped to the Amethyst level, and was considered difficult to cultivate into an outstanding Imperial Beast. However, Ji Yunha's appearance changed everything as he contracted this Imperial Beast egg and successfully hatched it into a bronze-level air silkworm. This situation caused Lee Han-hai to feel a tinge of embarrassment, as they might have underestimated the potential of this Imperial Beast egg before, and Ji Yunha's successful hatching had left them feeling a bit surprised. Lee Han-hai took a deep breath. Junior Ji-san, although I don't know where you got its Imperial Beast egg from, but if you signed it, you must treat it well and nurture it properly, admonished Lee Han-hai. Lee Han-hai sighed once again. He knew that Ji Yunha was full of hope for the empty silkworm, but he also needed to remind Ji Yunha that this path of the Imperial Beast Master was full of uncertainty and competition. You should know that you are only a gold Imperial Beast Master now, and there is still a long way to go before you reach the high rank. How well you walk and whether you can finish it is also still an unknown, Lee Han-hai said, his tone revealing a deep understanding of the world of Imperial Beast Masters and a heavy sense of responsibility. That's why for some of the higher-ups, if you really have diamond-level potential Imperial Beasts, Lee Han-hai continued, they'd rather use up the potential of your ungrown empty silkworms to give birth to a new Imperial Beast egg to be used by other high-ranking Imperial Beast Masters, rather than slowly waiting for you to grow up. Lee Han-hai's words revealed a harsh reality that the competition for high-ranked Imperial Beast Masters in the world of Imperial Beast Masters was fierce, and with limited resources, they valued high-potential Imperial Beasts even more. Although Ji Yunha was passionate about the empty silkworm, in the eyes of the higher echelons, it was only an immature potential that might not be able to be compared to an already matured Imperial Beast. The most they can do is to give you some compensation, but your silkworm of emptiness is even completely wasted. Lee Han-hai's voice became low. He knew that this decision did not only concern Ji Yunha and the future of the silkworm of emptiness, it also involved some power struggles and distribution of resources within the entire Imperial Beast Division. Lee Han-hai's words made Ji Yunha think deeply. He understood the challenges and opportunities he was facing. This road of the Imperial Beast Master was full of hardships and competition. He had to make a wise choice for himself and the future of the empty silkworm. He just didn't realize that the innate deficiency had even become a lifesaver for the empty silkworm. Ji Yunha glanced at little Empty, who was lying in the Imperial Beast space not far away, sleeping soundly. His mood was a bit unspeakable. It seems that the teachers at the school still don't know that he is a platinum-level Imperial Beast Master. However, one's next Imperial Beast Egg will require more attention. Lee Hanhai's words caused Ji Yunha to fall into deep thought. He knew that this was a major decision that not only concerned his own future, but also his destiny with the empty silkworm. Ji Yunha took a deep breath, then cautiously responded, "Teacher, I understand what you mean. It's a difficult choice, but I have full confidence in the silkworm of emptiness. I believe that it has great potential, even if its potential has temporarily declined now. I will do my best to nurture it and make it a powerful Imperial Beast, regardless of what happens in the future. I won't give up on it because we've already established a deep emotional bond." Lee Hanhai listened quietly, his eyes revealing a hint of appreciation and understanding. "Classmate Ji," Lee Hanhai finally said, his voice no longer tinged with embarrassment but more encouragement. "The path of the Imperial Beastmaster is full of ups and downs and trials, but it's also full of hope and possibilities. Your perseverance and conviction is worthy of respect, and I believe that you will be able to come out with your own splendor, no matter what happens in the future. Please persevere and strive to become a great Imperial Beastmaster. However, you don't have to worry about that. You are now in our school, and having passed the opening examination, you have officially become a student of our Federation Imperial Beast University, so the school will naturally guarantee some of your rights and interests. Although this Imperial Beast also has on some deficiencies, growing to the Amethyst grade should not be a problem." Lee Hanhai's words caused Ji Yunha to feel a hint of relief, and he nodded to express his gratitude. "Thank you for your encouragement and support, teacher. I will cherish this opportunity and do my best to learn and grow. As for the empty silkworm, I will use my efforts to make it even stronger and live up to the expectations you and the school have for me." Lee Hanhai's gaze swept over the other freshmen, and the expression on his face became serious and stern. He rebuked loudly, "Look at you all. Are each and every one of you Imperial Beast Master trainees? This is the opening examination, not a game, much less a place to fool around. Your performance like this is simply disgraceful." He pointed at a freshman and his voice became shrill. "You, who almost lost your life in the lava field just now, actually didn't have a qualified Imperial Beast Master to protect you." He then turned to another freshman, his tone harsh, "And you, who clearly had the opportunity to obtain rich resources, but chose to escape. Do you think this secret realm is a vacation spot?" Chapter 69 Mentor. Lee Hanhai's gaze swept over every freshman, suppressed anger filling his eyes. "From now on, you should reflect on your performance and take every opportunity seriously, because here, only strength will allow you to survive. If you guys still want to be qualified Imperial Beast Masters, you have to put in more effort than others." His voice resounded throughout the grounds, and the other new students lowered their heads, feeling deeply ashamed and angry. This examination had taught them an important lesson, that even in the secret realm, there were no easy shortcuts, and only by putting in the effort could they succeed. Just as Ji Yunha was still looking at the onlookers for a joke, a tall man wearing the uniform of the Federal Imperial Beast University patted his shoulder. "Ji Yunha, student, right? This is your student card. Please keep it. You can only use the student card in most places in our school." The tall man was dressed in a neat Federation Imperial Beast University uniform, and his image appeared very professional and organized. He possessed short, dark hair that revealed an air of calm confidence. His eyes sparkled with intelligence and he seemed to be always ready to answer any question. The man handed Ji Yunha a black and red card, and that student card, with its black and red appearance, had the insignia of the Federal Imperial Beast University engraved on the card, as well as Ji Yunha's personal information. The surface of the card was smooth and sturdy, and it had a special texture when touched, as if it contained a mysterious power. The card felt cold in the hand, and the edges were decorated with exquisite ornaments, highlighting nobility and dignity. The tall man wearing the uniform of the Federal Imperial Beast University enthusiastically said to Ji Yunha, "Welcome to the Federal Imperial Beast University, student Ji Yunha. I am a sophomore student of the Federation Imperial Beast University. You can call me Yang Hong. First of all, congratulations on passing the entrance examination and officially becoming a member of our school." He went on to explain, "Regarding why you are entitled to special treatment, there is actually one reason, and that is the Imperial Beast Egg that you obtained. Although it had some problems when it hatched, our school is always looking for Imperial Beasts and Imperial Beast Masters with special potential, and although your Imperial Beast Egg is innately lacking, its potential is still very impressive. In the history of the Academy, there have been some special cases where some Imperial Beasts hatched from Imperial Beast Eggs showed unusual talent and power. Therefore, the Academy would provide certain support and resources in order to cultivate these special potential Imperial Beast Masters." He continued, "The Federation Imperial Beast University is one of the most famous and top Imperial Beast Academies within the Federation, where elite Imperial Beast Masters and Imperial Beasts from all over the world are gathered. We offer rich educational resources, advanced training facilities, and opportunities for cooperation with related organizations from all walks of life. Every student has the opportunity to learn, grow, and explore here, not only to improve their goshawk training skills, but also to expand their horizons and make like-minded partners. We encourage innovation and cooperation to produce the most outstanding Imperial Beast Masters. As for your student card, it is your identification and pass at the Academy. You can use it to enter the various areas of the Academy, borrow books from the library, participate in various activities, as well as enjoy a series of convenient services provided by the Academy. If you have any questions or need help, feel free to come and see me or any of the other student services staff. We will do our best to support you. For now, you are free to explore the Academy and learn more about our school. I wish you a fulfilling and wonderful time at the Federation Imperial Beast University. Young Hon ended by enthusiastically encouraging Ji Yoonha. Alright, thank you senior. Ji Yoonha, can you walk faster? It's almost time to assign a tutor. On the road leading to the front of the school's teaching building, a girl in a hurry was hastily greeting the boy behind her. What's the hurry? On the spacious path leading to the school building, the morning light sprinkled on the verdant leaves and flower beds, diffusing a fresh scent. The students were wearing their school uniforms and admiring this beautiful campus, where a pair of freshmen were strolling leisurely. Among this pair of freshmen, the boy's name was Ji Yoonha, and he was walking calmly with an unhurried look. In contrast, the girl behind him, Li Weiwei, was obviously more nervous. She hurriedly walked behind Ji Yoonha, looking back from time to time at the person she was chasing. Li Weiwei anxiously said to Ji Yoonha, Ji Yoonha, can you walk faster? It's almost time to assign a mentor. Ji Yoonha smiled easily. He was not urged by Li Weiwei and still maintained a slow pace. He responded, Li Weiwei, don't be anxious. Assigning tutors is a good thing. There's no need to be so nervous. Li Weiwei's face still carried a hint of nervousness. Her mood was clearly more tense, while Ji Yoonha remained calm and relaxed, as if he had no worries about the mentor he was about to be assigned. This scene seemed particularly serene and harmonious under the morning light of the campus. As the two talked, they gradually walked into the school building. There were many new students gathered in front of the school building, all waiting for the notification of their assigned mentors. There was a confluence of various expressions and emotions. Some people looked nervous, looking towards the front door from time to time, worried that they would be assigned a harsh mentor. Some were excited, looking forward to meeting and guiding an excellent mentor. One freshman anxiously asked, what's going on? Why hasn't it started yet? Another freshman responded, it's already 9 a.m., and the mentors have been standing there for 5 minutes. Should we start? Some other freshmen stayed calm as they discussed among themselves. Don't be in a hurry. We can see which mentor we will be chosen by first. The whole scene was filled with a mixture of anticipation and unease as everyone speculated what their future would be like. This moment was filled with uncertainty, and everyone hoped that they would be able to get an excellent mentor to guide their growth in the Federation Imperial Beast University. On the second floor of the teaching building, a white-robed old man leaned on his own walking stick and said to Li Hanhai, who was on the side, it's almost time. That kid is here as well, so let's begin. Li Hanhai nodded and swept a glance at the new students gathered in front of the school building, then announced in a loud voice, freshmen, welcome to the Federal Imperial Beast University. I am the provost and one of your mentors. Everyone can call me Mr. Li. Today, I will be assigning you mentors to help you begin your journey of Imperial Beast Master cultivation. As soon as he spoke, a large screen lit up on the wall in front of the teaching building, displaying a virtual roulette wheel with a variety of different symbols, each representing a mentor. Alright, let's start the distribution. Li Hanhai finished speaking and tapped the ground with his walking stick. The roulette wheel began to slowly rotate while the freshmen nervously gazed at the symbols on the screen, anticipating which mentor's team they would be assigned to. Chapter 70, Unchosen Ji Yoonha. Noisy voices came from the crowd beside Ji Yoonha. Ji Yoonha couldn't help but frown before looking in the direction of their yelling. Several tutors appeared. Those were the teachers who were going to lead their class of students. Starting from standing on the far left and looking to the right in order, there were 13 people of various shapes and sizes, both male and female. Each of these 13 tutors had a unique aura and characteristics. Some of them looked solemn, some smiled amiably, some had sharp gazes, and some were gentle. Each of them displayed their own different styles. Li Hanhai continued his introduction. Fellow freshmen, next, I will introduce the mentors of the current session to you one by one. They are all the most senior Imperial Beast Masters of the Federal Imperial Beast University, possessing a wealth of experience and strength. You will have the honor of being their students, learning not only the Imperial Beast technique, but also the spirit and cultivation of the Imperial Beast Master. He began to introduce each mentor one by one, including their names, specialties, representative Imperial Beasts, and some personal biographies. Each mentor was displayed on the large screen as a sign of respect and welcome. The eyes of the new students traveled between these mentors, expecting to be assigned to the mentor of their choice. At the same time, they also felt the majesty and expectations of the mentors. This was a new beginning, a path full of challenges and opportunities for the Imperial Beast Master. And the electronic screen behind those mentors is also very different. He Tianyi, representative beast, inflammatory winged bat. Specialty, Fire Beast Master. Especially good at controlling the power of flames. Personal profile, He Tianyi is one of the most senior Fire Beast Masters in the Federal Beast University. His Firewing Bat is a legendary level fire beast that has traveled with him through several dangerous situations. Mentor He Tianyi is known for his powerful Fire Imperial Beast technique, and his control of the power of the flames has reached the point of perfection. Lu Qing, representative beast, Wind Shadow Leopard. Specialties, Wind Beast Art. Good at utilizing the power of wind for high-speed movement and stealth. Profile, Lu Qing is a tutor with a great talent in the wind system. Her Wind Shadow Leopard is a wind-type Imperial beast with excellent stealth abilities, specializing in fast sneaking and quickly traversing various terrains, focusing on agility and speed. Tutor Lu's teaching style emphasizes the application of Wind Imperial Beast techniques. Wei Filong, representative beast, Ice Lion. Specialties, Ice Imperial Beast technique, specializing in mastering the elements of ice and snow, causing extreme cold effects. Profile, Wei Filong is an authoritative instructor in the field of Ice Imperial Beast art. His Ice Berserker Lion is a fearsome Ice Imperial Beast, capable of condensing extreme cold and creating ice storms, emphasizing calmness and strategy. Instructor Wei's teaching style focuses on combat techniques and the use of ice elements. All of these tutors represented different Imperial Beast faculties and specialties, and the new students were looking forward to being chosen by one of the tutors to begin their journey as Imperial Beast Masters. Li Weiwei was clearly in a more nervous mood as she kept pacing in place, occasionally looking at Li Hanhai who was announcing the list. Her eyes glittered with anticipation and anxiety, as if she was afraid that she had missed out on some important information. Ji Yunha, on the other hand, appeared relatively calm as he stood quietly waiting with a smile on his face. He didn't seem too worried about the outcome of assigning mentors, relaxed and open. After all, with his own results, it was impossible that he wouldn't have any mentors to choose from, right? The mentors stood on the steps, each with a different look. Helian Tianyi's gaze was cast into the distance, seemingly looking for a specific student. Lu Qing frowned slightly, seemingly pondering her choice. Wei Filong, on the other hand, remained silent, as if he was waiting for a particular sign. Suddenly, the name of a new student was announced, and the mentors began to choose their students. Every time a name was announced, a mentor could choose whether or not to mentor this new student. The selection process was filled with tension and anticipation. Li Weiwei's name was announced, and she nervously looked towards the mentors. He Tianyi noticed Li Weiwei. He smiled slightly and reached out his hand to signal her to come over. Li Weiwei excitedly walked forward and became He Tianyi's student. The other tutors also chose their favorite tutors. Other tutors also chose their favorite students, and each choice triggered a burst of applause and cheers. The faces of the new students were filled with excitement and pride, knowing that this was the first step on the road to becoming a Beast Master. The mentors left the building with their students and began their new journey as Imperial Beast Masters. This ever-changing world was full of unknowns and challenges, but every new student took a firm step forward with a vision and confidence for the future. Li Hanhai stood on the steps and read that long list, but when that list was read to the end, there was still a delay in reading Ji Yunha's name. The crowd also sensed a hint of abnormality. The hall of the school building fell into a silence. Everyone held their breath and waited nervously. Ji Yunha stood in the crowd, her face still calm, but a trace of anxiety began to rise in her heart as well. Could it be that this was the reason for the innate inadequacy of his Imperial Beast egg? It actually came so quickly? However, at this moment, he was still eager to be selected by a mentor and begin his path as a Royal Beast Master. This scene lasted for a long time, and it seemed as if time had become abnormally long at this moment. The other tutors and new students on the steps also felt the tension and uneasiness. They exchanged worried looks with each other, wondering why Li Hanhai delayed in reading out the name of that first-place winner. Finally, Li Hanhai stopped moving his hands, and his eyes turned to Ji Yunha. The entire hall became silent as everyone nervously waited for his movements. Li Hanhai let out a long sigh as he looked at Ji Yunha, his gaze filled with complex emotions, yet he still didn't read out Ji Yunha's name. It was as if Ji Yunha had been abandoned. This time, our mentor selection is over, so please go and dock with your respective mentors on your own. Li Hanhai stood there and let out a long sigh. His eyes gazed at the list, his brows slightly furrowed with a complicated expression. The atmosphere in the hall became abnormally heavy as everyone gazed at him nervously. Ji Yunha stood in the crowd, his mood rippling as he had long predicted that this might happen. But despite this, facing this result still made him feel a hint of loss. The other freshmen in the hall began to spontaneously dock with their mentors and leave one by one. Ji Yun-ha, on the other hand, stood still and did not leave, as if waiting for something. Chapter 71 Headmaster Zhao Xiande. The other freshmen in the hall began to spontaneously dock with their mentors and leave one by one. Ji Yun-ha, on the other hand, stood still and did not leave, as if waiting for something. Eventually, the teacher presiding over the ceremony announced that the mentor selection was over and that all students could dock with their mentors on their own. This announcement triggered a new round of murmurs and walks, but Ji Yun-ha still didn't move. Li Hanhai sighed and seemed to have made a difficult decision. He walked down the steps and came before Ji Yun-ha. Student Ji Yun-ha, although I can't choose you as my student, but what about? Before Li Hanhai could finish his words, Ji Yun-ha had already grabbed the opportunity to speak. It's fine, Director Li, I understand. With his own potential, where couldn't he go? Although no one was indebted to him or her, he or she couldn't stay in the middle of an ostracized environment forever. Where Li Hanhai didn't know that Ji Yun-ha had misunderstood him, he revealed a playful smile. It's true that your name isn't on the list, but right, I didn't say that you don't have a mentor. You kid can now head to the second floor of the teaching building. Your mentor is waiting for you here. Ji Yun-ha recalled Zhao Xuanda's appearance on the second floor just now and couldn't help but have a bold guess in his heart. His own teacher couldn't be the principal himself, right? And the more he walked and thought about it, the more certain Ji Yun-ha became. With a complex emotion, Ji Yun-ha quickly walked to the second floor of the teaching building. The speculation in his heart about his mentor was becoming clearer and clearer, and he seemed to have guessed the answer. When he walked to the second floor of the teaching building, he was not greeted by Zhao Xiande, but by an old man in a white robe, a man who looked calm and mysterious. Student Ji Yun-ha, welcome to the Federation Imperial Beast University, the old man said with a smile. Ji Yun-ha looked at the old man in front of him, his gaze filled with curiosity and anticipation, while he was also a little apprehensive. He knew that this mentor was probably the principal, but he still waited for the other party to introduce himself. The old man smiled and said, I know you must have guessed my identity. That's right, I am the principal of this school. Congratulations, student Ji Yun-ha, you will be my close disciple. Ji Yun-ha was a little dissatisfied with the mentor selection process in his heart. He secretly complained. Why didn't they just read out the results of each new student's match with their mentor, instead of going through the process of letting the mentor choose on their own? He felt that this wasted time and made the new students feel anxious and uneasy. Why not simplify the process and let everyone know their mentors directly, eliminating this tedious step? However, he also understood that there must be a reason for the school's arrangement, so he could only silently accept and participate in the process. Ji Yun-ha stood in front of the principal's desk and said with a serious, yet not impolite expression, Headmaster, I feel a bit dissatisfied with the way the mentors were chosen just now. Why don't you just read out the names of the mentors, instead of asking everyone to pick them themselves? Will this create some unfairness? Frankly speaking, if I really didn't have a mentor to guide me, I would probably be packing my bags and running away by now. Oh, then why didn't you go? Zhao Xuande came to be interested and continued to ask. It's not because you told me to come back. Otherwise there's a real possibility that you won't be able to see me at the United University from now on. Zhao Xuande couldn't help but laugh after hearing Ji Yun-ha's reply. Ha ha, Ji Yun-ha, you're quite a temperamental kid, but don't worry too much. Even if you don't have a mentor, I'm sure you'll still be able to find your place in the United University. But of course it's better to have a mentor to guide you. After all, they will provide you with more resources and opportunities. Zhao Xuande's tone revealed a hint of flirtation, but it was also filled with concern. He understood that Ji Yun-ha might face some difficulties as a new student, but he also believed in Ji Yun-ha's potential and ability. Ji Yun-ha's mood lightened slightly when he heard Zhao Xuande's words, and he knew that he still had a lot of opportunities to explore and develop. Zhao Xuande personally made a cup of tea for Ji Yun-ha. Then the two of them sat in front of the spacious and bright window of the principal's office. Outside the window was the scenery of the campus, emerald green trees and flowers swaying in the breeze, giving people a sense of tranquility and comfort. Zhao Xuande pushed the teacup in front of Ji Yun-ha and said with a smile, drink your tea, fellow student Ji Yun-ha, we can take our time to chat. Ji Yun-ha took the teacup and gently blew a breath of cool air before savoring a small sip. The tea tasted fresh and had a sweet aftertaste, making him feel a hint of relaxation. Thank you, Principal Zhao. My complaint just now might have been a bit impulsive, but I do hope to find a mentor as soon as possible to obtain more guidance and resources. Ji Yun-ha said sincerely. Zhao Xuande nodded in understanding. I understand your thoughts. In the Federation Imperial Beast University, every new student hopes to find a suitable mentor, which will help you grow better. But sometimes, things may not go as one wishes. After all, mentors have their own choices. He paused for a moment, then continued. I heard that you performed quite well in the examination, especially your Imperial Beast, the empty silkworm, which is a very rare spatial system imperial beast. This is also one of the reasons why I specifically asked you to stay. Ji Yunha nodded, feeling a bit surprised. He didn't realize that his imperial beast would attract the principal's attention. Zhao Xuanda picked up. I can understand your concern, but I also believe in your potential. Although your imperial beast has some innate deficiencies right now, as long as it is given enough cultivation and resources, it has the potential to grow into a powerful imperial beast. And I, as the principal, would like to provide more support for the school's new students. Ji Yunha's heart stirred when he heard this, and he began to look forward to the possibility of collaborating with Zhao Xuanda. Zhao Xuanda picked up. I hope that you can seize this opportunity and work hard to cultivate your empty silkworms. Although you don't have a formal mentor for the time being, I'm willing to provide some additional resources and guidance during this time to help you solve some problems. Of course, the ultimate growth still requires your own efforts. Ji Yunha listened attentively, and in his heart, he expressed his gratitude for the principal's kindness. Principal Zhao, thank you for your support and help. I'll do my best and try to make my empty silkworm even stronger. Zhao Xuanda smiled and said encouragingly, very well, Ji Yunha, I look forward to seeing you grow. In the meantime, if you encounter any problems or difficulties at school, you can come to me and I will do my best to help you. Ji Yunha nodded his head in appreciation before inquiring, Principal Zhao, what exactly do you mean by the additional resources and guidance you just mentioned? Zhao Xuanda smiled and explained, the specific resources and guidance will vary from person to person, depending on your needs and situation. It may include some special training courses, academic resources, imperial beast cultivation materials, and so on. I will coordinate with the relevant departments of the school to provide you with the most appropriate support. Chapter 72 Life Origin Tea. Have some tea, why don't you? It's all cold. Zhao Xiande saw Ji Yunha with a contemplative look, but the tea he was holding in his hand had not moved at all. Zhao Xiande stared at Ling Yuan with a smiling look. However, Ji Yunha was the one who suddenly felt shaky, feeling that this old thing was a little unsuspicious, making one's heart grow a little fuzzy. There wouldn't be anything wrong with this tea, right? This is tea brewed from the life essence of the windward willow tree. Taste it, Zhao Xuanda invited. Ji Yunha picked up the tea and took a closer look. The tea in the cup was a deep green color, emitting a faint fragrance as if it was condensed from the breath of the entire nature. He gently lifted the teacup and took a deep breath. This tea bar, at a glance, was not a mortal product. This kind of tea grew in a secret area of the Federal Imperial Beast University, and only a very few people were able to savor it. When Zhao Xiande handed the teacup to Ji Yunha couldn't help but feel a hint of surprise. The aroma of the tea instantly filled his mouth, like a fresh mountain breeze brushing past. The flavor of this tea was neither bitter nor overly strong, but rather soft and deep, making people feel happy. Zhao Xuanda had personally brewed this special cup of tea for Ji Yunha. It was a very rare tea that came from the life essence of the gold-level plant beast, the windward willow tree. Ji Yunha brought the cup of tea to his mouth once again and carefully savored it. This time, he savored the flavor of the tea even more carefully. The tea broth went smoothly into his mouth, and his tongue could feel the life force contained in the tea leaves, as if it was a marvelous experience of merging with nature. This tea flavor is truly too marvelous. I've never tasted such a wonderful tea. Ji Yunha sighed. Zhao Xiande smiled and nodded. The life origin tea from the wind-welcoming willow tree is very special, and only a few people can savor it. It helps to balance the connection between imperial beast masters and imperial beasts, and is also able to enhance the life origin of imperial beasts. After drinking a cup of it, one will feel refreshed and energized, and think more clearly. Ji Yunha listened with rapt attention, knowing that this was a precious experience as well as a special treat. The two continued to sip tea in front of the window, exchanging topics about imperial beasts and the school. Ji Yunha felt that the conversation with Zhao Xuanda was very pleasant, and he felt confident about his future studies and growth. In this particular cup of tea, he seemed to have found a new beginning, a future full of possibilities. Suddenly, the empty silkworm ran out from within the imperial beast space and plopped down on the side of the cup and began to drink the cup of tea, apparently also knowing that it was good stuff. Ji Yunha and Zhao Xuanda were both startled by the empty silkworm's actions, not expecting it to suddenly appear and drink the tea. What's going on here? Ji Yunha looked at the silkworm of air with some confusion. Zhao Xiande also showed a hint of surprise, but then smiled. It seems that your empty silkworm also has a good eye for recognizing the preciousness of this kind of tea. Its appearance is not surprising. After all, the connection between imperial beasts and imperial masters is very deep. The silkworm of emptiness continued to drink the tea broth as if enjoying the flavor of this special tea. This scene made Ji Yunha feel even closer to his imperial beasts, as if the tacit understanding between them was getting deeper and deeper. Zhao Xuanda smiled as he continued to chat with Ji Yunha, talking about various topics regarding imperial beasts and imperial beast masters. The empty silkworm quietly accompanied them at the side, as if it had also become a part of their relationship. Zhao Xuanda gazed at the silkworm of emptiness, a gentle smile appearing on his face as if he was reminiscing about something. Silkworm of emptiness. This is a special imperial beast and a special story. Zhao Xiandi began. When we first obtained this imperial beast egg, we weren't sure that we could hatch it, which is why we put it in that secret realm for safekeeping. The empty silkworm possesses the ability of spatial attributes and is a very rare imperial beast. Zhao Xiandi continued to explain. Its existence has led to a deeper understanding of imperial beasts and imperial beast masters, and it has also made me believe that every imperial beast is special in its own way, and that we just need to find the right way and opportunity for them. Zhao Xuanda gazed at the silkworm of air and began to evaluate its situation. Empty silkworm, it seems that you already have some spatial attribute abilities, but indeed, your innate deficiencies have caused some of your potential to be wasted, Zhao Xuanda said, his tone tinged with concern. Ji Yunha also gazed nervously at his imperial beast, eager to hear Zhao Xuanda's advice and guidance. In your case, I suggest using the school's 10,000 blood pool to make up for your shortcomings. The 10,000 blood pool is a special resource that can help imperial beasts enhance their potential and strength. Its effects are very significant and could be a good choice for you, Zhao Xuanda explained. Hearing this suggestion, a glimmer of hope flashed in Ji Yunha's eyes. The 10,000 blood pool was a precious resource that could enhance the growth speed and potential of imperial beasts, which was crucial for the growth of the empty silkworm. In addition, you can also look up information about spatial attribute imperial beasts in the school's library to learn about techniques and knowledge to better understand and utilize your potential. Zhao Xuanda continued to give advice. Don't worry, as the number 1 freshman, you possess one chance to use the 10,000 blood pool. Moreover, the 10,000 blood pool is still the most basic reward you can obtain, and there are the rest of the rewards that will only be more generous, Zhao Xuanda added with a smile. Even the 10,000 blood pool is just the most basic reward? Ji Yunha was taken aback. In fact, because you've already contracted the empty silkworm, the one imperial beast egg reward originally given to you is no longer applicable, but the academy will provide you with other rewards. He continued to explain. First of all, the academy's library will open up the area from the 5th floor to the 5th floor for you, which includes a large amount of precious imperial beast study materials and historical documents, which will greatly help you in your studies and research. However, the area from the 6th to the 9th floor above is not open to students. In addition, the academy will also reward you with contribution points based on your performance, and these contribution points can be used to exchange for various resources and rewards. Most importantly, if you perform well in the academy, you'll also have the chance to be rewarded with some heavenly treasures, which are very helpful in improving your imperial beasts and your own strength. Zhao Xuanda's voice was full of encouragement and anticipation. Ji Yunha, the road ahead is full of challenges, but it's also full of opportunities. I'm sure you'll be able to shine in the Federation Imperial Beast University and become an outstanding Imperial Beast Master. Alright, that's all there is to say. You still have to walk the road on your own in the future. Before Zhao Xuanda sent Ji Yunha out the door, his gaze fell on the latter's left hand. This ring of yours is not bad, I hope you can use it in the right way. Chapter 73, What to do if you don't have enough money. Zhao Xiandi looked at Ji Yunha fondly as he continued to explain in detail. You have to understand that the Federal Imperial Beast University is one of the top schools amongst the Imperial Beast schools in the world, and we have rich resources and precious collections. Even though you have contracted the empty silkworm, you can still study the knowledge of Imperial Beasts in depth in the school's library and improve your skills as an Imperial Beast Master. He pointed to a magnificent building in the distance, which was the library of the Federation Imperial Beast University. The Academy's library not only has a large amount of information about all types of Imperial Beasts and Imperial Beastology, but also precious historical documents and research results. You can spend a lot of valuable learning time there. In addition, the contribution point rewards will be based on your performance at the Academy, and you can use them to exchange for various resources, skill books, and other rewards. If your performance at the Academy is good enough, you will also have the chance to be rewarded with some genius treasures. These treasures possess great power and are vital to the growth of an Imperial Beastmaster. Zhao Xuanda's voice gradually lowered as he raised his hand, picked up the teacup on the table, and gently took a sip of the tea. This cup of tea brewed from the life essence of the golden great plant beast, the windward willow tree, gave off a rich aroma, and Ji Yunha could feel the vitality and power contained in this tea. Ji Yunha, I know you're curious about the resources and rewards within the school, but remember that these are all based on your efforts and achievements. Don't take these rewards too seriously. Academics and growth are the most important. Ji Yunha nodded in understanding. He was well aware that he needed to keep learning and improving, rather than indulging in rewards and privileges. Zhao Xuanda continued. During your time at school, You will meet a wide variety of classmates who come from different places and have a variety of backgrounds and experiences. Interacting with them and exchanging experiences will also greatly benefit your growth. At the same time, you can also participate in the Academy's missions, exercising yourself while acquiring a large number of contribution points that can be used to exchange for the resources you need. There are many excellent Imperial Beastmasters here, and they will be your competitors as well as your partners. Ji Yunha listened to Zhao Xuanda's advice with anticipation in his heart. He couldn't wait to embark on the Academy's path of Imperial Beastmasters and move forward with the many aspirants. Lastly, I would like to remind you that no matter where you are, you must remain humble and respectful. And don't forget your starting point and original intention. Becoming an outstanding Imperial Beastmaster requires not only great strength, but also a firm heart and correct values. Zhao Xuanda looked at Ji Yunha and said with a smile, Ji Yunha, next, I will create a personalized cultivation plan for you to help you make more progress on your path as a Royal Beastmaster. First, we need to assess your current strength and skill level, and then determine your cultivation focus. Ji Yunha nodded in agreement, eager to grow faster and live up to Zhao Xuanda's expectations. Zhao Xiande continued, in your cultivation plan, the core elements include improving your control of the Imperial Beasts, strengthening the tacit understanding between the Imperial Beasts and you, as well as cultivating your battle strategy and tactical thinking. Ji Yunha listened attentively, knowing that these were all aspects that he had to work on improving. Zhao Xuanda picked up, at the same time, you also need to learn in depth about the ecology, attributes, and skills of the Imperial Beasts, which will help you better understand and harness them, Zhao Xuanda added. In addition, you also need to participate in some actual combat training and confrontations to experience the characteristics and weaknesses of different types of Imperial Beasts firsthand, which will help you utilize your Imperial Beasts more flexibly in actual combat. In the Academy's library, Ji Yunha invested a great deal of time and energy every day, checking out information on Imperial Beasts, attributes, skills, ecology, and other aspects. He carefully took notes and drew diagrams in an effort to grasp more knowledge. When night fell, he instead went to the location of the 10,000 blood pool and closely watched the absorption of the empty silkworm. The empty silkworm's genes and bloodline power were continuously rising, which caused Ji Yunha to be filled with anticipation. He knew that only when the silkworm of emptiness became stronger could it better cooperate with him in the future Imperial Beast battles. Half a month passed quickly, and Ji Yunha's study and cultivation progressed smoothly. He gradually gained a deeper understanding of the world of Imperial Beasts, and at the same time, he also noticed the presence of some other students within the Academy, some who studied as hard as he did, and others who focused more on actual combat training. After half a month, Ji Yunha realized that the bloodline and complement of the empty silkworm had stagnated, and there was no longer any noticeable progress. This made him feel a bit anxious, as he knew that the growth of the silkworm of air was crucial to his future development. Thus, he decided to look for other methods to continue complementing the innate deficiencies of the silkworm of emptiness. He recalled some of the rewards and privileges within the Academy that Zhao Xiande had once mentioned, which included contribution point rewards and some genius treasure rewards. Perhaps, these resources could help him resolve his current predicament. The next day, Ji Yunha headed to the Academy's contribution point exchange office, and after some thought, he decided to first use a portion of his contribution points to try and solve the problem of the empty silkworm. He hoped to find some special resources that could help the silkworm of emptiness resume its growth. At the exchange office, he communicated with the staff and explained his needs in detail. The staff told him that there was a special plant fruit called the Empty Spirit Crystal Fruit, which was said to have a strange complementary effect on space attribute Imperial Beasts. He learned that the Empyrean Crystal Fruit needed to be planted in a specific environment and required regular care. It was only after the fruit matured that it could be plucked and then used to replenish the bloodline and complement of the Imperial Beast. This did not sound easy. However, this fruit was so rare that almost no one had ever seen it within the Academy. After obtaining the Empyrean Crystal Fruit, Ji Yunha realized that this valuable resource was expensive, and the amount purchased using contribution points was far from enough. He understood that he needed more contribution points to continue growing and caring for the Empyrean Crystal Fruit to meet the needs of the empty silkworms. Thus, he went to the Academy's quest hall, a place frequented by new students where they could take on various quests to obtain contribution points and other rewards. Ji Yunha hoped to accumulate enough contribution points by completing the tasks in order to continue planting the Empyrean Crystal Fruit. The quest hall was crowded with people, and the release cards for various quests were placed on the wall, each with a detailed description of the quest, the content of the rewards, and the information of the releaser. Ji Yunha carefully browsed around, looking for a mission that suited him. Chapter 74 Joining the Team. In the quest hall, there was a tall girl with a ponytail. Ji Yunha went up to her and asked, "Sister, can you tell me how to take a quest?" Ji Yunha asked. He was ready to accumulate points through quests. the girl with a ponytail explained in a friendly manner. Of course you can. New students can browse through the various quests in the quest release area of the quest hall, and then choose a quest that matches their strengths and interests to take it. The rewards of the quests will vary depending on the difficulty and complexity of the quest. Ji Yunha nodded. He was interested in the mission cards in the mission release area and wanted to find a mission that suited him. The girl with a ponytail continued to explain. In addition, you can also choose to challenge a cadet whose ranking is higher than yours, and if you win, you can swap rankings with the other party. This is also a way to quickly raise your ranking. Hearing this proposal, Ji Yunha revealed a hint of excitement. He was determined to work hard to challenge cadets whose rankings were higher than his own, in a bid to raise his own ranking. Sister, thank you for your suggestion. I'll do my best to strive to be in the top 10 of the freshman ranking. Ji Yunha expressed his determination. The girl with a ponytail smiled and nodded. Go for it. The top 10 on the freshman list is quite competitive, but as long as you work hard, anything is possible. After getting information about the points and leaderboards in the hall, Ji Yunha's goal became clearer. He decided to strive to become one of the top 10 in the freshman leaderboards and receive additional rewards. Hearing that even the top 50 or even top 30 seniors on the leaderboards were coveting the chief status, Ji Yunha strengthened his resolve. Ji Yunha found a mission that appealed to him in the mission release area. A quest mission with a relatively short cycle but a generous reward of contribution points. However, the requirements of the quest were to work as a team, and Ji Yunha needed to join a team to complete the quest. He looked around for signs that other freshmen were also looking for teams. Soon, he noticed a girl with an unusual-looking temperament who was standing near the quest release area and seemed to be considering joining a team as well. Ji Yunha approached the girl and greeted her with a smile. Hello, I'm also looking for a team. Want to work together on this mission? The girl raised her head and looked at Ji Yunha, smiling and nodding. Sure, I'm also looking for a teammate. My name is Lin Xuecheng. How about you? My name is Ji Yunha. I'm glad to work with you. Lin Xuecheng. Ji Yunha replied politely. Lin Xuecheng smiled and said, we still need to find 2 more teammates to make a complete team. However, I'm sure it won't be too hard to find the right people. Ji Yunha nodded in agreement. Then together with Lin Xuecheng, they began to look for other freshmen who were interested in joining their team. Soon after, they managed to find 2 like-minded teammates. One was a tall boy called Chen Mingyang, and the other was a girl with a unique fashion style named Zhang Mingqi. The 4 formed a tight-knit team. Ji Yunha felt fortunate that their team seemed to have a very good understanding, and everyone's skills and specialties were able to complement each other. This gave him confidence in completing the mission. Lin Xuecheng led the team to the mission release area and picked up the details of the exploration mission, including the mission location, mission content and mission requirements. Alright, the mission has been picked up. Next we need to get ready and then head to the mission location to complete the mission, Lin Xuecheng said excitedly. When Ji Yunha and Lin Xuecheng joined the team, they soon met the team leader, a junior senior named Su Ming. Su Ming was a burly young man, tall and imposing, and at a glance, he knew that he was a very experienced Imperial Beast Master. The moment they met, Ji Yunha noticed that Su Ming's gaze did not fall on them, but instead turned directly to Lin Xuecheng, as if he had completely ignored Ji Yunha's existence. This lack of hospitality made Ji Yunha feel a little displeased, but he decided to remain calm. After all, this was a team mission that required cooperation. Before the mission began, Ji Yunha noticed that Su Ming, as the team's captain, seemed to hold some reservations about him as a freshman. Although she didn't obviously show it, Ji Yunha felt it keenly. When the team started discussing the details of the mission and the division of labor, Su Ming spoke more to communicate with the other 2 teammates, while listening to Ji Yunha's opinions. This made Ji Yunha feel a little awkward. He wanted to actively participate in the discussion, but didn't want to cause the captain to resent him. The other team members seemed to have sensed the situation as well, and they tried to balance the atmosphere within the team, but the atmosphere of the entire team was clearly a bit tense. With the team's preparations completed, they took off for Secret Realm number 4, a mysterious location located near the Federation Imperial Beast University. This secret realm was said to be rich in resources and imperial beasts, but it was also full of unknown dangers. Ji Yunha stood in the group, feeling the tense atmosphere of the journey ahead. He couldn't help but think about how to integrate in this team, strive to gain the recognition of his teammates, and make his own contribution in the mission. The entire team moved forward, entering the confines of the Secret Realm number 4. Tension and excitement intertwined in everyone's mind. Unknown adventures awaited them, and Ji Yunha was determined to show his strength and value. The team entered the range of the 4th Secret Realm, and a mysterious and shocking scene unfolded before their eyes. The entrance to the secret realm was a dense jungle, with tall trees shading the sky, and the sunlight could only spill onto the ground through the sparse foliage, creating mottled light and shadows. Ji Yunha walked while carefully observing the surroundings. The atmosphere in the jungle was full of mystery. with the chirping of birds and insects intertwined together, making people feel as if they were in another world. Su Ming, as the captain, led the way forward, with Lin Xueqing following behind him, while Ji Yunha was in the middle of the group. He felt isolated in the group. His teammates seemed to be more willing to interact with Lin Xueqing while ignoring him. He tried to strike up a conversation with his teammates, but the response he received was cold. Su Ming was clearly not happy with Ji Yunha's joining the team, while the other teammates did not show much friendliness either. This made Ji Yunha feel a bit awkward and uncomfortable, but he had no intention of backing down. As they went deeper into the jungle, the team began to encounter some signs of wild imperial beasts. Strange birds flew on the treetops, and strange bugs crawled on the tree trunks, making this jungle full of life and danger. Su Ming suddenly stopped in his tracks, signaling his teammates to stop as well. His gaze was fixed firmly ahead, as if he had sensed something. Lin Xueqing followed suit and gazed in that direction. Ji Yunha gazed ahead nervously, not knowing what kind of challenges would await them. Chapter 75. The team. Ji Yunha then quickly followed the group as well. Lin Xueqing's group was a team of roughly 6 or 7 people. After entering the jungle, they each summoned their own imperial beasts: iron shell porcupine, jungle wind wolf, two-headed demon turtle, 9-colored phantom butterfly. As for that Captain Su Ming's newborn, it was a frost vulture. That frost vulture hovered in the air, searching and hunting ferocious beasts extremely fast. Ji Yunha noticed each of the imperial beasts in the team, and they each displayed a powerful aura and special abilities. The iron shell porcupine was a huge imperial beast that stood about 2.5 meters tall. Its body was covered with a hard iron shell that took on a silver-gray color. This iron shell not only provided excellent defense, but was also able to be used as an attack weapon, crashing opponents to the ground. The iron shell porcupine's strength and endurance were outstanding, exuding solid defense all over its body. The jungle wind wolf was agile in speed. The two-headed demon turtle had a sturdy body and powerful attacking ability, and the 9-colored phantom butterfly danced in the air, seemingly possessing some sort of psychedelic seduction ability. Su Ming's frost vulture, on the other hand, was clearly an aerial hunter, specializing in finding and hunting ferocious beasts. Its speed shocked even Ji Yunha, and it seemed to be able to traverse the entire jungle in an instant. Ji Yunha felt that his role in this team was a bit awkward, as he had only summoned the Thunderwing Cloud Tiger. The other people in the team all had platinum-level imperial beasts, which caused Ji Yunha to feel some pressure. Even though his Thunderwing Cloud Tiger was considered powerful in the gold class, there was still a gap when compared to the platinum class royal beasts. In team battles, although Ji Yunha's Thunderwing Cloud Tiger tried its best, it still occasionally seemed to struggle. The other members of the team naturally relied on their platinum-grade imperial beasts, while Ji Yunha felt somewhat inadequate. Even though Ji Yunha's strength was much more than what a gold-ranked imperial beast could display, Su Ming did not know this. He only saw Ji Yunha's Thunderwing Cloud Tiger and thus remained aloof towards him. For Su Ming, gold-ranked imperial beastmasters weren't rare in this university, and there were a few platinum-ranked imperial beastmasters in the team he led, so he probably thought that Ji Yunha wasn't anything special. He thought that Ji Yunha was still a freshman, and only had one gold-level imperial beast to show for it. But in fact, Ji Yunha also had a peak gold-level Jadelin snake, whose real strength rivaled that of the platinum level, and a genuine platinum-level imperial beast, the Burning Flame Demon Wolf, which he just hadn't taken out. However, Ji Yunha was not in a hurry to show them his true strength, but was determined to change their views through his performance at the right time. He believed that as long as he continued to work hard, he would be able to prove his worth and gain the recognition of others. After Team Su Ming entered the fourth mysterious realm, they began their respective divisions of labor. Each member of the team utilized their specialties of the imperial beasts in order to deal with this unknown jungle challenge. The iron shell porcupine, as the most defensive imperial beast in the team, its main task was to take on the role of defense and baiting the enemy, standing in the front row, using its hard iron shell to attract the attention of the ferocious beasts, and then utilizing its strong physical resistance to withstand the attacks and protect its teammates from harm. If the iron shell porcupine is the tank of the team, then the jungle wind wolf is an assassin-type imperial beast that specializes in tracking and scouting. Its task was to detect the enemy's traces in the jungle and spot potential threats in advance so that the team could have enough time to prepare and evade them. Lin Xueqing's 9-colored phantom butterfly was a flying imperial beast that mainly provided aerial support and reconnaissance, overlooking the entire jungle and providing the team with important information, as well as using its enchanting light to disrupt the enemy. The two-headed devil turtle is an imperial beast covered in a hard turtle shell that appears dark green. Its most striking feature is that it has 2 heads that grow on each of its 2 necks. Each of these 2 heads wielded a different ability, one spewing flames and the other spraying frost. The two-headed demonic turtle's hard shell made it a spellcaster that did not fear face-to-face sneak attacks. Su Ming's frost vulture, on the other hand, was the strongest imperial beast in the entire team, assuming the role of controlling the entire field. It possessed snow-white feathers and a sharp beak, with broad wings that allowed it to glide and attack targets quickly in the air. The frost vulture's best feature is its ice ability, which allows it to eject an ice storm from its beak that freezes the target and inflicts severe damage. In the realm of flight, the frost vulture is a powerful tracker and hunter, often used for long-range attack and scouting missions, providing the team with strong air support and long-range freezing attack capabilities, making the team more diverse and flexible and able to meet a variety of challenges. The frost vulture's attacks had an extremely strong ice attribute, slowing down the enemy and causing them to fall into a frozen state. Su Ming's team's division of labor was very clear, and they overcame difficulties through the specialties and cooperation of their respective imperial beasts to ensure the team's smooth progress through the jungle. Even though Ji Yunha's Thunderwing Cloud Tiger was a gold-ranked royal beast, its speed and agility were outstanding. When the team encountered a ferocious beast or a target that needed to be quickly pursued, the Thunderwing Cloud Tiger would quickly strike, utilizing its flight and speed advantage to chase and target the enemy. This pursuit ability helped the team to quickly resolve potential threats. Although Ji Yunha's Thunderwing Cloud Tiger was not a platinum-grade imperial beast, it played a key role in scouting and pursuit, providing valuable support to the entire team. This also allowed his teammates to gradually recognize Ji Yunha's value in the team. Even Su Ming couldn't pick any thorns. Under Su Ming's command, they methodically traversed the jungle in search of the target in Secret Realm 4. Su Ming's Frost Vulture, on the other hand, hovered in the air, always on the alert for possible threats. The entire team displayed a high degree of tacit understanding and collaboration, with each member fully utilizing their sentinel beast's strengths as they worked their way forward. Chapter 76, Thunder Pond Canyon. With near-perfect teamwork, they quickly made their way to the edge of the forest. It looks like this should be the place. Su Ming looked at the dense thunderclouds over the forest in front of him and said to the few people behind him, "The Cloud Stream Canyon we're going to this time is in this direction." Ji Yunha and the others looked ahead and also nodded lightly. Thunder Pond Canyon, the main destination of the group's trip. Thunder Pond Canyon, located in the number 4 secret area of the Federal Imperial Beast University, was a mysterious and spectacular natural landscape. The name of the canyon originated from its special geography. Whenever thunderstorms descended, thunder rumbled in the sky, and lightning flashed frequently within the canyon, like a huge thunder pool. The canyon's topography is exceptionally peculiar, its main features being towering rock walls and treacherous peaks in various shapes, as if they were nature's masterpieces. Between these peaks are many narrow canyons that are intricate and full of opportunities for adventure. Most striking are the canyon's natural thunder streams and current waterfalls, which are formed by thunder and lightning and flow through the canyon, creating a spectacular view of thunder and lightning. Thunder Pond Canyon is also quite ecologically rich, inhabited by a variety of rare wildlife. Inside the canyon, you can find exotic plants and unique ferocious beasts, and most of them are lightning attributed. They have adapted to this environment full of electrical energy and display distinctive characteristics. The climate here is variable, with skies that clear and rain at times, but the most impressive are the thunderstorms. Thunder Pond Canyon is famous for its frequent lightning and thunderstorms, especially during the summer months. This climate poses a great challenge to explorers, but also attracts countless brave adventurers looking for opportunities and challenges. However, Thunderpool Canyon is not without its dangers. In addition to lightning and sudden climate changes, the canyon hides many unknown dangers, such as cliffs, rapids and the threat of wildlife. Therefore, people who came to explore the area had to be extra careful and well prepared. Ji Yunha and Su Ming's team stopped at the entrance of Thunder Pond Canyon, and they enjoyed the spectacular scenery of the canyon while discussing their next plan of action. Ji Yunha looked at the towering rock walls and felt the richness of the electrical energy in the air. The Thunderpool Canyon was a place full of challenges and opportunities, and he looked forward to making gains here, especially finding some resources that could replenish the Thunderwing Cloud Tiger. Su Ming, on the other hand, conducted a preliminary analysis of the canyon's geography, and he pointed out that the canyon might be hiding some valuable resources, but there were also some dangers. He proposed a preliminary exploration plan, intending to go deeper into the interior of the canyon first, searching for valuable resource spots and taking action when necessary. Lin Xueqing and the rest of the team listened to Su Ming's plan in silence. They were all experienced explorers and knew that they had to remain vigilant and work together as a team in such an environment. Although they had reservations about Ji Yunha's joining the team, they had to admit that one more person might increase their strength. Several imperial beasts also played an important role in the team's discussions. The Thunderwing Cloud Tiger's keen perception could help them discover the dangers hidden in the canyon, while the Jade Lin Snake and the Burning Flame Demon Wolf were backup forces that could provide support at critical moments. Although the scenery of the canyon was spectacular, the atmosphere seemed a bit tense. They decided to follow Su Ming's plan and cautiously embarked on the expedition to the canyon. Thunder Pond Canyon got its name from a unique landscape in the canyon, known as Thunder Pond by the local residents. The origin of the name can be traced back to a legend from hundreds of years ago. According to the legend, a brave beastmaster came to this canyon and witnessed an astonishing sight. Above a huge pool of water in the depths of the canyon, dark clouds and thunder and lightning gathered all year round, as if it was a natural thunder pool. The Thunder Pool Canyon was located in the eastern part of the federal continent, a place covered by thunder elemental energy. The canyon had rugged terrain and steep rock walls, as if it was a natural wall. The tall rock walls were covered with lime green mosses that seemed to be merging with each other and the energy of lightning. When the sun rises, these mosses flicker with a faint electric light, giving the whole canyon a mysterious and spectacular appearance. The canyon had a dense jungle with trees that thrived, but unlike ordinary jungles, all of these trees seemed to be endowed with special powers by the lightning element. Their trunks flickered with faint electric light all year round, and the leaves of the trees gathered lightning elements, forming a special energy field. The ground within the canyon was also filled with traces of the thunder element. The ground was scattered with strange stones that were bathed in lightning. Their surfaces were smooth like jade, but when touched, one could feel a faint electric current. There were many small streams and waterfalls within the canyon, and the water flow was also filled with the thunder element, emitting a slight electric light. Most striking is the landscape of the thunder pool deep in the canyon. Dark clouds often gather above that huge pool of water, and lightning flashes frequently, as if it were a lightning show in nature. This place was considered to be the gathering place of the thunder element, as well as a coveted destination for thunder imperial beast masters, as legend had it that the depths of the thunder pool might hide rich resources of the thunder element. The entire environment of the Thunder Pool Canyon was both spectacular and mysterious, and the presence of the thunder element gave this place a unique energy that attracted thunder imperial beast masters from all over the world to explore its mysteries. When Ji Yunha's group entered the Thunder Pool Canyon, the Thunder-Wing Cloud Tiger seemed to sense an energy that corresponded to it. Its body became more active in this environment filled with thunder elements, and its fur flickered with faint electric light, as if it had become one with the surrounding lightning. The Thunder-Wing Cloud Tiger felt very comfortable, and it seemed to have found a marvelous resonance here. It frolicked happily, occasionally pouncing on the lightning elements around it as if it was getting close to them. This environment seemed to make it feel incomparably happy, and its eyes revealed a sense of fulfillment and joy. Ji Yunha could also sense the changes in the Thunder-Wing Cloud Tiger, and he knew that this was a special place for his imperial beast. He decided to take this opportunity to allow the Thunder-Wing Cloud Tiger to better absorb the energy of the thunder element in order to enhance its strength. Unlike the Thunder-Wing Cloud Tiger, the other people's imperial beasts did not feel as comfortable within the Thunderpool Canyon. Although they were all platinum-level imperial beasts with great strength, the thunder element here was still a challenge for them. The iron shell porcupine attempted to move through the Thunder Pool Canyon, but its body would be shaken from time to time by the blasts of lightning, and it clearly felt some discomfort. Nonetheless, it still moved forward tenaciously, trying to adapt to the environment. The jungle wind wolf and the two-headed demon turtle were also adapting to the lightning environment of the Thunder Pool Canyon. Their fur and shell armor emitted a faint electric light, clearly adjusting themselves to mitigate the effects of the lightning. The frost vulture, as Captain Su Ming's imperial beast, showed even greater adaptability. It soared through the Thunderpool Canyon, exuding a cold aura from time to time, as if it was attempting to form a balance with the element of lightning. Even though the other imperial beasts felt some discomfort, as powerful platinum-grade imperial beasts, they were able to carry it. Just kidding, even if they couldn't carry it, they had to pretend to carry it. Chapter 77, Very Weird. The environment within the Thunder Pool Canyon began to become more and more treacherous. Ji Yunha and Su Ming's team and their group encountered the inhabitants of this dangerous environment, ferocious beasts, shortly afterward. The first to appear was a tall-bodied thunder lion tiger. This ferocious beast's body was even taller than the Thunder-Wing Cloud Tiger, and its fur shone with a deep electric blue light. Its eyes flashed like thunder and lightning, clearly a ferocious beast full of power. The roar of the Thunder-Wing Lion Tiger was deafening, and it lunged towards Ji Yunha's group with might. Su Ming immediately gave the order, and his frost vulture rushed towards the Thunder Lion Tiger in a fierce battle. The cold aura of the frost vulture intertwined with the electric light of the Thunder Lion Tiger, erupting into a series of flickering sparks. The two fought fiercely against each other in the air in a spectacular and dangerous scene. At the same time, the other team members responded quickly. The iron shell porcupine blocked in front of an electric flame berserker lion, using its hard iron skin to fend off the berserker lion's attack. The jungle wind wolf and the two-headed demon turtle then cooperated against a giant thunder snake, their tacit cooperation in great strength allowing them to fight against the thunder snake. Ji Yunha, on the other hand, gazed at the scene in front of him. The ferocious beasts within the Thunder Pool Canyon were all powerful and dangerous, although his Thunder-Wing Cloud Tiger was also nervously preparing for battle. Even though Su Ming and the others' platinum-grade Imperial Beasts had shown the ability to cope with the ferocious beasts within the Thunder Pool Canyon, it was inevitable that their Imperial Beasts felt some fatigue and dissatisfaction. Between battles, their Imperial Beasts let out low mutterings that seemed to be complaining about this mission. These guys are really unconscionable. A bunch of ferocious beasts. How can they have so much time and energy to deal with them? Su Ming's frost vulture let out a disgruntled cry while swinging its wings, flinging a thunder wolf into the distance. The jungle wind wolf and the other Imperial Beasts were not shy either, roaring as they charged at an electric flame berserker lion. But its eyes also revealed exhaustion and complaints. The other team members' Imperial Beasts also made grumbling noises as they felt the pressure and exhaustion, and were less than satisfied with this mission. Meanwhile, Ji Yunha's Thunderwing Cloud Tiger had maintained its composure. As it fought the ferocious beasts, it nimbly dodged the attacks, occasionally displaying its powerful lightning power to repel the ferocious beasts. Ji Yunha also remained calm as he commanded the Thunderwing Cloud Tiger to fight in concert with the other Imperial Beasts. Although the task was full of challenges, Ji Yunha never showed any complaints or anxiety. The reason why Ji Yunha didn't complain was because he saw another side of opportunity in this mission. The ferocious beasts within the Thunder Pool Canyon were not only a threat, but also a valuable resource at the same time. The genes of the Thunder Attribute Fierce Beasts were vital to the growth of the Thunderwing Cloud Tiger, and this was an opportunity that Ji Yunha had planned for a long time. During the battle, Ji Yunha's Thunderwing Cloud Tiger was not only protecting the team members, it was also inadvertently ingesting the genes of the ferocious beasts. Every time the Thunderwing Cloud Tiger's attack was accompanied by weak lightning energy, which seeped into the bodies of the ferocious beasts, allowing their genes to gradually integrate into the Thunderwing Cloud Tiger's body. However, Ji Yunha did not completely ingest the genes of these ferocious beasts, but skillfully mastered the proportion of ingestion. He understood that if he let his teammates discover his behavior, it might cause unnecessary trouble, so he maintained a high level of vigilance. Whenever he sensed that the Thunderwing Cloud Tiger needed more energy to upgrade, he would utilize the opportunity to ingest more genes. This way was able to upgrade the Thunderwing Cloud Tiger's strength without arousing suspicion. Ji Yunha knew that as long as he wasn't overly greedy, he could accumulate enough resources without being noticed. As time passed, Ji Yunha's caution did not completely avoid the suspicion of his teammates. Even though he tried his best to hide his ingesting behavior, there were still some attentive teammates who began to notice unusual signs. One day, when the team killed a ferocious beast, they accidentally jerked their hands and ingested a bit more genes. The corpse of this ferocious beast quickly became desiccated, its bones clearly visible and devoid of flesh and blood, which caused the team to begin to wonder if there was some sort of bizarre phenomenon in this place. Captain Su Ming furrowed his brows as he sensed that something was amiss. The other teammates also began to murmur, speculating whether this Thunder Pool Canyon was hiding some sort of strange power. One of the team members even raised the question of whether they should leave this place so that something untoward wouldn't happen. Ji Yunha secretly breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that his actions had aroused suspicion. But fortunately, his teammates did not point the finger of suspicion at him. Instead, they were more inclined to think that some sort of mysterious power did exist here. In order not to arouse more suspicion, Ji Yunha decided to continue to keep a low profile. He would be more careful and try to minimize the frequency of ingesting ferocious beast genes so that he wouldn't be discovered by his teammates. At the same time, he also put more energy into teamwork, actively cooperating with his teammates to defeat the ferocious beasts. During one of the breaks in Thunder Pond Canyon, the fear of his teammates began to show. They gathered together, talking in low voices with expressions of anxiety and doubt on their faces. Su Ming, as the team leader, was the first to speak. "Everyone, have you noticed that the corpses of the ferocious beasts here are strangely unworkable? The previous ferocious beasts, even if we hadn't taken them away, wouldn't have become like this in such a short period of time." A member of the team nodded in agreement. "Yeah, I also find it strange. Is there some kind of unknown force at work here?" Another team member added. "And this Thunder Pond Canyon, we have heard some legends about it. Some say that this place used to be an important gathering place for the Thunder Elementals, and that there might be some ancient power that still exists." The atmosphere in the team gradually grew tense, and some team members began to discuss whether or not they should evacuate immediately. A female team member worriedly said, "If there really is some sort of danger here, wouldn't it be too risky for us to remain here?" This conversation made the team's tension even more pronounced, and everyone began to consider whether or not they should leave Thunder Pond Canyon to avoid suffering any mishaps. Even though Ji Yunha knew that his behavior had aroused suspicion, he tried to remain silent, unwilling to draw more attention to himself. Ji Yunha couldn't help but feel amused in his heart as he listened to his teammates' speculations. He knew that his teammates' fear and worry was caused by his behavior, but at the same time, he also understood that the bizarre power they were speculating about did not exist. The strange phenomenon in the Thunder Pool Canyon was entirely caused by the fact that he was utilizing this opportunity to secretly ingest the genes of the ferocious beasts. Despite having some sense of humor in his heart, Ji Yunha did not show it, but maintained a serious expression. He said to his teammates, "Don't worry, everyone, the situation here could just be a coincidence. Perhaps it's the thunder elemental environment that caused the corpses of the ferocious beasts to change faster. We don't have to be overly nervous. We came here to accomplish our mission, so don't let speculation affect our process." Ji Yunha's words did not gain the approval of his teammates, who were still uneasy about the strange phenomenon in Thunder Pool Canyon. One of the team members said, "Ji Yunha, you say it lightly, but we don't dare take these things lightly. This place is too unusual for us to understand." Another member of the team added, "That's right, the environment and ferocious beasts in Thunder Pond Canyon are very strange. We'd better be careful." Ji Yunha no longer insisted and could only nod his head in understanding. After all, they were all here for the mission and were unwilling to affect the atmosphere of the entire team because of their own explanations. Chapter 78, The Thunder Underworld Serpent of Death. The group continued on in the Thunder Pond Canyon and soon came to an unusually bizarre place. They discovered a huge snake nest, which actually had the corpse of a huge thunder Stygian snake lying in it, having died for a long time. The Thunder Underworld Serpent was an extremely powerful lightning attribute beast, usually one of the overlords in the Thunder Pool Canyon, but at this moment, it had already fallen, with a huge body that had already begun to rot, emitting an unpleasant putrid odor. Ji Yunha and the others could not help but be dumbfounded as the cause of death of this Thunder Underworld Serpent seemed bizarre. The Thunder Underworld Snake's huge body was lying in the snake's nest, and its appearance was exceptionally striking. The following is a detailed description of the Thunder Underworld Snake. The Thunder Stygian snake was about 15 meters long, and the texture of its massive and muscular body was clearly visible. Its scales were dark purple in color and emitted a bizarre black light that seemed to attract the surrounding thunder element. These scales were as hard as iron, covering the body and forming a powerful defense. The Thunder Stygian snake's head was triangular in shape, its scales covered with lightning patterns, and its two scarlet eyes flashed with a ferocious light. Despite being dead, the Thunder Underworld Serpent's body was still filled with majesty. Its huge mouth was open, revealing sharp fangs with venom lingering between them. There was a strong odor of decay around the body, which had obviously been dead for quite some time. The Thunder Stygian Serpent had no obvious trauma on its body, which made the members of the team even more confused. Its scales were intact and showed no signs of being torn or cut. This made its death even more mysterious and unbelievable. Su Ming, the team leader of Team Su Ming, frowned and said, "This Thunder Stygian snake was clearly killed by a lightning strike, but there are no traces of lightning here. This is too strange." Lin Xueqing also expressed her misgivings. Moreover, it doesn't have any external injuries on its body, so it shouldn't have been killed by another ferocious beast. Ji Yunha was also thinking about it, and he couldn't help but speculate whether this Thunder Underworld snake had also been affected by the strange phenomenon of the Thunder Pool Canyon. He secretly observed for a while and realized that a faint thunder elemental aura was emanating around the Thunder Underworld Serpent's corpse, echoing the environment of the Thunder Pool Canyon. The other members of Su Ming's team also began to feel uneasy as the situation here was becoming more and more unusual, seemingly hiding some unknown danger. They decided not to linger in this bizarre place and continued on their way, but their inner fear of Thunder Pool Canyon was growing subconsciously. Ji Yunha, on the other hand, was secretly wary in his heart. The secrets of Thunder Pond Canyon seemed to be even more complicated and mysterious than they had imagined. He decided to be more careful, in order to complete the mission, but also to protect himself and the Thunder Wing Cloud Tiger. Ji Yunha took advantage of his teammates leaving far away, found a secluded place and decided to take action. He looked around to make sure no one was nearby, then carefully pulled the Thunder Stygian snake's corpse aside. He took a deep breath and gazed at the body of the Thunder Stygian serpent with a mixture of anticipation and nervousness. This was an important opportunity that could provide great help to his path as a royal beast master. He knew that he had to act cautiously in order to make the most of this opportunity. Ji Yunha first moved the body of the Thunder Underworld serpent carefully so that it was in a more maneuverable position. Then, he took out a special scalpel, the blade of which flashed with a cold light and looked very sharp. He gently slashed open the scales of the Thunder Underworld snake, revealing the tissues underneath the muscles. His technique was so skillful that not only did he not damage the corpse, but he was also able to accurately obtain the desired tissue. As he maneuvered, he focused on how to apply these genes to his imperial beast. Beads of sweat gradually soaked his forehead, but he did not stop. He knew that this was an opportunity that could not be missed, and there must not be any mistakes. Ji Yunha's hands danced over the Thunder Underworld serpent's corpse, as if he was conversing with this great ferocious beast and gaining its approval. When he finally finished extracting the genes, then, He rearranged the Thunder Underworld Serpent's corpse and left it where it was so as not to arouse the suspicion of his teammates. After Ji Yunha hurried back to the team, Su Ming's face showed his dissatisfaction. He glared at Ji Yunha and said coldly, "Ji Yunha, you suddenly left the team just now. This behavior is not allowed. We are a team and need to cooperate with each other. Your departure may jeopardize our safety." Ji Yunha's face changed slightly. He knew that Su Ming had the right to criticize him, but he also didn't want to expose his actions just now. He forced himself not to show any nervousness and responded firmly, "I'm sorry, Captain. I did leave the team somewhat abruptly, but I encountered some problems that I need to solve alone. I will endeavor to make up for my transgressions and promise not to act alone again." Su Ming snorted coldly, still expressing his dissatisfaction with Ji Yunha's explanation, but he also knew that it was not advisable to delay any longer at this point. He warned, "Ji Yunha, the next time this happens, the consequences won't be so easy. Keep moving forward now. We've already wasted enough time." Ji Yunha nodded and did not say anything more. He understood that he had to be careful and stop arousing the suspicion of his teammates. Although he had successfully extracted the Thunder Underworld Serpent's genes, the secret had to be kept airtight, at least until he found the right time to use it. As the cacophony of thunder sounded, Ji Yunha and his teammates hurriedly stopped their forward steps. The thunderclouds in the Thunder Pond Canyon seemed to have become even more violent, with lightning bolts continuously streaking across the sky, emitting ear-piercing crackling sounds. This abnormal thunderstorm struck them as unusual, and at the same time, it caused them to be wary. Su Ming frowned and looked around, trying to find the source of the abnormality. He said, "This thunderstorm is not normal. We must be careful. There may be ferocious beasts or other dangers present. Everyone must remain vigilant and follow me closely." Chapter 79, Thunder Armored Crocodile and Electric Lightning Spirit Magpie. The team nodded their heads in agreement and followed closely behind Su Ming. The sound of thunder rose and fell, making people feel oppressed and uneasy. A nervousness also rose in Ji Yunha's heart, knowing that the situation in front of him might be even more dangerous, but he didn't show it and tried to remain calm. As they went deeper into the depths of the Thunder Pool Canyon, the thunder and lightning became more and more violent, as if the entire canyon was caught in a thunderstorm. This unusual weather was hard to ignore, causing them to look around vigilantly for possible threats. Suddenly, a huge bolt of lightning cut through the sky, illuminating the scene ahead. Under the illumination of the electric light, they saw a huge black shadow that was rapidly approaching towards them. Su Ming immediately shouted out in alertness, "Prepare for battle." Above the thunderclouds, it was two amethyst-grade ferocious beasts engaged in a fierce battle in the depths of the Thunderpool Canyon. They were both lightning-attributed creatures, so they seemed to have become even more powerful and energized during this thunderstorm. A huge thunder armor crocodile had skin covered with deep purple crystal scales that shone like diamonds. Its body was strong and agile, its limbs flexed powerfully, and its huge sharp claws arced in the air, emitting a strong thunderbolt. The eyes of the thunder armor crocodile flashed with a cunning light, as if it was an overlord, dominating this territory. The other ferocious beast was an electric lightning spirit magpie, which was relatively small but equally powerful. Its feathers took on a deep purple color and were interspersed with lightning patterns, each feather emitting electric current. The electric lightning spirit magpie soared with its wings spread out like a bolt of lightning cutting through the sky, extremely fast. Its long beak was exceptionally sharp, able to easily tear the skin of the thunder armor crocodile. The fight between the two ferocious beasts was filled with lightning and sparks. The thunder-armored crocodile's sharp claws violently struck the electric lightning spirit magpie's body, triggering a strong explosion of thunder. The electric lightning spirit magpie, on the other hand, was not to be outdone, and responded with rapid lightning attacks in an attempt to catch the thunder armor crocodile's weaknesses. Their battle was filled with high-energy clashes, each collision accompanied by explosions of lightning and sparks. The environment of the Thunder Pond Canyon was also affected as the thunder was deafening and lightning cut through the sky, filling the entire canyon with an atmosphere of tension and danger. Ji Yunha and his teammates were captivated by this fierce battle between the ferocious beasts and watched with unblinking eyes. It was a spectacular battle and also a valuable opportunity, as they had the chance to obtain the genes of these two ferocious beasts and use them to enhance their own imperial beast strength. However, they also understood the danger of this battle, and if they were accidentally involved, the consequences would be unimaginable. The thunder armor crocodile, about 5 meters in length, was covered in scales that were as hard as armor. These scales were dark purple in color, flashing with faint electric light. It had a wide head with sharp horny protrusions on its muzzle, perfect for tearing prey. The tail is broad and strong, and is used for swimming swiftly through the water. The limbs are short and sturdy, with the toes ending in sharp claws that make it easy to grab prey. The electric lightning magpie, relatively small, is about a meter long. Its feathers were a deep purple color, like the dark night sky, but each feather was covered with faint electric light accents. The electric lightning spirit magpie's wings were broad, and its feathers were thin and transparent, emitting faint electrical energy. Its beak was thin and sharp, capable of easily capturing insects in flight. These two ferocious beasts displayed their unique characteristics and abilities during their fight within the Thunder Pool Canyon, making their battle even more compelling. The Thunder Armor Crocodile's hard scales and powerful bite made it a formidable carnivorous hunter, while the electric lightning spirit magpie displayed excellent long-range combat abilities with its agile flight and electrical energy attacks. These two ferocious beasts jockeyed against each other in battle, and the flashes of electricity and thunderous sounds echoed through the canyon, forming a spectacular battle scene. Su Ming and his group felt great shock and fear in front of the intense fight between the thunder-armored crocodile and the electric lightning spirit magpie. They had originally thought that they were already the top existences within the Thunder Pond Canyon, but at this moment, facing two amethyst-grade ferocious beasts, they truly felt what it meant to be powerful. Su Ming's face was blue, and his frost vulture also looked a bit rattled. After all, within the Thunder Pool Canyon, these two ferocious beasts were also one of the top existences. The other members of the team could not help but take a few steps back as well. Their imperial beasts also felt this powerful oppressive force from the amethyst-class fierce beasts and appeared less stable. Ji Yun-ha, on the other hand, appeared relatively calm, and his Thunderwing Cloud Tiger did not show too much fear. On the contrary, the Thunderwing Cloud Tiger's eyes flickered with a hint of curiosity, seemingly interested in this battle between the ferocious beasts. He knew that his imperial beast would be able to acquire more opportunities to draw in more thunder attribute genes here. However, the shock and fear of Su Ming's group didn't last long as they suddenly realized that the two fierce beasts didn't seem to be focusing their attention entirely on them, but rather, they were engaged in a brutal and fierce battle between each other. This gave them a moment of respite, but at the same time, it also made them more vigilant and understand the danger and unpredictability of the Thunder Pool Canyon. In the midst of the fierce battle between the Thunder Armor Crocodile and the Electric Lightning Spirit Magpie, Su Ming and his group began to speculate on the reason for the battle between the two ferocious beasts. They noticed that the atmosphere within the Thunder Pond Canyon was becoming more and more tense, with thunderclouds rolling over and arcs of electricity traversing through the air, as if the power of nature was building up to an extreme. Lin Xueqing suddenly warned, "This is a once-in-a-century thunder pool." Her voice had just fallen when an intense thunderbolt descended from the sky and struck a huge rock not far away, turning it into pieces. The faces of the team members changed as they understood what the appearance of the Thunder Pool meant. The Thunder Pool is one of the cores of the fourth mysterious realm, appearing only once every 100 years, attracting all the lightning attribute creatures to come and compete for the lightning elements within. Su Ming explained. Ji Yunha nodded. The appearance of the Thunder Pool would indeed attract all sorts of thunder attribute fierce beasts as the thunder element was a crucial resource for them. This also explained why the Thunder Pool Canyon would become exceptionally dangerous for some time. Suddenly, the Electric Lightning Spirit Magpie let out a sharp chirp before flying in the direction of the Thunder Pool. The Thunder Armor Crocodiles were in hot pursuit, as if they had sensed the richness of the thunder element contained in the Thunder Pool, and would fight for this precious resource at all costs. Su Ming shouted, "Let's go quickly as well. The thunder element in the Thunder Pool is also a huge boost for our Imperial beasts." He took the lead in rushing in the direction of the Thunder Pool, with the rest of the team following closely behind. Lin Xueqing excitedly gripped the weapon in her hand, and the Thunderwing Cloud Tiger leaped forward at Ji Yunha's summons. Chapter 80, Thunder Giant Rhinoceros. As they traveled forward, they could see other ferocious beasts and Imperial beasts fighting for the rights to the Thunder Pool from time to time. The presence of the Thunder Elemental caused these creatures to go crazy, and the clashes between them became exceptionally intense, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. Su Ming suddenly stopped and gazed ahead. The crowd followed his gaze, only to see that the location of the Thunder Pool was no longer far away, but there was a huge thunder attribute fierce beast in front of them, which stood in the center of the road like a mountain, seemingly guarding the Thunder Pool. This ferocious beast was a Thunder Giant Rhinoceros. Its entire body was covered in thick thunder armor, and its two horns were as hard as hammers. Its eyes were fierce, as if it was warning all creatures that dared to approach the Thunder Pool. Su Ming's face was grave. He knew that the Thunder Giant Rhinoceros was an extremely powerful amethyst-grade beast, and it would be difficult to defeat it with their current strength alone. However, the Thunder Pool was right behind it, and for them, there was no way back now. Ji Yunha quietly observed the Thunder Rhinoceros, and his Thunderwing Cloud Tiger was undaunted. At this moment, he decided to take a risky attempt. He took a deep breath and summoned his other two Imperial beasts. Ji Yunha decided to take a risky attempt as he faced the Thunder Giant Rhinoceros in the Thunder Pond Canyon. He took a deep breath and channeled the power of the Thunderwing Cloud Tiger to its limit before letting out a low growl. The Thunderwing Cloud Tiger's body began to emit a dazzling light of thunder as its wings spread out violently and flew towards the Thunder Giant Rhinoceros. In the air, the Thunderwing Cloud Tiger's body quickly grew larger, transforming into a huge thunderwing giant tiger, its powerful aura pressing towards the thunder giant rhinoceros. The other team members looked at this scene in surprise, and Su Ming could not help but reveal a look of astonishment. They hadn't expected Ji Yunha's thunderwing cloud tiger to be so powerful. It was a huge, fire-red wolf-shaped imperial beast, flames burning around its body, creating a dazzling firelight. Its eyes were blazing and sharp, emanating a majestic aura. A satisfied smile appeared on Ji Yunha's face as this imperial beast was none other than his burning flame demon wolf. He summoned this platinum-grade burning flame demon wolf from the imperial beast space, and in order to compete for the thunder element in the thunder pool, he had to display his strongest power. The burning flame demon wolf descended into the thunder pool canyon, its body tall and majestic, flames tumbling across the surface of its body, opposing the thunderwing giant tiger. Their auras met in the air like a duel between lightning and flame. The other team members stared in disbelief as they stared at these two platinum-grade imperial beasts. Su Ming, on the other hand, revealed an expression of disbelief. He didn't expect Ji Yunha to actually have such a powerful imperial beast. Ji Yunha, you're still hiding this imperial beast? Su Ming felt a little stunned. Ji Yunha smiled and nodded. He knew that there was no time to explain now. He had to decide on their next move as soon as possible. The thunderwing cloud tiger was about 2 meters long, and its body was covered in short, soft silver-white fur, making it appear very agile. The most striking feature was its back, where 2 pairs of curved lightning wings grew, showing streaks of dark blue and silver. These lightning wings not only allowed the thunderwing cloud tiger to be very fast when flying through the air, but also granted it a powerful lightning attack ability. The burning flame demon wolf was large and furry, its entire body covered in crimson flame fur, making it feel as if its entire body was on fire. The most striking feature was its eyes, which gleamed and its pupils burned like flames, exuding a majestic aura. The burning flame demon wolf's flame attribute attack was extremely powerful, capable of melting metal with ease. The thunderwing giant tiger and burning flame demon wolf appeared together, causing the thunder rhinoceros to feel a great threat. It hissed angrily and its body was like a bolt of lightning as it raced in the direction of the thunder pool. At the same time, the electric lightning spirit magpie and the other ferocious beasts in the thunder pool also attacked. Ji Yunha calmly commanded the thunderwing giant tiger and the burning flame demon wolf to fight to the death against the thunder rhinoceros. Lightning and flames intertwined and erupted within the thunder pool canyon, creating a spectacular battle scene. The other team members also joined the battle, and although their imperial beasts weren't as powerful as Ji Yunha's thunderwing giant tiger and burning flame demon wolf, they also displayed strong combat power. For a time, the battle within the thunder pool canyon was blazing, with thunder light movies and flames flying. The atmosphere was unusually tense and intense. Inside the Thunder Pond Canyon, the thunder giant rhinoceros was huge and mighty. Its body was as tall as a mountain, and its entire body was covered in hardened thunder armor. The thunder armor flickered with amethyst-colored light, emitting a strong electrical aura. Huge horns extended out from its forehead, curved and sharp, seemingly able to easily pierce through rocks. The eyes of the thunder giant rhinoceros gleamed as it glared at Ji Yunha's group, its gaze revealing threat and hostility. Its limbs were strong and powerful, and each step could trigger an earthquake-like vibration. Intimidating, powerful lightning elements surrounded the thunder giant rhinoceros, as if an electric armor, making it immune to the lightning attacks in the thunder pool. Its tail was long and powerful, like an iron rod that could easily shatter rocks. Ji Yunha and his group couldn't help but feel a pressure surge in their hearts as they faced the thunder giant rhinoceros. This was an amethyst-grade beast, so powerful that it was shocking and should not be underestimated. Su Ming was the first to strike, his frost vulture flapping its wings and releasing a wind of frost, freezing one of the thunder rhinoceros' front legs. The other members of the team also launched their attacks. The iron shell porcupine slammed into the thunder rhinoceros with its hard shell, and the jungle wind wolf and 9-colored phantom butterfly also exerted their maximum firepower. Ji Yunha, on the other hand, summoned the thunderwing giant tiger and the burning flame demon wolf, which combined their efforts to unleash a powerful attack. The thunderwing giant tiger leapt into the air and lunged towards the thunder rhinoceros head, while the burning flame demon wolf unleashed a blazing flame attack. The thunder giant rhinoceros let out an earth-shattering hiss. Its body was incredibly powerful and resisted the attacks of the crowd before stabbing at the burning flame demon wolf with its huge horn. The burning flame demon wolf dodged away alertly, but the giant rhinoceros attack still delivered a strong impact. The battle was exceptionally intense as the Thunder Pond Canyon's thunder giant rhinoceros and Ji Yunha's group engaged in a fierce life and death struggle. It was a battle of strength and intelligence, with every member of the team attacking with all their might in the hopes of subduing this amethyst-grade beast. Inside the Thunder Pond Canyon, the crowd of imperial beasts engaged in a fierce battle. The thunder rhinoceros was huge and strong, and it constantly countered the attacks of the crowd with its hard horns and powerful forelimbs. The frost vulture continuously released frost attacks in the air in an attempt to freeze the thunder rhinoceros's thunder armor. but the thunder rhinoceros's body temperature was abnormally low, and the effect of the frost was limited. The iron shell porcupine, on the other hand, used its hard body to block the thunder giant rhinoceros and continuously used its sharp tusks to bite into its legs in an attempt to create pain. The jungle wind wolf and the 9-colored phantom butterfly then worked in tandem, launching attacks one after the other in an attempt to distract the giant rhinoceros. Chapter 81 Thunder Rhinoceros. Pawn. Ji-Yunha's Thunderwing Giant Tiger and Burning Flame Demon Wolf, on the other hand, displayed excellent combat coordination. The Thunderwing Giant Tiger constantly danced in the air, releasing lightning attacks to direct the Thunder Rhinoceros' attention while its lightning speed made it elusive. The Burning Flame Demon Wolf, on the other hand, spewed blazing flames on the ground, forming a sea of fire and trapping the Thunder Rhinoceros. The pace of the battle was exceptionally tense, with each imperial beast attacking and defending as best they could. The Thunder Giant Rhinoceros hissed and continuously swung its enormous horns in an attempt to repel the enemy, but the crowd was so well coordinated that it was difficult to be shaken. Ji-Yunha's Thunderwing Giant Tiger and Burning Flame Demon Wolf, on the other hand, worked in exquisite synergy, constantly executing a combination of lightning and flame attacks in an attempt to defeat the Thunder Rhinoceros. The Burning Flame Demon Wolf's flame attacks burned the Thunder Giant Rhinoceros's thunder armor, while the Thunder-Winged Giant Tiger's lightning attacks directly hit the Giant Rhinoceros's vital areas. The Thunder Giant Rhinoceros let out a hiss as cracks began to appear in its body, its thunder armor shattering and electricity splashing everywhere. Seeing this, the crowd realized that victory was in sight and continued to perform their attacks. The Thunder Giant Rhinoceros was indeed not an easy enemy to deal with, and while the 6 Imperial Beasts joining forces were certainly powerful, fighting against an amethyst-grade ferocious beast was always an extremely challenging task. The pressure and danger within the Thunder Pond Canyon had been increasing, and the hearts of the crowd were filled with tension. Under the fierce counterattacks of the Thunder Giant Rhinoceros, the crowd's Imperial Beasts also began to show fatigue. The horns of the Thunder Rhinoceros kept swinging, emitting ear-piercing sounds, and each impact caused the crowd's Imperial Beasts to keep retreating. Although the Frost Vulture's frost attacks could slow down the Thunder Rhinoceros, it was still difficult to cause substantial damage. Ji-Yunha's Thunderwing Giant Tiger and Burning Flame Demon Wolf, on the other hand, continued to fight in tandem, trying to create opportunities. The Thunderwing Giant Tiger danced in the air, guiding the Thunder Rhinoceros with high-speed lightning attacks, while the Burning Flame Demon Wolf continued to unleash flaming attacks in an attempt to burn the Thunder Rhinoceros's thunder armor. The battle entered a stalemate as lightning and flames intertwined within the Thunderpool Canyon in an exceptionally spectacular scene. Su Ming's Frost Vulture was constantly circling in the air, trying to find the best time to attack. The other members of the team were also cooperating fully, trying their best to weaken the Thunder Giant Rhinoceros combat power. Ji-Yunha's gaze landed on the thunder pool behind him, and he began to seriously think about how to utilize this thunder pool to deal with the situation at hand. The thunder pool was the source of the Thunder Pool Canyon's name, and it gave off powerful thunder attribute energy that could be the source of the Thunder Giant Rhinoceros power. During the intense battle, Ji-Yunha observed that every time the Thunder Giant Rhinoceros unleashed a powerful attack, it would draw lightning energy from the thunder pool and then release it. This made Ji-Yunha think of a possible countermeasure. He walked towards the edge of the thunder pool and cautiously reached out to try and feel the lightning energy within. When he touched the surface of the thunder pool, an intense surge of lightning energy flooded into his body, causing him to feel a shock. The lightning energy contained in this thunder pool is very dense. If I can master it, it might help us defeat the Thunder Rhinoceros. A bold plan arose in Ji-Yunha's mind. He began to concentrate on trying to establish a connection with the lightning energy in the thunder pool. This was not an easy task, as the thunder energy in the thunder pool was extremely powerful and could be reversed if one was not careful. However, Ji-Yunha didn't give up easily as he took a deep breath and the Imperial Beast power of his entire body began to operate in an attempt to stabilize the connection with the thunder pool. Gradually, Ji-Yunha felt the connection between himself and the thunder pool becoming more and more stable, and he was able to feel the lightning energy flowing through his body. This allowed his physique to gradually strengthen, while also providing him with more energy reserves. This might be the key to turning the situation around. An ear-piercing thunderclap rang out, and the electricity on the Thunder Rhinoceros instantly erupted, arcs of electricity spreading across the surface of its body, electricity splattering in all directions as it howled in agony. Ji-Yunha did not attempt to directly defeat the amethyst-grade Thunder Giant Rhinoceros, as he knew that it was an almost impossible task. Instead, he tried to weaken the Thunder Giant Rhinoceros energy depletion through a clever strategy. When the Thunder Rhinoceros noticed Ji-Yunha, it angrily charged towards him. However, instead of rushing to confront it, Ji-Yunha quickly retreated to the side, luring the Thunder Rhinoceros to chase after him. At the same time, he skillfully utilized the lightning energy in the thunder pool to channel some of the electrical energy to the Thunder Rhinoceros body. When the thunder rhinoceros felt its energy depleted and its body began to weaken, Ji Yunha immediately sensed that the time had come. He quickly sent out a signal, signaling the other imperial beasts to prepare for action. At the same time, he continued to channel the lightning energy in the thunder pool, injecting the last wave of intense electric shocks into the thunder giant rhinoceros body. As the thunder giant rhinoceros chased after Ji Yunha, it continued to receive electric shocks, and the electric light on the surface of its body gradually weakened. Ji Yunha continuously channeled the lightning energy, not allowing the thunder rhinoceros a chance to catch its breath. Seeing this scene, the other team members also understood Ji Yunha's strategy and assisted him. Surrounding the thunder giant rhinoceros, the body of the thunder giant rhinoceros began to tremble. The electric light gradually dissipated, and its hissing became faint. Ji Yunha quickly commanded the Thunderwing Cloud Tiger as it spread its wings and flew towards the thunder rhinoceros head. The Thunderwing Cloud Tiger's huge claws grabbed the giant rhinoceros's head and pressed its head steadily towards the ground. At this instant, the giant rhinoceros let out a heart-stopping hiss, but the sound also became faint. The other team members' imperial beasts saw the scene and joined the battle. The iron shell porcupine slammed its hard hooves into the thunder giant rhinoceros head. The jungle wind wolf unleashed a fierce attack. The two-headed demon turtle unleashed a water current attack, and the nine-colored phantom butterfly flew in the air, releasing psychedelic dust. The thunder rhinoceros was besieged without the ability to fight back. Its body gradually collapsed and its hissing became faintly audible. The thunder rhinoceros gradually collapsed under the immense pressure, its limbs spreading out. Its hissing became increasingly faint and its entire body began to tremble, but it was unable to launch another counterattack. In the end, the burning flame demon wolf and jade lin snake launched a deadly combined attack one after the other, completely subduing the thunder giant rhinoceros. The body of the giant rhinoceros collapsed to the ground, the stirring thunderbolt energy gradually dissipating, and the electric light that was originally flickering on its skin gradually extinguished as well. Ji Yunha approached and saw the thunder giant rhinoceros's mouth slightly open, as if in a last flicker of struggle, before it completely stopped moving. The entire process was filled with tension and spectacle. This battle was a wonderful collaboration. Ji Yunha and his Imperial Beasts team showed great combat prowess, and the Thunder Rhinoceros was eventually subdued in this Thunder Pool Canyon, becoming part of their mission. Not only had they completed their exploration mission, they had also incredibly hunted and killed an amethyst great beast. After the battle, the team members' gazes turned to Ji Yunha, and they were impressed, as if they had reacquainted themselves with this gold-ranked Imperial Beast Master. This battle had demonstrated Ji Yunha's excellent command abilities and teamwork, as well as the formidable strength of his Imperial Beasts. Su Ming first expressed his opinion. Ji Yunha, your Thunderwing Cloud Tiger and Burning Flame Demon Wolf are truly powerful, and your cooperation is simply jaw-dropping. We misunderstood you before. Not only are you an outstanding Imperial Beast Master, you are also an outstanding captain. The other members of the team agreed, and they began to hold higher expectations for Ji Yunha, believing that he could become the core of the team. Although Ji Yunha was obscure, the strength he displayed in this battle made them admire him. Su Ming said to Ji Yunha, Ji Yunha, my previous skepticism was incorrect. Your performance has impressed me. As the captain, I should apologize to you for my previous attitude. Ji Yunha smiled faintly and nodded her head in understanding. Su Ming, it's nothing. We're a team and the most important thing is to work together as a team. We all have our own strengths, and as long as we can complement each other, we can overcome all difficulties. Chapter 82 Thunderwing Cloud Tiger Evolution. Su Ming and the others expressed their uneasiness about the Thunder Pond Canyon, believing that the place was full of strangeness and danger, and wanted to leave as soon as possible. Ji Yunha, on the other hand, understood their concerns and agreed to support them first to ensure their safety. Ji Yunha stated that he would stay behind to further explore Thunder Pond Canyon. When Su Ming and the others left, the two ferocious beasts in the Thunder Pool Canyon, the thunder-armored crocodile and the electric lightning spirit magpie, were still fighting fiercely. However, Ji Yunha had no intention of getting involved, but instead began to work on stealing the energy from the thunder pool. He carefully approached the thunder pool and began to converge the thunder element into his body. The energy fluctuations in the thunder pool were very strong, but Ji Yunha had the protection of the Thunderwing Cloud Tiger and the Burning Flame Demon Wolf, and was able to steadily absorb the thunder elements without being harmed. The two ferocious beasts continued to fight not far away, completely unaware of Ji Yunha's actions. Ji Yunha's eyes were locked onto the thunder pool. He knew that this was a perfect opportunity to drastically increase the strength of himself and the Imperial Beasts. Gradually, the thunder element in the thunder pool began to decrease while Ji Yunha's power continued to grow. After a few minutes, the thunder element in the thunder pool had almost been absorbed, and Ji Yunha's strength had been significantly increased. Next, Ji Yunha decided to return to the school and use the energy in the thunder pool to train and enhance the strength of the Imperial Beasts. He knew that this would be a huge breakthrough that, after Ji Yunha returned to the school, he headed to the mission hall with a rewarding mood, ready to submit their completed mission. His face was filled with a smile of confidence and fulfillment, as this mission had not only helped him improve his strength, but had also earned him and the Imperial Beasts a generous reward. Inside the mission hall, Ji Yunha found the staff and reported the completion of the mission. After carefully checking the relevant information and confirming the successful completion of the mission, the staff member began to distribute the rewards for him and his team. Congratulations on completing the mission, and for over-delivering, you have received an additional reward. May I ask what you want to exchange the rewards for? The staff member asked. Can I redeem the empty crystal spirit fruit? Ji Yunha asked the staff if he could exchange the air crystal spirit fruit, which was an extremely precious resource that was of great help in enhancing the strength of Imperial Beasts. The staff member responded after a little thought. The empty crystal spirit fruit is a very rare resource that is usually not directly redeemed, but if you have enough contribution points, we can help you contact some special channels to see if you can obtain the empty crystal spirit fruit. Hearing this reply, Ji Yunha's heart rejoiced as he realized that this was an opportunity. He nodded his head in agreement and then agreed with the staff member on the follow-up matters. The staff member thought for a moment before responding. We can try to contact the relevant departments to see if we can obtain this fruit, but it will take some time to coordinate, so you can leave your contact information and we will notify you as soon as possible. Hearing this reply, Ji Yunha felt very satisfied. He left his contact information and expressed his willingness to wait. For him, being able to obtain this empty crystal spirit fruit was crucial to the growth of the empty silkworm, and he was willing to put in every effort to achieve this goal. A room dedicated to training. 260 thunder lightning stones were piled up on the ground, emitting a dazzling light. Silky arcs of electricity drifted out, all capable of pecking a black hole in the wall. The energy in this thunder light stone is even denser than what I got in the wild before. Ji Yunha looked at the lightning stones piled up like a small mountain on the ground. Ji Yunha stood in front of that pile of thunder light stones like a small mountain, feeling the dense energy here, his heart filled with excitement. These thunder light stones were the rewards he had obtained by completing the quest. They contained the powerful thunder element and would play an important role in his path to beast training. He bent down and reached out to gently touch one of the thunder light stones, and immediately felt a powerful electric current pass into his palm, as if he was connected to the power of lightning. This feeling made him excited. These thunder light stones would become an important aid in his future path of beast training. Ji Yunha stood in front of the thunder light stones, understanding that these precious thunder light stones would become the key to the evolution of the thunder wing cloud tiger. These stones contained a strong element of lightning and were part of his future plan to raise the thunder wing cloud tiger's strength to a new level. He carefully observed the thunder light stones. Each one had a different shape and color, but they all emitted powerful lightning energy. Ji Yunha knew that it would take extreme skill and patience to guide the thunder wing cloud tiger to absorb these energies. Ji Yunha took out a thunder lightning stone and gently stroked its surface, trying to establish a connection with the lightning elements within. He closed his eyes and focused on feeling the flow of energy within the stone. The thunder wing cloud tiger was also quietly watching its master's actions from the side, and seemed to be able to sense the specialness of this thunder light stone as well. Its eyes shone with anticipation, as if it was waiting for Ji Yunha's guidance. Ji Yunha began to infiltrate his spiritual energy into the thunder lightning stone, attempting to stimulate the lightning elements within. He felt the power of the lightning, the powerful energy surging within the stone as if it was alive. Ji Yunha understood that to fuse the genes of the thunder giant rhinoceros into the body of the thunder wing cloud tiger, it required extreme skill and care. He first gradually guided the thunder wing cloud tiger's body with his spiritual power, allowing it to enter a calm and focused state. The thunder wing cloud tiger was also very cooperative, closing its eyes and gradually relaxing its body. Ji Yunha began to gently place his palm on the thunder wing cloud tiger's forehead, feeling its life energy and soul fluctuations. Chapter 83, Thunder Griffin and Jade Underworld Spirit Snake. Next, Ji Yunha gradually injected the genetic information of the thunder giant rhinoceros into the thunder wing cloud tiger's body. This was a complicated process that required precise regulation of the fusion of genetic information to ensure that it would not adversely affect the thunder wing cloud tiger's body. Ji Yunha's spiritual energy gradually penetrated the thunder wing cloud tiger's body, communicating and fusing with its genes. During this process, he felt the powerful lightning energy of the thunder giant rhinoceros, as well as its wildness and toughness. The thunder wing cloud tiger's body began to tremble slightly, as if it was enduring a huge energy shock. Ji Yunha firmly controlled the fusion process, ensuring that the thunder wing cloud tiger would not be harmed. As time passed, the thunder wing cloud tiger's body gradually adapted to the new genetic information, and its form began to subtly change. The characteristics and power of the thunder giant rhinoceros were reflected in its body, as its fur shimmered with electricity and the lightning patterns on its wings became more pronounced. The thunder wing cloud tiger went through an evolutionary process. and its appearance gradually took on a new look. It began to grow larger and stronger. Its skin was tough and smooth, and its fur was denser and took on a deep silver color. The most notable change was its wings, which became huge and covered in electric patterns, allowing it to fly freely. Its golden eyes were brighter and sharper, radiating determination and strength, while its lightning aura made it resemble a beast of thunder and lightning. The evolutionary process of the Thunder Wing Cloud Tiger was shocking. In order for Ji Yunha to absorb the genes of the Thunder Rhinoceros, he first injected the energy source of the Thunder Lightstone into the Thunder Winged Cloud Tiger. The Thunder Winged Cloud Tiger's body began to change, the fur on its body gradually changing to a shimmering silver color that shimmered like white silver. Its limbs became stronger, especially its front paws, which grew claws of lightning as hard as steel. The Thunder Winged Cloud Tiger's wings also changed drastically, and its originally transparent wings began to emit flickering electric light. Its wings gradually became tough and powerful, possessing a more powerful flying ability. Throughout the evolution process, the Thunder Winged Cloud Tiger let out bursts of low roars, as if it was being tested by the power of thunder. Little Blue's evolution had begun, so the next step was to evolve Little White. Come on, Little White, it's your turn. Although the Jade Lin snake didn't look white at all now, Ji Yunha was still used to calling it Little White. Perhaps it was just a habit. Ji Yunha decided to fuse the Thunder Underworld snake's genes into the Jade Lin snake. He carefully took out the Thunder Underworld snake's gene sample. That gene fragment could be seen to carry a powerful thunderbolt aura on it as soon as he took it out. Ji Yunha injected this genetic sample into the Jade Lin snake. After Ji Yunha injected the Thunder Underworld snake's gene sample into the Jade Lin snake's body, a strange phenomenon began to appear. The Jade Lin snake's body was gradually wrapped in a faint layer of lightning, as if it was enveloped by a transparent electrical barrier. The lightning flowed over its body, forming an arc of electricity that flashed with dazzling electric light. As the gene fusion proceeded, the Jade Lin snake's body trembled slightly, and lightning patterns began to appear on its body. Its scales became hard and smooth, revealing fluctuations of electric light. The lightning aura flickering in its eyes also grew more and more intense. The Jade Lin snake's body began to become transparent, as if it was condensed from lightning. Its scales gradually became hard and flashed with a deep blue light. The horns on its head became sharper, and the electric light in its eyes grew more and more intense. And the evolution of the Jade Lin snake was equally breathtaking. In order for Ji Yunha to fuse the genes of the Thunder Underworld Serpent, he first channeled the lightning energy from the Thunder Pool into the Jade Lin snake's body. The Jade Lin snake's body gradually became transparent, as if it was wrapped in lightning. Its scales began to become hard and smooth, flashing with a deep blue light. The horns on its head became sharper, and the electric light in its eyes grew fiercer. Throughout the fusion process, the Jade Forest Serpent's body trembled slightly, and its stance became even more majestic and arrogant. In the end, a dazzling lightning light erupted from around its body, like a meteor streaking across the night sky. When the light dispersed, Ji Yunha saw a majestic Jade Forest Serpent glowing with the power of lightning. Its appearance was completely renewed, more powerful and magnificent, as if it was the embodiment of the King of Thunder and Lightning. Its body was as crystal clear as jade, glittering with a deep blue light. The horns on its head were sharper, and its eyes revealed an unrivaled dominance. The fusion process of more than 5 hours caused the bodies of the Thunder Winged Cloud Tiger and the Jade Lin snake to produce obvious changes. Thunderstones flashed within the Thunder Pond Canyon, and arcs of electricity jumped all around, as if celebrating this moment of evolution. First of all, the Thunder Winged Cloud Tiger's body swelled by a circle. Its scale armor became stronger, and its cloaked silver-white fur glowed with a faint light of thunder. Its wings gradually extended, becoming a pair of hardened thunder wings with electric arcs flashing on them. Its claws became sharper, enough to tear through metal, while the electric light in its eyes became brighter, like two flickering thunder beads. And the evolution of the Jade Lin snake was equally amazing. Its body became even more slender. Its scales emitted a deep blue light. The horns on its head were sharp and incomparable, and the light in its eyes was even more blazing. Its entire body seemed to be covered in a layer of crystal and jade, each scale as dazzling as a gemstone. Name, Thunder Griffin. Potential, Amethyst grade. Evol, Level 41, Platinum grade. Attribute, Thunder. Beast. Talent, Lightning Wings. Flight speed is greatly increased, while being able to unleash lightning attacks in the air. Thunder Shield, able to generate a layer of sturdy thunder shield that absorbs electric shock type attacks and converts them into energy. Thunder Burst, when attacking, able to unleash a powerful burst of thunder, dealing ranged damage. Skill, Arc Blitz, releases an arc of electricity to shock the enemy. Lightning Storm, summons a lightning storm to attack the target area. Lightning Claws, attacks enemies with electrically charged claws. Thunder Wing Strike, releases a lightning attack while flying. Thunderstorm, trigger a lightning storm to attack everything within range. Electric Lightning Protection, boosts defense against electric shock type attacks. Thunder Fury, gather lightning energy and unleash a devastating blow. After the Jade Spirit Snake evolved, its name became Blue Crystal Dragon Snake. Name, Jade Spirit Snake. Potential, Amethyst Grade. Rank, Level 42, Platinum. Attributes, Thunder. Superhuman. Insect, Poison. Talent, Spiritual Energy Shield, able to generate a powerful layer of super energy shield to absorb attacks. Poison and electricity immunity, due to long-term exposure to lightning and toxins. The Jade Underworld Spirit Snake has gradually developed an immunity to these elements. It will mitigate damage and have some recovery effect when attacked by lightning and toxins. Thunder Hinterland, the Jade Medusa Spirit Snake can gain additional power during thunderstorms. During thunderstorms, its thunder skills will be more powerful with extended duration of effects, while the poisoning effects of its toxin skills will be enhanced. Poison Thunder Fusion, the Jade Underworld Spirit Snake can fuse its toxins with lightning to create attacks with a poisonous thunder effect. This makes its attacks more diverse, able to deal both lightning and toxin damage to enemies. Skill, Bite of Poisonous Thunder, the Jade Underworld Spirit Snake's teeth are filled with venom, and when it bites into an enemy, it releases a strong toxin that deals toxic damage to the enemy, along with a poisoning effect. Mist of the Underworld, spits out a dense poisonous mist that fills the battlefield, causing nearby enemies to be poisoned and gradually lose life points. Poisonous Thunder Cyclone, the Jade Underworld Spirit Snake releases a poisonous thunder cyclone, which intertwines lightning and toxins to form a powerful cyclone attack that deals damage to enemies within its range with a poisoning effect. Thunder Drill, the Jade Underworld Spirit Snake quickly rushes towards an enemy, using its electrified tail or body to deliver a powerful drill attack on the target, electrocuting the enemy and leaving behind poisonous wounds. Phantom of the Underworld, unleash a phantom to create a split illusion, making the enemy unable to tell which one is the real target. Chapter 84 Dinner. After a big battle, Ji Yunha planned to treat herself and the 3 imperial beasts. Of course, it was also to treat his stomach as well. Man is iron, rice is steel. How can we do without eating? Eat, we have to eat the best, don't you think so? The 3 imperial beasts sniffed. Indisputable tears flowed out from the corners of their mouths. Ji Yunha rented a spacious kitchen within the school grounds and prepared to cook the precious ingredients that he had pressed into his box. Among them were the blood and flesh of the silver-armored cheetah and the lava mammoth, both of which were platinum grade, worth their weight in gold. Not to mention that they were both very tasty. At this moment, Ji Yunha's mood was very pleasant, as this dinner was going to be an ultimate treat. The Thunder Wing Cloud Tiger, Jade Underworld Spirit Snake, and Burning Inferno Demon Wolf also seemed to sense their master's joy as they waited near the kitchen. First, Ji Yunha took out the silver-armored cheetah's flesh and blood. It was a huge and tough piece of meat with a faint silver luster. He easily sliced off a portion of it with a sharp knife, and this platinum-grade imperial beast meat was defenseless under the kitchen knife. Ji Yunha treated this silver-armored cheetah's meat piece with great care. He first scrutinized the texture and grain of the meat, trying to understand its construction. There were subtle textures on the piece of meat, which were markings unique to a type of imperial beast, and their growing environment and diet would leave traces on these details. Ji Yunha's technique was extremely skillful. He held the knife like a painting, easily dividing the meat into even parts, each piece maintaining the perfect shape and size. This required an extremely high level of knife skills to ensure that each slice of meat was cooked evenly while maintaining the tenderness of the meat. Next, he prepared a pot of water to cook the silver-armored cheetah's meat. The temperature of the water had to be accurate and there was no room for error. Ji Yunha observed the changes in the water temperature and waited for the water to boil. Once the water boiled, he would carefully place the meat into the pot. The temperature of the water was just right, enough to cook the meat pieces but not overcook them. Ji Yunha observed the water in the pot and noticed some tiny bubbles rising from the meat pieces. This was a sign that the fresh meat was cooking. He used one of his chopsticks to gently flick the meat pieces to ensure that they were evenly heated. While the meat was cooking, he also prepared some seasonings to add flavor to the food. After some time, Ji Yunha gently probed a piece of meat with his chopsticks. It had become soft and tender, transmitting a tantalizing aroma. At this moment, he removed the cooked silver-armored cheetah meat pieces and placed them in the prepared bowl. Finally, Ji Yunha drizzled on some homemade sauce, which was his secret ingredient to better highlight the deliciousness of the silver-armored cheetah meat. He used the sauce in the bowl to evenly coat each piece of meat, ensuring that every bite was as delicious as it could be. Next, he began to process the blood and flesh of the lava mammoth. This piece of flesh and blood was as hard as stone and carried the lines of flames. Ji Yunha took out a knife with a fire attribute and gently cut off a piece. The flames extinguished under the blade, revealing the tantalizing color of the flesh. Ji Yunha carefully prepared the meat of the lava mammoth. The massive piece of meat looked full of power and was covered with a hard shell. The meat of the lava mammoth was very special and required special treatment to achieve the best flavor. First, Ji Yunha needed to peel off the hard shell from the meat. He took out a special knife, and the sharp blade was able to easily penetrate the hard shell. He cut carefully, making sure not to damage the meat. This was an extremely challenging task that required great skill and patience. Once the hard shell was peeled away, Ji Yunha revealed the interior of the lava mammoth meat. The piece of meat was full of texture and grain, with a firm and elastic muscle texture. He cut the meat into sizes suitable for cooking and set them aside for the next step. Next, he needed to prepare a special condiment to add flavor to the food. These condiments included a series of precious herbs and spices that Ji Yunha had collected from different places to enhance the delicious flavor of the lava mammoth meat. The lava mammoth meat needed to be cooked at high temperatures to ensure that the internal muscles were fully cooked. Ji Yunha prepared a large lava stone furnace and adjusted the flame to the highest temperature. Once the flame reached the ideal temperature, he gently placed the lava mammoth meat pieces into the furnace. The meat pieces immediately made crackling sounds as the flames licked across their surface. At this moment, the lava mammoth meat began to release a mesmerizing aroma, and the scent filled the entire kitchen. Ji Yunha kept turning the pieces of meat to ensure that they were evenly heated. He kept a constant eye on the state of the lava mammoth meat to avoid overcooking or cooking it. This was a job that required a high degree of skill and experience. After a period of cooking, the lava mammoth meat became golden and crispy, its surface covered with a layer of delicious seasoning. Ji Yunha took out the pieces of meat and placed them on a prepared plate. Finally, he arranged some fresh vegetables and fruits around the plate to add color and taste to the food. In addition to these two main dishes, Ji Yunha also cooked some other side dishes. The three imperial beasts, on the other hand, were drooling as they looked at the lava mammoth and silver-armored cheetah meat on the table, the aroma coming from their nostrils as they were ready to enjoy this delicious meal. Alright, let's get started. The dinner table was filled with all sorts of delicious food, with the lava mammoth and silver-armored cheetah meat being the well-deserved protagonists. Ji Yunha sat around the table with the three imperial beasts, each of them having a hearty portion, their eyes revealing anticipation and excitement. First, Ji Yunha cut off a piece of golden and crispy lava mammoth meat and placed it on his plate. He picked up his knife and fork and slowly brought a small bite of the meat into his mouth. Instantly, the delicious flavor filled the air, causing him to fall into a state of gastronomic enjoyment. Chapter 85, Spending Money Like Water. Ji Yunha communicated with the three imperial beasts from time to time, sharing each other's feelings. The thunderwing cloud tiger let out a low guttural sound, as if expressing its love for this dinner. The burning flame demon wolf, on the other hand, licked its lips with its tongue, its eyes filled with satisfaction. The jade underworld spirit snake, on the other hand, ate quietly, its tongue poking out from time to time as if it was savoring the flavor of each bite. Its three pairs of eyes glittered with intelligence, as if it was thinking of more delicious combinations. The dinner went very pleasantly, with laughter and joy filling the entire kitchen. The team spirit between Ji Yunha and the three imperial beasts was even stronger. Not only did they have a tacit understanding in battle, they also established a deeper emotional connection in the moments when they shared a meal. This dinner not only filled their stomachs, but also their hearts. In the following days, Ji Yunha had been hanging around the Imperial Beast trading market in the Federal Imperial Beast University. He even purchased quite a few supplies needed by the Imperial Beasts, such as Imperial Beast food and the like. Really spending money like water. Spending money like water. He acquired all sorts of supplies needed by Imperial Beasts, including abundant Imperial Beast food and potions, as well as tools and equipment for training and caring for Imperial Beasts. In the market, he also met some other Imperial Beast masters and enthusiasts, who shared their experiences about training and caring for Imperial Beasts, which benefited Ji Yunha greatly. While Ji Yunha was shopping in the Imperial Beast trading market, he suddenly heard a group of passers-by talking enthusiastically about the annual auction. His heart fluttered as he felt that this seemed like an opportunity not to be missed, so he stepped away and walked towards the group of people. The group of people stood in front of a billboard that read, Federation Imperial Beast University Annual Auction, grandly held. Ji Yunha moved a little closer, trying to listen to more information. An older male Imperial Beast Master was telling his friends about the auction. Do you know that the annual Federal Imperial Beast University auction is no ordinary event? There will be rare Imperial Beasts from all corners of the world, rare materials, and even some legendary level treasures. His friends listened while nodding excitedly. I heard that last year, a legendary demigod level phantom winged phoenix feather was auctioned off, and that was worth astronomical figures. That's right, there's also that legendary grade mysterious Imperial Beast egg. Whoever auctions it off will have the chance to hatch a super Imperial Beast. Ji Yunha listened mesmerized. He had never participated in such a grand auction before, let alone seen the legendary phantom wing phoenix feather and the Imperial Beast egg. His heart surged with interest. Then, a female Imperial Beast Master joined the conversation. Moreover, there will be some exclusive skills and secret books provided by the Imperial Beast Masters in the auction, so you'll have the chance to catch a glimpse of the true skills of these masters. Ji Yunha's heart beat faster. These exclusive skills and secret books could be a valuable opportunity for him to improve his strength. he couldn't wait to follow up. Where will the auction be held? What time is it? A magnificently dressed Imperial Beast Masterman replied. The auction will be held in the auditorium of the Federal Imperial Beast University, in a month's time, and last for 3 days. You still have enough time to get ready. Ji Yunha's heart was filled with anticipation, and he immediately decided that he would attend this grand auction. This would be an opportunity for him to learn more about the Imperial Beast world, and perhaps he would be able to find the empty crystal spirit fruit that the empty silkworm needed. He knew that if he could find the empty crystal spirit fruit at the auction, it would be the key ingredient necessary for the growth of the empty silkworms, and the effort he would have to put in order for the empty silkworms to reach their peak state. He also began to look for more information about the auction, learning about successful auction cases in the past, as well as the rules and procedures at the auction. The venue for the auction was located in a magnificent building within the Federation Imperial Beast University, a building with a majestic appearance that emphasized the Academy's ambitions. In front of the main gate were placed 2 huge Imperial Beast statues, a giant eagle with a wingspan of several meters and a dragon-shaped divine beast, which were carved in a lifelike manner and exuded a solemn aura. When Ji Yunha walked into the hall of the auction, he was immediately attracted by the spectacular sight before him. The huge dome in the hall was inlaid with transparent glass, allowing sunlight to filter through and illuminate the entire venue. Huge crystal chandeliers hung under the dome, flashing with dazzling light and reflecting on the ground. The floor was paved with exquisite marble, reflecting the light as if it was dotted with stars. In the center of the hall was a huge auction table, on which the auctioneer stood, dressed in a gorgeous gown and holding a wooden gavel, waiting to begin. The auction seats were arranged in a semicircle around the auction table, and each seat was filled with people who had come to participate in the auction, including trainees, tutors, and tourists from different regions. Ji Yunha found his seat and sat in a relatively forward position. He looked around and saw many familiar faces. Some of his classmates and mentors were here, all looking forward to the grand auction. On one side of the hall, there was a specially set up display area, showcasing the items that were about to be auctioned. These items were placed on exquisite booths, and each of them exuded a precious aura. There were the remains of imperial beasts, rare imperial beast materials, and all sorts of jewelry, gems, and rare treasures. At the auction site, the atmosphere was exceptionally warm, with crowds of people gathering in front of the various display stands. Ji Yunha was no exception, dressed in neat clothing and wearing a sapphire badge. He stood amongst the crowd and intently admired the treasures in the display area. The display area was filled with a wide array of items, each of which exuded a precious aura. Pieces of thunder crystals shimmered charmingly under the light. The ivory of the lava giant mammoth attracted the eyes of collectors, and the meteorite iron ore mesmerized the hearts of weapon makers. And the most striking of all was of course the hollow crystal spirit fruit, which was suspended like a jewel in the transparent case, emitting a faint phantom colorful glow. Ji Yunha admired it while listening to the talk of the passers-by around him. He learned that this auction was an annual event that attracted the participation of imperial beast masters, merchants, and individuals with imperial beast treasures from all over the world. The items in this auction could be described as rare, with all sorts of enhanced equipment, precious materials, and rare imperial beasts. The opening ceremony of the auction was held in a magnificent banquet hall, which was magnificently decorated, with banquet tables filled with all sorts of delicious food, and the aroma of flowers and candles filling the air. The people were dressed in their finery, filled with a festive atmosphere. On one side of the hall was built a high platform with a gorgeous podium. Red ribbons and flowers decorated it. It looked very solemn. The venue was filled to the brim. Imperial beast masters, merchants, tycoons, and celebrities from all walks of life gathered here in a warm atmosphere. Just as the people were looking forward to it, the opening ceremony began. A symphony orchestra of musicians played stirring music, adding color to the entire scene. The lights projected various gorgeous patterns, illuminating the entire hall. Just as Ji Yunha was still hesitant to participate in the bidding, a smiling lady in a gorgeous gown ascended the high platform. Her voice was crisp and pleasant, pushing the lively atmosphere of the entire hall to a climax. Honorable guests, welcome to the opening ceremony of the Federation Imperial Beast University's annual auction. Today, we will be presenting you all with a wonderful event where all sorts of precious items will be auctioned off. I hope that everyone will be able to find their favorite items here and provide more support and assistance to their Imperial Beast partners. The host's words triggered loud applause and cheers from the audience. She continued to introduce the importance and rules of the auction, reminding all bidders of the bidding etiquette and norms. The entire opening ceremony was filled with excitement and anticipation, and people couldn't wait for the official start of the auction. Chapter 86, Auction. The first exhibit was carried onto the high platform, causing everyone's eyes to focus. This exhibit was a huge painting hanging on a special display stand, the canvas filled with mysterious colors and delicate painting techniques. The name of the painting was The Dance of Thunder. The dance of thunder shows a spectacular natural landscape. The sky in the picture is pierced by lightning and the thunder is deafening. Huge thunderclouds roll in as if they are going to swallow everything. However, underneath the thunderstorm, a group of peculiar creatures leapt about, with unique appearances and stances, as if they were dancing joyfully. These creatures were thunder elemental imperial beasts. Their bodies emanated electricity and lightning, and they danced in a beautiful and peculiar manner. Their eyes are full of wisdom and power, as if they are the rulers of nature. The whole picture is full of vigor and energy that the viewer cannot help but fall in love with. The colors of the painting are very rich, from deep purple to bright electric blue to blazing orange red, all of which are skillfully blended together to create a shocking effect. The artist's skill was very high, and every detail was handled exquisitely, filling the entire painting with a sense of layering and depth. Ji Yunha observed carefully for some time and realized that the rules of the auction were roughly like this. Each item would be introduced and displayed before the auction. Then the bidding would begin, and the final sale would be made at the highest price. Payment and handover were all done within the venue to ensure safety and reliability. When it was finally the turn of an item related to the empty crystal spirit fruit, Ji Yunha's mood was unusually excited. This was the moment he was looking forward to the most, and he stared at the auctioneer closely, waiting for that moment. The auctioneer began his introduction. The painting displays a wealth of lightning elements and the forms and characteristics of lightning attribute imperial beasts. Viewing this painting can help imperial beast masters gain a deeper understanding of the thunder attribute, including the ecology, characteristics, and behavior of the thunder element. This is especially beneficial for imperial beast masters who deal with thunder attribute imperial beasts and study thunder attribute skills. In this intense bidding, the starting price was set at 100,000 federal coins. As the bidding progressed, the price climbed rapidly, and many wealthy imperial beastmasters joined the competition. At one point, they were ahead with a high price of 300,000 federal coins, but then another bidder quoted a sky-high price of 400,000 federal coins, pushing the bidding price to a new peak. Everyone present was shocked by this price, but they didn't dare to underestimate the value of Dance of the Inflamed Wings. The bidders' offers continued to rise. 500,000, 600,000, 700,000. Each increase in price triggered a wave of murmurs and exclamations. Ji Yunha firmly continued to offer until she finally raised the bidding to $1 million federal dollars, a staggering figure that made everyone stare. When the second exhibit came out, the entire auction house fell into silence. In the huge glass display case, there was an exceptionally eye-catching imperial beast egg. This imperial beast egg emitted an ethereal blue light, and its surface texture was complex, as if it contained a mysterious power. The host introduced, "Next, we have a royal beast egg with amethyst great potential. The origin of this imperial beast egg is very mysterious, but we can be certain that it possesses extremely high potential. With this imperial beast egg, you may be able to raise a powerful amethyst grade imperial beast." The potential and rarity of this imperial beast egg aroused the keen interest of the many imperial beast masters present. The sounds of bidding soon rang out, and the auction price continued to climb, far exceeding the starting price. Ji Yunha was also attracted to this imperial beast egg. He knew that if he could possess an amethyst-grade imperial beast, it would help tremendously in improving his strength. The bidding became intense as many bidders competed to raise the price. The atmosphere in the arena was tense and heated. The price of this imperial beast's egg quickly surpassed 1 million federal coins and then continued to climb. Ji Yunha didn't show any weakness either, quoting high prices again and again. He was determined to win this imperial beast egg. In the end, the bidding price reached 15 million federal coins, and a wealthy imperial beastmaster announced that he was withdrawing from the bidding, handing over the amethyst-grade potential imperial beast egg to Ji Yunha. His heart was filled with joy and anticipation as he knew that this imperial beast egg would be the key to his future strength enhancement. As time passed, the auction entered the third round. Various rare items appeared one after another, attracting the attention of many imperial beast masters. The atmosphere of the bidding venue became more and more heated, and the auction prices became more and more jaw-dropping. With a staff member carrying it, an exceptionally rare plant was carried onto the auction stage. The roots of this plant were transparent and crystalline, flickering with a faint light, while the leaves took on a deep blue color, as if they were sapphires. The host discreetly introduced, "Next, we have an empty crystal spirit fruit plant, a rare lightning attribute plant that only grows in specific environments. Its fruit, the empty crystal spirit fruit, is known as a treasure of the imperial beast realm, and is a necessary ingredient for the growth of many thunder attribute imperial beasts. This plant is not easy to obtain, but it has grown and can be supplied for many years." Ji Yunha stared intently at the empty crystal spirit fruit plant on the auction table. It was exactly what he needed. He knew deep down that if he could possess this plant, he would be able to provide the hollow silkworm with the ingredients it needed to help it grow further. When the bidding began, Ji Yunha actively participated, knowing that this was a rare opportunity. the auction price climbed rapidly, and many Imperial Beast Masters were eager to possess this empty crystal spirit fruit plant. Ji Yunha persisted in his bidding, his eyes filled with determination. In the end, after a fierce competition, the empty crystal spirit fruit plant was bought by Ji Yunha at a high price. He felt very satisfied as this bidding meant that he was able to take better care of his Imperial beasts, especially the empty silkworm. His heart was filled with anticipation for the future growth of the empty silkworm. Chapter 87, Skeleton Demon Spider. More than 2 months had passed. Within a forest, the afterglow of the setting sun shone on two powerful ferocious beasts. Ji Yunha's Little Red, which had now evolved into a burning flame demon wolf, faced a huge skeleton demon spider. Little Red stood in place. Its size was huge, and the sturdy armor made of black slime that covered its body made it look exceptionally majestic. This sturdy armor was filled with flame textures, as if it was a demon that had come out of the flame abyss. The skeleton demon spider on the opposite side had hollow eyes that emitted a ghostly blue amethyst light. It had no flesh, only a skeleton, but this did not reduce its ferocity and danger. The gazes of the two ferocious beasts met, and a life and death duel was about to begin. Little Red, finish it off. Receiving Ji Yunha's order, "Ow!" Little Red let out an earth-shattering roar as black slime surged from the burning flame demon wolf's body, forming countless pairs of large hands made of black slime. These hand-like constructions quickly stretched out, wrapping the skeleton demonic spider tightly and firmly locking it in place. The skeleton demon spider struggled hard, trying to break free from Little Red's slime hands. However, even though it was immensely powerful, it could not easily get away. At the same time, Little Red began to utilize its ability, a purple death light coalescing in its mouth. However, that skeleton demon spider nearly broke free with just a slight force. Right at this moment, the burning flame demon wolf suddenly condensed an unusually powerful energy, and its entire body began to emit a shocking aura of flames, its black slime armor seeming to burn at this moment. At this moment, Little Red, whose body was as motionless as a flaming statue, as soon as it opened its mouth, a deep purple flame was ejected from it. This was not an ordinary flame, but an attack unique to Little Red that condensed its flame power and slime power. This purple flame spread out at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it took on a curved form, like ghost fire. The skeleton demon spider attempted to dodge, but its movements were bound by Little Red's slime and it was unable to escape. The purple flame finally touched the skeleton demon spider and shot straight into its skull before piercing out. Skeleton demon spider, late-stage amethyst fierce beast, pawn. As the sun set, the skeleton demon spider's howls gradually diminished as the flames continued to burn its body. Ji Yunha took advantage of the fact that the skeleton demon spider was still struggling in pain and quickly walked over to its bones. The bones of the skeleton demon spider were exceptionally hard and smooth like jade, revealing a bizarre amethyst light. This was the mark of a late-stage amethyst ferocious beast, and the bones and skeleton had fused together to form its exoskeleton. Gene extraction. Ji Yunha placed his hand on the bones of the skeleton demon spider. At this time, Little Red stood quietly at the side. Its body still emitted a black slime glow, as if it was waiting for something. A prompt sounded. Acquired skeleton demon spider bloodline gene. Acquired skeleton demon spider skeleton gene. Acquired skill dark claws of the underworld. Skill bone spur armor obtained. Gained the skill underworld punch. Finally beat the level. Ji Yunha let out a long breath. In these 2 months, Ji Yunha had been hunting ferocious beasts within the secret realm, and this skeleton demon spider was already the strongest ferocious beast in this secret realm. Due to its hard bones and its ability to summon bone armor to protect itself, it was somewhat troublesome. In the end, it let Ji Yunha's burning flame demon wolf kill it in one fell swoop. Well done. Ji Yunha touched the forehead of the burning flame demon wolf, and then the genes of the skeleton demon spider were instantly injected into Little Red's body. As Ji Yunha tapped, a purple energy was transferred from his palm into Little Red's body. This energy originated from the skeleton demon spider's bone armor skill, which had been perfectly extracted. Little Red's body trembled slightly as its black slime armor began to undergo subtle changes. Under the effect of the amethyst's energy, the layer of armor became even tougher, emitting a faint amethyst glow. Ji Yunha could feel Little Red's power growing. This was the marvelous effect granted by the skeleton demon spider's bone armor skill. Now, not only did Little Red possess a sturdier armor, it also gained the potential charge and bite skills, which would make it even more powerful in future battles. Little Red's eyes flickered with bright flames as it felt its new power and was filled with fighting spirit. This fusion had not only increased its strength dramatically, it had also given it more means of combat, and it was the exclusive skill of this skeleton demon spider. Little Red's defense was going to be much stronger with this skill. Nowadays, Little White's level had reached the mid-amethyst stage, close to the late stage, and its true battle power was at the late amethyst stage or even the peak. Relying on this huge amount of skills, he could even run away if he couldn't beat the pre-disaster ferocious beasts he encountered. Little Red, on the other hand, was still at the pre-amethyst level, but its true battle power was already approaching the late amethyst level. Ji Yunha was now considered the top of the line amongst the amethyst level Imperial Beast Masters. After all, looking at the entire school, there were definitely no more than a handful of amethyst-grade Imperial Beast Masters who possessed 3 amethyst-grade Imperial Beasts. The eyes of the other students passing by in the surroundings were filled with horror as they looked at Ji Yunha and Little Red. Battle prowess directly spanned 2 ranks. What kind of demon is this? The surrounding students began to talk, incredulous at Ji Yunha and Little Red's increase in battle power. Some thought that this could be a strange encounter in the secret realm, while others thought that Ji Yunha must have spent a lot of time and energy on training. Regardless of the reason, there was no denying that their strength had reached a point that was beyond their reach. Ji Yunha didn't care about the comments of the people around him. He knew that this was just the beginning. During the more than 2 months of practicing in the secret realm, they had not only defeated numerous ferocious beasts, but they had also continuously improved their strength. Now, they were ready to leave this secret realm. The sunlight in the forest spilled onto the ground through the dense foliage, coloring the ground a mottled green. Ji Yunha stood in a quiet woodland, feeling the tranquility of nature. This was a place he had not reached before in his secret adventure, full of mystery and unknowns. Suddenly, a crisp laugh came from not far away, breaking the tranquil atmosphere. Chapter 88, Invitation from Both Sides? Ji Yunha was instantly alert and turned back towards the source of the sound. Walking out of the end of the woods, he saw a young girl. Her pace was light, her long hair was draped over her shoulders, and when viewed against the light, her figure was like that of a fairy. This girl approached Ji Yunha. She had a pair of bright eyes with a deep gaze. She was wearing a fresh white dress, as if she was an elf in the forest. Her face was stunningly beautiful, as if she was a masterpiece carved by nature's own hands. Ji Yunha froze slightly as he felt that this girl's aura was just too unique. She didn't look like someone who was practicing in this secret realm, but more like she had arrived in a fairyland. Hello, I'm Hazel Moon. The girl's voice was sweet and melodious, like flowing water gently pouring out. Hello, I'm Ji Yunha. Ji Yunha responded politely, but he remained vigilant as he knew that not everyone was friendly in the secret realm. Ji Yunha, I've been watching you. Hazel Moon smiled, her eyes revealing a special light. Concerned about me? Ji Yunha was a bit surprised. Although he had a certain level of popularity in the school, it wasn't to the point where he could make others pay special attention to him. Yes, I'm concerned about your performance, especially you and your Imperial Beast. Hazel Moon's words carried a mysterious undertone. Ji Yunha became interested in this seemingly unusual girl, but he still asked cautiously, why are you paying attention to me and my Imperial Beasts? Hazel Moon smiled gently before sitting on a moss-covered rock, beckoning Ji Yunha to sit down as well. Ji Yunha, you and your Imperial Beasts possess extraordinary power. Your potential is so great that I have been waiting for an opportunity for you to join our Imperial Beast Command Society. Hazel Moon's eyes shone with determination. Ji Yunha frowned. He didn't really like being solicited to join a certain group, especially about the secret realm. He preferred to explore alone and discover his potential. Why should I join your society? Ji Yunha asked, wishing to know more about this so-called Imperial Beast Command Society. Hazuki's answer made Ji Yunha fall into deep thought. She said that the goal of the Imperial Beast Command Society was to go deep into the secret realm, explore its mysteries, and search for more treasures and resources in order to enhance the strength of all the members. The members of the society collaborated with each other and faced various challenges together, as well as learning from each other and progressing. Moreover, the members of the society had the opportunity to obtain some special skills and knowledge, which was very helpful for the growth of the Imperial Beast Master. Ji Yunha began to think about this proposal. He did desire more power and knowledge, and his own goal was to become stronger, to become the most powerful Imperial Beast Master in the school. If this club could help him achieve that goal, it might be a good choice. However, he still maintained some caution and asked, if I agree to join, what conditions will you have? Hazel Moon smiled and replied, the conditions are very simple. As long as you are willing to cooperate with the other members of the club, actively participate in the club's activities and missions, and won't disclose the club's secrets, we will fully support your growth and provide some special resources and opportunities. This didn't sound like there was anything to lose and there were many benefits that could be gained. Ji Yunha began to consider the offer, and while he still had some concerns, he also knew that going it alone in the secret realm could be more risky. I need some time to think about it, Ji Yunha finally said. He didn't want to make a hasty decision. Hazel Moon nodded. She didn't seem to be in a hurry to get an answer. She stood up and lightly turned to leave, leaving a question in Ji Yunha's mind. Hazel Moon's departure left behind a peaceful woodland, and Ji Yunha continued to sit on the moss-covered rock, pondering over the invitation she had just received. At this moment, a sudden roar came from the surroundings, and he looked back to find a group of students gathering not far away, talking. Look who's that? It's Hazuki. That's the President-sama of the Imperial Beast Command Club. Why would she personally appear here? Not only Hazuki, but also, Ji Yunha followed the gazes of her classmates and saw that Hazel Moon didn't come alone and was followed by a middle-aged man. This man was tall, with a loose robe and a dignified demeanor. By his side, there were several other amethyst-grade powerhouses, all of them exuding a powerful aura that one wouldn't dare to underestimate. Isn't that the Lord President of the Imperial Beast Command Society? Yes, you read it right. Hazel Moon actually appeared in person. And there's also the Lord President and other amethyst-grade powerhouses. What's going on here? Has something big happened? Ji Yunha was also surprised in her heart. Was he actually so highly regarded? Suddenly, a handsome-looking young man walked out. His pace was calm and confident, and his loose clothing emphasized his temperament. He walked towards Ji Yunha with a smile on his face. The appearance of this young man caused a flurry of sideways glances and murmurs. Everyone began to speculate about his identity, as this handsome man was not a regular on campus. When he arrived beside Ji Yunha, he said in a cordial tone, "Hello, I'm the president of the Beast Battle Club. My name is Lingyu. I've been following your performance, and I've heard that your Imperial Beast strength is very powerful." Ji Yunha was slightly stunned. Lingyu's performance and tone made him feel a little surprised. Although the Beast Battle Club had a certain reputation within the school, usually, the presidents would not personally walk in front of the students. Lingyu continued, "Our Beast Warfare Club is always looking for new members with potential and strength, and you are clearly a very talented Imperial Beastmaster. If you are willing, I hope that you will consider joining our society. You will have the opportunity to come into contact with more powerful Imperial Beastmasters and gain more resources and opportunities." Lingyu looked at Ji Yunha's expression and continued, "Of course, this is just an invitation. You have enough time to consider it, and if you have any questions or need more information, you can always come to me. Whatever decision you make will be respected." Ji Yunha nodded in understanding. This invitation made him feel proud and made him realize that his strength had caught the attention of many clubs within the school. This was an important decision that he needed to think carefully about. Ji Yunha stood there, facing Hazel Moon from the Imperial Beast Command Club and Lingyu from the Beast Battle Club, but he shook his head without hesitation and smiled. "Thank you for the invitation, but I intend to continue to act alone. I enjoy the independent path of the Imperial Beastmaster more. It's more meaningful to me." Hazel Moon and Lingyu were both slightly surprised. It was clear that Ji Yunha had such great strength that becoming a member of their society would be a great asset. However, they also respected Ji Yunha's choice. Hazel Moon smiled and said, "Since you've already made your decision, we will of course respect it. If you have a different idea in the future, feel free to join us." Lingyu similarly expressed his understanding as he said, "I hope that you will go farther and farther on your own path, and perhaps one day we will meet again on the playing field." Ji Yunha nodded his thanks before turning around and leaving the grounds. Although there were many people who had tried to rope him into joining the club, he preferred to maintain his independence and continue exploring the world of the Imperial Beastmaster. The surrounding students were also murmuring, as this scene was indeed somewhat rare. Many thought that Ji Yunha's decision might have his reasons. After all, everyone had their own choices and pursuits.